The story begins when a third-year student of general surgery, Jinsu Han, punches his supervisor for touching his girlfriend. Jinsu asks how dare he touch his girlfriend inappropriately, but the supervisor asks how dare he hit his supervisor and asks if Jinsu Han is crazy. Jinsu furiously says he can endure everything else but not such acts with his girlfriend. The price Jinsu paid for hitting the supervisor was huge, and without even becoming a specialist, he was kicked out of the university hospital. After that, Jinsu looked for another private hospital elsewhere, but he was rejected because he didn't have a good family background. Luckily, he was somehow able to find an investor who gave him a golden opportunity to open a small private hospital. But that investor disappeared with all the money Jinsu had invested. Jinsu goes to the police, and the officer tells him that the suspect lives in the Xiaozhou apartment. As the officer asks if Jinsu has tried checking that place, he replies that he has heard of Xiaozhou's apartment a couple of times and remembers Jingyu Kim also lives there. Jinsu found out that the investor was a friend of Jingyu's, and his girlfriend Jiyoung also told him to forget about their marriage for the time being. Jiyoung apologized that she had met someone better and left Jinsu, which led him to drink uncontrollably. Jinsu's future is going down the gutter, and he can't endure it anymore. Jinsu tries to solve it and begs the professor, but as he goes to his office, he is shocked to see the professor kissing his ex-girlfriend. Jinsu loses his cool and says they are worse than animals and they'll end up dead today, but the professor says this is a misunderstanding, and Jiyoung says the professor forced her into this. At night, when Jinsu was going home, a guy stopped him and asked if he was Jinsu. Then, that guy stabbed him and put him in the back of his car. The guy took Jinsu's body into the jungle and, while burying him, called the professor to tell him he was done with Jinsu. The guy tells the professor to deposit the money right away, but Jinsu asks for help, and he hears that guy talking to the professor. Jinsu realizes it is Professor Jingyu Kim's doing, and while being buried, his eyes tear up, and he thinks it is not fair to die like this. Just like that, he was buried somewhere in Miseryong, and his life came to an end. Suddenly, Jinsu's eyes open, and he sees a screen in front of his eyes, which has his personal information and good and bad deeds. Jinsu has more than 1,000 good deeds, and he reads that he can buy a resurrection ticket with 1,000 points. Jinsu wonders where he is because he is sure he died a while ago, and suddenly, a voice tells him he is a spirit who hasn't been dead for long. Jinsu is shocked, but the voice says he is currently on the stage of judgment, and in this place, whether he'll go to heaven or hell shall be decided. The voice says that, as Jinsu has high points of good deeds, he can choose to go to heaven, and in that case, he can go to heaven without being judged. As the voice says, he can also buy a resurrection ticket to live a new life. Jinsu shockingly asks what it means. The voice says that if he doesn't buy a resurrection ticket within 30 seconds, a ticket to heaven will be automatically purchased for him, and he'll enter heaven. The countdown starts, but Jinsu asks why the voice is in such a hurry and asks if they should give him some time to think. Jinsu wonders what he should do, and suddenly, he yells that he wants to resurrect. The voice says he has purchased the resurrection ticket, and he should pick the place where he would like to be resurrected. The voice says that Jinsu's previous job was as a doctor, and he has great points with surgical skills. They'll pick a place where he can use those surgical skills. As the voice asks if Jinsu accepts the offer, he replies that he accepts it. Suddenly, the voice tells him to choose the place where he'd like to be resurrected, and there are 3 options for him. Jinsu can choose a place where there are fewer than 10 patients, fewer than 20 patients, or a place where there are lots of patients. Jinsu realizes he has to treat patients right away when he resurrects, and he thinks a place with many patients is the best so he can earn lots of money. Jinsu chose a place with lots of patients and said he would like to be loyal to his job as a doctor. After that, Jinsu had to make many other choices without knowing how important these choices were going to be. The voice says Jinsu has successfully picked all the choices and wishes him a joyful life, but Jinsu asks if this is it and asks the voice who it is. Jinsu asks if he is an angel or some kind of computer system, but suddenly, he gets pulled into a light. Suddenly, Jinsu wakes up and wonders why he is in so much pain. Jinsu feels the stab wound on his body is healing, and he realizes he is resurrecting. Jinsu immediately starts jumping and says it was a good decision to choose resurrection. Suddenly, Jinsu sees a village that is on the verge of destruction, and many people are dying. Jinsu is shocked to see this scene and wonders if this is a battlefield. But suddenly, his head hurts, and he sees the memories of this new body since its childhood. Jinsu regains all his memories and wonders if he has resurrected during the 3 Kingdom period. Jinsu immediately runs towards the people who are asking for help. and he asks them what happened in that place. Jinsu hears a man moaning in pain, so he rushes to help him and tells the man to let him take a look at his wounds. The man begs Jinsu to save his life, but Jinsu thinks he doesn't even have water to clean his hands. Suddenly, Jinsu sees a guy arriving there, yelling that young master Hwabu is fine. As that man asks Jinsu if the young master is fine, Jinsu recognizes the man is Wang Sam, and is glad he is okay too. Suddenly, Wang freaks as he sees blood on Jinsu's hands and asks him if he is injured, but Jinsu tells him to find a well and fetch some clean water. Jinsu tells Wang to do it as soon as possible and says he also needs some needles and threads, but Wang asks why the young master has started to talk so politely. Jinsu tells Wang to hurry up because it is not the right time to discuss that. Wang runs to bring water, and Jinsu thinks if he was at a hospital, he would have used anesthesia and fixed it upon checking the vitals. Jinsu thinks he has no choice, so he has to check the injuries manually, but he feels scared, so he slaps his cheeks and tells himself to pull himself together. Jinsu, while checking the patient, thinks it may get dangerous if the blood blocks the air passage, and because he doesn't have an assistant, he can't see the inside of the patient's stomach. Jinsu checks the patient's abdominal aorta and superior mesenteric artery and thinks they are fine. Jinsu also feels there is no tear in the small intestine, but suddenly, he feels the large intestine has been cut, and the feces might have spread into the abdominal cavity. Jinsu realizes first he needs to drain the stagnant blood out, and meanwhile, Wang arrives with the water and things Jinsu asked for. Wang also brings some helpers with him, and Jinsu tells him to bring a clean piece of cloth too. As the helper gives Jinsu a needle and thread for stitching, he freaks out to see a needle that is so thick and a thread made of multiple threads. This is making Jinsu crazy, but he has no other choice, and he can't let that person die without even trying, so he starts sewing. Jinsu curses the angel and says that if he is going to resurrect him in such a chaotic place, he should have given him some tools. Jinsu thinks he can't give up so easily, so he takes the water, cleans the wound, and puts the intestines back. Jinsu starts to suture the wound, and after stitching it, he thinks the stitching went better than he had imagined. Suddenly, the wife of the man, Jinsu, arrives there, and she starts crying while hugging her husband. Jinsu tells her not to worry because the treatment went smoothly, so if the heavens help a little, her husband might live. The lady asks if it is still possible after her husband's stomach got cut open and asks Jinsu if he is a physician. Jinsu replies that he has studied medical arts, and after that, Jinsu treats other wounded there, but one of them dies there. Jinsu thinks he has to save at least one more life, so he leaves that place with Wang. Wang says those bandits deserve to die and says it is a relief his young master is not hurt. But Jinsu says his young master is already dead and another spirit is in his body. As Jinsu asks if the bandits will be annihilated as the soldiers have dispatched, Wang says he doesn't think so because the soldiers will not risk their lives to get the bandits. Wang says there is a rumor that bandits give bribes to the officials, but Jinsu asks what this nonsense is and how rotten it is in this world for that to happen. Jinsu says he understands why there was a Yellow Turban rebellion and remembers that since this is the Huapeng year 6, starting next year, it'll change into Guanghua. Jinsu remembers that the Yellow Turban will happen a year after the Guanghua year 7, which means a crazy period is arriving soon, and he realizes he doesn't have a place to run to. Jinsu is mad because, at that time, there would be no place without a war in the land of China. Jinsu causes the angel, but Wang shockingly asks if Jinsu is talking about him, to which he replies he is talking about someone else. After some while, they reach home, and Wang tells Jinsu to take a bath first because if someone sees him, they might think he got hurt somewhere. Jinsu agrees with Wang and thanks him for his help, but Wang says it was nothing. Jinsu, while washing his face, remembers the information about the person he is in this new life and knows this boy is being ambushed while returning from overseas school. Jinsu knows that the boy's grandfather and father died long ago, and the family lost its elegance and power. His mother has been moaning for a few months, and he has been reading medical books after hearing that his mother was sick. Jinsu is the eldest brother of the family. He is reincarnated as a 21-year-old, and his name is Hwabok, while the second eldest brother is 18, and his name is Hwabun. Jinsu thinks it would be awkward to call them Hyun because he is 31 years old, but he has no choice but to live in this body. Suddenly, someone calls Jinsu Manhwa, which is his name in this life, and he sees it is his Hyun. Wanhwa's elder brother says he heard from Wang that they met bandits and asks if Wanhwa is fine. Wanhwa replies that, fortunately, he is not hurt at all, and his brother says it is a relief. As Wanhwa asks how his mother is doing, His brother replies she is the same as before, and a little while ago, she ate a few spoons of porridge and fell asleep. Manhwa thinks that since his mother finally fell asleep, he shouldn't wake her up. He says he'll have to go see her the next morning when she wakes up. Suddenly, when his elder brother, in a serious tone, asks if he'll see his mother tomorrow after returning from abroad, Manhwa realizes that if he says he'll see her tomorrow, he'll be treated as a filial son. Manhwa says he would like to go in and see her now, but she has finally fallen asleep, so he'll not do such an unfilial thing to satisfy his own greed. Manhwa's brother says he is right that waking the mother will make him a more filial son, and says that seeing Manhwa more considerate than him means he must have been studying hard in Siaju. Manhwa's brother tells him to go and have some rest, so he goes in after lying on the bed and says the word eventful was meant to describe days such as today. Manhwa wonders what he should do from now on and says this is hard already. Suddenly, he hears the voice that his internal and external injuries have been cured, and his body functions are in good condition. Manhwa is feeling sleepy, and as he asks what it is, the voice says the resurrection has been completed. In the morning, Manhwa wakes up saying he had a lovely sleep, and suddenly, as he stretches, he feels his body is way too flexible. Manhwa tries different stretching poses, and he feels really good because being flexible won't hurt him anyway. Manhwa is excited to have a meal, but when he goes to the table, he sees a lot of vegetables without meat. Manhwa thinks he is skinny because he eats vegetables, but wonders what his second brother eats to get so big. As Hwabun says, he heard Manhwa met bandits yesterday. Manhwa says that is right, but fortunately, he escaped fast and didn't get any injuries. Hwabun says it is important to read books to become successful, but Manhwa should also learn how to protect himself. Hwabun says Manhwa should also learn some martial arts, and as Manhwa says he was also planning to start training, his brothers get shocked, and Hwabun, while laughing, says Manhwa has changed a lot because he used to tell him to stop training martial arts and read books. Manhwa remembers his past life when he got stabbed and thinks his brother should try getting stabbed first and then see if he would still like to read books. Hwabok says it seems Manhwa is a little shocked getting chased by bandits yesterday. Manhwa agrees and says it was too shocking for him, and he thought there would be no use in reading all those books if he died. So he plans to learn martial arts that would help him escape quickly. Hwabun says that it is a relief, and his brother doesn't need to be like him, but he should at least know some self-defense moves. Hwabok says Manhwa can become a civil servant and bring people with good martial arts under him. Suddenly, Hwabok gets up and says that if they are done eating, they should go and meet their mother. As they go to see their mother, they ask if she is awake, to which she replies that she is awake and calls them inside. She starts to see Manhwa and asks when he arrived. She tells her maid Hwal to put the pillow behind her back, so Hwal does that. The mother asks Manhwa why he came so early, but suddenly, she starts coughing, which worries Manhwa. However, his mother says she is fine and again asks why he arrived so soon. Manhwa says he heard she was not doing well, so he took the time to get here, but his mother says her illness is not so bad that he needs to come here at the cost of discontinuing his education. His mother says if time passes by a little, she'll get better, so he shouldn't get bothered too much about it. Manhwa feels his mother's illness is related to the liver or gallbladder, and it doesn't seem good, so he tells her to let him examine her a little. As Manhwa presses a point on her belly, her mother feels pain, and Manhwa realizes this region is her liver. Suddenly, Hwabun grabs Manhwa's hand and asks him what he is doing, but Manhwa tells him to let go of his arm because it is an important matter. When Hwabun asks what is important in this, Manhwa says that while he was at Siaju, not only did he read Chinese classics of Confucianism, but a lot of medical books too. Hwabun furiously asks if he is trying to be a physician after reading a few books and asks how dare he get cocky after only reading a few medical books without any experience. Meanwhile, Hwabok is listening to this, and suddenly, he says Wang told him something yesterday and asks Manhwa if it is true that he treated patients who were victims of bandits. Hwabok says he heard Manhwa treated someone who was almost dying with a stomach cut open, and its intestines out. Hwabun shockingly asks why Hwabok is making such jokes and how someone whose stomach is cut open can be treated. As Manhwa says he actually treated that patient, Hwabun gets shocked, but Manhwa says he hopes that guy can keep living. Hwabok asks what Manhwa means by hope and asks if Manhwa is saying that the guy can still die even though he has treated him. Manhwa says that the guy's condition was fatal, but a person was dying, so those who had learned medical arts just gave up. As Manhwa says, if there is even a little chance of living, he won't give up. Hwabok says his resolve is just like a physician's. Hwabok tells him to go and diagnose their mother, so he starts examining her again and asks where it hurts the most. His mother says it hurts, but it's beatable in every spot, so Wonhwa thinks it is not the stomach or liver. Wonhwa thinks her vital organs seem fine, but her eyes and skin are jaundiced, and if her upper stomach hurts, it surely is cholecystitis. As Wonhwa presses that point, his mother screams with pain, and he understands it is cholecystitis. Wonhwa can't imagine how much pain his mother was in for so many months and thinks if laparoscopy surgery was possible, he would have easily performed cholecystectomy, but it was not even dreamable in that era. Wonhwa's mother says she has been taking medicine prescribed by a physician, so she'll get well soon, and he shouldn't worry, but Wonhwa says this is not an illness that can be cured by medicine. Suddenly, knowledge about various herbal medicines starts popping into his head, but Wonhwa realizes this is not enough knowledge to save his mother right away. Wonhwa thinks there is some useful knowledge that can help, so he asks his brothers if they have a prescription from the physician. Hwabok searches for the prescription, and as he finds it, he gives it to Wonhwa. Hwabok says it is from a famous physician, but Wonhwa sees it has herbs like ginseng, velvet antler, dang wai, and licorice, which makes him wonder what kind of quack this is. Wonhwa says these herbal medicines won't have any effect because their mother is in pain because there is something hard inside her gallbladder. As Hwabok asks if there is a gallbladder stone and if he found that out after pressing her stomach, Wonhwa says that is right, and he is sure of it. Hwabok, while holding his head, says Wonhwa must not be joking about their mother's illness, so he has to believe him and asks what if they change their decoction. Wonhwa says he thinks using a purple daffodil or brewed corn beard is a way to help lower pain a little. Hwabok asks Wonhwa what he means by a little and asks if he is saying there is a much better way. Wonhwa says the best way would be to remove the stones from her gallbladder, but as Hwabok asks if that is possible, Wonhwa says it is possible, but he needs to cut his mother's stomach open. Wonhwa's brothers get shocked, and Hwabok asks what he just said. Wonhwa says that, far away over the Great Wall, the physicians of the West had to open their stomachs with a knife and remove the stone. Hwabok freaks out and asks if Wonhwa has gone mad, and how dare he say such a thing. Wonhwa realizes that in this area if he recommends a treatment that involves cutting people's stomachs open, they'll think it is complete nonsense. As Wonhwa looks at his mother, Jinsu's soul says that, as he has resurrected using Wonhwa's body, he'll make sure to save his mother. Wonhwa tells his brother that it doesn't really mean a person will die if he cuts their stomach open, but Hwabok furiously grabs his collar. Wonhwa says that removing the stones, closing the gallbladder up, and taking good care of it can make their mother healthy. Hwabok furiously asks how dare Wonhwa say such a thing, but Hwabok tells him to stop and says medical art from over the Great Wall sounds great. However, Hwabok says they still never heard of cutting a patient's stomach open, and he can't even imagine such a thing, but Wonhwa yells that if they just let their mother be like that, she'll die eventually. As Wonhwa asks if they are saying they are okay with that, Hwabok slaps him, tells him to watch his words, and asks how dare he say such a thing in front of their mother. Hwabok says she tells Hwabok to stop, but Hwabok says this brat keeps on saying nonsense. Suddenly, Wonhwa tries to punch Hwabok but only manages to scratch his face, and Hwabok asks if he has really gone mad. Hwabok says he really needs a beating to go back to normal and is about to slap him, but Hwabok stops them and asks what kind of rudeness this is in front of their mother. Hwabok apologizes to his elder brother and says Wonhwa is being rude. But Hwabok says even if the youngest was being too rude, as the older brother, Hwabok should have handled it quietly. Hwabok asks how Hwabok can hit Wonhwa in front of their mother, and their mother also says she is worried about Hwabok being so impatient. Their mother says Wonhwa must have a desire for her to get better and asks them if it is bad to say such a thing. Hwabok apologizes to his mother, and she also scolds Wonhwa that he shouldn't have swung his fist even if he got hit by his hyang. Wonhwa feels embarrassed, but his mother says they must try what he suggested for now and says brewed cornbread might have a better result than wasting expensive herbal medicine that isn't doing anything. The mother says they should try changing the decision, but Hwabok says if this is about money that they have to spend on her, then she doesn't need to worry. Their mother says it's not about that. Their mother says Wonhwa is sure about it, so she wants to trust him and tells them to leave for now because she needs to rest. While they are leaving, Wonhwa still thinks their mother needs surgery, but he doesn't have the tools right now, and if he lets her stay like that, bad things may happen. Wonhwa thinks that if he cannot convince his brothers, then he has to perform it secretly. Simultaneously, as Hwabok calls his name, he startles, but Hwabok apologizes for hitting him. Wanhua says it is okay and that he was talking too much without thinking enough. Hwabun, while laughing, says Wanhua's punch was quite aggressive a while ago, and he almost got hit by it. But Wanhua offers that they have a hand martial sparring. Hwabun is shocked, but Wanhua says if they keep it simple, it'll be boring, so the winner should be granted a wish. Wanhua starts stretching while Hwabok tells Hwabun to be easy on him and end it quickly. Hwabun laughs and asks if Wanhua is acting like this because of the last sparring they had before. Wanhua says he realized that he should learn martial arts, and Hwabun is the best gasu among the people he knows. Hwabun excitedly says they should start, and Wanhua says he is in good condition, so he can give it a try. Hwabun tells Wanhua to come at him and tells Hwabok to wait for a while he finishes it quickly. Meanwhile, Wanhua thinks the best attack is an ambush, so he rushes to attack his brother while he is talking to Hwabok, but Hwabun immediately kicks Wanhua down, which makes him wonder what just happened. Hwabun says if Wanhua was trying to catch him off guard, that was too easy, but Wanhua gets furious and thinks he'll definitely land a punch on him. After failing several times, Wanhua realizes he is no match for his brother, and his brother asks if he has given up now. Hwabun says he has won the bet, but Wanhua furiously says they are not done yet. As Hwabun tries to kick him again, Wanhua blocks the kick with his bare hands, twits his foot, and manages to slam his brother down. Wanhua is happy that he got the upper hand, but his brother grabs both hands, which shocks him, and kicks him away, making him moan in pain. Hwabun leaves and says he'll think about the wish and tell him later. After some while, Wanhua, while going back to his room, thinks he didn't expect his brother to push him away like that because it was painful. Wanhua wonders what his brother wishes, but while having lunch, he sees they don't have any protein again, so he wonders what he should do to help his family. Wanhua realizes there is no one working in the family, so he feels surgery is the most urgent, and for the surgical blade, he might get it from the smithy, or he can request to at least make a crappy imitation. Wanhua thinks he can find the blood type with a simple test, but the problem is how he can perform anesthesia. No matter how hard he thinks about it, he has no idea what herbal medicine can be used instead of the anesthetic. Wanhua gets frustrated because, in this era, it won't be easy to get needles thinner than their blood vessels, and he also needs someone to assist him because people get scared when he says he has to cut their stomachs. Wanhua thinks they have piles of problems, and for now, he has to see what he can do. Wanhua needs a scalpel, and he needs money for that. But while looking at the modern paper notes he has, he curses the angel or the system that sent him into this world and gave him this money when it asks if Jinsu needs anything, and he asks for some money. Suddenly, Wanhua gets an idea and immediately goes to his eldest brother for an allowance. After getting it, he goes to the market. Wanhua sees that the market is crowded, but he cannot see any dumpling stores, and he wonders if he is not in China. Wanhua asks a few shopkeepers about dumplings, but they say they have never heard of such a thing, which makes him wonder what is happening because dumplings are China's traditional food. Wanhua remembers that dumplings were first made as a tribute to the people who died in the war and realizes there are no dumplings in this world yet. Wanhua is sad because he wants to eat a little meat and because he has been eating vegetables since he came to this world. After a while, he goes to the clinic, and while going inside, he asks if anyone is there. For the knife, Wanhua requested it in the smithery on his way to the clinic, so now he needs something for the anesthesia. Wanhua needs a herbal medicine that paralyzes for a while and wears off, so the person in the clinic tells him that with a small amount of poison, the body can be anesthetized and wear off. But if it is not used carefully, it can get dangerous. The guy says they don't keep such poisonous weeds in their clinic, and when he asks why Wanhua needs it, Wanhua says he just needs a little bit of it. Suddenly, another guy there asks how much Wanhua can pay him if he gets him that weed. Wanhua thinks that if he knows the side effects and the right amount to be used, he has to get multiple herbal medicines and perform enough experiments. Wanhua thinks, for now, he has to lower the price as much as possible, first find out about that herbal medicine, and then decide if he'll get it by himself in the mountains or just buy more. Wanhua says he doesn't need a lot, but he needs different varieties, so if he can give him different types of poisonous weeds, he'll give 1 coin per 3 roots. The man says it is too low for him, so Wanhua says they can make it 1 coin for 2.5 roots. Wanhua says if it is more expensive than that, then he can get it himself, but that man agrees to bring the roots for him. The man says he'll go to the mountain tomorrow, so he'll bring it to him 2 days from now, and Wanhua says okay. After that, Wanhua decides to get alcohol from the tavern, but he plans to go there at night, and now the only problem left is rats for anesthetic experiments. While walking around the market, Wonhwa knew he was in the suburbs of Kyo County, which is a land suitable for farming. Wonhwa sees low-class people eating and sleeping in slums, and as he tries to recall his memory, he finds out that people who live there eat things such as rats, frogs, and snakes. Wonhwa can't breathe because of the smell there and thinks people will really starve to death in this place. Wonhwa thinks the environment here is worse than he imagined, and suddenly, he sees a group of people gathered there. Wonhwa passes through people to see what's happening there, and they tell him a guy fell from a tree while trying to pick some fruit. They say it looks like that guy has broken his leg, but they ask Wonhwa who he is, to which Wonhwa replies he is a physician who was passing by. As Wonhwa asks if he can have a look at the injury, they say he can, so Wonhwa checks that guy's leg. The guy yells in pain as Wonhwa touches it, which makes him realize the leg is actually broken, but he can't figure out the spot of the fracture. Wonhwa thinks that if the bone has caused a large tear on the ligaments and muscles, he would have to stitch it up, too, but he wonders if he can really treat this without any tools or technology. Wonhwa ties the wound to stop the bleeding and tells that man that he'll touch it a little. The guy tells him to go ahead, so Wonhwa starts examining it and feels the blood vessels are fine while the bone is broken, which seems like a serious problem. Wonhwa has no other choice, so he tells some people there to bring him some ice water and clean clothes, but they wonder how they could bring ice water because it is not winter. Wonhwa realizes there is no refrigerator in this world, and it is his fault for expecting so much, so he tells them to just bring some cold water. A kid asks if the well water will be okay. Wonhwa replies that it will be okay and also tells him to bring some wood to fix it on the injured guy's leg. The kid runs to get the things, and Wonhwa decides to open the wound and have a look at it because the bleeding has stopped. Wonhwa sees that the inside of the shin has swollen badly, so he can say the bone has torn the ligaments and muscles. Wonhwa guessed the part of the bone that was broken, but suddenly, he was shocked as a screen appeared in front of him that showed the part where the bone was broken. Wonhwa is shocked because it looks like there is an X-ray on that guy's bone, and he wonders if it is an illusion. Suddenly, the image starts disappearing, so he says he has to hurry and fix the bones. Wonhwa tells some people there to hold the man down so he won't move, and they start helping while Wonhwa fits the bones perfectly. Wonhwa thinks he has gained some ability after resurrection, but he thinks it could have been better. Suddenly, the kid brings the water and asks if his father is alright, to which Wonhwa replies he is fine, but he has lost consciousness because of the pain, and he'll wake up soon. Suddenly, Wonhwa takes out a needle and starts stitching the skin, which shocks the people there because it is an unusual sight for them. Meanwhile, Wonhwa thinks the torn ligament and muscle bother him, but this is the best he could do for now, and it went well even without a surgical needle. Wonhwa gets up, saying that until now, he has treated unconscious patients, but for future patients, he needs anesthesia. Meanwhile, the people ask if the bleeding stopped because he had stitched the skin, and they say this guy is like a divine doctor. Simultaneously, an old man there remembers that he broke his leg when he was a kid, and the bones were not fixed correctly. That's why he can't use one of his legs. The old man says this boy looks young, but he is really talented, and as other people ask what brought Wonhwa to their village, Wonhwa excitedly asks if he can buy some rats. As they confusedly ask what he will do with the rats and how many he wants, Wonhwa replies that he has something to do with them, and that he is planning to buy 20 of them. A guy says they cannot get that many rats right away, but it is possible and asks how much he'll pay. Suddenly, the kid says he'll get those rats for him, but he needs a discount on his father's treatment. Wonhwa asks the kid how long it'll take and says he has no plan to ask for payment anyway. The kid says it won't take that much longer, and he'll do that in 4 days, so Wonhwa says he'll come back after 4 days. Wonhwa explains to the kid to clean his father's stitches using hot and clean clothes and hard alcohol, and the kid says he'll try it. After that, Wonhwa leaves while telling the kid that his father will get well soon, and on his way back, he takes the knife from the smithy. Wonhwa sees that it is thicker than the surgical knife, but he can use it, and for the disinfectant, he goes to a hard liquor store. As he goes in, he wonders why there is no one there to greet a customer, and suddenly, he hears some voices. Meanwhile, a customer is making a fuss that the girl there is not treating him well, and the other staff members of the liquor store apologize to him. They say they can bring another girl to the customer if there is a problem, but that customer slaps that staff member and asks how dare a filth like him open his mouth in front of him. That guy Fury tries to take out the sword, but the other guy stops him, and this makes the customer more furious. The customer takes out a dagger and tries to stab that guy, but he dodges it, and it only scratches his face. The guy immediately takes out his sword, pushes that customer down, and puts the sword to his neck. The customer says how dare he do this and says he doesn't know who he is, but that guy tells the customer to get out. The customer furiously runs away, saying he'll get him back, but Manhwa, seeing this, thinks there is always a fight in the era of swords. Meanwhile, the other guy asks his subordinate if he is okay, to which that guy, while wiping his face, replies that it's fine and that it's not the first time. As that guy asks who Manhwa is, he replies he is a physician and asks if he can have a look at his wound. But that guy says he looks young, and it looks like he came for a drink. The guy tells Manhwa to go in and have his drink. But while that guy is leaving, Manhwa wonders if he is really okay because it seems his veins are cut. Suddenly, he tells a girl there that he'd like to buy hard liquor, and she tells him to go to the bar next door because they don't sell alcohol separately. Manhwa leaves, and after buying hard liquor from the bar, he thinks that if he keeps on buying, he might be able to get a discount. On his way back home, Manhwa hears some voices coming from the clinic and sees it's the guys from the liquor shop. Manhwa sees that the bleeding of the wounded is not stopping, and they are waiting for the physician to come and treat them. Manhwa thinks he should not get involved because he was rejected by them once, but as he turns to leave, the friend of the wounded hears the voice and asks if it is Physician Bong. The guy recognizes Manhwa and requests that he treat his brother Dongcheol. Manhwa is planning to leave, but he feels like he shouldn't do that. The guy says his brother won't stop bleeding and requests Manhwa to treat him, but Manhwa says he said he doesn't need him. The guy says he did say that, but the physician, Bong, left for another village. The guy tells Manhwa to take a look at his brother instead of Bong, but Manhwa says that is not a good idea, and a stranger treating a patient in the clinic when the owner is not there doesn't seem appropriate. The guy says he'll then take his brother outside, but Manhwa says he won't do that. Suddenly, that guy starts begging Manhwa and apologizes for being rude, but Manhwa asks if it'll be alright because he is still a young medical student. The guy says Manhwa is still better than them, so Manhwa says he'll treat them better, but he can't guarantee anything because it is too late. The guy takes Manhwa inside, but suddenly, Physician Bong arrives there running, and says he heard there was a patient. Manhwa wonders if he should now see how Physician Bong will treat the patient, and he keeps standing there. Bong, while seeing the wound, says it seems the thickest vein in the face got cut, and he has to apply acupuncture to stop the bleeding. Manhwa gets worried to hear this, but he watches everything carefully, and as he sees Bong apply the acupuncture pin, suddenly, the bleeding lessens. Manhwa realizes Bong stimulated the nerve to widen the muscle and put pressure on the blood vessel, but he realizes he didn't know this when he was a resident. Manhwa realizes acupuncture is also a great scientific medical art, but suddenly, as the patient's brother asks Bong if it is done, Bong says he did everything he could, and after 15 minutes, he'll take the needle out, so if the bleeding doesn't stop, he has no other way. The patient's brother asks if Bong is saying his brother can die, and he doesn't understand how that is possible because the bleeding has stopped. As Bong says, it is because of the needle, and the guy asks if they can leave the needle like that. Bong replies that if they do that, Dongcheol can become blind or dumb, and after hearing this, the guy's brother falls to the ground in shock. Meanwhile, Manhwa is worried because it is a temporary solution, and now they need to connect the blood vessels. Suddenly, Bong asks Manhwa who he is, to which he replies he is a student learning medical arts and says he has been reading medical books and practicing them sometimes. Bong thinks a young man like this boy can't do much, but suddenly, Manhwa asks if he can try to connect the blood vessels of that patient. Bong confusedly asks if he is saying he'll connect the blood vessels. Manhwa says that is right. Bong is amazed that Manhwa found out that the blood vessel is cut just by looking at the wound, and he says he can connect it. Bong thinks the patient has a low chance of survival, so he lets Manhwa give it a try. Manhwa tells Bong to put pressure on a spot on the patient's face, and suddenly, he takes out a needle for stitching, which startles Bong. Meanwhile, Manhwa thinks Dongcheol is not anesthetized, so he has to hurry. But suddenly Bong applies acupuncture to the patient's neck, which makes the patient relax, so Manhwa asks if he did that to relieve the pain. Bong says that is right and taunts Manhwa, who is a medical student but still doesn't know basic acupuncture. Manhwa agrees he doesn't know acupuncture yet, but he tells Bong to press a spot while he connects the severed vessel. Manhwa tells Bong to press a little harder while he stitches the cut, and then Manhwa tells Bong to take out the acupuncture needle because he is almost done. Bong is shocked to see a new medical art, and he thinks it is amazing, but more so, he thinks Manhwa seems used to it. Manhwa tells the patient's brother to feed him porridge for a few days and put alcohol on the wound every morning and evening. Manhwa says that 2 weeks later, they can take out the thread, and the brothers happily leave after thanking them. Meanwhile, Bong is still in shock because he thought Dongxiao would either become disabled or die. But he is seeing him walk away on his feet fine. Suddenly, Manhwa says if it is okay, he would like to learn acupuncture from him. But Bong says if he teaches him how to connect the vessels and stitch the skin, he'll teach him acupuncture. Manhwa laughs and says he'll look forward to learning from him, and Bong says he'll look forward to it too. On the other hand, Manhwa's brothers discuss that their mother's condition is better after they get her the tea Manhwa told them about. Wabok says Manhwa's prescription is better than that of the physicians. Wabon says now his brother must be able to concentrate on his studies, and his brother says he is a little relieved. But he is worried because Manhwa is not reading books nowadays, and he keeps asking for money to go out and do something. As Wabok tells Wabon to teach Manhwa swordsmanship since it is dangerous outside, suddenly Manhwa arrives there. As Wabon asks if Manhwa has just come back, Manhwa says he got a little late, but Wabon freaks out as he sees a blood stain on Manhwa's sleeve. As Wabon asks what it is, Manhwa says it's not his blood and he just treated someone whose face got cut. Manhwa's brother says now it looks like he is pretending to be a physician around and earning a reputation for becoming a physician in the royal court. Manhwa says there are people who earn a reputation with medical arts, even from great families, but says that is not the problem now, and he is planning to have an experiment for their mother's disease. Wabon says they didn't know Manhwa was doing that, and Wabok says the decision Manhwa suggested was effective, but he is not a physician, so it is not his business. However, Wabon says that their mother is getting better, so he trusts Manhwa, which makes Manhwa happy. Suddenly, Wabon says he'll teach him swordsmanship and tells him to follow him outside. As they go outside, Wabon gives him a safety vest to wear, but Manhwa thinks it's heavy and will make him slower, so he tells his brother to wear it too. Wabon laughs and asks if he'll be able to hit him, but then says he doesn't know if Manhwa learned any martial arts without letting him know. Wabon says if he gets hit, he'll wear one, but Manhwa tells him not to regret it later. Wabon throws a wooden sword at Manhwa and tells him to attack him first, so Manhwa thinks that, instead of swordsmanship, he should use the kendo that he learned in his past life. Manhwa rushes to hit his brother, but he hits him first and throws him down. Wabon asks why Manhwa swings it first and says his sword is slow, but Manhwa, while enduring the pain, wonders why his brother is so fast. Manhwa says he'll go again and thinks this time, instead of stabbing, he'll slash using fencing techniques. Manhwa tries to extend his arm as fast as possible, but his brother moves a little to dodge it and hits Manhwa down again with his sword. Wabon puts his sword on Manhwa's back and asks from whom he learns his martial arts in Siaju. Manhwa requests his brother one more time, but he says Manhwa is not good enough for sparring and tells him to follow him because he'll teach him the basics. Wabon asks if Manhwa can see the rock hanging on the branch and says he is going to try to stab that rock. Manhwa thinks it looks too easy and wonders if he is a joke to his brother. While Manhwa is walking towards the stone, his brother asks what he is doing there and tells him to come back and do it from the line he is drawing on the floor. First, Wabon demonstrates to Manhwa how to stab the stone, and he swiftly hits the stone in a split second, which amazes Manhwa. Wabon says now it is Manhwa's turn, but Manhwa starts moving his head, seeing the stone's movements, and when Wabon asks what he is doing, he replies he is waiting for it to stop. Wabon furiously asks if he has ever seen an enemy standing still and tells him to stab the moving stone. Manhwa tries to stab the moving stone, but he misses it again and again, and Wabon says that if he succeeds 3 times out of 10 consecutive attempts, he can stop and go back in. Manhwa starts trying to hit the stone, but he makes a hit only 3 times in 100 tries. Manhwa is extremely exhausted, and he wonders if he should give up on martial arts and focus on medical art. Suddenly, Manhwa gets up, thinking he can't die like last time, so he says this rock is nothing and starts practicing again. The night passes, and as Wabon arrives in the courtyard, he wonders if Manhwa succeeded in what he told him to do yesterday. Suddenly, Wabon sees a hole in the ground and wonders how long Manhwa has been trying to make a hole in the ground. Suddenly, Wabon sees 3 stones hanging from the branch and wonders if Manhwa is trying to hit 3 rocks all at once. On the other hand, Manhwa wakes up from sleep and is shocked to see his arm has muscles in one day, but it doesn't feel sore. Suddenly, Manhwa remembers he told Bong that he'll meet him today, and on the other hand, Bong, while holding a needle, is waiting for the head of the smithy. Bong knows the blood vessels of humans are thinner, but he can't even stitch a pig that has thicker blood vessels, so he thinks he has to get a few tens of pigs to get used to it. Suddenly, Manhwa arrives there, which startles Bong, but he immediately asks if Manhwa has eaten, to which he replies he has not eaten yet. Bong says they should go and eat first and take him for a meal, which includes meat dishes. Manhwa thanked him for the meal because this was the first time he had eaten meat after the resurrection. Suddenly, Bong takes out the needle to show Manhwa and asks him how it is. Manhwa was surprised and asked where he got that needle because it looked perfect, like a surgical needle. As Bong asks if it is not accurate, Manhwa says it is better than he thought and asks who made it, to which Bong replies it is from a smithy in Xiangcheng, where they make weapons for the soldiers, but he asked them for a favor to make it. Manhwa immediately draws Kelly a needle holder and retractor, but Bong asks what they are, and he replies that they are used for holding blood vessels, stitching, and spreading bones. Bong says these are too detailed to be manufactured, but Manhwa says if they can be imitated a little, they will be a great help in treating patients. As Manhwa finishes a meal, Bong shows him some of the pig's blood vessels he tried to stitch and asks how it is. Manhwa replies that he thinks the blood slipped a little, but he still did well. When Bong asks why the blood slipped, Manhwa explains to him that the flow of blood differs depending on the blood vessels. Manhwa says they first have to figure out the vessel's direction and then the direction in which the blood flows. Manhwa demonstrates it to Bong, and he understands it, but suddenly, a guy arrives there with a dummy. Manhwa excitedly wonders if it is time for him to learn acupuncture, and Bong tells him to take a look at the spots one by one. Bong shows him the wind point for headaches and the bend point for the movement of the large intestine. As Manhwa asks if all the points on the dummy are all the points, Bong says, as far as he knows, this is all, and it is said that only the physician in the royal court knows some other spots. While Manhwa thinks they have not found all the points, suddenly he gets knowledge about all the modern acupuncture points in his mind, and there is even an explanation written beside them. Manhwa feels he is seeing a book in front of him and wonders if this is also an ability he got after resurrection. Suddenly, Bong says these are enough explanations for the basics, but he sees Manhwa is lost in thought, so he bangs on the table, which scares Manhwa, and Bong asks him if he is listening to him. Manhwa says he is listening, but Bong furiously asks him to tell him what he just told him about the Sea of Vitality. Manhwa says the Sea of Vitality acupuncture points can be used for back pain, and suddenly, he sees an image of a skeleton with kidneys in it in front of his eyes. Manhwa gets the knowledge that if he puts the needle in that point, it stimulates the nerves that move the kidneys. Suddenly, Bong furiously asks what Manhwa is thinking about in the middle of answering and says it seems Manhwa is not ready to learn acupuncture from him. Manhwa says it is not like that, but Bong says he'll check if he is ready and tells him to bring him the book on all the acupuncture techniques from his room. After Manhwa brings him the books, Bong says he'll give him 4 days to memorize everything in them, and until then, he won't teach him acupuncture techniques. Bong says he'll be practicing how to stitch blood vessels during those 4 days and tells Manhwa to be careful while going back home. While going back, Manhwa sadly says why those things popped up while he was learning acupuncture and says he has to be careful from now on. Manhwa is getting late, so he rushes home, but as he reaches home, Hwaban asks where he has been running around. As Manhwa says he went out to meet physician Bong, Hwaban asks if he is planning to become a physician, to which he replies that he is right. Hwaban says he agrees with it, but Manhwa has to convince their mother, and Manhwa says he is determined to do so. Hwaban says that is good, but as he asks if Manhwa succeeded in what he told, Manhwa proudly says he succeeded 10 times. Hwaban is shocked, but Manhwa says he'll show him later after reading the books and runs to his room. While reading the books, Manhwa says it is different from the modern acupoints. Manhwa decides to compare the modern acupoints with the present ones, but others might see it, so he decides to use Hangul. After some while, it's dinner time, and as he goes for dinner, Hwabok asks him what he has been doing, to which he replies he was copying the acupuncture book that he borrowed from physician Bong. Hwabok asks if he is planning to become a physician, and Manhwa replies that he is right. But Hwabok furiously asks if Manhwa thinks they sent him to study abroad in Siaju just to make him a physician. Manhwa wonders what is wrong with becoming a doctor and furiously asks how his brother can say that when it is about treating and saving people. Hwabok says he is not saying that it is bad to treat people, but if he is from a great family, he should serve the emperor with the books and the pearls of wisdom of their ancestors. Manhwa furiously asks why Hwabok does that, takes the test, and passes it. Manhwa yells that his grandfather, father, and Hyung couldn't make it as civil servants because they lacked it. But his brother asks what he is saying, and it's not that. Manhwa says it is because they didn't bribe them and says Hyung is a talented man with a good heart, so even without giving bribes, he'll be able to work for the government. But he himself is neither that kind of person nor good enough for that role. Manhwa says that whatever his brother says, he'll definitely become a physician, treat the ill, and save the dying. Manhwa says he'll treat the people to have a better life, and then leaves without listening, while Hwabun tells him to stop. Hwabun goes after him and tells Manhwa that their elder brother also knows the truth, but Manhwa says he can't tell it. Manhwa says everything is complicated, but Hwabun tells him to sweat it out. Manhwa wonders what he is saying. Hwabun drags Manhwa to the backyard to check if he succeeded 10 times, and Manhwa shows him how he stabs the stones. Hwabun is amazed and says he thought Manhwa only had academic talent. Hwabun ties more rocks to the branch and says there will be 6 stones this time, so Manhwa should look carefully and not miss anything. Hwabun swiftly stabs all the rocks, and Manhwa claps to see this, but Hwabun says if he learns to do this, he won't be easily beaten even if he meets a group of bandits. Hwabun says he'll teach him how to block now and tells Manhwa to attack him. Manhwa runs to stab his brother, but he dodges all the attacks and blocks a stab. Suddenly, Manhwa tries to hit the blind spot, but Hwabun blocks. Manhwa was shocked that his brother blocked it, but his brother was sweating and looking at him carefully. Manhwa realizes he has to wait for an opening while keeping his distance, but suddenly, his brother stabs him, and he barely escapes and asks when his brother got there. Hwabun says his brother is amazing, but he lost to him and says he knows Manhwa tried to stab him a while ago after reading his movements. Hwabun says Manhwa is amazing, and Manhwa disappointedly says that if he is, then who blocked all his attacks? Manhwa says he has to go to the market tomorrow, so he has to stop now, and Hwabun says okay, but he'll make it more difficult for him next time. On the other hand, Bong goes to a smithy and asks the blacksmith if he is busy, but he asks Bong when he arrives, to which Bong replies he came a few moments ago. The blacksmith brings tea for him and asks him what brought him there. Bong says he wants to ask him if he can make something for him and shows him the sketch, but the blacksmith asks what those things are. Bong says these are tools for treating people, but the blacksmith worriedly asks if he uses these to treat people. Bong says he doesn't use them, but his students will be using them, and he is a great boy. The next morning, the guy whom Manhwa asked for medical herbs brings the herbs, and Manhwa, while checking them, says he remembers some knowledge about herbal medicines but not about poisonous weeds. As he asks that man to explain a little about the herbs he brought, the man explains to him and says he'll take 2 coins for all that. Manhwa thanked the boy for the effort, added a little, and gave him 5 coins. The man thanks him, and Manhwa says he'll come to him again when he needs more the next time. After those guys leave, Manhwa thinks these herbs are enough for the experiment, and he is excited to make anesthesia. After some while, Manhwa goes to the house of the guy who fell from the tree a few days ago, and the guy apologizes to him for making him come to such a place. Suddenly, Manhwa sees some rats in a cage there, which the injured man's kid catches for him. Then, he asks the guy how his leg is, and the man replies that it is okay now. Manhwa says he'll have a look at it and gets shocked to see it's full of pus because it wasn't disinfected with alcohol. Manhwa says he'll disinfect it, but as he takes out the alcohol, the man gets greedy to see the alchemy, and Manhwa asks if he likes alcohol. The man says he likes it, but he can't drink it because he doesn't have enough money. Manhwa says he'll use it to disinfect the wound and puts it on a cloth to clean the wound, but that man asks if he can drink the remaining alcohol. Manhwa says he can if he likes to, but then he has to cut the area below his knees. The man gets terrified and immediately says he doesn't need the alcohol. After that, Manhwa tries to feed the rats some medicine with chopsticks because he doesn't have a syringe, and that man asks him why he is trying to kill the rats using poison. Manhwa says he needs to test something, and he is looking for a herbal medicine that can make a person faint for a while. Manhwa asks that man if he knows someone who knows about poisonous weeds, to which that guy replies that he knows a little about poisonous weeds. Suddenly, the kid arrives, and Manhwa gives him the alcohol he needs to use as a disinfectant instead of water. The kid says this must be expensive, and as he asks what if his father drinks it, Manhwa says then he'll have to cut his father's leg, which scares that man, and he says he won't drink it. Manhwa asks the kid, Obo, if they should work together and asks the kid if there is an empty house nearby, to which the kid replies there is one and shows it to Manhwa. Obo, while taking Manhwa inside, says that a grandma and her granddaughters used to live there, but after her death, the granddaughters had to go to the brothel. Manhwa realizes everyone is having a hard time there, but then they begin the experiment. Manhwa asks the kid how he can feed poison-coated rice to the rats, but the kid asks if rats are so smart that they don't eat it. Manhwa says it is not that they are smart, but it must be their instinct that they won't eat it. The kid suggests they should push it further so that they don't throw it back. So Manhwa tells the kid to push it inside while he opens their mouth. Manhwa, while grabbing the rat, tells the kid to do it faster, and the kid feeds the rat 5 grains of rice as instructed by Manhwa. Suddenly, the rat faints, and the kid says it seems like it'll die, so Manhwa tells him to feed 4 grains this time. 3 rats die in this process, so Manhwa wonders if he should feed 2 grains. Suddenly, Manhwa tells Obo to stay there and check on them and how they die, but Obo says he has to work before sunrise tomorrow, so he has to sleep early. Manhwa gives Obo 5 coins for his work tomorrow, but the kid says it is too much. While leaving, Manhwa says it is his decision since he is the one giving, and then he goes back home. As he reaches home, Hwabun grabs him and says they have to sweat again, but Manhwa says he is a little tired. Hwabun says he is too young to be tired, and he takes him forcefully to practice. Hwabun asks if Manhwa remembers the blocking technique he taught him yesterday and tells him to try blocking his attack. Hwabun starts to run towards him, and Manhwa thinks he is too quick, but he tells himself to give it a try. Hwabun tries to stab with full strength, but Manhwa blocks it and pushes his brother backward. Hwabun shockingly asks how he did that, to which Manhwa replies he saw something coming at him and stopped it. Hwabun thinks this is absurd and says he never imagined Manhwa could block inner energy. As Manhwa asks if he used the technique that Gasu uses, Hwabun says it can also be called the inner Kai technique. Manhwa excitedly asks his brother to teach him that, but Hwabun says they'll talk about it later, and first, he has to train. Manhwa tells his brother to make a bet and says that if he blocks his brother's attack in 1 try, he has to teach him. Hwabun, while smiling, calls him an arrogant kid and hits him twice while he tries to block the attack. As Hwabun asks if he is already tired, Manhwa says he is being too hard on his younger brother. Hwabun thinks this kid is really something because he trained for years to do all that Manhwa learned in a few days. Hwabun says they'll stop for now and says he'll take Manhwa to the Hongseo Inn to buy him something delicious. Manhwa says he is tired and asks if he can stay, but Hwabun says he has never gone out with him after he came back from Seaju, so he should come faster as they are going. Manhwa follows his brother's command, and as they go out, Hwabun asks him what he wants to eat. Manhwa says he is fine with noodles, but his brother says he'll treat him with meat. He also buys him a drink, but warns him not to tell Hwabak Hyung about this. Manhwa pours his brother a drink and says they should have a toast for the first drink, but Hwabun thinks this kid has learned weird things from Seaju. Manhwa says he just wants to celebrate his first drink and teaches his brother to raise the glass and lightly bump it. Hwabun follows the instructions, and they have their first drink, but suddenly, they hear someone cursing, and Manhwa says he knew this would happen because it was too peaceful these days. While sitting, they notice that a guy is beating another man, accusing him of cheating on his woman. The victim protests, saying it is not like that. Seeing this, Manhwa thinks he hopes there will be no problem after being beaten like that. Watching a hard punch land on the man, he thinks that one looks dangerous, and with that, the man faints completely. The one who beats him tries to wake him up and asks with difficulty what is wrong with him. The onlookers in the inn murmur whether the man is dead and whether he has just been beaten to death. The girl cries for the victim, calling out to Sangdeok to wake up and questioning how he can just die like that. The culprit gets into trouble and runs away from the scene. Hwabun, seeing all this, says it's a mess and wonders if people can really die that easily. Manhwa moves closer, saying he thinks he has to check on him. He sits near Sangdeok and says he will take a look. After checking his pulse, he wonders why there is no breathing and no pulse, realizing that it is a cardiac arrest. The girl asks him if he is a physician. Manhwa replies that he is and says it looks like an emergency, so he will have to treat him. Hwabun asks what he is going to do, and Manhwa says they will see and begins by clearing the airway. He is now going to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. While doing CPR, he thinks that Sangdeok is still young, and this should be enough for him to wake up. He then grabs his nose and breathes into his mouth. Everyone watches in wonder. Hwabun says that the man is already dead and tells Manhwa to stop. Still trying, Manhwa insists that he will definitely save him. He then hit hard on his chest, and the man finally started breathing. Everyone is surprised to see it, realizing that Manhwa has really saved a dying man. Everyone cheers for Manhwa, saying he has saved a dying man. Manhwa signals that Sangdeok is alive now. Sangdeok sits up and asks the girl, Yeon, what happened and where the culprit, Jongpan, is. Yeon tells him that Jongpan ran away because he thought Sangdeok had died. Sangdeok looks surprised to hear this. Wonhwa says that if he had not helped, Sangdeok would have become a corpse, so he should stay calm and avoid moving. Sangdeok asks if Wonhwa really saved him and how. Wonhwa explains that he used CPR, which saves people who die of sudden shock. Sangdeok then feels a sharp headache and asks why it hurts so much. Wonhwa tells him that when the heart stops, the brain is affected first and that he might even die if he keeps moving, so he should just lie down. Sangdeok thanks him sincerely and says he would like to repay him. Wonhwa thinks to himself that being paid feels natural and, seeing the girl's appearance, guesses she has a lot of money, so he might as well accept it. He hesitantly says he will take just a little. Sangdeok gives him a silver coin and asks him to take it. Seeing the coin, Wonhwa thinks it's a bit too much and realizes he doesn't even have change. Sangdeok asks what he means by change and says he doesn't need to return anything because saving his life is worth much more than that. Wonhwa replies that if that's the case, then he is grateful to accept it. Just then, the culprit, Jongpan, arrives and shouts to Yeon that he has brought the physician. But seeing Sangdeok, he stops and asks if he didn't just die. Yeon, surprised, asks if Jongpan didn't run away but actually went to get a physician. Wonhwa tells Hwabun that they should leave now. Jongpan, confused, asks what happened, saying Sangdeok looks fine. Yeon tells him that Sangdeok actually died once. Sangdeok, frustrated, asks if he really looks fine. Yeon points toward Wonhwa and says that if it hadn't been for that physician, they would have had to clean up a corpse. Hwabun appreciates Wonhwa and says that it was really great, adding that he fully supports Wonhwa's decision to become a physician. Wonhwa replies that it was nothing, and that he just did what he had to do. Then Jongpan and the others come to him and thank him, introducing Jongpan as a member of the Song family industry and expressing gratitude for saving his friend. Wonhwa also introduces himself, saying he is Wonhwa from the HWA family. Songpan presents 2 silver coins as a token of gratitude. Wonhwa responds that he has already received payment from Sangdeok for the treatment. Songpan insists that Sangdeok's money is his own and that this payment is for fixing the mistake he himself made, asking Wonhwa to take it. Wonhwa accepts it gratefully, saying that if Songpan insists, he will take it. They then bow and say they will get going. After that, the physician brought by Sangpan asks Wonhwa who he is and how he managed to save the young man, stating that after checking the pulse, he is sure the man had died. Wonhwa says it is called CPR and thinks to himself how limited pulse checking can be. He explains that it is a medical art that restarts the heart and lungs using pressure. The physician asks where he learned such a technique. Wonhwa replies that he learned it while studying by himself. The physician is surprised to hear this and asks curiously if Wonhwa invented it, noting how young he looks. Wonhwa replies that it is more like he took notes from folk remedies and read various books. The physician then introduces himself as Seokbol, saying he lacks a lot in this area but is working as a physician. He praises Wonhwa, saying he is a great physician for performing such impressive medical arts at his age and that he has learned a lot from him today. He asks Wonhwa to teach him cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Wonhwa responds that it is a bit of a surprise to be asked such a thing. Seokbol offers to pay him, presenting 10 silver coins. Wonhwa thinks that he does need money, but doesn't feel comfortable getting paid for this and wonders if he should just teach him so that at least one more person can be saved. He then says it is okay and that he won't take the money. He tells Seokbol to come to Physician Bong's clinic tomorrow afternoon. Seokbol agrees and leaves. Wonhwa then sits at the dining table and says it is finally quiet. Hwabun, still surprised, says that Wonhwa is really his little brother, teaching physicians and that it is truly great. Wonhwa replies that, of course, he is his brother and suggests they have a drink. Then, they both clink their drinks together in a toast. The next day, while on his way to Obo's house, Wonhwa mutters to himself, wondering what might have happened to the rats he left with Obo. Upon entering the hut, he asks Obo's father how his leg is today and whether Obo has gone somewhere. Obo's father replies that Obo has gone to his workplace, saying he has something to explain about what happened. Wonhwa thinks that Obo is hardworking, even though he is young. Wonhwa then opens the bandage and says he will take a look at the leg first. Seeing the healing wound, he comments that it has been disinfected well. The father replies that he did it frequently and says Obo wanted him to tell Wonhwa something. The rat that ate 1 grain of rice died after about 6 hours. Wonhwa thinks it is a serious issue if even just 1 piece causes death. He then says he will visit again next time and takes his leave. Wonhwa goes to the hut where he placed the rats and, seeing a dead one, thinks he has to cut it in half, but he has too few specimens. He realizes he can't do much since only 1 out of 5 rats survived. Then Obo arrives and asks if Manhwa is there. He places a basket of grass on the table and informs him that the rat did not survive more than 6 hours. Manhwa says he has already heard that from Obo's father and agrees it is not going well. Manhwa then asks what kind of grass it is. Obo says it is called cannabis and explains that it is good for stomach aches when boiled and drunk, and clothes can be made from its stem. Manhwa, looking at it, wonders why he hadn't thought of it before. Holding a leaf, he realizes it is marijuana. He confirms to himself that this is definitely marijuana, surprised to see it directly. He notes that it has a high amount of tetrahydrocannabinol and, seeing its filamentous body, becomes sure of it. He thinks that with marijuana, he can create an anesthetic. He considers how effective it will be and then pours the liquid into a rat's mouth. The rat fainted immediately. Manhwa tickles the rat to check if it is still breathing. Obo, confused, asks what he is doing. Covering his mouth and holding the blades, Manhwa says it's time to begin. He opens the rat's stomach, and Obo wonders aloud if that is how rat intestines look. Manhwa explains that it is not much different from humans, only the size and length vary. He then stitches the stomach back and removes his mask, saying the suture is done. He states they have to wait for the rat to wake up. After 4 hours, the rat wakes up. Manhwa says that now he just has to repeat the process 10 times. Obo reacts in surprise, asking if it really needs to be done 10 times, and notes that they will need a lot of rats. Manhwa replies that he will definitely pay for every rat Obo catches. Then, a little girl, Minna, arrives and asks Manhwa if he is a physician. She starts crying and pleads with him to treat her mother, promising to do anything to make her better. She says she knows how to sew and wash clothes and begs him to please take a look at her mother. Obo tries to console her, saying he understands. Manhwa then politely asks Obo to please bring Minna's mother there. After that, Minna brings her mother there. Manhwa checks her pulse and says it is just a light cough, so there is nothing to worry about. He adds that no treatment or decoction is needed. He thinks to himself that she doesn't have an infection or fever, so it isn't pneumonia. It must be due to extreme weakness. Noticing her thin hand, he wonders what kind of hand becomes that thin. Her mother says she will definitely repay the fee someday. Manhwa responds that he has to give her a prescription. He hands her a silver coin and tells her to eat well for 2 months, that is the prescription. She replies that if he does this, she will feel very sorry. Manhwa says that if she is sorry, then she should get well soon. He adds that if she wants to pay it back, she can do so someday. Minna starts crying and thanks him with deep gratitude. As they leave, Obo tells Manhwa that he truly is a great physician. Manhwa replies that he just happened to be lucky enough to help them, but says that for Minna, it really was a great thing. Sitting down, Manhwa reflects that things can't always go on like this, as it is hard for both those who help and those who are helped. He adds that making people capable of living on their own is the most important thing, but admits it isn't an easy task during such difficult times. Obo says that if people work hard and put in effort, it might be possible. Manhwa replies that this isn't a problem that can be solved by hard work alone. Obo says that first, a world like that needs to be created, or at least a world without war. He admits he might sound foolish, but expresses hope that such a world will come true. He adds that if he becomes someone like Manhwa, and if more people like him exist, then the world will definitely change. Hearing this, Manhwa calls him an incurable dreamer and says he isn't such a great person. Still, he expresses hope that Obo's wish will come true, and that the world will change. He then asks Obo if he would like to work as his assistant. Obo, surprised, asks if he means it. As Manhwa begins to leave, he says it's okay if Obo doesn't want to. Obo quickly protests and says he'll do it. Manhwa then tells him they should go to the cannabis field. Obo mentions that it's a little far from there. Manhwa asks if he doesn't want to go, to which Obo, flustered, quickly says he's coming. Manhwa tells him that's his first task as an assistant. As Obo rushes and accidentally bumps into Manhwa, he says they should return before sunset. As they step out of the hut, many sick villagers gather around and ask Manhwa to examine them. One says their child has had diarrhea for 2 days, another asks him to look at their wife, and others plead for help. Manhwa then turns to Obo and tells him to get the patients inside. He begins checking them one by one. After attending to all the patients, Obo sighs and says it is done. He tells Manhwa that he really is amazing. Manhwa, sitting down, asks if that's so. Obo says it's the first time he has seen a physician like him, and the villagers must be truly thankful. Then he asks what Manhwa is doing. Manhwa turns and says the sun might be setting soon and asks where the cannabis field was again. Obo replies that it's too late now, as there might be wild animals. Manhwa then says they should at least go check where it is and come back. In the evening, Archmage informs the government official Incho that a boy has saved a man who had died. Incho laughs and says it sounds like a good story to hear while drinking. Archmage adds that more than 30 people witnessed the incident. While it could be a false rumor, there is a chance it's true. Incho remarks that this must be the reason Archmage has been running around lately. Taking a sip, he asks if the great physician has been found. Archmage replies that, based on rumors, the person is just a boy barely over 20. Incho responds that if that's true, the boy must be an old immortal disguised as a youth. The next day, at Physician Bong's clinic, Manhwa demonstrates how to suture blood vessels and perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. He tells Physician Seokpul and Bong that he plans to teach them both. They are excited and hand him some gold and silver coins, saying this is their sincere payment and that it is only right to offer compensation. Just then, a servant enters and announces that a military officer from the prefectural office has arrived. Manhwa asks what a military officer is doing there. The officer enters and tells Physician Bong that they need the help of physicians, explaining that many soldiers have been injured in a fight with mountain bandits and are currently dying. This is an emergency, and they must hurry. Manhwa thinks about the bandits again and sees the situation as serious. Bong agrees and says they must leave at once. Manhwa expresses his wish to go along as well. Seokpul thinks that if Physician Hwa accompanies them, they will be able to witness his medical arts firsthand. Later, in Maesok Valley, the military officer guides them, pointing out the location. As Manhwa walks past the injured, he observes the surroundings and thinks that none of the people he sees appear seriously injured. Most have only small injuries and light bone fractures. Then, from inside a tent, he hears desperate voices pleading for help. Entering the tent and seeing those who are severely wounded, he thinks that his earlier assumption might be correct. They have gathered the ones who are likely to die. Physician Bong enters the tent and tells Manhwa that they will treat those patients later. Seokpul agrees, saying it would be better to check on the others first. But Manhwa insists that they must prioritize the urgent cases. Seokpul replies that there is nothing that can be done here, explaining that there's a reason those patients have been gathered in that tent. Just then, a severely injured man grabs Manhwa's leg and pleads with him to save him. As Manhwa examines the wound, he thinks it is a stab wound rather than a penetrating one. Without additional information, he worries that cutting open the abdomen might cause more harm than good. He kneels beside the man and weighs the risk, realizing that if he focuses on this patient, he might lose the chance to help others. He thinks that if only he could use his clairvoyance at will. Closing his eyes, he attempts to scan the man's body, and to his surprise, it works. He confirms that the organs are unharmed, but the small intestine is cut. With no other option, he decides to open the patient's stomach. As the man continues pleading to live, Manhwa grabs his hand and assures him that he will save him. He places the patient on a table, checks his pulse, and confirms that his breathing and pulse are stable. He observes that the anesthesia is effective and announces that he will now open the patient's stomach. Both Seokpul and Bong are surprised to hear this. Manhwa takes a blade and begins the operation without hesitation. Seokpul and Bong are amazed at his decisiveness. Inside the stomach, Manhwa locates the arrowhead and removes it. He announces that the foreign object has been taken out and proceeds to suture the small intestine. Seokpul, astonished, asks how he plans to do that. Manhwa instructs Seokpul to help separate the abdomen, pointing out where to do it. He also asks Physician Bong to soak up the blood using a cloth. They both cover their faces and assist as instructed. Manhwa, focused and determined, is intent on saving the man. Together, they perform the operation. After successfully suturing the intestine, Manhwa stitches the stomach closed. Seokpul is amazed, thinking that he was already surprised when Manhwa connected blood vessels, and now he has even managed the small intestine. Physician Bong also wonders if this is truly the work of human medical skill. Manhwa tells them to finish up and close the incision. He then removes his mask, exhales deeply, and announces that the surgery is over. While washing his hands, he tells Bong and Seokpul that it was easy and thanks them for their help. Seokpul mutters to himself, surprised by Manhwa's confidence even after performing such an extraordinary procedure. Bong also mutters, wishing to learn such medical art. Both of them silently resolve to master that technique, even if it might cost them 10,000 gold. Manhwa then says they should go save more lives. At night, Incho travels with his army, carrying the injured troop leader Lim. While on the way, he thinks to himself that he hadn't expected someone as capable as Leader Lim to be hurt by mere bandits. He worries that this is bad. Leader Lim still has many responsibilities ahead. Looking at his condition, he thinks it might be too late, and saving him could be difficult. Upon reaching Maesok Valley, Incho questions the military officer, asking what's going on. He shouts, furious that in the middle of battle, they seem to be standing around, accusing them of having lost their minds. One officer steps forward and greets him, explaining that it's not what it seems. They are watching the physicians. He says that the young physician who arrived earlier has been saving a soldier who nearly died from an arrow wound, and he's now doing it for the 4th time. Incho asks which young physician he's referring to. He recalls the earlier conversation with his servant about a boy who saved a man believed to be dead. He wonders if this is the same physician, and if so, then perhaps he might even be able to save Leader Lim. Without hesitation, Incho orders his soldiers to bring Leader Lim into the tent immediately. The soldiers respond and carry the leader inside, telling the physicians that the case is urgent and asking them to hurry. General Incho shouts inside the tent, asking if anyone is there and if the physician is present. Manhwa notices him and mutters to himself, wondering why the general is there. Bong and Seokpul rush to greet Incho, saying that he has arrived. Manhwa thinks to himself that the man is the great minister of war, Incho, and wonders if he is truly that Incho. Manhwa then introduces himself, saying he is from the Hua family. Incho looks at him and thinks how young he is, wondering if he is really the physician people talk about. Incho says he has heard that Manhwa's medical skills are excellent. He then points to Leader Lim and asks if Manhwa can save him. Manhwa responds that he will first check on the wounds. While observing them, he thinks there is a deep cut on the thigh, and although the rectus femoris is damaged, the blood vessels are intact. He concludes that stopping the bleeding should prevent the situation from becoming dangerous. Incho again asks if Manhwa can save him. Manhwa replies that while the wound appears critical, there is still hope. Incho confirms again, asking if it is true that he can save him, and Manhwa affirms that he can. Incho tells him to begin treatment quickly. Manhwa turns to the other patients and says that Leader Lim will have to wait his turn, as there are others who need attention. Incho grabs him from behind and questions what he means by treating Lim later, insisting that he must be treated right away. Manhwa explains that even without immediate treatment, Lim won't die, but if he treats him first, other patients might. He then asks Incho if he, as lieutenant, will choose which subordinate to let die. Manhwa walks forward and tells him that if he doesn't make the choice, he should stop interfering and leave the tent so that as many lives as possible can be saved. Just then, a soldier informs Incho that bandits have appeared again in the village and are taking young girls alive. Incho rushes out, telling Manhwa that he is leaving the place in his hands and urging him to save as many people as possible. Manhwa agrees while putting on his mask. Seokpul asks Manhwa what he just did to the lieutenant, questioning if he realizes he could be killed for that. Manhwa replies that he did it because he couldn't stand to see the patients die without being treated properly. Bong tells Manhwa that he may not be aware, but the lieutenant's father is one of the generals and not someone people like them can treat in such a way. Frustrated, Manhwa asks them if any of them want to get kicked out of the tent. Meanwhile, Incho instructs the soldiers that some bandits are fleeing and orders them to chase them down. A soldier then informs him that the troop that captured the remaining bandits has successfully returned. Incho tells them to hurry, or else they will be returning before sunrise. He then feels pain from his wound. An officer asks if he is all right, and Incho responds that he is fine and it's nothing. He thinks to himself that he didn't expect the bandits to set up booby traps and that he should have been more careful. He reassures himself that it's just a light wound and shouldn't cause much trouble. He then leads the army, telling them to return. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Manhwa continues treating patients and asks for the next one. A soldier informs him that there are no critically ill patients left. Seokpul and Bong exhale deeply and say that they've treated so many patients that they have lost count. Manhwa then asks what they are doing and reminds them they now have to check on the patients outside. At the same time, Incho is getting his bandage checked, and Aujasi tells him that the treatment is done for now. Although the wound is not deep, the Aujasi advises caution since it was caused by metal. Incho thanks the Aujasi and tells him he may leave. He thinks to himself that it's just a small wound and reassures himself that it should be okay. Meanwhile, Manhwa worries internally that even if he doesn't get arsenic poisoning, tetanus remains a serious concern. He thinks that if only penicillin were available, the problem could be easily solved. But in this era, that's just a dream. He resolves to use blue mold, which is its base ingredient. He then draws the patient's attention and tells them that anyone who was cut, stabbed, or injured by metal should listen carefully because they may be at risk for metallic poisoning. The patients, alarmed, ask if he just said metallic poison and wonder aloud if it means they'll have to cut off parts of their body. Manhwa tells them that's exactly why they need to prevent it. He thinks to himself that many foods develop blue mold, but if handled incorrectly, it can be dangerous, so he decides to use the safest kind. He instructs them to use molded horse breast milk, saying they should close their eyes and drink 1 bowl with blue mold once a day. The patients murmur among themselves, worried that drinking spoiled horse milk will give them a stomachache. Manhwa tells them that if they don't listen and their limbs begin to rot, he will cut them off himself. Frightened, they quickly agree to drink it. Manhwa tells them to trust him and try it once a day, assuring them it is effective against tetanus. Incho, overhearing everything while standing outside, enters and asks Manhwa if what he just said is true. Manhwa replies that it is true and that it can somehow help prevent tetanus. Incho then asks Physician Bong if what Manhwa says is accurate. Bong responds that he does not know exactly, but based on what Physician Hua is capable of, he believes it is effective. Incho then questions whether drinking spoiled food would upset their stomachs. He points out that even if it is effective against tetanus, it could be problematic if it causes other illnesses and demands a certain answer. Manhwa explains that tetanus is not a disease that can be easily treated. He says he cannot guarantee that drinking horse milk will absolutely prevent tetanus, but if it increases a patient's chance of survival even slightly, then he will not hesitate to prescribe spoiled horse milk. He would even prescribe poison if necessary. Incho squeezes his eyes shut and says he understands, then turns to leave. Manhwa thinks that he has seen people who acted similarly before and wonders if Incho might be one of them. He then asks Incho if he, perhaps, has been affected by metallic poisoning. Manhwa then asks Incho to have a conversation with him. He thinks that even in his past life, he has seen patients who try to hide their disease, either because it is embarrassing or because they want to hide the identity of the person affected. In this case, he believes it is the latter. He then asks Incho if there is someone around him who has tetanus. Incho takes a deep breath and reveals that his older brother got sick with metal poisoning a few days ago, and the physicians said they would have to cut off his ankle. Manhwa thinks that cutting just the ankle will not be effective, and since it is the last option, they should consider cutting further up before it becomes more dangerous. He then tells Incho that cutting the ankle won't be enough and that they should consider cutting up to the knees. Incho becomes frustrated, punches a wooden fence, breaks it, and shouts for Manhwa to stop. He says Manhwa may know a lot about tetanus, but the best physician in the region is treating his son and tells Manhwa to stop judging too quickly. Manhwa replies that he is not being rash, but Incho interrupts him and tells him to go and just do his job. Manhwa then angrily leaves. Incho then goes to the tent where all the seriously injured are kept. As he enters, he notices that all the injured have been successfully treated. He wonders if Manhwa really saved that many people. Even though he is young, he clearly has the skills. He then sees troop leader Wu and wonders how he is alive since he was sure he saw his stomach get cut. He is amazed that Manhwa saved such a man. Leader Wu notices him, tries to sit up, and says that he is here. Incho tells him to lie down, reminding him that he almost just died. Leader Wu responds that he thought so, too, but he is alive. Incho then asks a soldier if Physician Hwa saved him. The soldier confirms it, saying that men who were cut by swords, shot by arrows, stabbed by spears, and even the patient whose stomach burst have all been saved by him. Incho thinks that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought an immortal performed the miracles. He acknowledges that Manhwa is much better than he expected and wonders if this is not an unimaginable medical art. He begins to consider that maybe Manhwa might be able to treat his older brother, too. After a few days, in a slum area, Manhwa inserts the mold from the herbal medicine into cheese. He hopes for the cheese to become moldy. As he slices the cheese in half, he happily exclaims that it has molded inside. Obo asks Manhwa why he lets such rare cheese get moldy. Manhwa replies that it is because this mold will be saving people. He says that if it is refined and collected, it will definitely be able to fight gram-positive bacteria. But he adds that if the patient refuses to be treated, there is nothing he can do. Meanwhile, Incho's older brother screams in pain. Incho, watching him drink milk, thinks that after he gave him spoiled horse milk, his condition wasn't that bad for a few days, but it doesn't seem to be curing him completely. Their mother orders someone to bring Physician Song inside. Incho says that Physician Song has no skill to treat him. His mother argues that Song made him feel better than anyone else and asks how she could trust other infamous physicians. Incho thinks that there are no other physicians left on Choyon's land who can cure him. But if it's that guy, maybe there's hope. He then tells his mother that he knows someone who can cure tetanus. His mother, concerned, asks if it's really true and where the physician is. Incho tells her he is in Choyon. She quickly shouts for the servants to prepare the horse and instructs them to treat the guest politely, as he is an important person. Meanwhile, military official Ajasi approaches Manhwa, who is busy doing something, and says in a rush that Lieutenant Incho's older brother is critically ill and pleads for him to hurry. Manhwa rushes to prepare, saying he just needs to grab one thing. He brings a flask and notes that it's good that the penicillin has managed to gather a little. He then quickly gets on horseback with Ajasi, thinking that it's already been 10 days since he heard the ankle was cut, and hopes there is still enough time left. Incho welcomes him and tells him to come in quickly. Manhwa notices his limp and wonders if perhaps he got injured, but assumes he might have just tripped and decides not to judge too quickly. Incho enters the room and tells his mother he brought the physician. She tells them to take him inside and remarks that he must be tired from coming this far. She then asks where the physician is, insisting that she told them to bring him. Incho points at Manhwa and says that this boy is the physician he is talking about. She reacts angrily, asking if he really intends to put his older brother's life in this boy's hands. Incho explains that although Manhwa is young, he is a great physician, and that he personally saw him saving soldiers who had no chance of surviving. She replies that she won't say much more since Manhwa came all this way, but she cannot let someone who isn't even 20 years old handle her son. Manhwa thinks that her reaction is normal. She then says that medical arts are all about experience, so they should just let Choyon's best physician, Song, continue and observe for now. Manhwa politely says he will be returning. Suddenly, Incho's brother's condition deteriorates, and he screams in pain. As Incho and his mother rush to him, Manhwa stands behind, thinking that it's already too late, and leaves. Later, Ajasi drops Manhwa at his house and apologizes. Manhwa replies that it's not something he should apologize for. Ajasi says Madam used to be kind and wise, but she became sensitive after her son's condition worsened. Manhwa thinks that, as a parent in such a situation, that reaction is normal. He then says that what bothers him more is that the older brother probably wouldn't last more than a few days. Ajasi flinches and says that if the condition is so critical, then Manhwa could. Manhwa interrupts and says not just him, but even if anyone else came, it would be difficult. He then mentions that it seemed like Incho was limping and asks if he was stabbed by iron. Ajasi says that, as far as he knows, Incho was injured by a booby trap made of iron, but it wasn't a serious wound. Manhwa thinks that he is right and asks Ajasi to make sure that a physician checks Incho for tetanus. A few days later, Manhwa checks on the patients and encourages them about their recovery. He then scolds physician Bong, muttering why he would be catching a pig in such a place. Approaching Bong outside, he politely asks if it looks like he's working really hard. Bong, while suturing the pig, says that since he's trying to learn more about medicine, it's natural to work hard. Manhwa asks if he really has to do it there. Bong mocks him, saying that a certain person isn't teaching him and his skills aren't improving, which is why he's doing this. Manhwa suggests that if that's the case, ask that specific person to show a demonstration. Bong replies that the pig will die anyway, and that if he performs the suture there, the poor villagers might at least get to eat. Manhwa comments that if the suture is done too close, it will rip easily. He then demonstrates, saying that if it's stitched loosely like that, it will tear. Bong asks if that wasn't too fast. Manhwa says that accuracy matters more than speed, and speed can come later. Bong then asks if the pig would die if the suture is done too slowly. Manhwa replies that it's only because the stitching was messed up. After a while, Bong manages to perform the suture and says he did it, it's a success, and he is almost there, but the pig dies. Manhwa comments that it's unfortunate because he could have saved it. Meanwhile, at the governor's house, Incho shouts at physician Song, asking if he didn't say he could save him. Song replies that he did his best. Incho yells, asking if he is serious in such a situation, and mocks him for being Choyon's best physician. Physician Song says the disease was simply too severe, and not even the medicine god could have saved him. Incho's mother yells at them to shut their mouths and tells them both to get out. They leave the room, and she stands there crying alone. Incho punches the pillar, blaming himself and saying he should have pushed harder. He hits his head in frustration. In the afternoon, the villagers gather at Manhwa's place, enjoying pig meat. Manhwa also eats when a villager, along with an injured man, approaches him and asks if he can take a look at the man. While searching for medicinal herbs, the man accidentally stepped on an iron spike. Inside the hut, Bong observes the wound and says that no matter how he looks at it, it seems like tetanus. The injured man, frightened, asks if he just said tetanus and whether that means he's going to die. Bong replies that first, the pus needs to be removed, and if the condition doesn't improve, he'll have to cut the ankle. Manhwa interrupts, saying there's no need to cut it, as it's still in the early stages and the man will be fine. He offers to treat it himself. 4 days later, Manhwa checks the patient's foot and says that it has gotten much better. Physician Bong, watching this, wonders in disbelief what kind of miracle he's witnessing. He can't believe the swelling has gone down in just 4 days and questions what kind of treatment Manhwa used. He decides he needs to keep an eye on how Manhwa handles the treatment. As Manhwa disinfects the foot and prepares for further treatment, Bong gets ready to observe, but Manhwa sends him outside and closes the door. Bong protests, knocking, pleading with Manhwa to open the door. He says he wants to learn the treatment method, too, and offers to pay, asking how much money Manhwa wants. He begs to be accepted as a disciple. Just then, Ajasi arrives and, visibly troubled, tells Physician Bong that there is a problem. Officer Incho has fallen, and Madam has requested Bong to come personally and examine him. He urges Bong to come quickly. Hearing this, Manhwa realizes what's going on and thinks that, as expected, it's tetanus. Meanwhile, Physician Bong examines Incho's foot and confirms his suspicion. Incho's mother anxiously asks what disease it is and whether he knows. Bong says he's not sure yet, but Incho interrupts, saying that it's likely tetanus, as Physician Hawa had warned him earlier. Upon hearing this, his mother faints. Incho quickly leans toward her, and Bong, also concerned, shouts for help, calling out to anyone outside that Madam has fainted. Bong checks her pulse and says that, except for being a little shocked, there is no other problem. Incho says that's good and asks Physician Bong for a favor. He explains that his older brother Seong died even after his foot was amputated, but he can't afford to die the same way. He requests that, before it's too late, Bong should ask Physician Hawa to amputate his foot. He says that while his life as a general would end, he could still live as a son. As Lieutenant Incho, he asks this as his final request. Bong replies that he's sorry, but they can't do that. Incho asks if that means he doesn't stand a chance. Bong says it's not like that right now. Physician Hawa is treating tetanus patients without cutting off their feet. Hearing this, Incho's mother starts crying and asks if that's really true. Meanwhile, Ajasi approaches Manhwa and tells him that he needs to return. Manhwa asks if Lieutenant Incho is still conscious, and when Ajasi confirms, Manhwa takes his bag and walks with him. At the same time, Incho's mother, still crying, blames herself and says it was her fault for mistreating and kicking Manhwa out. Incho holds her hand and assures her that it will be fine, saying that for Manhwa, patients are always the priority. Then Incho's father, Chicho, enters the room angrily and asks if Incho is alright. He scolds him for sitting instead of lying down and tells him to get ready quickly because they've found a great physician in Nakyang. His wife pleads with him, saying that a really good physician is already on the way and that they should let him take a look first. Chicho gets frustrated and says that the same people let Seong die, and if he caught any one of them, they wouldn't die peacefully. He also says he heard they brought in a kid who smelled like spoiled breast milk and threatened to beat him. Just then, Manhwa arrives, and Chicho turns around in frustration, shouting that no one can enter now, and also tells Incho to get ready to leave immediately. But then, Incho's mother notices the locked door and gets an idea. She suddenly pushes Chicho into the storeroom, and he falls, asking in shock what she's doing. She locks the door, and Chicho bangs on the door, asking what she's doing. Incho, confused, also wonders what she's up to. Then Manhwa enters the room, and Incho notices his presence. Seeing him, Incho's mother starts crying, bows, and begs him to save her son. Manhwa takes her hands gently and tells her not to worry. After a while, she unlocks the door. Chicho angrily asks what the meaning of this is. She politely replies that she has found a physician who can treat tetanus. Chicho, shocked, shouts that he had already said they found a physician in Nakyang. She says that because of her foolishness, Seong died, but she won't let Incho die like that. Meanwhile, Manhwa brings Incho to his hut. While observing his feet, he says it is strange if the condition is this bad. The muscles should already be stiff. He asks to touch it a little. When he does, Incho says it hurts. Manhwa scolds him, saying that it doesn't look like the face of someone in pain, and adds that Incho is extraordinary, as others wouldn't even be able to speak in this state. Incho explains that he is circulating his inner energy. Manhwa, surprised, asks if he also learns inner Kai techniques. Incho, screaming in pain, replies that he only learns a little. Manhwa thinks that Incho must have learned inner energy from his brother, or perhaps all generals of the three kingdoms do. Incho then asks if Manhwa can really fix it. Manhwa assures him that he can and says he can return to how things were before. He hands Incho a flask and tells him to drink it all. Incho looks at the bottle and asks what it is. Manhwa tells him to think of it as strong liquor that will help lessen the pain. Incho teasingly asks if Manhwa thinks one bottle of alcohol will knock him out. Then, after opening the lid and drinking it, Incho faints, saying that he endures it through his talent. Manhwa then puts on his mask to begin treating Incho. After a while, Incho opens his eyes and notices that his leg. Manhwa remarks that he woke up earlier than expected. Incho asks if the treatment is finished, to which Manhwa replies that all the basic procedures are done. However, he mentions that it is unfortunate trismus has also begun, and says it is only a matter of time before Incho's entire body becomes stiff. Manhwa worries that he must administer a large quantity of antibiotics, but that would be difficult without using intravenous methods. He notes that intravenous treatment is the best option and realizes he must first solve the issue of the syringe needle. He then asks Incho if he knows any highly skilled blacksmiths. Incho replies that in this county, Pyeongchang is the best blacksmith. Manhwa also recalls the blacksmith and quickly sketches the syringe structure. He shows the drawing to Incho, stating that something like this must be made urgently within the day. Incho then calls for soldier Hwang and orders him to deliver the sketch to the blacksmith and tells him it must be made by the end of the day. Hwang agrees and takes the sketch. Incho expresses confidence that if it's Pyeongchang, he will definitely be able to make it. Manhwa thinks that everything will be good if he can just get that made. On the other hand, soldier Hwang shows the sketch to the blacksmith, who says that it appears to be a needle that is hollow inside and comments that making such a thing will be difficult. He asks where it is used. Hwang explains that it will be used to treat Lieutenant Incho's injury. Blacksmith Pyeongchang asks if Incho got hurt somewhere. Hwang tells him that during the recent fight with the bandits, Incho's wound became infected and developed into tetanus. Pyeongchang remarks that even Incho's older brother died from the same illness. Hwang reassures him not to worry and says the lieutenant will be fine because a great physician named Manhwa is treating him right now, so he urges the blacksmith to make the item within the day. Meanwhile, Manhwa, seeing the stiffness in Incho's feet, thinks that the situation is getting worse too quickly. The stiffness began as soon as Incho stopped circulating his inner energy. Manhwa realizes that it would have been better if he had a syringe needle, but now there's no time left to wait. Just then, Obo rushes in and tells him that he has brought Physician Bong and Seokpul. Manhwa asks if they're ready and then places the blade on Incho's foot, saying he will begin the operation as he cuts into the foot, and blood splatters around. The two physicians hesitate for a moment, but Manhwa firmly instructs them not to take their eyes off the patient. They must remove the pus and grotesque tissue. The physicians silently wonder how Manhwa remains so composed even as blood splashes everywhere. While working, Manhwa explains that the infection is spreading fast, the abscess has already formed, and the grotesque skin is also advancing. He admits that there is a way to do this without a syringe needle, though it's ridiculous. Still, it's his only option. He decides to squeeze the medicine directly into the vein. He plans to block the blood flow first and then make a small hole just large enough to insert a pig's blood vein, letting the penicillin drip in slowly and steadily. Seokpul quietly mutters whether such a treatment even exists, and Bong wonders if this kind of medical art is real. Then, Manhwa notices that Incho's condition is deteriorating rapidly. He questions whether this small amount of medication could be causing a shock, or if Incho's muscles and seizures have worsened that severely. Seeing Incho's body moving upward, Seokpul begins giving him CPR and tells Physician Bong to hurry. They both hold his body down and tell Manhwa that they will restrain him so Manhwa should continue the treatment. Manhwa expresses his gratitude to them. After some time, Incho opens his eyes and notices Manhwa speaking with a patient whose foot is affected by tetanus. Manhwa says that the result is very good and that the patient probably doesn't need to return. He adds that after 5 days, the patient should be able to move as before. The patient bows and says he thought he was going to die from tetanus and thanks Manhwa deeply. Manhwa replies that it is nothing. The patient offers him some money, saying he doesn't have much but wants Manhwa to take it. Manhwa refuses and reminds him that they already agreed that the patient would occasionally bring herbal medicine. The patient insists that it's not enough because Manhwa has saved an entire family. Manhwa says he has no intention of taking money meant to feed families. He then tells Obo that the patient will be heading home now, and Obo accompanies him. Manhwa then notices that Incho is awake. He says the timing is good because he has some good news, there is no need to cut off the leg, and he has kept his promise. Incho thanks him and asks when he will fully recover. Manhwa replies that if Incho had sought treatment earlier instead of enduring it like a stubborn bear, he would have recovered sooner. But since someone missed the right timing because of pride and came prepared to lose a foot, it has taken longer. Still, Manhwa points out that taking a little longer is far better than cutting off the ankle. He adds that this is why he told Incho to come sooner, asking if he is wrong. The patient brings the herbs and tells Manhwa that he has only picked the good ones. Manhwa thanks him, and the patient says he will be leaving. As Manhwa empties the basket, he finds money hidden inside. The patient runs off, and Manhwa tells Obo to catch him. While chasing, Manhwa asks how he dares to sneak money in. The patient, still running, says to please take it. Obo comments that the patient is running around well now that his foot is healed. Manhwa replies that if he does this one more time, they should tell him he will be paid for getting herbs. As Manhwa washes his hands, Incho asks him why he doesn't take payment for treatment, pointing out that he, too, needs money to survive and help others. Manhwa responds that he does take payment. When Incho questions if that is really enough, Manhwa says it is. It's already more than enough for him. He adds that it's absurd not to be able to get treated just because someone has no money. Chicho, Incho's father, overhears the conversation outside the hut, thinks for a while, and then walks away without entering. His wife sees him and asks if he has come back. Chicho gets on his horse and says they should just wait a little longer. A few days later, Manhwa examines Incho's foot and says it has healed a lot, and he should be able to return home soon. Incho asks what would have happened if Manhwa had treated his brother. Manhwa answers that he doesn't know either. Physicians treat, but it depends on the patient whether they recover. He tells Incho to just focus on recovering and reminds him of his promise to his mother that he would live to grow old. Incho says he feels embarrassed to face Manhwa. Manhwa then says that's why he wants to talk about settling the treatment expenses, and he presents his demand. Incho, troubled, asks if Manhwa wants him to teach inner energy and questions why he would ask that when he already knows what it is. Manhwa says he doesn't know. Incho explains that inner energy is their family's secret technique and can't be taught to outsiders, then asks why Manhwa wants to learn it as a physician. Manhwa explains that he almost died once after being stabbed twice and thought he didn't want to die in vain, that he should save as many people as he could. Incho reflects that with just one move, Manhwa might save countless lives in the future, and that he himself might need Manhwa again someday. He tells Manhwa that he is talented and knows how to justify things well. Since it is a family secret, Incho says it's not something he can decide alone, but he will try to convince his father. At night, while having tea with his father, Incho hesitantly mentions that he has something to say. His father, Chicho, first asks how his health is. Incho replies that he should be able to ride a horse soon. Chicho tells him that his health is their top priority and that he should recover quickly. He adds that considering the treatment he received, Incho must truly have talent, and assures him not to worry, he will pay for the treatment. Incho then says that he doesn't think Manhwa wants money. Instead, he wants to learn their family's internal energy arts. Chicho is initially shocked and repeats that the request isn't about money, but about the internal energy arts. He remarks that it seems the decision has already been made. Incho agrees. Chicho says that if the request had been absurd, he would have had to delay it, but since Incho is asking for permission after being cured of a serious illness, he can handle the payment himself. As he gets up to leave, he adds that the internal energy art is cheap enough to be given in exchange for saving a child's life. The next day, Manhwa's patient brings a basket of herbs and tells him that he's here, explaining that the herbs weren't easy to dig up and he feels tired after climbing the mountain. After emptying the basket, he adds that some fields had spikes planted by bandits. Grabbing the herbs, Manhwa thinks that although there's not enough net grass, it's a good pain reliever for his mother. He then asks the patient if there's any other place where more net grass can be found. The patient replies that the field is full of spikes. Manhwa says he will go with him. The patient asks if he really means to go over the mountain, and Manhwa confirms it, saying he needs a lot of those net herbs. Even if they're tired, they can still pick and sell them. As they go over the mountain and collect herbs, the patient warns Manhwa to be careful on the way and not to step on spikes, but to push them aside. Seeing the spikes, Manhwa notes that they were placed to block the road and remarks that one is rusty, too. While collecting, the patient suddenly shouts in frustration and falls to the ground, saying that there's a person over there. Seeing a human body and its weapon, Manhwa thinks that it's not a weapon used in the army and suspects the person is a bandit. The patient finds another person, and based on their condition, Manhwa concludes it hasn't been long since the second man fainted and that they must be bandits. Noticing something tied to the man's hand, Manhwa wondered if it was bound so he couldn't drop it. He grabs the box attached and opens it, finding a piece of paper. Upon reading it, Manhwa clenches his teeth in frustration. When the patient asks what's wrong, Manhwa replies that it's just about the village and canteen location. They must have written it down to know which places to rob next. He then says the amount of grass they've collected is enough for now, and since the situation there is a mess, they should return. Manhwa returns to his clinic carrying a basket full of spikes and announces his arrival. Incho, who is reading a book, asks him if he is already tired. While washing his hands, Manhwa replies that the place is too dangerous to walk through, so he decided to collect the spikes instead. Incho responds that they might still be able to make some money by selling them, and Manhwa agrees. As Manhwa unwraps the bandage on Incho's foot, he thinks to himself whether the army is truly risking their lives to catch the bandits or only pretending to do so, and suspects that the army may have paid the bandits. He notes that there is no record from the Three Kingdoms period indicating that Incho had any connection with bandits, and apart from him, he doesn't know any other general. Manhwa then tells Incho that he has something to show him. He pulls out the paper he found and hands it to Incho, who clenches his teeth upon reading it. Manhwa starts writing something on the floor and says that, for security reasons, he will write the rest. He explains that he found the paper on a bandit, and that it only mentions their numbers and date of departure, but that this is still a military secret. Incho moves closer and asks if he is sure a bandit is holding the paper. Manhwa confirms it, and Incho wonders if someone might have leaked military secrets to the bandits. He then keeps the paper and thanks Manhwa, saying he uncovered something they wouldn't have found on their own. He adds that he feels indebted and must repay him somehow. He then tells Manhwa that he will teach him the inner energy art and that he has already received permission from his father. Excited, Manhwa asks if they should start after finishing his treatment. Incho agrees, but as Manhwa looks at Incho's foot, he comments that if Incho keeps moving around in that condition, no one will notice. Manhwa adds that to fool the enemy, one must first fool their allies. Incho agrees and wonders what kind of person Manhwa really is since he's not just talking about medicine, but strategies as well. Meanwhile, Manhwa is eating with his elder brothers, then begins to leave, saying thanks for the meal, and that he will get going first. His elder brother, Hwabok, asks if he is going out again to play physician. Manhwa replies that he just has some business to take care of in the Sangha merchant group and needs to find something about an abandoned mine. Hwabok asks if he is thinking of mining gold. Manhwa responds that he is planning to make something like a decoction. Hwabok says that he might need money if he is going to borrow an abandoned mine and offers to give him some if needed. Manhwa says it is fine and that he has earned enough money and leaves, saying this. As Manhwa leaves, Hwabok asks Manhwa if there are really that many patients in that little village. Hwabon replies that he has heard there are a lot, but Manhwa does not take any money. He says perhaps the rumors are true and mentions that he has heard Incho had tetanus, but Manhwa cured him. Hwabok, surprised, asks if tetanus is not a disease that cannot be cured. Hwabon confirms it and says that is why he has been ignoring the rumors, but he also saw Incho going in and out of that village. He adds that Manhwa is quite famous among the soldiers and officials and is sure that Manhwa has saved many people. Hwabok tells him to think about it. There are many great physicians, such as Physician Song, if Incho were to go to such a place to meet Manhwa. Hwabon says that when Seongcho died of tetanus, even Physician Song could not do anything, but if Manhwa cured Incho's tetanus, then it all makes sense. He adds that whatever the disease is, tetanus or not, Manhwa must have cured something that Physician Song could not. He also mentions the rumor that Physician Bong is learning medical arts from Manhwa. Hearing this, Hwabok is more shocked and asks if it is the same physician, Bong, who is one of the 3 best physicians in Kaio's country. Hwabon confirms that he is the one and says that if all the rumors are true, it simply means Manhwa's skills are better than those of Physician Song and Bong. Hwabok then says Manhwa is indeed very talented, but what a shame if he had chosen to become a scholar, their family would have become wealthy. Hwabon replies that, in his opinion, it is fortunate that Manhwa chose to study medical arts because the Cho family holds all the official positions in Kaio country, and it would have been hard for Manhwa to succeed there. Hwabok then says that since his stomach is full, he will go back to read books and remarks that he should at least try for next year's results. Hwabon thinks that Hwabok has gotten a little softer, and is sure that later, he will also acknowledge the decision Manhwa made. He then thinks about the Sangha merchant group and realizes that at the time when that guy almost killed his friend, his surname was Songpan, so he must have been one of the Sangha merchant group. Meanwhile, a servant informs Songpan that someone named Manhwa from the Hua family is looking for him. Songpan thinks that Manhwa from the Hua family sounds familiar. He quickly recalls the fight with his friend and realizes it is that man from that day. He wonders why Manhwa has come to find him now, believing he had already paid enough money back then. He remembers that his relationship with both the man and the girl turned sour and that he has tried not to think about it. Still, he unwillingly opens the door with a smile and greets him, saying it has been a while thinking Manhwa might be here to borrow money, knowing that they are a merchant group. As they sit, Manhwa, who is actually Manhwa, says it has been a while. Songpan asks how he has been and what brings him there. Manhwa hesitates at first, then says he is planning to borrow an abandoned mine near So village and has heard that it is owned by the Sangha merchant group. Songpan replies that if he only borrows it, even if he finds gold, he might not be able to claim it. Manhwa says he just thinks the abandoned mine would be a great place to store medicines, as the medicine he is working on is sensitive to temperature. Songpan, hearing this, becomes suspicious and decides to test how much Manhwa can afford. He offers him sweets and suggests they talk over food. While eating, Manhwa thinks that since there is no sugar in this era, it must be honey, and he enjoys the taste, feeling it has been a long time since he had something sweet. Songpan observes his reaction and thinks he can already predict what will happen next. He tells Manhwa that the sweets are to make up for a past mistake and offers the mine for rent at 100 coins per month if it is for 2 years. Manhwa, shocked, confirms that it is 100 coins per month and not per year and says he needs time to rethink. Songpan wonders if that price was too high. Meanwhile, as Manhwa leaves, he thinks that for 100 coins a month, he would rather hire someone to dig a new cave. Songpan watches him go and thinks that even though it bothers him a little, it does not matter because he does not need to maintain ties with a rundown family. Manhwa returns to his clinic, appearing quite frustrated. Incho asks if things went well and guesses they did not, judging by Manhwa's expression. Manhwa replies that he was treated like an idiot. Incho then hands him a box, saying that Paichung sent it for him. Upon opening it, Manhwa finds the tools and remarks that they are better than he imagined. Incho informs him that Paichung mentioned he would send the tools one at a time and would continue making them if there were no issues. Manhwa says he thinks the quality is good enough and adds that he must teach Obo how to use the tools, as Obo might be able to assist him. He notes that if precise operations become possible, they could easily perform gallbladder removal surgery on their mother. Manhwa then approaches his mother and asks how she is feeling. She manages to sit and says that she has gotten a lot better, not completely well, but the medicine he prescribed is far more effective. Manhwa tells her he will have a quick look. As he touches her stomach, she winces in severe pain and asks why it hurts so much. Manhwa realizes that it is intestinal ischemia and wonders if the progression is happening unusually fast. He concludes that the liver is not secreting bile properly, which is causing the small intestine to stiffen. Since inflammation of the gallbladder alone shouldn't cause this level of hardening so quickly, he suspects there must be another underlying reason, possibly the liver. He then asks her to lie down on her stomach. Upon examining her back, he observes swelling and recognizes it as a symptom of fatty liver. He deduces that with both the gallbladder and liver in trouble, this must be the cause of the complication. His mother asks what is wrong, and Manhwa responds by asking if she has been feeling tired lately. She tells him that no matter how much she sleeps, she always feels exhausted, and her whole body itches. He then presses on a spot below her knees and asks about the pain level there. She confirms it hurts quite a lot. Manhwa understands that this is due to the swelling of the liver, causing pain along the liver and gallbladder meridians. He then uses acupuncture, thinking that it may buy them some time, but the situation is difficult. If she is lucky, they may have 6 months. If not, acute seizures may start within 3 months. He wonders why she suddenly developed a fatty liver, and concludes he must identify the cause to prevent it from worsening. Just then, a caretaker enters and reminds him that it is time for the lady to take her medication. Manhwa turns to the caretaker and asks if they can have a word. Outside the room, Manhwa asks the caretaker whether his mother drinks alcohol. The caretaker responds defensively, denying it and saying of course not. From her reaction, Manhwa understands that she does, in fact, drink alcohol. He thinks to himself that in this era, women who drink are looked down upon, so she must have kept it a secret. He reasons that if she drinks, she likely eats side snacks too. He then asks what kind of side snacks she eats. The caretaker bluntly replies that she eats a lot of pork fat. Manhwa realizes this is the worst possible combination, alcohol along with a high quantity of fats, and concludes that her liver naturally became fatty because of it. He then goes back to his mother, gently grabs her hand, and tells her she is not allowed to drink alcohol or eat meat for a while. She hesitates and says that she has eaten some meat, but she has never drunk alcohol. Manhwa points out that it was not just meat but pork fat, and insists she must stop, and there is nothing to be ashamed of in drinking alcohol, and she doesn't need to hide it. But now, her illness will only get worse if she continues. He also asks why she chose pork fat as a side snack and promises to earn money soon and buy her plenty of beef instead. She agrees, and Manhwa leaves, thinking that he doesn't have much time and must quickly train Obo if they are going to perform surgery. Manhwa goes to the Cho residence with a basket of spikes. While standing outside, he thinks that even though he insists on teaching him inner energy is enough, Mrs. Chicho keeps paying more for the treatment fee, so he has no choice. Since it has come to this, he decides to come up with a reason. He greets Mrs. Chicho, and as she notices the spikes, she asks why he brings such strange things. Manhwa explains that they are iron traps scattered by bandits, and that Lieutenant Incho got tetanus after stepping on one. She responds with frustration, saying there must be a reason for bringing such disgusting things, and asks again why he brings them. While sipping tea, Manhwa says he is hoping her family will buy them. He explains that if they are left on the mountain, they could endanger others and increase the number of tetanus patients. He adds that while he can sell them to a smithery, he hopes they will buy them at a slightly higher price. He says it always feels awkward to reject their payments, but he feels ashamed for suddenly accepting money. She coughs lightly and says that if it's making him that uncomfortable, she understands. However, she asks if it wouldn't be inadequate since she hears he treats poor people for free. Manhwa replies that it doesn't bother him not getting paid for simple diagnoses, but sometimes he needs decoctions and even more than that. That is why he is asking for this favor. He mentions that rich people don't come all the way to their village to be diagnosed, and he is considering opening a branch. But if he does, he won't be able to take proper care of poor people. So, he hopes she will buy the iron traps at a higher price. Mrs. Chicho says he is very talented with a good heart and a great cause, and that what Incho told her was indeed true. She gives him a box and says their family will buy the iron traps, but since he hasn't asked for a price, he shouldn't complain if the buyer sets it. She tells him the payment is 100 silver coins. His eyes widen when he sees the 100 silver coins, and he asks if it isn't too much. She replies that it is up to the buyer and says she hopes he will use it solely for the patients. Then Incho enters and says he heard that Manhwa is there. He grabs his arm and says he has been searching for him all over the slums, and to think that the student would make his teacher look for him like this. Manhwa replies that he is busy, too, and reminds him that he has more than just 1 or 2 patients. Incho takes him along and shouts to inform the head of the Hua family that Physician Hua will not be going home that day. In the evening, in the yard of his house, Incho tells Manhwa that the secret method he is going to teach him is called the virtuous cultivation method. He explains the introduction in detail and tells him to keep in mind that he must not teach it to anyone, not to his acquaintances, nor even to his family or children. He says he will only teach it to him if he swears under the names of heaven and earth, as well as his ancestors. Manhwa agrees, and Incho says that if he breaks the pledge, the god of heaven and earth will punish him, and his ancestors' names will be tarnished. He then points at him and adds that, more than anything, the entire Cho clan will regard him as an enemy. After that, he turns and says they should start now. He explains that the most important aspect of virtuous cultivation is breathing. He then demonstrates and instructs him to spread his legs as wide as his shoulders, take in the sky and ground, and breathe from the diaphragm. As Manhwa follows the instructions, Incho observes that he is doing well. After an hour, Manhwa huffs and says that even though he's just breathing, it feels incredibly hard. He asks if the stomach always gets this hot. Incho touches his stomach and says it's only warm, wondering why he's making such a fuss until he feels the internal energy. He realizes it's small but definitely there and is shocked that Manhwa has already accumulated internal energy in just 1 hour. Manhwa, noticing Incho's expression, asks if he is doing alright. Meanwhile, Incho continues wondering who this kid really is. Manhwa then takes his leave, saying he will keep practicing at home. Incho remains deep in thought, unable to believe internal energy could be created so quickly. He tells himself it must have been a mistake, but still, he admits Manhwa has a natural talent. He recalls that it took him 3 days just to get into position and 10 days to learn the breathing technique, while this kid completed everything in only 1 hour. He questions again what Wonhwa's true identity might be. Later that night, a man named Park Yi visits Pyeong, who welcomes him warmly. Park Yi hands him a sword and says he received it from Hyunwoo, requesting Pyeong to sharpen its edges. Seeing the sword, Pyeong excitedly asks if Park Yi has finally been promoted. Park Yi responds with a sad expression that, although he was promoted to head of the office, the reality is that it's just a way to remove him from fieldwork. He says he can no longer hold a spear and has no other choice. Pyeong, surprised, says he looks fine, but Park Yi shows the stitched wound on his abdomen and asks if that really looks fine. Pyeong touches the stitches in awe and asks how he survived, wondering if it was a twist of fate. Park Yi responds that it kind of was and says if it weren't for Wonhwa, he would be watching from the other world. Pyeong, hearing the name Wonhwa, wonders if he's referring to the highly skilled physician who cured Lieutenant Incho's tetanus. At that moment, Soldier Hwang and Wonhwa arrive. Hwang asks if the head of the blacksmith is present. They are greeted, and Hwang introduces Wonhwa to Pyeong as the head of the blacksmith. Both Pyeong and Park Yi are surprised upon seeing Wonhwa. Wonhwa greets them and introduces himself as Wonhwa. They wonder if this kid is truly the highly skilled doctor they've heard about. Park Yi bows and says they have finally met, adding that it's late, but he wants to thank him. Wonhwa recognizes him and asks if he is at Whetstone Mountain. Park Yi confirms, saying his abdomen was torn apart there, and that Wonhwa treated him. Wonhwa responds with excitement, saying this is good, and begins to check him, asking if he can take a look, mentioning that he didn't get to see the wound again after the treatment, so he wants to examine it while they talk. While checking him, Wonhwa asks if he's the one whose intestine got cut. Park Yi responds by asking what he means by getting cut, saying he thought the intestine had just come out of his stomach. Wonhwa replies that if it had come out calmly, it wouldn't have been such a problem and asks if his stool still comes out black. Park Yi, surprised, asks how he knows that. Wonhwa explains that it's because there's still bleeding in the intestine and advises him to take care of himself, saying he shouldn't even put alcohol in his mouth. Park Yi asks if he can just drink for one day, explaining that he was supposed to buy drinks because of his promotion. Wonhwa responds that, in that case, around this time next year, he will pour alcohol on Park Yi's grave and says it would be great to go there with the same people he plans to drink with. Troubled by this, Park Yi says he won't drink, and Wonhwa continues by advising him to avoid salty and spicy food and also to limit oily food as much as possible. He adds that foods made with cow's or sheep's milk are good for him. Then he gives Park Yi a pill, saying it's a medicine that can help even if the wound worsens and also serves as treatment for tetanus. Park Yi, frightened, asks if that means he has tetanus. Wonhwa replies that it's not necessarily tetanus, but rather an infection, adding that the medicine he gave can also help prevent other diseases. Blacksmith Pyeong then greets Wonhwa and introduces himself. Wonhwa returns the greeting and says he owes a lot to him, explaining that thanks to the tools Pyeong made, he was able to save many lives. Pyeong expresses appreciation and says it's good to hear that the tools he created were helpful in saving people. After a pause, Pyeong hesitantly asks if it's true that Wonhwa can treat tetanus. Hwang quickly jumps in and says he can guarantee it, as it's thanks to the physician that the lieutenant is still alive. Wonhwa then asks Pyeong if he also has tetanus. Pyeong replies that it's not him, but he believes that some of the other blacksmiths may have contracted it. He adds that if it's possible to purchase the medicine that can cure tetanus, he would like to buy it. Wonhwa explains that if it's tetanus, he needs to examine them first, as he must assess how far the infection has progressed. Hearing this, Pyeong hesitantly asks how much it would cost. Wonhwa realizes this is what made Pyeong hesitate earlier. He then turns to Hwang and asks him to call Obo. Pyeong assures him that they will come to the clinic in person, but Wonhwa, already preparing, says that since he's there, he might as well check them right away. Wonhwa, while examining the 5 patients, wonders whether all of them have tetanus. Pyeong points to 3 of them and says he is certain those 3 do, while the other 2 are only suspected cases. Wonhwa asks if those 5 are all, and Pyeong replies that the 4 others are in too much pain to move. Wonhwa remarks that this is a disaster, then heads inside and offers to examine the one in the worst condition first. As he walks in, Pyeong explains that all of them are slaves under government officials and cannot afford much. He starts to mention the payment, but Wonhwa interrupts and shows him some tools, saying he will accept more tools like these as payment. Pyeong asks if that would really be enough, and Wonhwa replies that it's better to eat a mosquito's liver than to take money from it since Pyeong is willing to take responsibility for them. Wonhwa requests something more valuable than money. the blacksmith's crafting skill, which can create tools that save lives. Paichung, moved by the request, says he will begin working on it immediately. While checking one of the patients, Manhwa observes that the patient does not have tetanus because his body is not arching backward. After examining the patient's abdomen, he notes signs of pain and identifies the condition as appendicitis. Paichung, worried, asks which illness it is. Manhwa confirms it's an infection in the appendix. The patient, concerned, mentions he's heard that aching on the lower right side of the stomach means death and pleads with Manhwa to save him, saying his wife and 3 daughters would otherwise starve. Manhwa states that although it is dangerous, the solution is to surgically open the stomach and remove the inflamed part of the intestine. The patient becomes frightened, but Paichung reassures him that this physician has saved even someone whose intestines were already torn, so this procedure will be easy for him. Manhwa explains that an appendectomy is a simple surgery that removes only a small portion of the intestine, but he lacks the proper tools. He asks Paichung when he might be able to finish the tools they previously discussed. Paichung estimates it will take 4 days. Manhwa, concerned, thinks that 4 days is too long to wait. He doesn't want to perform surgery under these conditions, but wonders if he should just use the tools he currently has. At that moment, Paichung remembers something and says that Physician Bong had requested identical tools. He hands one over to Manhwa, who is surprised and confirms it is Physician Bong's tool. Paichung says he will make another for Bong and asks Manhwa to take care of the patient. Manhwa, resolved, states that whatever the situation, he must do his best. He announces that the surgery will be performed the next day. He advises the patient not to eat or drink anything and promises that he will absolutely save him. Physician Song arrives at a brothel and asks if anyone is inside. When he inquires about the business, a worker replies that things are going well because the best physician in Choyeon is present, and many customers have come to see him. Song responds modestly, saying there's no need to praise him so much. He privately thinks that, as the 3rd-generation physician of Choyeon, he is undoubtedly the best after all. No matter how famous someone is, the rich and high class always come to him. The servant leads him to a private table. There, a lady greets him and remarks that they haven't heard from him lately. He sits down and says it's already been 4 days, so yes, it has been a while. He then asks for Myungsian. The lady informs him that Myungsian is currently with another guest. Hearing this, he becomes annoyed and demands to know who the man is, but the lady then offers to call Hway-san instead. At the mention of her name, Song says that Hway-san would be great. The lady agrees and tells a girl named Hisu, who happens to be passing by, to inform Hway-san that Physician Song is here and to bring some alcohol as well, to which Hisu agrees. As Song watches Hisu, he comments that it might be time for her to start tying her hair up. The lady responds that she's still just a child, and Song then says he has high expectations for that child. Hisu then tells her little sister, Hwon, that a guest has come to the Plum Blossom Room. Hwon offers Hisu a rice ball, saying she should eat it since she will get hungry if she plans to work all night. Hisu thanks her, then mentions that their grandmother's death anniversary is near. Hwon replies that she has already asked Ruju for permission, and Ruju has agreed and even said she will arrange an escort warrior for them. Hisu thinks to herself that the escort must not be for their protection, but rather to keep an eye on them. But even so, she's relieved that at least she will get to visit home. Meanwhile, as Manhwa walks with Obo, who appears confused, he gently pushes him from behind, telling him not to be nervous. Obo asks if he'll really be able to do it well. Manhwa assures him that he doesn't have to worry about that. He just has to follow instructions. He adds that Obo can worry later when he's grown up and has responsibilities, but for now, he should focus on assisting to the best of his ability. At Paichung's smithy, Manhwa tells Obo to get started, reassuring him that it's a simple operation and there's no need to be nervous. As he prepares an bamboo bag, he thinks that even though it's not the best quality, they have no other choice. He says they have to begin quickly and proceeds to cut open the patient's stomach, asking for a soldering iron. Obo hands it to him, and Manhwa notes that the bleeding is stable and the situation is manageable since there's only a small amount of fat. While Obo assists him, Manhwa praises him, pointing out the abdominal wall and telling him he's doing great. As he continues, Manhwa thinks that he can't easily locate the appendix just by touch and regrets not having a portable device. He hopes his X-ray vision works, and it does, helping him detect the problem, and if it's driven by concentration or desperation, but is thankful either way. Meanwhile, Obo notices that the patient isn't breathing. Manhwa quickly administers oxygen, saying he's not about to let someone die from appendicitis. He stitches the incision, and Obo, astonished, thinks he is certain the patient had died. Manhwa then tells Obo to prepare scissors and needles because once the patient's breathing stabilizes, they shall resume the operation. Obo, still amazed, reflects that while curing tetanus was already impressive, this feels beyond comparison. Though he doesn't know whether the man will live or die, he feels as if he's witnessing the medical arts of a god. After a while, Manhwa says that the surgery has gone well and instructs the patient to stay in bed for the day and not to drink any water until the morning. The patient expresses gratitude. Obo, in awe, begins to wonder if Manhwa really did save the patient's life. He feels a strong desire to learn to also become someone capable of saving people from the brink of death, just like his young master. Even though he hasn't learned anything yet or possesses Manhwa's skills, he still wishes to become a life-saving physician. As he begins to say something, Manhwa praises him for doing great and says he will need his help again in the future. In return, he asks Obo to stay focused, and Obo agrees enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Paechung reflects in amazement that Manhwa actually performed surgery by cutting the patient's stomach open and saving his life, thinking to himself that Manhwa is truly the real deal. He then thanks Manhwa for his hard work. Manhwa replies that it was nothing and that he only did what needed to be done. Paechung then asks how Manhwa can walk around without carrying a weapon in such dangerous times. Manhwa says he knows and explains that he has started learning swordsmanship and is also considering getting something for self-defense, but he keeps forgetting. Paechung then brings out a sword and offers it to Manhwa, saying that although it may not be enough for someone who saved the lives of blacksmiths, it's a sword he personally made, and he would like him to accept it. Manhwa tries to refuse, saying that Paechung has already paid him and helped with making the medical equipment. Paechung insists, saying the sword is light, strong, and very flexible, perfect for Manhwa. He adds that swords are meant for killing and thus useless to him, but if the sword can help Manhwa in any way, it would make him happy as a blacksmith. Manhwa then accepts it and expresses his sincere thanks. The next evening, Hway-san asks physician Song if he has heard the news about Lieutenant Incho. While drinking, Song replies that Incho is the rude man who once grabbed his collar because he failed to save his brother from tetanus. Hway-san says she hears that Incho also contracts tetanus. Song laughs and says it is great news, thinking they will probably beg for his help again, but questions why he would want to help. Hway-san pours more drink into his cup and says maybe they will not be calling for him. Song insists that Incho contracts tetanus and claims that she may not know this, but tetanus is a disease that kills once contracted. He argues that even though he could not save Incho's brother, there is no physician in Kaio City other than him who can save Incho. She says there are many physicians out there. Song calls it nonsense and asks what tricks those physicians could possibly have to cure tetanus. She says she has heard that Lieutenant Incho has already been cured. Song, frustrated, shouts that tetanus cannot be cured unless the infected part is cut off, and whoever cured him must have made a very deep cut. Hway-san says she has also heard that the one who cured him is the third young master, Manhwa, from the Hua family. Song wonders about the Hua family and says he has never heard of them. He adds that if Manhwa treated Incho by amputating his limbs, then it does not matter whether he is a physician or a butcher. He complains that all these wannabe physicians pretend to be something they are not and claims that Manhwa is likely spreading rumors while pretending to be a physician. Hway-san says that would be quite odd and questions if Lieutenant Incho had heard such a rumor, if he would leave Manhwa alone. Song then slams the cup on the table and begins to leave, saying the alcohol tastes awful today because of Hway-san's nonsense. He thinks to himself that, for some reason, Manhwa is getting on his nerves. Meanwhile, at night, Manhwa practices the internal energy core. As he manages to channel it into his hand, he says he can definitely feel it and is able to move the energy into his fist. He then punches a piece of wood and splits it in two, wondering in surprise that it actually works. The next day, Manhwa gathers the energy into his hand and shows it to Incho, asking what he thinks. Incho wonders to himself that Manhwa is a genius and says he has improved a lot, then asks if he feels the heat emitting from his danchin. Manhwa touches his stomach and says that he does, it feels hot. Incho then asks if he really isn't planning to apply for the military service examination. Manhwa casually replies that he wouldn't apply since he's a physician, unless it were a medical examination. Incho says he brings it up because it's such a waste, noting that it usually takes 1 year until breathing becomes natural, another year for inner Kai to gather, and 1 more year before it can move into the hands and feet. The fact that Manhwa has gathered inner Kai in just 1 or 2 months means he has a natural talent, so Incho is just saying it's a shame. Manhwa thinks to himself that, as expected, it is better to hide the fact that he can control his inner Kai. He then asks if, by next year, he will be able to smash a thick board with his bare hands like Incho did. Incho laughs and asks if he thinks that will happen in just 1 year. He moves closer to a stone, strikes it with internal energy, and shatters it into pieces. He says Manhwa will need at least 3 more years before he can gather that much strength, and adds that this is a secret technique in their family, and that's why it only takes 3 years, normally it takes 10. He tells Manhwa to practice hard and to come to that place the next evening, saying he has something for him. The next day in the evening, Manhwa stands outside the Cho house and says that he feels like he's been coming there every day recently. Blacksmith Pyachung also arrives, greets Manhwa, and asks if it's really him and how he's been. Manhwa asks if he also has business with the Cho family. Pyachung replies that he does, but finds it quite bothersome some people are supplying charcoal to the military, so he's been asked to examine it. As they go inside together, Manhwa asks if that's why he's there, and Pyachung confirms, wondering who the charcoal suppliers are. Manhwa then notices Jongpan from the Sangha merchant group already there, inspecting the charcoal. Meanwhile, Pyachung checks Jongpan's charcoal, and Jongpan says that he swears under the name of the Sangha merchant group that he brought their best product. But then Jongpan notices Manhwa and recognizes him, saying to himself that he's the guy named Manhwa from back then. He understands why the head of the blacksmith is there, but wonders why a physician would be present. Incho then notices Manhwa and asks why he's looking at charcoal. Jongpan is surprised that Manhwa knows the lieutenant. Incho introduces Manhwa to his second cousin, Huchin, and they greet each other. Huchin introduces himself as the Minister of War in charge of the 1st Mounted Division, saying he has heard much about Manhwa and his skills as a physician from Incho, and is glad to finally meet him. Jongpan wonders why Lieutenant Incho is introducing Manhwa to the Minister of War and notes that Manhwa appears to be on good terms with the head of the blacksmith, Pyachung. He recalls that the Hua family was supposed to be a fallen family. Jongpan's father then asks what's going on, noticing someone he knows. When asked if he's referring to Minister Huchin and Lieutenant Incho, Jongpan replies no, he's talking about the boy, the 3rd son of the Hua family, and says he's acquainted with him and will go greet him. His father is surprised, thinking to himself that Manhwa is being warmly greeted by Lieutenant Incho and Minister Huchin, and looks close to the head of the blacksmith as well. He considers that if things turn out well, they might gain a good connection. Jongpan then asks Pyachung if he has finished looking around, and Pyachung replies that he hasn't yet and may need to take a closer look. Jongpan then turns to Manhwa, greets him by calling him young master, and asks if he has been well. Pyachung curiously asks Jongpan how he knows physician Manhwa. Jongpan explains that due to his own mistakes, Sangdiak was hurt, but physician Manhwa happened to be nearby and cured Sangdiak. Jongpan then asks Manhwa about the closed mine, mentioning that he had said he would think about renting it, but hasn't followed up since. Manhwa, clearly irritated, begins to leave and says that the price is too high, so he can't rent it, and suggests that Jongpan should give up on the matter. Jongpan thinks that Manhwa still has a lingering interest in the mine and sees it as a chance. He then asks Manhwa if he's really giving up so easily and whether he truly doesn't need it. He adds that although it may sound strange coming from him, since Manhwa seems close to the head of the blacksmith, if Manhwa helps him with the military supplier issue, then in return, he can lend him the closed mine for free. He asks if that isn't a good deal. Manhwa wonders if this is how a merchant makes a deal and questions whether Jongpan is trying to use him just because he looks young. He starts to say that he will consider it if the opportunity arises. But before he can finish, Jongpan quickly says that he looks forward to a good outcome. Manhwa sees how happy he looks and thinks that for a merchant, Jongpan is quite clueless. He then concludes that he should live up to those expectations. At the Sangha merchant group, Songho shouts at Jongpan, demanding to know what kind of nonsense is going on, as not a single product has been delivered despite all the money he has spent. Jongpan, trembling, stands close to him while Songho continues, reminding him that he had told him not to worry because he had spoken to Manhwa and now wants to know exactly what they talked about. Jongpan explains that he told Manhwa that if he put in a good word with the head of the blacksmiths, they would rent the closed mine for free as a favor. Songho, frustrated, questions whether Jongpan is in his right mind, emphasizing that the head of the blacksmiths is considered a nobleman and is also very close to Lieutenant Incho. He criticizes Jongpan for not simply giving the mine to someone like that, but instead offering it as a rental, and even worse, suggesting it would be a favor if Manhwa intervened on their behalf. Songho then declares that starting from today, Jongpan is to keep his hands off the business and hand over whatever he is doing to his brothers. Jongpan starts pleading, admitting his mistake and promises to apologize to young Master Manhwa and ensure he never repeats such a mistake again. Hee-won and Hee-soo prepare to leave for their village. Hee-won asks if everything is packed, and Hee-soo confirms, saying she has also brought everything for the villagers. The escort warrior asks if their house is in Kayao, and when they confirm they are ready, he tells them to depart. On the way, Hee-soo wonders if everyone is doing well, and Hee-won mentions hearing that Obo is doing fine. When they arrive at their village, they notice a crowd of patients gathered outside their house. The escort warrior asks if they sold the house. Hee-soo replies that she did rent it out, but did not expect it to be turned into a clinic. The warrior thinks to himself that a place like that being used as a clinic is rather strange. Hee-won notices Obo, and they greet each other warmly. Wonhwa asks Obo if the two girls are patients, but Obo tells him they are his friends, and Hee-won and Hee-soo greet Wonhwa as well. The escort warrior recognizes Wonhwa and asks if he is physician Wonhwa. When Wonhwa confirms, the warrior removes his hat and reveals that he is the same man who was stabbed with a sword at the entertainment house and collapsed. Wonhwa recognizes him as the man who was stabbed in the facial blood vessels and asks how he is. The warrior says he has been well, thanks to Wonhwa, but then questions why someone as great as him would set up a clinic in such a shabby place. He says that even partly believing the rumors is enough to know that physician Hwa is among the greatest of physicians. For Wonhwa replies that it is natural for a doctor to stay by his patient's side. Hee-soo and Hee-won, hearing from Obo about Wonhwa, are surprised and ask if the young master is really the one who cured tetanus. Obo confidently says of course and adds that Wonhwa even saved dozens of soldiers on Whetstone Mountain. Hee-won finds it wonderful and asks if Obo will learn from the young master and become a physician, too. Obo replies that he is just studying hard for now. Then Hee-soo, hesitating, asks if perhaps Wonhwa can cure someone infected with syphilis. Wonhwa thinks to himself whether she is referring to syphilis. The escort warrior suddenly shouts at her, asking why she is revealing matters related to the entertainment house and how she plans to handle the consequences. He warns that if the ma'am hears about this, something terrible will happen. Hee-soo, crying, says that she is only talking to a physician about a patient and asks if she is supposed to just watch Cho-sol die. The warrior scolds her again for mentioning Cho-sol's name. Wonhwa tells them to calm down, reminding them that there are other patients, and asks them to lower their voices. The warrior then, more calmly, tells Hee-soo that he also pities Cho-sol, but says that if someone contracts syphilis, they will certainly die. He adds that no matter how skilled the young master is, Saif is incurable, and repeats his concern that Hee-soo mention Cho-sol's name. Wonhwa then walks closer and assures them that he will keep what he hears a secret. He asks Hee-soo whether the syphilis she is talking about is a skin disease and inquires about the condition, whether Cho-sol has small abscesses on her skin or if her hair is falling out. Hee-soo realizes that Wonhwa truly knows about Saif and, grabbing him in desperation, confirms that what he said is accurate. She explains that Cho-sol used to be very beautiful when she first entered the entertainment house, but her condition has deteriorated so badly now that it's hideous. She pleads with him, saying that even though syphilis is known to be incurable, she wants to know if there's any way to cure it. Wonhwa worries that the syphilis bacteria are a typical gram-positive bacterium. He knows that penicillin works well against it, but stresses the importance of identifying which symptoms the patient has. If it's only skin lesions and mucosal diseases, then it has likely reached the secondary stage, meaning there is still hope. However, if it has progressed to the tertiary stage, involving the cardiovascular system or neurosyphilis, treatment becomes much more difficult. He also considers that the most important factor is the patient's overall condition. Wonhwa then tells Hee-soo that he cannot be completely sure yet and needs to see the patient himself to determine the exact situation. Hee-soo responds by saying that if he could come to their entertainment house on a house call. At that moment, the warrior interrupts, trying to stop her. He says she cannot bring a physician into the entertainment house without their ma'am's permission. He explains that if she brings Wonhwa there without permission and the ma'am still refuses to let him see the patient, the physician would be greatly inconvenienced. He reminds her that it would be better to wait for the ma'am's permission first. Meanwhile, Incho approaches the county magistrate assistant, Ha-chang, and greets him, saying it's been a long time. Ha-chang, surprised to see him, asks why he is there in the document room. Incho replies that he just wanted to take a look at some scriptures for a while and intends to do so quietly without being disturbed, and adds that he would prefer no one to interrupt him. Ha-chang agrees, saying he understands and will make sure no one bothers him. Incho then begins searching through the documents, thinking that he will find out who handed over intel to the bandits, even if it means comparing handwriting, as he has memorized the traitor's handwriting and is certain the leak came from a county official. Since every official's exam answer sheets are stored in that room, he believes the culprit cannot escape. He starts searching thoroughly, determined to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, a subordinate of an official notices Incho's presence there and begins to suspect that Incho may have discovered something. The subordinate decides that he must inform the elder right away. Meanwhile, Manhwa is in the yard of his house, unsheathing the sword that Pai-chung gave him. He says that it is definitely an amazing sword and reflects that although he was originally left-handed, he has become ambidextrous now, so he thinks he can wield a sword in each hand. However, he admits that he hasn't properly mastered any sword techniques and wonders how he can ask Lieutenant Incho to teach him. Then Hwabun arrives, looking exhausted, and announces his arrival. Seeing his condition, Manhwa asks what happened. Hwabun replies that their master has returned and that he is going to take the military service examination next year, so his master has been training him non-stop. Manhwa acknowledges his hard work and thinks that if even someone with Hwabun's stamina is struggling, the training must be intense. Hwabun then notices the swords and asks why Manhwa is holding two of them. Manhwa tells him that Pai-chung, the head of the blacksmiths, gave him the sword and offered it to him to take a look. Hwabun unsheathes it and, upon examining it, confirms that it is indeed an amazing sword, light, sturdy, and well-balanced. He estimates that it must cost at least 5 gold coins and expresses surprise that Manhwa didn't purchase it but received it as a gift. Manhwa explains that he accepted surgical equipment instead of treatment fees and received the sword, too, because Pai-chung was very grateful. Hwabun is surprised that Manhwa got such an excellent blade, not even as payment but as a gift. He wonders just what kind of patience Manhwa must have saved to deserve that. Manhwa casually tells him that he treated several blacksmiths who were infected with tetanus and also cured someone with the madman's disease. Shocked, Hwabun confirms if he really saved someone from certain death. Manhwa replies that things just turned out that way. Hwabun reflects on the fact that he is already shocked that Manhwa treated tetanus, but curing someone with the madman's disease is even more unbelievable. He knows that those illnesses are considered fatal, and there's no way someone like Pai-chung, who is known for his temper, would give away a sword he made himself without a good reason. It would only be possible if Manhwa had really saved the patients. Manhwa adds that the patients are a bit old, but they are all recovering. Hwabun continues to wonder if the rumors about Manhwa are not exaggerated but actually understated. Manhwa then says that rather than claiming things himself, it's more effective when people hear it from those he has saved. He thinks that if his second elder brother supports him, he may be able to convince his first elder brother, too, and then he will be able to perform their mother's surgery. Hwabun then asks Manhwa if he would take a look at his master's granddaughter. He explains that she is somehow sick, but he doesn't know exactly what the illness is, only that his master is looking for a physician and refuses to discuss it with others. Manhwa wonders what kind of disease would make someone so secretive. Hwabun goes on to say that it seems his master has already heard about Manhwa. He even asked if the person who cured Lieutenant Incho's tetanus was Manhwa. Hwabun adds that he plans to use this opportunity to win his master's favor, and once he's sure of the situation, he will help Manhwa convince the elder brother. Meanwhile, in the entertainment house, the escort warrior, Hisu, and Hwon-bo and say to the ma'am that they have returned. The ma'am replies that they look brighter and says it's good to see, adding that she will allow them to visit again next year. Hisu then hesitantly asks the ma'am if she knows of a physician named Manhwa. The ma'am asks if she means the physician who has been the talk of the town lately. Hisu admits that they met physician Manhwa in their village and that the villagers introduced him to them. She adds that he has been treating the villagers for free. The ma'am says she has heard that he possesses a mysterious skill in the medical arts and calls him a rather interesting man, then asks why Hisu is suddenly bringing him up. Hisu, scared and hesitant, says that because there are rumors about how skilled he is, she asked whether he could cure syphilis. Meanwhile, the subordinate informs the leader, Yu So-bang, that Lieutenant Incho seems to have noticed something. Yu, frustrated, shouts in disbelief and demands clarification. The subordinate explains that Incho has been asking around about their recent movements. Yu angrily smashes the cup in his hand and expresses his frustration, saying that they are facing a major setback because of one foolish bandit. He explains that he gave the information to that bandit because he was tenacious and clever, but regrets that he ended up confronting Lieutenant Incho of all people. The subordinate offers to eliminate Incho if given the order, but Yu refuses, saying Incho is not someone to be taken lightly. He adds that simply cutting the tail won't be the same as cutting off the head and says he will handle it personally, not out of distrust, but because the situation demands it. Yu thinks to himself that Incho is a direct descendant of the Cho family, and there is no reason for him to pick a fight with them just yet. He then asks the subordinate if he has investigated the background of the physician named Manhwa. The subordinate reports that the Cho family bought iron traps from Manhwa and gave him 100 silver coins. Yu finds it suspicious, thinking there's no way iron traps could cost that much, concluding that Manhwa must have provided the evidence that could expose his identity. The subordinate again offers to exterminate the Hawa family, but Yu dismisses it, saying the family isn't even worth exterminating. He instead orders him to just bring him the head of Manhwa. On the other hand, Mam asks Hisu what the physician named Manhwa said when she asked about syphilis. Hisu explains that he told her he needed to examine the patient's condition first before making any decision. Mam reacts with surprise, questioning his desire to take a look since syphilis is known to be fatal. She recalls seeing many people attempt to treat syphilis with decoctions or ointments, but says she has never seen anyone succeed. She notes that while he didn't claim he could cure it, he did say he needed to assess the condition first. Hisu confirms that is what he said. Mam considers that if it had been a foolish physician, she would have dismissed it. But the rumors about physician Manhwa suggest otherwise. According to what she's heard, he saved dying soldiers at Whetstone Mountain and even cured Lieutenant Incho's illness, all of which were true. Mam then asks if it's really possible that he could cure syphilis. Hisu replies that he might be able to and asks if they can bring him in for a house call. The escort warrior interrupts, suggesting that they ask physician Manhwa to come to the house. He reminds Mam of the rumors and adds that Manhwa was the one who cured his own wound, which even physician Song had given up on. He reasons that it wouldn't hurt to have Manhwa come just to examine her condition, and if he can truly cure syphilis, it would benefit not only Chosol but the entire entertainment house. Mam reflects on her past experiences, saying that she has only been disappointed and deceived time and again. No one has ever told her Chosol could recover. She concludes that she can't bring herself to simply give up on Chosol. Chosol is known as the third-generation beauty of Kaio County. She was a special courtesan whose charm was so extraordinary that even a governor-level official once paid a great sum to take her in as a concubine. The number of men who lined up just to catch a glimpse of her face could have circled the entertainment house several times over. Chosol was, without a doubt, a woman of unmatched beauty. Mam goes to Chosol's room and sits close to her. Chosol, sitting hopelessly, grabs her arm and says she thinks she has held on as long as she could, and that they do not even have money to spend on treatment. She says she really loathes being only a burden and is tired of suffering. So while she is still sane, Mam interrupts and says she will call a capable physician she will spend money, so Chosol must never say those words again. Mam says Chosol became a courtesan because she did not want to starve to death. She asks if Chosol became a courtesan because she wanted to die suffering from syphilis, or if she did it because she would have otherwise died on the streets. She tells her to get herself together and listen to that physician's song, and Bong, the best in the country, cannot cure her, but she will find a physician who will, at all costs. She says she cannot send Chosol off like this, and will do her best until Chosol is completely cured of the disease. As Chosol cries, Mam tells her not to give up and to live on. Incho goes to Sobang's residence with his subordinates and finds no one there. He wonders if Yubang has already caught wind of the situation. He realizes that trying to catch that tail is a mistake and thinks he can't afford to lose them like this. He orders his subordinates to search all corners and find anything they can. As he rides on horseback, he thinks that he went to the documents room just 4 days ago, and the fact that someone noticed it within that short time means someone is helping Yubang. He suspects either Godong or Sudong, since they are the only officials he notices more than 3 times a day, and he is determined to find them at all costs. He then goes to the official's residence, where a servant informs him that both Godong and Sudong said they had something to do for the elders from Sobang and went out of the prefecture. Upon hearing this, Incho becomes certain that Yu from Sobang has given them the pass. He asks the servant if he knows where they went. The servant replies that he saw Sudong heading toward the Gaydok Bridge area. Incho confirms that it is not the small bridge near the outside territory and notes that there shouldn't be much in that area, just a small village at best. Incho quickly thinks about Manhwa and rides his horse, believing that the only person the others would target by going to that small village is Manhwa, and that he is in danger. Meanwhile, Manhwa arrives at the entertainment house and remarks that it is his first time coming during the day. Mam greets him, introduces herself as Mi Hyang, the lord of the entertainment house, and asks him to follow her. While following, Manhwa thinks it is his first time seeing someone, not surprised by how young he is. Outside Chosol's room, Mam Hyung informs her that the physician she mentioned yesterday has arrived. Chosol gets up, looks at herself in the mirror, and thinks she doesn't even want to use it now. Still, she reminds herself not to be weak and, trusting Ma'am's words, resolves to survive. She recalls how other physicians avoided her, calling her dirty. As they enter, Chosol greets Wonhwa and introduces herself. Wonhwa quickly approaches her and tells her to lie down if she is uncomfortable. He grabs her hand and checks her condition, saying that with this extent of damage, her reproductive organs and anus must be torn, and she must be in a lot of pain during discharge. Chosol, surprised, asks how he knows that. Wonhwa replies that such symptoms are typical in this condition, and adds that there must be some bleeding and general hardship. Ma'am Hyung thinks to herself that no other physician has ever said such things, noting that it's something one can't guess without lifting the patient's skirt, realizing he is indeed a physician who understands syphilis. Wonhwa then begins administering an injection of penicillin, thinking that although collecting samples and verifying reactions should come first, the urgency of the situation justifies immediate action. He confirms that the penicillin is effective and, while checking her arm, notes that her ACE levels are also fine. He then begins to inject, mentioning that it will sting a bit, and finishes the procedure. Ma'am Hyung observes that he is different from other physicians. Not only is he not shocked by seeing Chosol, but he also treats and touches her without hesitation, as if it's nothing unusual. Wonhwa then says to Ma'am Hyung that he has a favor to ask. The wounds all over Chosol's body need to be cleaned, but the patient might feel embarrassed if he does it himself. He asks her to apply the medicine to a cotton cloth and gently wipe every wound. He reassures her that it's not a disease that can be transmitted just by touching, so she doesn't need to worry. He then entrusts Chosol's care to her and says he will return the next day. Ma'am Hyung tells Chosol that she never imagined she would ever meet a physician like him, and confirms that he truly understands syphilis. Chosol, still feeling hopeless, says that this may be pointless again, but she will at least try to test that physician. As Incho rides swiftly on horseback, two men, Sudong and Godong, notice him and remark that the one who just passed is Lieutenant Incho. Godong adds that he seems to be heading toward the slums, and the other replies that this must mean Baek-yoon has already arrived there. They quickly write a message and send it off using a carrier pigeon, saying it's done and that they must hurry to join the others. Meanwhile, Wonhwa returns to his clinic. Obo sees him and says that a guest is waiting. A man greets Wonhwa and urgently requests that he save his wife. Wonhwa asks him to bring her in, but the man explains that she can't come. She's lying in bed with a severe headache and can't even walk. Wonhwa thinks that if she's unable to move due to a headache, the condition might be serious. The man pleads with him to make a house call. Wonhwa asks for his name and address, and the man introduces himself as Baek-yoon, a linen store owner from Seottingmak. He apologizes and begs the physician to see his wife immediately. Wonhwa considers that a round trip to Seottingmak will take at least 2 hours, but since the symptoms sound grave and he currently has no patience, he agrees to go with Baek-yoon. As they pass through the forest, Wonhwa recalls Obo telling him that bandits often appear on this route and suggesting he bring his swords just in case. He acknowledges that he listened to Obo and brought them, though he finds it rather burdensome. He then notices a carrier pigeon flying above Baek-yoon, landing on his arm and delivering a letter. Seeing this, he questions whether there were even carrier pigeons in this era and recalls that they typically only travel to familiar locations. He asks Baek-yoon if it is a carrier pigeon, and Baek-yoon confirms, saying it's a message that his wife has fainted again and that they need to hurry. He adds that they must take a shortcut. As Wonhwa follows him through the rough path, he comments on how difficult the shortcut is. Baek-yoon apologizes, saying they have to hurry due to his wife's condition. Wonhwa reflects that if the wife has fainted, the situation must be worsening, but the use of a mountain route instead of the smaller direct road to Seottingmak seems suspicious. He observes Baek-yoon's build well-developed right shoulder, thin waist, and thick thighs and concludes he doesn't look like a merchant. He decides to confirm his suspicions. Wonhwa pretends to fall and claims he has sprained his ankle. As Baek-yoon rushes over to help, Wonhwa asks him to assist him in standing up and grabs his hand. Upon contact, he notices the calluses clearly the hands of a martial artist. He then says he needs to perform some acupuncture, and, while thinking that if the man is indeed after him, he must act first, he draws his sword. He tells Baek-yoon it would be odd not to be suspicious after seeing the carrier pigeon. Baek-yoon admits he should have dragged Wonhwa further before attacking to cleanly finish the job, but now has no choice. He pulls out his sword, saying he will have to kill him here. As he charges at Wonhwa, the young physician dodges his attacks with precision and counters with sharp sword techniques. Baek-yoon, surprised, wonders how someone who is supposed to be a physician fights with such skill and realizes that he may end up dead for underestimating the boy. Manhwa observes Baek-yoon and assesses that his strength is at least comparable to that of his second oldest brother. Judging by Baek-yoon's composed expression, he concludes that the man isn't letting his guard down and realizes that prolonging the fight would only put him at a disadvantage. As he swings his sword again, Baek-yoon notes that, as expected, Manhwa has indeed been trained in swordsmanship, though his skills still lack refinement. Baek-yoon then counters and attacks, but at that moment, Manhwa's internal energy activates, and he moves backward with full force. Baek-yoon, startled, begins to question what he's witnessing, recognizing that these movements can only be performed by masters who wield Kai. Manhwa then rushes forward, clashes with Baek-yoon, and breaks his opponent's sword. With another precise strike, he kills him. As he sits down, wounded, he struggles with the pain and thinks that he barely survived only because he was able to activate his Kai. Otherwise, he would have surely died. He cleans the wound and quickly begins stitching it up, saying he must sew it quickly. Meanwhile, the Dong brothers wonder why the sound of clashing swords has ceased. They assume Baek-yoon must be finishing things and decide to go confirm. As they climb the mountain, they search the area and soon discover Baek-yoon's lifeless body. Shocked, they question if the opponent really was just a mere physician. Spotting Manhwa retreating, they begin to pursue him. Manhwa notices their presence and realizes that he has been discovered. Understanding that he cannot handle both of them in his current state, he quickly escapes, thinking he must get away from the forest. If he can just go a bit further, he will make it out. As Manhwa emerges from the forest, he notices two people nearby and considers asking them for help. The bystanders observe him and question why someone would be coming out of the forest when there isn't even a road there. They notice the sword and his bleeding condition and begin to suspect whether he might be a bandit. Meanwhile, Manhwa sees Dong's brothers approaching and realizes his plan to seek help has failed. Aware that, in his current state, they will catch up to him in no time, he concludes that he will die at this rate. Determined, he draws his sword and prepares to confront them. Go-dong notices this and thinks that the boy has finally drawn his sword. Recalling that Manhwa killed Baek-yoon, he reminds himself not to let his guard down. As he notices Manhwa's approach, he assesses that Manhwa's move appears simple and plans to block the sword to counterattack immediately. However, Manhwa skillfully clashes swords, cuts Go-dong's weapon first and lands a strike that causes him to collapse unconscious. Su-dong, watching in disbelief, questions himself not about the sword Manhwa is holding, but who exactly this boy really is. Manhwa thinks that although his body is in shambles, his strength is still overflowing. As he approaches Su-dong, he clashes swords and begins a series of fierce strikes. Su-dong manages to retreat, thinking that not only does Manhwa have great swordsmanship, but he is also damaging his blade with each blow. He concludes that if necessary, he must try to cut Manhwa's sword in half. Meanwhile, Manhwa realizes that his body cannot hold out much longer and decides that he must finish this quickly, even if it means pushing himself beyond his limits. With a precise and powerful strike, he breaks Su-dong's sword. Shocked, Su-dong acknowledges that he has no chance of winning a head-on battle in this state and begins to flee. Manhwa chases him, demanding if he really thinks he can get away so easily. While fleeing, Su-dong spots a little girl, grabs her, and declares that this is his chance. Manhwa, frustrated, watches as the child cries, and Su-dong threatens him, saying he will kill her if Manhwa doesn't stop. But suddenly, Incho appears from behind and strikes down Su-dong, killing him. He wonders if this is truly the same Manhwa he knows, realizing now that while he had always recognized his martial potential, he never imagined it was this advanced. He then asks Manhwa if he is alright and says they should return to Kaio quickly, he will take him there. However, instead of answering, Manhwa moves toward the frightened little girl and gently asks if she is hurt, apologizing for the scare. Incho watches him and thinks to himself that, without a doubt, this kid is a physician to the core. In Manhwa's clinic, Obo says that his wounds seem fine now. Manhwa then asks Obo if he could leave them alone for a moment so he can talk to the lieutenant privately. Obo agrees and steps out. Manhwa tells Incho that he must know something. Incho responds that the person who is secretly communicating with the bandits must be after him. Manhwa reasons that since they must have found out he passed on the parchment note, it has to be someone close to Incho or someone who knows his movements thoroughly. He concludes that if they are targeting him, it means they are trying to block any information from reaching Incho, and they likely won't stop until he is dead. Incho assures him not to worry and promises to get him an escort, even if he has to pay for it himself. He thinks to himself that this kid's ability to assess the situation and connect the dots is remarkable, and that he remains calm under pressure. Manhwa replies that even if he has an escort, he can't just sit back and wait, he has to protect himself as well. Incho agrees and offers to teach him the secret sword art of his own family. Manhwa says that sounds like a good plan, and he feels more at ease knowing that. Incho then asks if there is anything unusual about the people who attacked him. Manhwa replies that he's not entirely sure due to the tension of the moment, but he does remember they used a carrier pigeon. Hearing this, Incho becomes visibly troubled and confirms if that's true. He says that using a carrier pigeon requires a significant investment of manpower, time, and money, and the fact that those attackers used one shows they are well resourced. On top of mobilizing bandits against government soldiers, they are maintaining secrecy at a high level, which means they are no ordinary group. Manhwa, now more worried, says that he must have really stepped into something bad trying to help Incho, a dangerous situation where his life could end at any moment. Incho responds that he will hire 2 escorts instead. Manhwa thinks to himself that fleeing at night won't solve anything since they won't give up easily. He realizes that his home could be attacked and his family's lives might be in danger. Determined, he decides he needs to strike first instead. He comes up with an idea and says it should work. Incho, confused, asks what he means, and Manhwa then suggests they dig a trap together, a really good one. The next day at the Sobang residence, Yubang shouts at his subordinate, asking if all 3 of their colleagues are really dead and reminding him that he said the physician couldn't fight. The subordinate replies that it seems to be the work of Lieutenant Incho, and informs him that Incho is currently turning the office upside down. He adds that some of their colleagues are now afraid of being discovered, especially with the Peace Lion arriving in 10 days. Yubang thinks that just imagining the Peace Lion's arrival gives him a headache. He reflects that if he gets the antidote, he can lie low for an entire year. He then says that since the Peace Lion is involved, they don't have much choice if they want to avoid punishment. He orders them to cut off the tail. The subordinate warns that doing so could put the lives of their colleagues at risk. Yubang responds that this is the kind of situation that calls for teaching Lieutenant Incho a lesson. He declares that sacrifice is unavoidable and questions whether the subordinate would rather sacrifice himself. He decides that they will get rid of 10 people this way. Both he and the subordinate will remain safe. Finally, he instructs him to bring back the head of Manhwa, thinking that with the boy's head in hand, he won't need to feel ashamed in front of the Peace Lion. Meanwhile, at the entertainment house, Manhwa continues treating Chosol and tells her that the treatment for her ulcerated wounds is nearly complete and thanks her for enduring the pain so well. Chosol, now able to sit upright, asks if she will truly recover. She says that just yesterday, she was finally able to move to the side without much difficulty and expresses her gratitude to him. Mam Hyung observes this with some relief, though she still worries because Manhwa hasn't addressed the scars on Chosol's face. Then, Manhwa informs them that he will now begin treating those scars. They are both surprised to hear this. Hyung even wonders if that means he can actually heal them. Chosol, overwhelmed with emotion, begins crying and asks how she can ever repay him for everything. She wonders aloud how she can carry such a debt. Manhwa tells her that accepting payment is forbidden. He explains that while he can't promise to completely erase the scars, he does promise to help her recover as much of her former self as possible, and urges her to focus solely on her treatment for now. As Manhwa treats the scars on Chosol's back, he thinks that this treatment can help heal the plum wounds and improve the unsightly scars left behind by them. While Chosol lies quietly, she thinks that she is finally excited because now she might actually recover. Meanwhile, Mam Hyung watches him and thinks that the more she observes him, the more she realizes how skilled he is. No matter what, she wonders how he remains completely unfazed by Chosol's naked body. After completing the treatment, Manhwa turns away and tells Chosol that she can put her clothes back on. He adds that starting tomorrow, she can begin using the ointment, which will help her recover more quickly. Manhwa later returns to his clinic and tells Obo that he is back. A man waiting for him greets him and says that he has arrived. Upon seeing him, Manhwa recalls that Incho left this man here to escort him from now on and mentioned that his name is Gona. Manhwa thinks that this is a trap meant to lure those who are after him, but wonders whether Gona will be able to handle it properly. The next day, as Manhwa stretches his arm, he feels relieved that the number of patients has gone down and thinks that it might be because he has already treated most of the villagers. With autumn nearly over and the weather turning cold, he considers preparing a room for winter. He thinks that with the Yellow Turban Rebellion approaching in a few years, he will be punished as a physician and forced to treat only warriors. Before that happens, he wants to travel around Jungwon to learn more about medicine. As he is thinking, he notices a carriage moving recklessly at high speed and wonders why it is rushing like that, considering how dangerous it is to move at such a speed in that direction. The man driving the carriage shouts for people to move aside. Suddenly, a child runs into the road and is struck by the carriage, falling into the river. Manhwa immediately rushes forward, thinking that the child is in danger, and that he must act quickly to perform first aid. The coachman says that he is already very busy. Manhwa rushes toward the child, with the boy's father, Dang, following closely behind. As Manhwa checks the child's condition, he tells Dang to calm down and mutters that they will be in serious trouble if anything goes wrong. Dang pleads with him to save his child. Manhwa checks the boy's pulse and notes that it is abnormally fast, while the child's complexion is extremely pale and his body has gone cold. Observing the swelling in the abdomen, he suspects intraperitoneal bleeding and realizes that he needs to act quickly. The coachman arrives and scolds the child for standing in the middle of the road. Enraged, Dang punches him and yells that he should have stopped the carriage when he saw a child on the road. The coachman catches his punch and kicks him away, warning him to act in moderation, and adds that while the first hit might have been a mistake, the second was not, and tells him to know his place, emphasizing that he doesn't even know who is sitting inside the carriage. From inside the carriage, the passenger tells the coachman to stop and instructs him to give Dang some money as compensation and leave quickly. The coachman throws the money toward Dang and tells him to be grateful before driving off. Manhwa, carrying the injured child, forces himself to stay calm, thinking that the boy's life is the top priority. He hurries toward his clinic and tells Dang to call Obo immediately, as they are in serious trouble. Judging by how fast the abdomen is swelling, he concludes that a major blood vessel must have ruptured. As he rushes inside, he calls out to Gona, saying that it's an emergency case and asks him to prepare some clean water. Meanwhile, the coachman enters the clinic and comments disdainfully, questioning whether such a place could even be called a clinic. He then looks at Manhwa and, underestimating him, asks where the physician is. Manhwa, visibly frustrated, warns him that unless he wants something broken inside him, he should wait outside. The coachman scoffs, saying that the village seems full of rude people who don't know their place, and adds that anyone would think it's a village of beggars. Manhwa, focused on the patient, tells Gona that he is a bit busy and asks him to handle it. The coachman then asks Gona where the physician is. Gona replies curtly, asking who the coachman thinks he is to speak informally to someone he just met. He adds that for someone who is merely a coachman, he's speaking too boldly. If the coachman came to be treated in a village of beggars, he should really expect to be treated with respect. The coachman, now angry, repeats what Gona said and demands to know where the physician is, insisting that someone important whom they could never dare look at has come for treatment. Gona responds that for someone serving an important person, the coachman clearly lacks the eye to recognize who is important. He then reveals that the young person the coachman had just insulted is the very physician he is looking for. Meanwhile, as Manhwa checks the child, he thinks that the organs may have ruptured and wonders what to do. With the child crying in pain, he grows troubled, thinking he's going crazy and that he can't proceed with treatment in this state. He realizes he definitely can't open the whole abdomen and decides it's best to operate near the suspected bleeding. Upon inspecting further, he determines that the bleeding is likely in the lower left abdomen and feels relieved knowing exactly where to operate. Obo quickly arrives and Manhwa instructs him to wash his hands immediately, saying they are going into surgery. At that moment, the coachman interrupts, stating that if Manhwa is the physician, there's someone else he must look at urgently and suggests treating that little beggar kid later. Gona places his weapon on his shoulder and warns the coachman one last time to get out and wait outside. Manhwa tells Gona to ensure no one enters the clinic during the surgery. Gona then throws the coachman out. When the coachman tries to retaliate and hits him, Gona kicks him and throws him further away. At that moment, an old noble steps out of the carriage and tells them to stop. The coachman quickly apologizes to the old nobleman. Meanwhile, Gona, watching him, feels a sense of familiarity and soon remembers, then hurriedly bows and apologizes, asking if the man is Master Go. He realizes that he has made a serious mistake, recognizing that Master Go is from one of the most distinguished families. Go asks him if he knows who he is, and Gona explains that he saw him during the birthday celebration of the current governor. Go replies that judging by Gona's appearance, he seems to be a subordinate under Lieutenant Incho. Gona confirms that and mentions he is currently escorting physician Manhwa. Go says that whatever the matter was, if it happened because of him, Gona should just let his superior know that he met Master Go. Go then enters the clinic. Upon seeing Manhwa in the middle of treatment, he asks if he is the physician. Manhwa responds without looking up, telling him to wait outside as he is currently treating a patient. Go, frustrated, raises his voice, saying he personally came to see him and is now being told to wait. He reminds Manhwa that he is just a physician and questions if he even knows who he is speaking to. He claims he left his home solely to receive treatment and threatens him, saying if he doesn't want to die, he should treat him first. Manhwa, still calmly focused, replies that if Go wants a mere physician like him to diagnose him, it appears to be plum wounds. He adds that as someone who practices medicine, he will speak frankly without arrogance. He advises Go to seek another doctor with excellent skills. Then, glancing at him, Manhwa notes that he seems to be someone with great power and surely has the means to find a better physician than him. However, if he doesn't receive treatment, he will die. He continues by stating that it has been quite some time since the second outbreak began, making it difficult for Go to live beyond 2 months. He predicts that Go will soon experience painful urination, tearing of the anus, bleeding during defecation, and difficulty drinking water or even opening his mouth. Eventually, his body will rot, and he will begin to hallucinate as the infection spreads to his brain. He concludes by asking if that isn't insane. Go, furious, shouts back, threatening that if he wishes, he can summon a royal physician for treatment. Manhwa replies bluntly that he should then get treated by a royal physician and die, assuring him that he will meet the afterlife in 2 months. Go angrily steps outside, muttering how a physician dares to treat him that way, but then recalls that Manhwa treated Chosol's plum wounds, so he should be able to treat him too. He feels enraged by the disrespect and thinks that once the treatment is done, he will destroy the entire village, regardless of whether everyone in it dies. The more he thinks about it, the more annoyed he becomes. As he rushes back to the clinic, he starts wondering about how seriously the child was hurt and decides that he will retaliate if he has been made to wait for no reason. Upon entering the clinic, he overhears Manhwa telling Obo that, as expected, the boy's small intestine has burst and asks for a cotton cloth. Go becomes alarmed, questioning whether the physician has really cut open a living person's stomach. He wonders what kind of treatment involves opening someone's abdomen. He then steps outside again, realizing that it might be time for him to urinate, and decides to go where there are no people. As he relieves himself in a shabby place, he groans about the hellish pain of urinating and recalls how all the physicians gave up on his condition. He reflects that he has heard rumors of a physician who cut open a patient's stomach and realizes that it may not be so ridiculous, especially since the same person treated the plum wounds. He concludes that he must keep an eye on Manhwa if he is going to be treated by him. Meanwhile, Dang rushes into the clinic and, upon seeing Manhwa coming outside, desperately asks if his child is dead. Manhwa informs him that the child is alive and that the surgery went well. Go enters the clinic and, upon seeing the child's condition, finds it shocking that Manhwa has truly opened and closed the boy's abdomen and still managed to save him. He acknowledges that Manhwa is even more impressive than the rumors suggest. Manhwa then tells Go that he has waited long and asks him to lie down. As Go lies down, he thinks that although he had intended to kill Manhwa after getting cured of syphilis, the physician now seems useful in many ways. He recalls the rumors about a mysterious illness spreading across the nation and considers that if Manhwa can be used effectively, he might prove valuable. However, curing his syphilis remains the top priority, and he decides to evaluate Manhwa's abilities first. After the initial treatment, Manhwa informs Go that the urgent procedure is done, but he must return every day from tomorrow onward. Go agrees to that and hands him money. Manhwa says he can accept the payment after the treatment is completed, but Go replies that it is not for the treatment cost, but for having witnessed an impressive sight saving someone by cutting him open and insists on paying for that. As Go and his coachman leave, Goner remarks that this was truly fortunate. Manhwa responds that it still makes him feel dirty. Surprised, Gona asks if he knows who that man is and explains that it is Master Go, the head of the most powerful family in the county. Manhwa reflects on the Go family's status, recognizing it as a national conglomerate in modern terms, with doctors, prosecutors, and judges under its influence. Compared to the Go family, the Cho family is merely of provincial rank. Gona warns that Master Go is notorious for his vicious temper and urges caution. Manhwa, looking disturbed, says that he understands. He realizes now why Go doesn't treat others like humans and acknowledges how troublesome this has become, though he cannot bring himself to abandon a patient. Since there is no immediate threat, he chooses not to overthink it. He then hands the money to Obo and instructs him to give it to the injured boy's father. When Obo asks whether it is the treatment fee, Wonhwa replies that it is the settlement money. Meanwhile, Mayam Hyung enters Chosol's room. Chosol asks her why she doesn't rest more. Then she notices Hyung's surprised expression and questions what's wrong if she didn't sleep well, or why she's looking at her like that, saying it's making her feel awkward. Hyung, observing her, internally notes that Chosol's face looks much better in just a few days. She acknowledges that although she heard physician Hua was a renowned doctor, the results are still astonishing. Hyung then tells Chosol that she's already grateful he treated her syphilis, but now that her face is returning to normal, she truly believes he is a miracle-working physician. Chosol hesitantly says that once she fully recovers, she doesn't want to remain a courtesan. Hyung asks what she plans to do instead, pointing out that Chosol previously said she didn't have money due to the treatment. Chosol shyly admits that she wants to become a female physician. Hyung guesses that this must be because of physician Hua and the medical arts he talked about. She questions whether Chosol thinks people would approve if a courtesan expressed a desire to become a physician and stay by his side. Hyung warns her that not just anyone can become a physician and tells her not to risk holding back someone as promising as physician Hua. Still, if Chosol is truly interested, Hyung suggests she learn from the organization she belongs to. 5. When Chosol asks what organization, Hyung explains that it is a network that gathers information from the underworld and backstreets. Wonhwa then asks if he may come in. Hyung responds that he may and welcomes him, saying he has arrived earlier than expected. Wonhwa explains that he received another house call, this time to a courtesan house called Flower Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Chosol becomes concerned, wondering if Ranhwa might be sick. Wonhwa says he isn't certain who the patient is. Hyung then mentions that she heard Ranhwa contracted syphilis not too long ago, and that the Lord of the Flower Pavilion had begged her for the identity of the physician, so she shared it. Chosol begins to feel jealous, thinking to herself why physician Hua has to go treat Ranhwa. She imagines him performing acupuncture and applying medicine to Ranhwa's bare skin just like he did for her. Wonhwa then tells Chosol that he is going to apply some medicine and asks her to lie down. As she lies down, she thinks that even if she cannot remain by his side, she would at least like to be of help to him. She resolves to join the organization, deciding that supporting the physician through it is now her top priority. Wonhwa stretches his arm as Obo informs him that they currently have no patients left. At that moment, his brother Hwabun arrives on horseback and greets him, asking if he has been well. Hwabun then looks around and questions if there are no patients. Wonhwa replies that he is busy in the morning, but he's free in the afternoon. Hwabun asks whether the clinic can be maintained properly with so few patients. Wonhwa reminds him that he had already given him the living expenses for the last month, explaining that they were behind on the servants' pay and that their oldest brother was carrying the burden alone, so he tried to help. Hwabun, hearing this, acknowledges his effort and says he worked hard. Wonhwa responds that family should help each other. He then asks Hwabun about his preparation for the military service examination. Hwabun brings up another matter instead, asking if Wonhwa can go on a house call right now. He explains that it's regarding his master's granddaughter, whose symptoms have worsened. She is having trouble moving, and now experiences chest pain, even at rest, something that previously only occurred during martial arts training. Wonhwa considers the symptoms and suspects pneumothorax, a condition where air fills the chest cavity, noting that heavy breathing from martial arts could be a cause. He enters the clinic, saying he understands and will bring the necessary equipment so they can leave right away. Meanwhile, at Grandmaster Guanglu's residence, a physician apologizes, admitting that he could not cure the granddaughter due to his limited skills. Guanglu thanks him for his effort and sees him off, reflecting that it was his own greed that led to this. He regrets pushing his granddaughter too hard in internal martial arts, resulting in Kai Berserk. He fears that if her pulmonary wind disease worsens, she might even die. His granddaughter comes out and asks if the court physician has left. Guanglu scolds her for not staying inside, then reassures her, saying that Hwabun's younger brother is coming. He reminds her that the young physician had cured tetanus, enteric diseases, and even syphilis, so there's hope he can help her, too. Just then, Hwabun arrives with Wonhwa. Guanglu greets them and thanks them for coming. Hwabun introduces Wonhwa as his younger brother, and Guanglu introduces his granddaughter to Wonhwa, saying her name is Ban He. Wonhwa momentarily admires her beauty but quickly reminds himself that he is here for treatment. As they enter the room, Ban He apologizes for having difficulty walking, even a short distance due to her breathing problems. Observing her, Wonhwa notes that she is tall and slim, features common in patients susceptible to pneumothorax. He then pulls out his stethoscope and says he will first examine her breathing. As he checks, he observes that her right lung is very swollen. Her ribcage doesn't descend even when she exhales, and she is experiencing both chest pain and difficulty breathing. Based on the swelling and symptoms, he confidently identifies it as pneumothorax. Manhwa then asks Guanglu when Ban He first began feeling pain. Guanglu replies that it started a little over a year ago. Manhwa thinks that since it has been going on for such a long time, they need to quickly transfer her to the clinic for proper treatment. As Ban He begins coughing, Manhwa notices the bluish tint on her lips and immediately recognizes it as cyanosis. He grows concerned, thinking that her condition is worsening much faster than expected, which is a bad sign. Grand Master Guanglu, seeing the shift in Manhwa's expression, anxiously asks what he thinks about her condition. Manhwa calmly explains that it appears to be pulmonary wind disease and her right lung is injured and is now exerting pressure on her heart. Guanglu then asks if he already knows about her condition, and Manhwa responds that it was a good decision to stop her internal arts training, but warns that once the lung presses on the heart, it becomes very dangerous. The best option now is immediate treatment. Guanglu, desperate, grabs Manhwa's hand, leads him to save his granddaughter, and asks if Manhwa truly believes he can cure her pulmonary wind disease. Manhwa firmly replies that yes, it is curable. Guang, with deep gratitude, begs him again to please cure Ban He. Manhwa tells him that moving her to the clinic for treatment would be the best course of action. However, he is clearly troubled, thinking that it's alarming how close she is to cyanosis so quickly. Guanglu then instructs to prepare the carriage for immediate transfer. But before they can act, Ban He's condition suddenly takes a turn for the worse. Manhwa panics inwardly, wondering what exactly is happening to her now. Manhwa observes Ban He's condition and, while checking her breath, realizes he can barely hear any sound from her right lung. He starts to worry that it may be progressing into a tension pneumothorax. He then tells Guanglu that her lung is pressing on her heart more than her body can handle and insists that they must address it immediately. He instructs Obo to prepare distilled liquor for the procedure. As he opens her shirt buttons, he notices her chest is tightly bandaged. He wonders why, then realizes her chest size is quite large compared to her slim and tall figure. The bandaging, combined with her internal arts training, explains the elevated tension. Manhwa calmly announces that he will now begin treatment and tells Obo to observe closely. Using a syringe needle, he inserts it vertically between the second and third ribs, just under the collarbone, and explains that they must stop once they feel the blockage loosen. And soon after, there's a faint sound of air escaping just as expected. He points out that her breathing sounds are becoming louder and more stable and asks Obo to listen carefully. Guanglu watches in astonishment, thinking that although he has heard of physicians curing patients with acupuncture and herbal medicine, this kind of treatment is unlike anything he's seen or heard in his entire life. It's a technique that would be impossible without a precise understanding of the human body's internal structure. He reflects that for there to be such a monstrous talent hidden within the Central Plains, he is incredibly fortunate to have taken Hwabon Manhwa's brother as his disciple. After some time, Manhwa informs that the surgery has gone well and says that by tomorrow, there should be no blood or pus, only a clear liquid. He instructed Guanglu that once that happens, the tube can be tied. Guanglu expresses concern that he may not handle the aftercare properly and requests that Manhwa look after Ban He himself. Manhwa replies that he would like to, but a very short-tempered and high-ranking patient is coming to the clinic the next day, which is already giving him a headache. He assures Guang that he will return tomorrow. Suddenly, a commotion breaks out outside, and they all rush out to investigate. Guang asks his disciple what the noise is about, and the disciple reports that he has captured a suspicious man lurking around the manor. Manhwa immediately intervenes, stating that the man is his guard. Hwabon, shocked, questions why Manhwa has a guard, asking why someone would be assigned to protect him. Manhwa then explains everything that has happened so far. Upon hearing this, Hwabon yells, saying Manhwa should have told him earlier, and expresses how unbearable it would be for him to face their mother if something happened to his younger brother. Manhwa apologizes and mentions that Incho is managing the guard's arrangements. Guanglu, having listened to everything, says he is already indebted to physician Hua and feels he cannot just sit still. He then orders his disciple, Yujin, to stay by Manhwa's side for the time being. Yujin approaches Manhwa and introduces himself, saying he is Hwabon's senior. Manhwa is stunned and internally wonders if this is really Yujin, the legendary general known for stabilizing distant lands. He realizes with disbelief that he is truly living in that era, and someone like Yujin from the Three Kingdoms period is now acting as his personal guard. Meanwhile, Yu Bang bows before the taping emissary, Hwadang, admitting that he has no excuses. Hwadang reprimands him for failing to control a small region like Choyon and causing the loss of more than 10 of their people in an attempt to cut loose ends. She questions whether the man standing before her is truly the same Lord Yu Bang she once knew. She further criticizes him for being unable to eliminate a mere physician. Yu explains that the physician is being protected by a powerful guard. Hwadang replies that if the task is too difficult, he could have abandoned it, so then, he did waste their valuable resources on killing a physician. Yu says that he has a plan and asks if she knows of Go from the Pei Nation. She replies that she has heard of him due to his reputation and confirms whether Yu means the man from the Go family. She states that he is the first person she intends to kill once their new world begins. Yu reveals that he plans to ambush Go and make it appear as though military officers were behind the attack. This, he believes, will create a rift between the Go family and the military. Hwadang acknowledges that if Yu's plan works, it will certainly cause unrest in Choyon and asks how he plans to orchestrate such a rebellion. Yu responds that he intends to use the physician. Hwadang asks Yu Bang to explain his plan in detail. Yu says that when Go visits the physician for treatment, he is expected to bring only a few guards, so eliminating him will be easy if the clinic is unguarded. Hwadang responds that if this information is accurate, then it presents a real opportunity and asks when the plan will be executed. Yu tells her that it will happen tomorrow or the day after at the latest, and they intend to finish it quickly. She then says that although there was a small mistake, Yu truly proves himself as Taping's governor, and she gives him a box, stating that it is a relief to offer it without concern. She adds that if the plan succeeds, a bigger reward awaits. Yu accepts the gift and says that he will keep it in mind. The next day, Manhwa goes outside the clinic and notices that it is snowing heavily. Yujin asks if the man named Go is coming today as well and, with frustration, says that if he did not know Go was the head of the Go family, he would have already killed him a few times. He adds that if Go again demands to be treated first and makes them kick out other patients, he will break his bones. Manhwa thinks that Go deserves that kind of threat, but says that he has become more gentle lately as his condition is improving. Yujin questions if that behavior could be called gentle and comments that Go is quite late and should have arrived by now. Manhwa suggests that it might be because of the snow. Meanwhile, Go, riding in his carriage, thinks that he is finally nearing the end of his exhausting illness. He notes that the pain during urination has significantly reduced and that his condition is definitely improving. He recalls how much he endured up to that point and thinks that although Manhwa is arrogant, he is undeniably talented, and if used well, he could be very valuable. Suddenly, an arrow narrowly misses him. The coachman shouts that it is an ambush. The guards surrounding the carriage instruct the coachman to escort their lord to a safe place. As the carriage speeds up, Go shouts in confusion, questioning who dares to ambush him. The coachman orders Captain Pyong to chase the attackers. Then, an arrow strikes the carriage horse, causing the carriage to collapse and fall from the mountain. Back at the clinic, Manhwa worries about Go, thinking that he promised to come every day since his condition was getting better. He reflects that he even rescheduled other patients in case Go caused trouble. Gona arrives and tells Manhwa that Lord Go is very late and asks if they should go check on what is going on. Then, they suddenly hear the voices of the coachmen entering the clinic, all injured and carrying Lord Go on their backs, saying that he is heavily injured. Manhwa, troubled at the sight, instructs them to move him to the bed. Observing Go's condition, he notes that in addition to a head injury, Go is bleeding severely and asks how he got hurt. The coachman explains that they were ambushed, and the carriage flipped and rolled over multiple times. Manhwa notices that Go's temporal artery is severed and wonders why it had to be severed at such a critical spot. He also observes a hip dislocation and compares the condition to experiencing a car accident without wearing a seat belt. He instructs the coachman to tie down Go's limbs as he prepares to administer anesthesia, but the bottle slips from his hand, is hit by Go's hand, and breaks on the floor. Seeing this, he says there is no other choice now and places a cloth in Go's mouth, then states that he will proceed without anesthesia. Manhwa and Obo continue treating Go, while the coachman and Gona hold his limbs down. The coachman asks if everything will be alright, and Manhwa tells him to keep pressing hard unless he wants his lord to live as a cripple for the rest of his life. Go screams in pain and then faints. Manhwa informs them that he is fine and has just passed out. He then mockingly addresses Go, saying that's what he gets for destroying the last bottle of anesthesia. Meanwhile, Yu tells Hwadang that he has failed to kill Go. She responds that it is fine. On the contrary, it is more beneficial for them if the trash is still alive. She says it's fine as long as he succeeded in making it appear that the military officers ambushed him. Yu confirms that part has been taken care of. Hwadang then explains that the ill-tempered and weak man should survive so he can confront the military officers and turn them upside down. It is harder for them to prove their innocence than to prove their guilt, especially since Yu purposely left behind a military plaque that appears authentic. She concludes that they can now sit back and wait, questioning who can stop the wrath of such a foolish piece of trash. At night, in the clinic, Manhwa sits beside Go, who lies unconscious. After a while, Go regains consciousness and begins shouting, expressing anger over the incompetence of his men, and vowing not to let the matter slide. He demands to know what Captain Pyong is doing and threatens to kill them all. Manhwa calmly administers anesthesia, causing Go to faint again. Manhwa then explains the situation to Chinwon, the Go family's physician, commenting on Go's temper and how it could be dangerous if his blood pressure spikes and his blood vessels burst. Chin replies respectfully, acknowledging that it was physician Hwa's decision and that he cannot refute it. Internally, Chin marvels at what he's witnessing, the ability to contact blood vessels in a living person, all from a 15-year-old boy. He still cannot believe that this young physician also cured syphilis, noting the significant reduction in pus and wondering how such a thing is possible. Later, Go questions Captain Pyong, asking whether the people who tried to assassinate him were military officers. Pyong confirms, saying they were definitely trained soldiers with military standard bows and arrows, and presents a military plaque as proof. Manhwa, however, finds the situation suspicious, thinking to himself that no legitimate soldiers would carelessly drop their weapons and official plaques in plain sight and then flee. He concludes that someone must be trying to intentionally stir trouble, but worries that Go will be too blinded by rage to see it. Go then questions Gona, confirming that he is a military officer and demanding to see his plaque. After comparing it with the one found at the scene, Go notes their similarity and asks Gona what he thinks. Trembling, Gona replies that such plaques can be forged if someone really tries, and argues that they cannot conclude the attackers were military officers based on that alone. He also insists the military has no reason to target Go. However, Go, still furious, orders Captain Pyong to arrest Gona, suspecting him of having ties to the attackers, and adds that he will take full responsibility for the arrest. At that moment, Yujin steps forward and advises Go not to take out his rage on innocent people. Go turns to him and asks who he is. Yujin calmly replies that he is physician Hwa's guard. Go observes something different about Yujin, an overwhelming aura. Despite knowing Go's identity, Yujin remains calm and assertive. Curious, Go asks who Yujin's master is. Yujin bluntly says that even Lord Go is not someone to whom he can carelessly reveal his master's name. He then unsheathes his sword, stating that Go will understand just by looking at it. Go stares, recognizing the prestigious. Seeing the sword, Go begins to raise his hands, but Yujin quickly covers his mouth with his hand, telling him that there are many fears present and that it would be better to think calmly. Go acknowledges internally that it truly is the judicial sword bestowed by His Majesty, and concludes that unless he wants to lose against the imperial family, it would be wise to yield. He then admits that he lost his temper due to his illness, and rhetorically asks what benefit would come from opposing the military. Yujin agrees, stating that nothing good will come from the clinic becoming too noisy. Go then admits that he has shown a bad side of himself. Observing Go's behavior, Manhwa internally questions whether this is the same man who nearly bowed earlier and wonders about the man Go referred to as master. Later, Manhwa visits the entertainment house and greets Mom Hyung, saying he heard she had suddenly developed a stomach ache. Hyung apologizes and tells him that Chosol has something to share. After sitting, Manhwa expresses relief that she isn't hurt and asks what is going on. Chosol explains that many stories circulate within the gathering, and although most are bluffs, repeated stories can become true. She says she has some information to share, which is why she called him. She tells him about a manor named Taping Manor, located an hour from the prefectural office of Hancheng, and mentions hearing that the government officials Lieutenant Incho suspected in the incident, and the three who attacked Manhwa frequently visit the manor. Because of that, she expresses suspicion toward Taping Manor. Hyung adds that the Hao sect organization also contemplated the issue and shares the same suspicion. Manhwa asks if they are the Yellow Turban Army. Chosol replies that she can't say for certain but suspects the manor the most. Manhwa considers that the organization he knows has highly credible information and thinks he must confirm it. However, if he passes the information to someone who needs it, they will handle it without his direct involvement. He reflects on whom he should inform. Although the proper protocol is to report to Lieutenant Incho, he considers that Lord Go would likely punish them more severely. Manhwa then starts to leave, thanking Chosol and telling her he will treat her to a meal once the issue is resolved. Physician Chen wonders aloud and asks Go if it is true that Manhwa cured tetanus and enteric disease. Go confirms that not only did Manhwa cure syphilis, but he also treated his bursting headache, stating that the boy is quite a skilled physician. Chen responds that Manhwa is more than just skilled, those are not diseases that can be easily cured. And in his entire life, he has never heard of anyone curing even one of those 4 incurable diseases. He remarks that Manhwa is a child who has managed to cure them all. Go reflects internally that perhaps Manhwa is a much more incredible physician than he originally thought. He acknowledges that someone bestowed with the judicial sword is indebted to Manhwa, and now, with this incident, Manhwa has saved him twice, making Go feel deeply indebted. Meanwhile, a lady approaches Manhwa and tells him her stomach keeps hurting, and she feels dizzy and asks what disease she might have. Manhwa responds that it is clearly malnutrition, but says there is no medicine for that condition. He internally notes that what they truly need is proper food, but he can't keep handing out money to such patients every time. He realizes he must find a solution. Sitting down near Go in frustration, Go notices his sighing and asks why. Manhwa says something is troubling him and then asks if he may buy some grain from Go. Go, aware of the collapse of the Hua family, wonders if their situation is this dire and asks how much grain is needed. Manhwa clarifies that he does not intend to take the grain for himself and is not that shameless, rather, it is for the starving people in the village. He wants to buy grain now before winter arrives. Go responds that if the grain is for the entire village, it would cost a considerable amount. He then asks if Manhwa intends to use all the money he has earned from treating him. Manhwa affirms this. Go admits he really can't understand him, then says he won't take money from him and will instead give him an equivalent amount of grain. Manhwa, surprised and pleased, asks if he is serious. Go replies that he wouldn't joke about such things and instructs Chin to take some warriors to his family estate to retrieve the grain. Manhwa expresses concern that it will be a large amount. Go tells him not to worry about that and to just focus on curing him faster. The next day, villagers gather at the clinic while Go's subordinates distribute grain. Yujin, observing Go's kind behavior toward the people, asks Manhwa whether people really change that much after hurting their heads. Manhwa replies that he is not sure, adding that nothing went wrong during the surgery. Go then instructs his men to give Obo's family 3 times the usual amount of grain. Manhwa, watching him, comments that though Go appears awkward, the kindness suits him. Chin tells Manhwa that he has served Lord Go's side for over 20 years, but this is the first time he's seen him like this. He adds that it shows how deeply impressed Go is by Manhwa's medical skills. Manhwa humbly replies that he is no one to impress anyone, it's simply that Go will gradually recover. Later, while they are alone in the clinic, Go asks Manhwa if there's something he wants to say, noting that he's been brought to the back room. Manhwa asks whether the people who ambushed Go have been caught yet. Go responds that despite his family and all relevant authorities investigating, they have yet to find any results. Manhwa says he's not completely certain, but has received some information he finds too serious to dismiss lightly, and wants Go to listen carefully and consider his words thoughtfully. Go assures him that he'll be the judge of the matter. Manhwa then tells him everything. Upon hearing the name Taping Manor, Go grows frustrated and says he will confirm the matter himself. Manhwa suggests that it might be wise to investigate the issue together with Lieutenant Incho. Go agrees, saying it would be best to look into it thoroughly. If it turns out that Taping Manor is indeed the base of the assassins, he promises to give Manhwa a separate reward. Manhwa refuses, but Go insists that every action comes with a price, and if it's a gift, it should be accepted. As Go turns to leave, saying he will first meet with Lieutenant Incho, Manhwa stops him and says that while he's at it, he should do it properly. At the Cho residence, Go arrives with his army and loudly demands if anyone is present, shouting that he won't be satisfied until he beats their brains out. He declares that those who act so brazenly shouldn't expect to come out unscathed, and if they wanted to act fearlessly, they should have done it properly, and then demands the whereabouts of Lieutenant Incho. Incho comes outside and asks what is going on. Go pushes Gona in front of him and accuses him of attempting to assassinate him, questioning what they take the Go family head of the Pei Nation for. Incho, surprised, asks if he's really Lord Go. Go, enraged, accuses him of playing dumb and threatens that he might have to make him suffer first in order to make him confess. Incho asks what he is even talking about. Meanwhile, a spy flees the Cho residence to inform the Taping Manor. Captain Pyong notices this and informs Go. Incho remains confused about Go's sudden aggression, while Manhwa proposes that they dig a trap together, a very good one. Incho then understands the situation and invites Go inside to discuss everything over a cup of tea. At Taping Manor, the spy reports the situation to Yu Bang, who acknowledges that Go has barged into the prefectural office and instructs him to leave. Hwadang, excited, notes that everything is going according to plan. Yu credits her attention to the progress. She then declares that with this development, Kaio County has fallen into their hands and praises Yu for his efforts. Meanwhile, Incho arrives at Taping Manor with his army, shouting as they break down the doors and begin their assault, ordering his men to capture everyone. Inside, hearing Incho's voice, Yu and Hwadang are thrown into panic. Yu is confused, wondering why Incho is at the manor when he is supposed to be at the prefectural office. He asks Hwadang what to do, and she instructs him to retrieve the safe first. Yu hurriedly collects all the gold and money from the safe. Hwadang urges him to hurry, warning that they must escape before the exits are surrounded. As the soldiers enter the residence, Incho commands his army that anyone who resists is to be killed on the spot. As they both flee through a hidden path, Yu Bang reaches the hidden door and begins to unlock it, only to suddenly realize the key is missing. He frantically searched his pockets, muttering that the key was definitely there. Hwadang, already on edge, asks what is going on. Yu informs her that they can't go out through that door and need to find another way. Enraged, Hwadang shouts at him, calling him stupid and scolding him for losing the key to their escape route. With no other option, they rush off in search of an alternative exit. In the midst of this, Hwadang tears her own clothes, thinking they need to deceive the soldiers. Yu, bewildered, asks why she's suddenly ripping her clothing apart. She curses at him and tells him to hurry and tie her to a nearby post. As he binds her, she instructs him to take the gold and leave, claiming she'll buy him some time. Before fleeing, she warns him that from this moment on, they do not know each other. Yu dashes off, stunned at the situation, and mutters in disbelief that he's actually part of this kind of story. Then, from his pocket, he pulls out the very key to the hidden door and smirks, saying that there's one thing left for him to do. He adds that he has no reason to see Hwadang again, and no plans to stay involved with the peace order. He then opens the secret door and escapes. Back at the manor, the soldiers reach Hwadang and gently approach her, saying it is fine now and calling her young lady. Inwardly, she scoffs at how easily they were fooled, thinking this is exactly why they're so incompetent. She plans to wait for the right moment to escape, blames Yu for putting her in such a humiliating position, and bitterly wishes he were dead. At that moment, an arrow suddenly strikes her, and she collapses. The soldiers panic, shouting for caution and warning of an ambush. Watching from a tree branch, Yu Bang, who shot the arrow at her, thought that he must eliminate any source that could cause future trouble. Meanwhile, Yujin informs Master Guanglu about Go, and Guanglu responds that he can't believe Go is distributing grains to the poor, calling it an unbelievable incident. Yujin asks if it's not just to look good in front of his master, but Guanglu disagrees. He explains that Go is the kind of person who would take even the imperial sword lightly, not someone who makes a fuss. He suggests that perhaps this change is because of physician HWA. He adds that it's not strange for someone to change after facing death twice. However, he emphasizes that just distributing grain doesn't mean his entire personality has changed. What's more important is that he has done something worthwhile in his lifetime, and that this change came because of physician HWA. Yujin then brings up that physician Hua also has a talent for martial arts. He says that at first he thought he was just a timid physician, but he trains with a sword every night, and there's real force in his blade. When asked, physician Hua told him that the sword was given to him by Lieutenant Incho as a token of gratitude for treating him. He also shared that it has only been 5 months since he started training. Yujin jokingly says that if it weren't for Lieutenant Incho, he might have dragged him away to become a priest. Hiding and listening to all this, Ban He thinks to herself that physician Hua is truly an amazing person. Though she heard he's the same age as her, he doesn't feel like it. She thinks that when he comes again, maybe she should talk to him. Meanwhile, Manhwa sits outside the clinic and mutters to himself that, as expected, the grain distribution was a big help. No more patients are coming due to malnutrition. Watching the locals passing by with bright faces, he says with relief that it's great, everyone looks well. He reflects that they'll probably get through the winter smoothly and adds that it's a real relief. With the issue concerning the peace order resolved and Master Go no longer angry, he admits it feels good when problems are resolved so cleanly. Suddenly, he hears the sound of horse hooves and sees Hwaban approaching, which makes him curious. Hwabun then informs him that their mother is in critical condition. Wonhwa rushes inside, preparing his medical bag, and says the time has finally come. He tells Obo to hurry and get ready. Then, noticing his hands shaking, he wonders why it's happening and realizes it's his body reacting to the news about his mother. Internally, he assures Wonhwa not to worry, saying that his mother is also his mother, and he will make sure her surgery is a success. Meanwhile, Hwabok asks Physician Bong if there is truly no other way to help their mother. Physician Bong replies that since the pain keeps recurring near the upper right abdomen, there's nothing more he can do. Only Physician Hua might be able to cure this disease. At that moment, Hwabun arrives and says he has brought Wonhwa. Surprised, Hwabok turns to Physician Bong and asks if Wonhwa can really cure their mother's condition. Physician Bong replies that if Physician Hua can't do it, then no one in the world can. Wonhwa checks her pulse and asks Physician Bong if she has lost consciousness. Bong explains that she was suffering while vomiting, so he used acupuncture to put her to sleep. He adds that she has a high fever and that her condition must have worsened because of the vomiting. Manhwa internally notes that the swelling doesn't seem to be coming from either the small or large intestine. He wonders why he can't use his clairvoyance ability now, just when he needs it the most. As he tries again, he notices his heartbeat accelerating, but eventually, he manages to activate it. He realizes that, as suspected, it isn't the intestines that are swollen, it's acute cholecystitis. He turns to Hwabok and says that her condition is extremely serious and they must perform surgery immediately. If they leave her like this, she will die. Hwabok recalls how Lieutenant Incho had tetanus and Wonhwa cured him, something even Physician Bong couldn't do. Whether it was tetanus or any other disease, Wonhwa was able to cure it. He then looks at Wonhwa and pleads, asking him to please take care of their mother. His mother calls Wonhwa's name, and he quickly grabs her hand. She tells him that she hears he has saved many people in the village, even those who were dying of tetanus. Wonhwa thinks to himself that she knows he has been treating people, and he replies that it is true. She then asks him why he looks so worried, saying she feels at ease knowing her son will be the one treating her. Wonhwa smiles and assures her that he will cure her. He tells himself to calm down and focus, reminding himself that this is not a difficult surgery and he must succeed. Meanwhile, Obo notices that something about the physician has changed. Wonhwa instructs Obo to begin the surgery, and Obo hands him the soldering iron. Wonhwa asks Physician Bong to hold the cut skin with Obo's assistance and open it wide. While doing so, Bong thinks that Physician Hua looks magnificent with Obo and that the boy is doing great. He appears very calm in such a situation, like the true right arm of Physician Hua. Bong also notes that something about Wonhwa is different now. He seems completely transformed compared to when he was operating on the soldiers. It feels as if he can see through the body, like he is looking at his own palm. Bong concludes that this man is a divine physician. Wonhwa announces that he has finished removing the mesentery and proceeds to expose and ligate the cystic artery and cystic duct. He then says he will begin detachment. As blood drops on his face, he tells Obo to wipe it off and prepare the next soldering iron. After stopping the bleeding, Obo hands him another soldering iron. Wonhwa thinks that the most dangerous phase of the operation has passed, and now, if he detaches it well, he will be able to save their mother. He then removes the kidney stones and affirms that he can save her. Hwabun and Hwabok wait outside, and Hwabun remarks that it is taking too long. Hwabok suggests they wait and trust Wonhwa, though he silently worries even about Wonhwa's ability. He thinks that even if it is Wonhwa, he cannot help but be anxious, wondering how his blood could feel so dry from dread. He internally pleads that it must not be too late and begs Wonhwa to save her. After some time, Wonhwa comes out of the room, looking exhausted and expressionless. They both worry upon seeing him like that. After a brief pause, Wonhwa announces that the surgery was successful and their mother is now all right. Overjoyed, the brothers rush forward and hug him, but suddenly Wonhwa collapses. Physician Bong checks on him and explains that he is fine, he is just sleeping from the relief. Meanwhile, in a dream, Jinsu finds himself in a strange place and wonders where he is, and then sees the original Wonhwa and realizes it is him. Wonhwa bows before Jinsu to show his gratitude, and Jinsu acknowledges his hard work. Suddenly, a surge of light emerges from Wonhwa, and he disappears. Jinsu softly says he can now rest assured. Back in the real world, Wonhwa regains consciousness, sees his mother lying beside him, takes a deep breath, and says it is a relief. His brothers come in and ask if he is alright. Wonhwa replies that both he and their mother are fine. Hwabok tearfully apologizes for not trusting him earlier and thanks him deeply. A few days later, Manhwa checks on his mother and informs her that all her wounds are healed. He says that if she continues to take care of herself, she will completely recover and instructs Obo to remove the drain tube and sew the site once her intestines clear up. Meanwhile, Physician Bong watches them and reflects that Obo truly acts like the hands and feet of Physician Hua. He believes they are fortunate to have Physician Hua in this generation and Obo for the next. He laments that if he were only 10 years younger, he would have become Manhwa's student. Since he is too old, he decides to make his nephew, who has inherited his medical skills, study under Physician Hua. At that moment, a servant approaches and informs Manhwa that a message has arrived from the government minister. The messenger confirms his identity, hands him a letter, and tells him that the government minister has sent him an imperial letter. Manhwa reads the letter, and his mother asks if the chancellor is requesting an audience with him. Manhwa responds in surprise that it seems so. Physician Bong remarks that it is expected, explaining that not long ago, Physician Hua cured Lord Go, the young master of the Go family, and that Lord Go's niece is the chancellor's third concubine. He adds that the news of Physician Hua's remarkable medical skills must have reached the chancellor through Lord Go. Manhwa thinks the letter is ambiguous, noting that it only instructs him to come to Yingchuan Commandery and appears to be a call to treat someone ill. Physician Bong suggests it might be because the third concubine recently became pregnant. Manhwa wonders if it is a gynecological disease and recalls that he did not attend the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology during his internship. His mother tells him that she is proud of him and urges him to go to the chancellor and cure the illness. Manhwa, thinking that obstetrics and gynecology are not his area of expertise, replies that he understands. Mother. Manhwa arrives at the chancellor's residence and introduces himself. Go Hyun, Lord Go's niece, acknowledges him and says that she has heard much about him from her uncle. Manhwa replies that he is honored. Hyun then instructs him to begin the medical examination, and a servant presents him with a silk thread. Manhwa internally questions whether he is truly expected to use this thread to feel the pulse, comparing it to something seen on television, and realizes that he cannot properly examine her with it. He admits to himself that this method is beyond his skill set. Manhwa then apologizes to Hyun, stating that due to his limited skills, he is unable to examine her using only the thread. Hyun asks what he means by that and questions whether he is truly as skilled as her uncle claimed. Manhwa humbly apologizes again and explains that he can only diagnose her condition through a direct pulse reading, medical interview, and palpation, emphasizing that no aspect of the examination should be lacking. Hyun reflects on her uncle's recommendation and considers her options. She then states that she will request permission from the chancellor. As Manhwa sips his tea and waits, he thinks that the permission is taking quite a while. A man then approaches and asks if he is Manhwa, the one who came to treat Her Highness, and comments that he must have gotten in through his connection with the Go family. When Manhwa asks who he is, the man introduces himself as Jongdeok, a court physician, and mockingly says he wants to see for himself how amazing the so-called unheard-of physician really is. Manhwa, feeling irritated, suspects that the man is trying to pick a fight from the start. Jongdeok mentions hearing that Manhwa can't examine using threads. Manhwa responds that he is not at that level yet. Jongdeok remarks that he was ready to scold him if he didn't know his place, but acknowledges that at least he does. Manhwa replies that he knows his place well and tries to end the conversation by saying he'd like to get back to minding his own business, then starts reading a book, frustrating Jongdeok. A servant arrives and informs Manhwa that the chancellor has granted permission. As Manhwa heads to Her Highness's room, Jongdeok follows, and Manhwa feels annoyed that he's tagging along. Jongdeok tells Hyun that he's heard of the skills of the invited physician and is there to broaden his knowledge, requesting permission to observe, and Hyun grants it. Manhwa informs her that his examination method may differ due to his limited skills. Hyun tells him not to worry and to proceed as he sees fit. As Manhwa observes her, he recalls that she had developed more freckles and blemishes, but now notices her stomach appears more bloated than expected. Hyun explains that it has been 3 months since her last period. Her waist aches, she tires easily, and she's been sleeping more often. Manhwa responds that those are common symptoms of pregnancy and asks for permission to feel her pulse. As he checks, he notes that she has also begun experiencing morning sickness and concludes that she is likely pregnant, but then notices that there is no smooth pulse. As Hyun notices Manhwa's concerned expression, she asks what's wrong. Meanwhile, Manhwa continues examining her and thinks that he can't determine her condition solely based on the absence of a smooth pulse. Since she's showing signs, pregnancy is still possible, but he needs to be certain. He considers using his clairvoyance. Hyun speaks again, saying he doesn't need to look so surprised she hasn't been eating well due to morning sickness, and her health has declined. Wonhwa reflects that if she's not actually pregnant, this could turn into a huge issue. While lost in thought, Jongdeok impatiently whispers to him, telling him to respond to Her Highness. Wonhwa reminds himself to stay calm, and that the patient's well-being must come first. He continues his examination. Jongdeok interjects and assures Hyun not to worry about the child, offering to serve a tonic to restore her energy without harming the fetus. Realizing he has no more time to spare, Wonhwa uses his clairvoyance and confirms that there is no fetus, it is pseudocesis, a false pregnancy where a woman exhibits all the signs without actually being pregnant. At that moment, Jongdeok speaks up again, telling Hyun that even though Wonhwa was recommended by Lord Go, he is too young and inexperienced to grasp the depth of the medical arts. He offers to serve his tonic to support the pregnancy. Wonhwa interrupts and asks Jongdeok if he even examined her or felt her pulse. Jongdeok, caught off guard, retorts angrily, asking if he's gone mad and reminding him that he is the head of the court physician. Wonhwa calmly says this isn't the right place for such a conversation and suggests Hyun take a short break. He then tells Jongdeok they should continue their discussion outside, away from the crowd. Outside, Jongdeok yells at him, repeating that Hyun is pregnant, and points to her bloated stomach as proof. Wonhwa questions how it could be that bloated in just 3 months. Jongdeok insists that it can happen if the child is healthy. Wonhwa replies that while Jongdeok may have looked at her, he himself has physically examined her and felt her pulse, and that diagnosis shouldn't be made based on appearance alone. Jongdeok scoffs at him, questioning how much a young boy like him can possibly know about medicine. He claims that a skilled physician can diagnose thousands of illnesses through mere observation and adds that he's not permitted to touch her. Frustrated, Wonhwa thinks to himself that pseudocesis is a psychological condition that often resolves once the patient is convinced they aren't pregnant. But in this time period, without ultrasounds or pregnancy tests, proving it is nearly impossible. He had hoped a reputable court physician would confirm his diagnosis, but Jongdeok stubbornly insisted she was pregnant. Finally, Wonhwa challenges him. If his diagnosis turns out to be correct, then is anything Jongdeok supposed to do in return? He urges him to at least try feeling her pulse or examining her properly, even now. Jongdeok refuses again, reiterating that he can identify thousands of diseases simply by observing, and that he is forbidden from touching Her Highness. At that moment, Hyun arrives with Chancellor Chen Gui and asks if what she just heard is true, whether she is not pregnant, and directly requests an answer from physician Hua. Seeing Chen Gui in person, Wonhwa is surprised and wonders why the Chancellor has come himself. Both Wonhwa and the court physician bow and greet him. Chen Gui asks Wonhwa if he is the physician specially recommended by the head of the Go family, and Wonhwa confirms it. Chen Gui then asks for his diagnosis. Realizing he has no other option now, Wonhwa explains that due to Her Highness's deep desire to conceive, her mind has mistakenly led her body to believe she is pregnant. It is a psychological condition, not a physical pregnancy. Chen Gui remarks that this is the first time he's ever heard of such an illness and turns to Jongdeok, asking if he has encountered it before. Jongdeok replies that it is also unfamiliar to him, claiming it does not appear in any medical texts or records. Wonhwa, inwardly frustrated, thinks that such a diagnosis wouldn't exist in the medical literature of this era. Chen Gui then says that since this conclusion was drawn based on pulse diagnosis, it is only fair to have another physician also examine Her Highness's pulse. He reasons that if that physician confirms the pregnancy, then Wonhwa's credibility will be questioned, as the court physicians are not amateurs. Wonhwa bows and agrees. Chen Gui warns that if Wonhwa's diagnosis turns out to be wrong, he will be held accountable for the disturbance. Later, inside the chamber, Jongdeok steps forward to examine Hyun's pulse. As he does so, he internally notes that the smooth pulse is there but weak, and her stomach is unusually bloated, almost like she's carrying twins. However, the mild rhythm bothers him. Despite this, her symptoms and condition align with pregnancy. He thinks to himself that even if she's not pregnant, he can always change his words later to save face. For now, he wants to put the young physician in his place. He then confidently tells Chen Gui that although Her Highness's pulse is weaker than what is usually expected in pregnancy, he can state with confidence that she is unmistakably pregnant. Some other court physicians also agree with the earlier diagnosis, confirming that Hyun is indeed pregnant. Wonhwa, troubled by their responses, internally wonders if Chen Gui has simply gathered a group of quacks. Chen Gui then questions the physicians again, asking whether they truly believe she is pregnant. They confirm their opinions, though they quietly mutter among themselves that although the smooth pulse is weak, Hyan's stomach appears quite bloated, and since the head court physician has already declared pregnancy, they feel they have no choice but to agree and quietly exit the situation. Chen Gui then turns to Manhwa and tells him that all the court physicians are in agreement that Hyan is pregnant. Zhongdiak, feeling triumphant, mockingly thinks that a child like Manhwa, who dares to challenge his medical expertise, deserves to be crushed. He then tells Hyan that although this may seem like the baseless claims of an inexperienced youth, he fears that Manhwa might be jealous of her pregnancy and may be trying to harm the unborn child. Later, Manhwa is seen locked in a prison cell, thinking to himself that the charge of contempt is absurd. He reflects on how applying modern medical knowledge has backfired on him in such a brutal way. Though the diagnosis was difficult, it makes no sense for those so-called court physicians to unanimously declare her pregnant. He wonders whether this might have been orchestrated and thinks about how his mother was so proud and excited, and fears she might faint if she learns that he is imprisoned. If he hadn't used Lord Go's name, the punishment could have been much more severe. Though death might be unlikely, he worries they may amputate his arms. Obo then arrives and asks if Manhwa is alright. Manhwa is surprised and asks why Obo didn't return to Kaio County. Obo replies that he couldn't possibly leave while Manhwa is in prison. Manhwa tells him he doesn't have to suffer, too, but Obo insists that it's Manhwa who's suffering. Manhwa is relieved, thinking that at least if Obo didn't return home, his mother won't hear about this ordeal for now, even though he can't bear to let Obo suffer for his sake either. Obo then offers him a meal, saying that he hasn't eaten yet, and assures him that he talked to the guard to make this possible. He adds that Manhwa should let him know if there's anything else he needs. Manhwa, surprised by Obo's resourcefulness, finishes eating, and Obo then asks whether he should inform Lord Go about his imprisonment. Manhwa replies that the idea has crossed his mind, but even Lord Go cannot act recklessly in this matter, since the Chancellor, who practically holds the same authority as the King of the Pei Nation, has ordered the imprisonment. Without solid proof or a strong move, there's no way out. But then an idea occurs to him, and he turns to Obo and says that he must deliver a message to Lord Go. When Go learns that Physician Hua is imprisoned, he becomes troubled and thinks about what kind of disaster this is. He initially believed that Manhwa would diagnose his niece well and gain merit, and if the Chancellor were pleased with him, he might even appoint him to a government post, disregarding his background. Instead of gaining a position, Manhwa ends up in prison. Go then asks Obo how this happened, and Obo informs him that Physician Hua diagnosed the worthy consort as not being pregnant. Go is surprised to hear that and reasons that if Physician Hua made the diagnosis, it must be accurate. He assumes that because of Manhwa's straightforward personality, he may have spoken too boldly, leading to his imprisonment. Go reflects that he has only recently gained acknowledgement from the brothers, and now this situation arises. He feels helpless since it is the Chancellor who imprisoned Manhwa, leaving him with no means to intervene. Obo then tells him that Physician Hua also asked him to do a favor. Meanwhile, in the palace, Chen Gui orders Physician Zhongdiak to enter. Zhongdiak comes in and asks if he has been called. Chen Gui asks whether the worthy consort's condition has not improved. Zhongdiak replies that her body is naturally weak, so he is treating her gradually, adding that a quick recovery might be harmful to her. Internally, Zhongdiak wonders why Chen Gui is suddenly asking about the consort's condition, as it makes him feel uneasy. Chen Gui then asks if it is possible to determine the gender of the fetus. Zhongdiak responds that it is extremely difficult, but if she is nearing full term, he might be able to predict it. Chen Gui replies that other court physicians should also be able to make such a prediction, and he instructs them to gather all the court physicians in 5 days to examine her pulse and determine the child's gender. Zhongdiak becomes troubled and questions internally what this strange order is. Earlier that night at the Go residence, Go tells his brothers that Physician Hua wants them to verify the child's gender. He confirms that it is true and explains that if Physician Zhongdiak's medical skills are as impressive as he claims, then such a task should not be difficult. He adds that this is the only way to save Physician Hua. Later, the court physicians each examine Her Highness and, one by one, state with confidence that the unborn child is a girl. A court official taking notes thinks that all the physicians are completing their examinations, and only someone named Physician Hua is left. He then calls for Physician Hua to come forward. Manhwa steps up, uses his clairvoyance technique to observe a lady, and announces that the child is a boy. The other physicians express doubt, wondering how he can declare that without even checking her pulse. Manhwa explains that the symptoms differ based on the gender of the unborn child. and he has used those indicators for his diagnosis. Hyun, surprised, turns to Go and asks if physician Hwa is possibly playing a joke. Go responds firmly that he has survived death twice, thanks to physician Hwa, and personally witnessed him cure diseases like tetanus, syphilis, and enteric fever. He says that physician Hwa, to him, is the embodiment of a miracle-working doctor. That night, Chancellor Chen Gui reviews the physician's findings and comments on how fascinating it is that most of the court physicians provided matching results. He remarks that they could not have coordinated their responses. Yongdeok responds that the court physicians were chosen by Chen Gui himself, so it is natural that they are skilled, and thinks to himself that they all based their diagnosis on what the medical books describe. Chen Gui brings up that physician Hwa's diagnosis is quite unusual. He claims with certainty that the child of the Minister of War's wife is dead, a conclusion that differs from the other physicians. Jungdeok points out that 2 other court physicians also suspected that the child may be dead. Chen Gui acknowledges this, but emphasizes that while the others only speculated, physician Hwa declared it as fact. He adds that if it turns out physician Hwa's diagnoses are all correct once the women give birth, then he will dismiss all current court physicians and appoint Manhwa as the head court physician. Jongdeok becomes troubled and warns that excessive praise could stir resentment among government officials. Chen Gui questions if appointing a competent physician is truly excessive and implies that Jongdeok's hesitation suggests a lack of confidence in his own diagnosis. Jongdeok denies this, and Chen Gui orders him to personally verify the results after the births and report them directly. Meanwhile, Hyun worries to herself about what will happen if physician Hwa gets every diagnosis correct. At the same time, inside the prison, Wonhwa continues his training and thinks that quite a lot of time has passed. He feels it's a bit unfair, but judging by the results, it was worthwhile. Thanks to this confinement, he is focused on body cultivation, his internal arts have greatly improved, and the side effects from using clairvoyance have almost disappeared. With regular exercise, he has built considerable muscle as well. Just then, Obo arrives and informs him that Mr. Y's third wife has given birth to her child. Wonhwa casually says it must be a boy, and Obo confirms it, impressed by the accuracy, saying that he has now gotten 29 correct in a row. Wonhwa thinks to himself that it's even more accurate than ultrasonography since he observes directly through his clairvoyance. However, he also recalls that the Minister of War's wife is expected to have a stillbirth. He then asks Obo whether he has completed the homework assigned to him. Obo complains that he cannot read and that memorizing a medical book is too difficult. Wonhwa reminds him that he explained everything step by step and that Obo should have memorized it. He advises Obo to learn from someone who knows how to read, even if he has to beg for help, emphasizing that difficult things should be memorized until the body remembers them instinctively. Suddenly, a royal decree is delivered, announcing that physician Hwa has been found innocent and must be released immediately. As he exits the prison, Obo greets him, acknowledging that he has endured much. The royal messenger then informs him that the Chancellor is requesting his presence, and he must prepare to meet him. In Yongchin Commandery, Chancellor Chen Gui reviews the recent results and reflects with astonishment on Wonhwa's accurate diagnosis made without even feeling pulses, including identifying the stillborn baby. He concludes that Wonhwa truly is the miracle-working doctor recommended by his in-laws, Lord Go. A subordinate respectfully steps forward and reveals that one detail was intentionally left out of the report regarding physician Hwa. When Chen Gui asks for clarification, the subordinate explains that Wonhwa runs a clinic in a poor area and treats all who come to him without charging any fees. The subordinate admits to omitting this information, fearing it might cause confusion. Chen Gui, moved by this, remarks that a renowned physician who resists selfish desires is rare and suggests that Wonhwa is deserving of recognition for both filial piety and an exemplary record. Soon after, he is informed that physician Hwa has arrived. As Wonhwa enters and greets him, Chen Gui praises his extraordinary medical skill and the influence he has had on Go. He then expresses his intention to recommend Wonhwa for a commendation based on his virtue. Wonhwa respectfully responds that he is not well educated, to which Chen Gui chuckles, interpreting this as a sign that Wonhwa may be aiming to enter government service instead. Internally, Wonhwa mutters that he simply didn't want to accept the post, wondering why things keep escalating. He then clarifies aloud that he believes civil service is more suited for people like his brother, who possess deep intelligence, while he himself is still young and eager to treat a wide range of patients out in the world. Chen Gui reflects that Wonhwa's aspirations as a physician are indeed noble. This only reaffirms Chen Gui's belief that Wonhwa deserves a recommendation for virtue. However, he also thinks it is too early to tie such a young man to the palace, as it would only incite envy and jealousy among officials. At that moment, a servant bursts into the hall in distress, rudely interrupting. Chen Gui scolds her for her lack of manners, but she tearfully exclaims that something terrible has happened. The worthy consort Hyan has consumed poison. A few moments earlier, inside her chamber, Hyan cried silently. She thinks to herself that even her last hope physician Hua has disappeared. She recalls the painful memory of asking him in tears whether there really was no baby, pleading for some way, some miracle. But Manhwa had gently replied that although he fully understands her longing to bear a child, only the heavens can decide matters of life. He had told her that recognizing the false pregnancy was only the beginning of treatment and advised her to restore her health through regular meals and exercise. Now, Hyan trembles with despair, thinking that even the miracle-working physician has no solution. She reflects bitterly that despite undergoing further medical examinations, nothing has improved, and time has only passed. It has already been a month since the Chancellor brought a new woman into the palace. While she knows he must attend to many women due to his status, it wounds her deeply that he has not even glanced her way during her suffering. Overwhelmed, she opens a drawer and pulls out a vial of poison. With a trembling hand, she thinks that perhaps disappearing would be better. As she drinks it, she wonders whether the Chancellor would shed a tear for her, this fragile and forgotten woman. She collapses, whispering to herself a final hope that in her next life, she will be born ordinary and meet a man who loves only her. Soon after, a maid discovers her unconscious. Back in the present, the court is in chaos. Several physicians desperately try to make her throw up the poison, urging her to respond. Manhwa arrives in a rush, and Chancellor Chen Gui shouts at the maid, demanding to know what the attendants are doing. Manhwa pushes forward and tells the other physicians to step aside so he can examine her. Observing her closely, he realizes she has lost consciousness and cannot drink anything now. He thinks fast. There's only one option left, to forcefully flush the poison from her stomach. But without the necessary tools, like a stomach tube, he finds himself at a loss. He curses the fact that he left his medical bag with Obo. Just then, Obo bursts in, panting, clutching the bag. Manhwa's eyes widen with relief and appreciation as he sees him. Manhwa tells the other physicians that they should move Her Highness onto the bed for treatment. After they do so, he asks how much poison she has consumed. One of the physicians informs him that it was less than 1/4 of the bottle. Manhwa says that this is relieving to hear. He then measures the tube, thinking that the length should be enough, and notes that the tube is disinfected using distilled water. As he inserts the tube into her mouth, he uses his clairvoyance technique to confirm that the pipe is properly positioned in the stomach. He says that the foreign substances must be removed first and instructs Obo to come and hold the tube tightly without letting it move. As Obo holds it, he begins pumping, and the poison comes out of the stomach. They both react with disgust to the foul smell, wondering what kind of poison could produce such a stench. Manhwa then says that they must irrigate her bowels with clean water, as the foreign substance has been expelled, and only cleansing remains. He notices that only clean water is coming out now and says that the remaining poison can be absorbed using charcoal. He mixes it with cooking oil, explaining that even if some poison remains, it will be excreted as diarrhea. After finishing the treatment, he says that he has done everything he can, and now they can only wait. After a while, Hyan opens her eyes. Manhwa says that it is a relief, noting that she regained consciousness faster than he thought, and expresses his relief that she is awake. She starts crying and asks if he saved her, saying she could not even get pregnant and was abandoned by her husband, questioning why he would save her. Manhwa responds that she should stay alive to plan for the future, explaining that the heavens will decide her pregnancy, and she should give them time to answer her prayers. He adds that he will do his best to stabilize her body and urges her to stay alive to witness better days. Despite this, she continues crying in despair. Manhwa leaves, saying that he will return tomorrow, and appears exhausted, questioning why the day has been so draining and saying he is completely out of energy. Obo tells him he has worked hard. Jeongdeok then stops him and asks to talk. Manhwa continues walking, saying he has nothing to discuss with him. Jeongdeok begins pleading, admitting he had no idea about Manhwa's abilities and begs not to be removed from the palace. He offers all the wealth he has accumulated and asks Manhwa to say a word in his favor, explaining that he needs to stay in the palace long enough to erase traces of his embezzlement. Manhwa replies that it seems Jeongdeok has forgotten he almost lost his life because of him. He questions how Jeongdeok can now ask for help and suggests that he live comfortably off the wealth he has already accumulated. He then leaves with Obo, stating this. Frustrated, Jongdeok thinks that despite begging on his knees, he still refuses and vows not to let it go. Meanwhile, Manhwa enters the drug inventory and notes that he can now use whatever he wants. Previously, Chen Gui had declared that from that moment on, Physician Huo would have complete freedom to use the palace's drug inventory and must ensure the worthy consort recovers fully. Now, Manhwa says that by using these ingredients, he will be able to restore Her Highness to her previous health, though the pregnancy issue remains the main problem. Obo then arrives and asks what is going on, informing him that Lord Go has contacted him and wishes to invite him to the Go family. Manhwa remarks that Lord Go should already know he declined the head court physician position and wonders if he is now being asked to become the family's exclusive physician. Obo insists that it cannot be the case, then suddenly reacts with surprise, asking if he really rejected the head court physician position. Manhwa says he could not be bothered. Obo expresses disbelief at why someone would refuse such a prestigious position. Manhwa repeats that he simply cannot be bothered and then tells Obo to stop calling him a physician and to call him master instead. Through the forest on their way to the Go family with a horse, Obo mentions that they will reach quickly since they are riding. Manhwa says they still have a long way to go before reaching the Go family and suggests stopping at an inn for a meal if they find one. Then, they hear someone calling for help, saying someone is hurt. Manhwa rushes toward the voice and tells Obo to tether the horse to a tree first. As he arrives, he notices a girl shouting for help, saying a man has hurt his leg due to a trap. Manhwa observes that there is bleeding and wonders if the man's Achilles heel is injured. But he then also gets caught in a trap and hangs upside down. He asks the lady to help him get down. She asks if he is a physician, and then Obo arrives and asks what is going on. Manhwa tells him that someone must have set up many traps in the area. Obo questions what kind of mindless hunter sets traps along the roadside. He tells the lady he will cut the rope from the tree and asks her to hold his master's head to prevent injury. Manhwa tells the lady he was trying to help, but this is what happens, noting it is a road rarely traveled. The lady then pulls out a knife, and Manhwa, alarmed, tells Obo to run. As she begins to attack Obo, he manages to flee, and she starts chasing him. Manhwa realizes it is a trap and says he must cut the trap off his leg first. The man pretending to be injured approaches and says that although Manhwa caught on quickly, it is too late, and he will have to kill him. As Manhwa pulls out his sword, the man mocks him, saying the solid iron wire trap cannot be cut by a mere physician. But Manhwa cuts the rope with his sword and lands on the ground. The man is shocked by how quickly the rope is cut and realizes Manhwa is not an ordinary physician. He calls the lady back, and she stops chasing Obo to leap toward Manhwa, remarking that a mere physician carries a sword. But then Manhwa slashes her arm with one strike. The man, troubled by this, sees Manhwa approaching and throws wooden pieces at him, which he dodges with his sword, wondering how someone said to be just a physician could be this skilled. Manhwa then slashes and injures the man, breaking his sword in half. Obo returns and asks if Manhwa is alright. Manhwa says his foot aches a bit, but he is otherwise fine, and checks if Obo is unhurt, which he confirms. Manhwa then tells the injured man that he must be able to talk since the cut is not fatal. He threatens him with a needle and says that unless he reveals who hired him, he will not die peacefully. Manhwa then stabs the pin into the man's stomach, causing him a surge of pain, and says it is no use even if he tries to bite his tongue to kill himself because he will neatly sew his tongue back and save him. He adds that since the man tried to kill someone, he must be prepared for the possibility of dying too. But instead, he will let him experience pain far greater than death. The man thinks it is clear that he will be tortured endlessly without a chance to die peacefully. While coughing, he says that head physician Jongdeok ordered him to kill Manhwa. Manhwa, surprised, wonders aloud that although Jongdeok and he resent each other, it should not be to the extent of plotting murder. The man replies that he does not know the reason he just accepted the money and followed the order and then pleads not to be made to suffer more. Manhwa then removes the pin and says he believes him, and the man faints. Manhwa thinks it feels awkward doing something he's not accustomed to, but without it, he would not have found out who was behind the attack. He notes that this is the second time his life has been in danger and reflects that he only escaped thanks to the internal arts passed down by Lieutenant Incho. Considering Obo was also put in danger, he realizes he needs to take preventive measures. Then, he finds the plaque of that lady and wonders whether a courtesan from the Red Moon House was hiding her identity by posing as a courtesan, realizing that physician Jongdeok went to such extremes. Obo asks what he is going to do about Jongdeok. Manhwa replies that he will let him taste his own medicine. Obo asks if that means hiring assassin, too. As they begin to leave, Wonhwa says no, he plans to turn Jongdeok into a penniless peasant and let him starve to death, admitting he would be disappointed if Jongdeok died peacefully. Meanwhile, Hwabok, gazing at the trees, says that spring always comes without fail, but he has failed again and wonders how he will face their mother now. Hwabon then excitedly approaches him and asks how it went. Hwabok replies that he failed. Hwabon flinches and says that he had hoped to be congratulated first, but now he will have to comfort Hwabok instead. He encourages him to let it out and asks if it was due to distraction. Hwabok, noticing Hwabon's mood, says that he must have passed and congratulates him, adding that at least it is good for the family's honor. Hwabon replies by saying that passing the military service exam is not enough to bring honor to the family. Hwabok should have come in first, judging by his skills. Hwabok then asks what rank Hwabon got. Hwabon says that he was lucky to be on top, and that his supervisor, Lieutenant Incho, went easy on him because he owed Wonhwa. Hwabok replies that he knows a bit about Lieutenant Incho and has heard of his fairness and impartiality, saying he would not have shown favoritism simply due to a relationship with Wonhwa. Meanwhile, Hwabon internally thinks that personal favoritism was involved, and his ranking at the top and Hwabok's failure were both part of it. At the Go residence, Go emotionally reads Hyun's letter and says that it is always he who has received help from Wonhwa, and thanks him deeply. Wonhwa replies that he only did what he had to. Go says he does not know how to repay him and adds that Hyun wrote at the end of her message that he must give a present to Wonhwa. He asks if there is anything he can do. Wonhwa replies that he does not really need anything. Go reminds him that he once said every action comes with a price and insists that he will do anything with all his might. Wonhwa thinks to himself that he does need a guard, as Commander Goner returned to his hometown after the Taping Manor subjugation, but he cannot ask Go to assign someone to him. He then tells Go that he appreciates the offer, but does not need anything for now. Go tells him to let him know if something comes up later and says he will remember it. He then calls out to the attendants and orders them to escort Physician Hua to a place where he can rest and relax. The maid brings Wonhwa to the Red Moon House and tells him that this is the best courtesan house around. Wonhwa, seeing the place, wonders if it is the same Red Moon House written on the assassin's identity plaque. He considers that it must be a coincidence, thinking that surely there is another Red Moon House somewhere, as it is a common name. He decides to head inside for now. As Wonhwa steps inside, he is greeted by a group of girls who welcome him warmly. Following the maid's lead, he walks through the place while carefully observing his surroundings, thinking that it's still best to remain cautious. One of the girls attempts to impress him with her singing talent, internally believing that she must have already captured his heart by now. But when she notices his complete lack of interest, she directly asks him if he doesn't like women. Wonhwa replies that he does like women, but explains that he's simply tired and should sleep at home, then politely excuses himself, saying he had fun. As he walks out, he thinks that he managed to save face, but he has no intention of staying longer in a place where danger could be lurking. He then recalls Lady Chosal telling him to contact her if he ever needs information and concludes that he will need to ask her to investigate the Red Moon House further. The thought of returning to his hometown crosses his mind, and he quietly wonders how his mother and brothers are doing. Meanwhile, at the Hua residence, Hwabok sits quietly by the window with a gloomy expression. His mother approaches and gently asks why such a young man looks so dejected. Hwabok bows and apologizes, but she assures him there's no need for that. She reminds him that things are beginning to go well for his brothers, too, and encourages him to pass the exam next year. Hwabok expresses doubt, wondering if he'll really be able to pass. His mother responds confidently, saying it's obvious he will after all. There is no one in Kaio County who is smarter or has read more books than he. Hwabok agrees that he has read the most, but mentions that the current situation in the county is grim, and that many people have passed the exams through bribery. Realizing his harsh words, he immediately apologized. She then asks him if he really wants to pass so badly that he would consider bribing. He quickly denies it and admits his mistake. She tells him that if he truly desires it, she's willing to pave the path for him. The world is changing, she says, and they must learn to change with it. While the process matters, the result is just as important. Hwabok is stunned to hear these words from his mother, who had always taught them to walk the righteous path. He feels ashamed at the thought of facing their late father, and says that he cannot rely on bribes. He promises to pass the next year through his own efforts. Standing outside, Wonhwa overhears everything and silently vows to remember what Hwabok just said, determined to support him. He then opens the door and enters, announcing his arrival. When he tells them about the Chancellor's offer, they react with surprise, asking if he really refused the position of head court physician. Manhwa confirms, explaining that he's still young and doesn't want to be confined to the palace. Hwabok laughs in amazement, impressed by his brother's bold decision. Their mother proudly informs him that Hwabon passed the military exam with the highest rank and is now at the training center. Manhwa expresses his surprise, and Hwabok adds that with Hwabon's skills, it's not unexpected. He then resolves to close the gaps in his own studies. Manhwa, in his heart, speaks to his brother, telling him that he is not lacking in his studies because even in this chaotic world, the brother he sees striving to walk the right path is, in the end, not someone who lacks anything. He then says to Hwabok that, if it's alright with him, then he should think about working at the prefectural office of Yingchuan. Hwabok asks in surprise whether Yingchuan is not already a finished place. Manhwa explains that this time, the Yingchuan province is running a deficit, so they are selecting someone competent, and he has been asked if he could recommend someone. If Hwabok is willing, he would like to recommend him for that position. Hwabok hesitantly asks whether he would truly be capable of such a role. Manhwa assures him that Yingchuan values skills more than personal connections, and that with his skills, he is more than qualified. Their mother agrees, saying that if the province is seeking skill, there is no way Hwabok does not qualify. If they have proper eyes, they will surely recognize his ability. Hwabok adds that since the province is facing a deficit, the position should be given to someone truly suitable. Manhwa replies that neither he nor Hwabon is enough for that. Hwabok must help them. He must succeed so their family can rise again. He encourages him to use this opportunity to gain power. Meanwhile, Physician Bong brings a young man to Manhwa, saying that this is the person he has mentioned before. The young man greets Manhwa and introduces himself as Bayon Ah from Kaio County. Manhwa asks Bong if this is the nephew he was talking about the other day, then turns to Bayon and says that he has heard from Physician Bong about his desire to become a physician. He asks whether Bayon has read any medical books. Bayon responds steadily, saying that he has learned the fundamentals from his uncle, has read many medical books since childhood, and has also studied herb identification and acupuncture. He adds that his meticulous personality helps him pay attention to small details. Manhwa thinks to himself that this sounds exactly like a typical cover letter speech. He then tells Bayon that it will be easier to teach him and that he should work hard and learn diligently from now on. He introduces Obo, saying that he is his disciple and Bayon's senior brother. Bayon greets Obo, internally thinking that Obo is shorter and doesn't look particularly smart, so he won't be too much of a concern. Meanwhile, Obo thinks that just because Bayon has read a few medical books doesn't mean he's any match for him. He's learned directly from Master, and, as the senior brother, has a head start. Manhwa then reminds both of them that although they are the same age, Obo is the senior, so Bayon should always be respectful. He also warns Obo not to treat Bayon recklessly. He adds that if either of them ends up in a petty rivalry, he'll hang both of them upside down by their ears. He walks away, saying they should all do their best from now on. Bayon tells Obo that they should get along well in the future, and Obo responds kindly, telling him to ask him anything he needs. Meanwhile, in the entertainment house, Chosol dreams of having a private meal with Physician Manhwa, thinking to herself that it would truly be a dream come true. She recalls that he asked her to look into the Red Moon House and wonders what exactly he was curious about. Mam Hyung explains that the owner of the Red Moon House is a member of their Hao sect organization, but says that even without Physician Hua's request, something about the place has seemed suspicious. She adds that while they were informed, Physician Hua sent back the courtesans. The Red Moon House provided them with all information, except for details regarding the activities of Chengi, the son of the Go family head. Chosol agrees, saying that it makes sense. Given the Red Moon House's proximity to the Go family, she assumed they would be able to gather considerable intelligence there, but that has not been the case. Hyung responds that it's already been a few years like this. Chosol reflects that it's not just the Red Moon House, there are other courtesan houses affiliated with the Hao sect that also seem to be failing to gather proper information. Hyung then suggests that perhaps those places are secretly passing on information to organizations outside the Hao sect. Meanwhile, at an inn, two court physicians are talking to each other, and one of them asks if the other has heard about the story of the dead woman from the Taping Manor. The other replies that it's about the woman who was shot by an arrow even after being rescued from captivity, calling it pitiful. He adds that he heard she had been brutally tortured by the head of Taping Manor, Yu Hang, who is overhearing their conversation nearby. thinks to himself that it seems they still don't know the truth that the so-called dead woman is actually the manor head of taping, and feels relieved. However, his thoughts shift to a more urgent matter. There are only 3 detoxifying elixirs left. He realizes he is in serious trouble, as his supply will run out within a year. Without them, he is certain he will die from the recurring, agonizing headache. He concludes that he must find a way to obtain more elixirs before the year is over. Yu Bang greets the court physicians, and they also happily greet him, saying they are visiting again because the owner of the inn is known for being generous. They comment on whether there will be anything left if he keeps treating guests this way. Yu Bang replies that people are more important than money and asks them to inform him if anything is lacking. He thinks to himself that he has successfully won over the court physicians and that the 3 months of effort were worth it. He believes that if he can win over the head court physician, he might be able to remake the detoxifying elixirs and lift the curse. Then, a court physician brings Jongdeok to the inn, saying that this is the place. Yu Bang realizes it is his first time seeing the head court physician in person and quickly rushes over to greet him, respectfully bowing and introducing himself as the operator of the inn. Jongdeok responds that he has heard a lot about Yu Bang. When Yu Bang looks at him, he becomes troubled, then bows, thinking that this man, now head of the court physicians, is the same one who once made him a slave to the taping cult. He recalls that Jongdeok is the main culprit behind the unknown drug and acupuncture method that forced him into a life worse than death, dependent on detoxifying elixirs every 6 months. He reflects that although it would be easy to kill Jongdeok, doing so would make it difficult for him to escape unscathed. He concludes that he must either obtain a large supply of detoxifying elixirs or find a way to remove the cursed poison in his body. Revenge can come later. He also notes that Jongdeok may soon be expelled by a physician named Manhwa, so he decides to observe the situation further. What bothers him most is that the worthy consort had tried to commit suicide by consuming poison, and he suspects that the source of that poison is Jongdeok, who is known for his mastery of poisons. However, if Manhwa managed to detoxify that type of poison, he might also be able to detoxify the cursed poison in Yu Bang's body. Yu Bang concludes that although he initially thought Manhwa was just another wannabe physician, he must be someone extraordinary. In Yingchuan province, Manhwa conducts experiments in the drug inventory when physician Jongdeok approaches. Jongdeok internally questions how Manhwa is still alive. Manhwa mutters that there's no longer a need to confirm anything further, as he has discovered how the poison was made. He then glances at Jongdeok, thinking that Jongdeok is making his thoughts too obvious, and greets him by saying it has been a while. Jongdeok asks why Manhwa is in the drug inventory, to which Manhwa replies that he is there to gather medicinal herbs to cure Her Highness. As Manhwa leaves, he asks if Jongdeok is familiar with poisons. Jongdeok responds that it should be obvious, as physicians ought to be knowledgeable about poisons as well. Manhwa says that in that case, he will be relying on Jongdeok for guidance on many things going forward. Jongdeok clenches his fists and internally curses the failed assassins, thinking that despite being professionals, they could not get rid of a mere kid. He vows to make Manhwa pay with his life. Later in court, Manhwa greets the chancellor. Chen Gui welcomes him and says he has received his report, asking whether there have been any results. Manhwa reports that he has identified the ingredients used in the poison and explains that the poison was created using medicinal herbs. He adds that many medicinal herbs carry subtle toxicities, which must be weakened or neutralized to be used safely in treatments. However, in this case, instead of being neutralized, incompatible herbs were combined, which intensified their toxicity. He notes that some of these were rare herbs not even available in the palace's drug inventory. Hearing this, Chen Gui questions whether Manhwa is implying that the culprit must be someone with extensive medical knowledge and access to rare herbs, possibly even one of the court physicians. He then orders the General Affairs aide to be summoned. When the aide arrives, Chen Gui states that he recognizes the aide's medicinal skill and wants him to take charge of the investigation. The aide humbly replies that his abilities cannot compare to those of the court physicians, and suggests instead that Physician Hua should lead the investigation, as he is not affiliated with the palace and can conduct the inquiry without bias. Chen Gui then turns to Manhwa and asks whether he is confident in inspecting the court physicians. Manhwa replies that he will do his best. Chen Gui orders the Commandant of Justice to be summoned and declares that Physician Hua is to be given an inspection plaque so that he may inspect both the court physicians and the royal clinic. 3 days later, the Commandant of Justice approaches Jongdeok in the drug inventory and loudly declares that justice is to be brought upon Senior Jongdeok, who attempted to poison Her Highness. Jongdeok becomes troubled by their presence as they catch him and asks in disbelief what they are talking about, insisting that the accusation of him trying to poison Her Highness is absurd. Internally, he wonders about Manhwa, thinking that he had been planning to kill him the moment he left the palace. But since Manhwa never stepped outside even once, this must have all been part of his plan. Meanwhile, Manhwa reflects that all the medicines had been distributed under the names of court physicians, yet they contained inappropriately prescribed herbs, deadly poisonous ones. He recalls that when Jongdeok brewed the decoction, he deliberately removed those herbs from his written prescription, claiming they might burden the patient. Manhwa has also secured a servant's testimony and obtained a crucial piece of evidence, a round-shaped bottle found at physician Jongdeok's residence, identical to the one containing the poisonous elixir that Her Highness swallowed. He concludes that there are no holes left for Jongdeok to escape through. At court, they bring in Jongdeok, who pleads before Chancellor Chen Gui, claiming he has been wronged. He insists that ever since the Chancellor's predecessor, he has pledged nothing but loyalty and questions how the Chancellor could think that he would try to murder Her Highness by poisoning her. Chen Gui then asks Manhwa to explain in detail what he has investigated. Manhwa states that ever since physician Jongdeok was appointed, he has embezzled a significant amount of medicinal herbs, approximately 300 yongs of gold in value. Considering that the herbs were all top-quality materials, the total amount is estimated to exceed 500 yongs. Manhwa adds that Jongdeok even attempted to conceal this by providing incorrect prescriptions. Hearing this, Chen Gui, visibly frustrated, shouts at Jongdeok, demanding how he dares to speak of loyalty after stealing from the country's wealth. He questions whether Jongdeok considers theft to be an act of loyalty. Manhwa then further reports that on that very morning, they discovered the same poisonous medicine that Her Highness had consumed at physician Jongdeok's residence. Chen Gui concludes that Jongdeok is indeed the one who created the poison that caused Her Highness's suffering. Chen Gui then asks the Commandant of Justice what punishment would be appropriate, given that the poison from the head court physician endangered the worthy consort's life. The Commandant replies that although there is no direct evidence of an attempted murder, the fact remains that the poison inflicted severe suffering on Her Highness. Additionally, the embezzlement of more than 500 gold yangs of medicinal supplies is a direct insult to the royal family. Therefore, the recommended punishment is the extermination of the three families of the sinner Jongdeok, confiscation of all his wealth, and offering of his retainers as slaves to the government. Chen Gui agrees that this is the appropriate punishment, but says he would like to hear the opinion of one more person. He then asks physician Manhwa for his thoughts. Manhwa wonders whether Chen Gui is testing him or genuinely seeking his opinion. Regardless, he believes it is only right for physician Jongdeok to be held accountable for his crimes. However, he also considers that even if Jongdeok committed serious offenses, his family should not be punished for his actions, as they were not involved. He then states that while the ruling regarding the three families is justified, he is also aware of Jongdeok's long-standing loyalty to Chen Gui and his predecessors. Therefore, he respectfully requests that the Chancellor reconsider the punishment, taking into account that loyalty. Chen Gui responds by asking why Manhwa doesn't deliver the ruling himself. Manhwa, flinching, humbly declines, saying he would never dare and will only respect the Chancellor's decision. Chen Gui laughs and remarks that Manhwa is truly someone he would like to have by his side. He praises his quick wit, intelligence, humility, and ability to elevate others. He says now he understands why so many people speak highly of him, declaring that it would be a waste to let such talent go unused as just a physician. Chen Gui announces he will honor Manhwa's opinion through a special decision. Physician Jongdeok will be beheaded, but his family's punishment will be reduced. Instead of extermination, their status will be downgraded to that of government officials. Jongdeok, hearing this, reflects that this is how it all ends and realizes he underestimated Manhwa as just a young physician and acted too carelessly. Regret comes too late, but he feels relief that, at the very least, only he will face death and not his entire family. As they escort physician Jongdeok to the execution site, Jongdeok turns to Manhwa and says that although it may be shameless of him, he is truly grateful for saving his family. Manhwa replies that he did so simply because involving one's family in such matters does not sit right with him. Jongdeok then expresses his thanks again and asks for a private word, saying it's something important and a way to repay his debt one final time. Manhwa asks the commanders to step back briefly. Jongdeok then warns him that if anyone invites him outside the palace for a house visit, he must never go. Manhwa, growing frustrated, asks if Jongdeok had once planned to use a house visit as a way to kill him. Jongdeok quietly apologizes, and without saying anything further, Manhwa turns and instructs the commander to proceed with the execution. Later, when someone sends word asking for a house visit, Manhwa refuses and insists they come to the palace instead. As he sits in thought, he reflects that he no longer knows which of these invitations might be a trap, so he must protect himself. He feels frustrated, realizing there are likely truly ill people among those calling for him. Yet he cannot take the risk. More than that, he worries his disciples might be targeted too. He thinks that even if he can handle himself, he cannot allow the children under his care to be in danger. To prevent this, he decides he must teach them martial arts so they can protect themselves and so he can feel at ease. He then tells his disciples that he will now begin training them. Outside, Manhwa begins training his disciples in martial arts alongside their medical practice. He gives strict instructions and thinks to himself that he'll keep these children learning both martial and medical arts in a steady rhythm without end. Since he can't leave the palace for now, he considers using this opportunity to get his brother Hwabok employed. He decides to test the waters first and meets a court member who expresses admiration, calling him a humble and capable person, someone who deserves a high position in government. Manhwa replies that he lacks the skills for such a position but believes his brother could do it. He explains that while his brother has a strong personality that makes the exam difficult to pass, he also possesses an upright character and sharp intellect, which could lead him to great achievements in the next year. The court member, impressed by the praise, thinks to himself that if physician Hua speaks of his brother so highly, recommending him to the chancellor would be beneficial for everyone, including himself. He expresses his hopes of hearing good news from Hwabok and departs. Feeling relieved, Manhwa thinks that one supporter has been secured, and he resolves to let everyone in the palace know about his brother. He begins spreading the word about Hwabok not just to court officials but even to the palace maids. Later, heading toward the drug inventory, he reassures himself internally not to worry, he will fully support his brother, and to do so, he must ensure that Her Highness's condition improves further. As he opens the door to the drug inventory, all the physicians inside stand in perfect line and greet him with respectful formality. Manhwa, taken aback, wonders why the atmosphere suddenly feels like he's a gang leader. Physician Sung Hwan says that had they been informed in advance, they would have gone out to greet Physician Hwa. Manhwa replies that there is no need for such formality and asks him to speak comfortably. Sung Hwan responds that this is how they feel comfortable. Meanwhile, other physicians mutter among themselves that Manhwa is the one who caused Physician Jongdeok's downfall. They think they would have gladly welcomed him before, but now, if they get caught, it will be over for them, too. Manhwa then states that he is there to collect the worthy consort's decoction. Sung Hwan immediately orders the other physicians to bring out the box with the medicine, warning them that they will be in trouble if they delay. Presenting the box, Sung Hwan says it was prepared in accordance with the prescription. As Manhwa goes to carry it himself, Sung Hwan holds him back, saying they can't allow him to do such trivial chores. Manhwa tells him not to overdo it. Just then, a palace guard arrives and informs Physician Hua that His Highness is looking for him and asks him to head to the palace quickly. Upon arrival, Manhwa greets Chancellor Chen Gui, who tells him there is no need for formalities and invites him closer, saying he has a personal question to ask. Chen Gui says he has been hearing things recently and wants to hear it directly from Manhwa. He asks if it is true that Manhwa's brother is extremely intelligent. Manhwa thinks to himself that things are finally getting important from here on. He replies that he wouldn't dare to elevate his brother above many great scholars, but shares that his brother studied in Zayahu, has read many books, and continues his general studies without rest even now. Chen Gui remarks that Manhwa is always humble about his own skills, but seems confident in his brother's abilities. Manhwa admits that he believes his brother's effort is second to none. Chen Gui asks if he can stand firm on those words, and Manhwa agrees. Chen Gui says that Manhwa's confidence is impressive, adding that while he does not know his brother personally, he believes in Manhwa. He explains that every public post in Kaio County is controlled by the Cho family, so passing the test will be difficult regardless of how capable his brother is. However, he also notes that character is just as important as academic achievement in recruiting talent. Meanwhile, Hwabok receives a letter from Manhwa instructing him to come to Yingxuan Palace before the Dragon Boat Festival ends and specifically telling him to walk instead of riding a horse. 3 days later, while traveling with Mr. Yoon, Yoon mentions that there are still 7 days left before the Dragon Boat Festival ends, so they should have enough time. Hwabok agrees, saying they should be able to arrive within 2 days. Yoon remarks that His Highness is strange, questioning whether they really have to walk when they could ride a horse. Hwabok responds that there must be a reason behind the instruction, suggesting that walking might be intended to help them understand how ordinary people live. As they continue their journey, a group of beggars approaches them, pleading for a penny and saying they haven't eaten in days. Yoon reacts harshly, shouting at them and expressing contempt that people with healthy bodies would choose to beg. He tells them to back off and walks away, calling beggars the most useless people in the world. Hwabok questions whether there's a reason behind someone being a beggar. Yoon explains that while beggars are capable of thinking, they often don't make the effort to earn money. He admits some might have physical limitations or insufficient wages, but insists they could still do better than begging. He adds that they might change their minds and become violent, so it's best to stay cautious. Suddenly, one of the beggars collapses and begins shouting. Hwabok rushes to help and asks how he got hurt. Another beggar explains that the man was hiding a brass coin and was beaten by their boss. Frustrated, Hwabok bandages the injured beggar and questions whether it's reasonable to hurt someone so badly over a single brass coin. The beggar admits he did break one of the boss's rules. Yoon then asks where this boss is. The boss arrives, asking why they're looking for him. Yoon demands to know what right he has to injure someone like that. The boss replies that the injured man hid his money and deserves the punishment, challenging them by asking if they have a problem with that. Then, unexpectedly, another beggar strikes the boss on the head from behind. The boss turns to Hwabok, blaming them for interfering and saying they could have just walked away quietly. In response, Hwabok punches the boss. But they are attacked by them. The beggars seize all their money and, while searching through it, discover an official plaque hidden among their belongings. Upon seeing it, the leader of the beggars panics and shouts that they're doomed, urging everyone to flee, and yells that the victims are government men and they must escape before the soldiers come after them. Once the beggars scatter and the danger passes, Yoon turns to Hwabok and says that they would both be dead if it weren't for that official plaque. Hwabok humbly replies that he's sorry for interfering. Yoon reassures him, saying it was his own fault for not stepping up when someone was hurt, and then asks Hwabok if he's alright. Hwabok answers that he's not injured badly enough to be unable to move and asks in return if Yoon is okay. Yoon replies that his leg is hurting. Hwabok carries Yoon on his back and finally reaches a nearby clinic, calls out, asking if anyone is there. A physician steps outside and Hwabok, catching his breath, explains their situation. He says they have no money at the moment but promises to pay later and pleads with the physician to treat Yoon, who is seriously injured. The physician, however, apologizes and says he understands the situation but cannot offer free treatment, explaining that if he treats them without payment, his other patients will start demanding the same. Hwabok insists, begging again and saying Yoon is in bad shape, but the physician refuses once more, saying they aren't even acquaintances, and asks Hwabok not to put him in such a difficult position. An official named Lord Bok, who is sitting nearby, tells the physician that he will pay for the treatment, so the physician should go ahead and treat the injured man. The physician responds that if Lord Bok is going to cover the cost, then he will proceed with the treatment. Hwabok thanks Lord Bok for his kindness and says he will repay the debt. Lord Bok replies that there is no need for repayment, as he is not doing it for free. Instead, he asks Hwabok to carry his servant's baggage to his house. Hwabok agrees and says they will depart as soon as his companion is treated, but Lord Bok mentions that it will take 4 hours to reach his house. At night, Yoon sits outside the clinic waiting for Hwabok. When Hwabok finally arrives, looking exhausted, he sits beside Yoon and says he feels ashamed to face him, as it's too late now to get a room at an inn. Yoon, seeing him drenched in sweat, tells him not to say that he's the one who feels ashamed. He believes Hwabok's journey has been delayed too much because of him, but if they hurry now, they can still arrive in time. He tells Hwabok to go ahead, and he'll follow right behind. Hwabok replies that he doesn't think that's right if he abandons someone who came to help him, and if he will ever be able to help those in need later. Meanwhile, the next day at Yingchuan Palace, Manhwa anxiously waits for his brother, wondering why he hasn't arrived yet. He notes that it's the last day of the Dragon Boat Festival, and if his brother doesn't come before the palace gates close, it will be too late. He pleads in his thoughts for his brother to be on time, realizing that riding a horse would take 2 days. He begins to worry if something happens on the way, and feels frustrated that he can't leave the palace due to the threat of assassins and prays for his brother's safety. As he continues to worry, he notices the palace gates are already closing. Then quickly, he asks an assassin about the watchtower, and the assassin agrees to open it, especially for him, since it's physician Hua making the request. Climbing up the watchtower in a rush, Wonhwa thinks that while he can't leave the palace carelessly, he also can't sit still. He is certain something must have happened and desperately hopes his brother is safe. Then he spots them Hwabok and Yoon arriving at the palace, exhausted and worn out. Wonhwa immediately shouts for the guards to open the side doors, announcing that those arriving are under the Chancellor's imperial decree. As the doors open and he rushes toward them, Hwabok sees him but collapses before reaching him. Hwabok apologizes, saying he should have arrived before the Dragon Boat Festival ended. Wonhwa grabs him and says that's not the problem right now and tells Hwabok he's hurt and should get treated at the clinic, questioning why he is overworking himself like this. He insists he will treat him, urging him to go quickly, then tells Obo they should head to the royal clinic. Yoon says to Obo that he is thankful but will go later, as he needs to leave for a bit to make a report, and assures he is fine, and tells Obo to focus on Hwabok and promises to go to the royal clinic once he finishes reporting. Obo replies that Yoon should head straight to the clinic once he's done. Yoon agrees, then Obo runs toward Wonhwa and tells him he will bring whatever he needs. First, Yoon is seen walking with an injured leg, but then walks normally, revealing he had been acting, and thinks to himself that this is getting interesting. The palace guards greet him respectfully, addressing him as a superintendent. When Yoon meets with Chen Gui, he greets him and asks if His Highness has been well. Chen Gui responds by saying he feels sorry if Yoon suffered too much. Yoon replies that it's nothing like that, and instead wonders if he may have taken things too far. Chen Gui, curious, asks what he means by that. Yoon tells him that he likes that guy very much and offers to explain the excessive test he put him through. Chen Gui asks just how much he likes him and encourages him to speak. Yoon explains in detail that they were first defeated by a group of beggars who stole everything from them. Most people would have given up at that point, but that's exactly when someone's true worth shows. After that, they encountered bandits, and despite the danger, Hwabok risked everything just to save him. Yoon says Hwabok was given more than 5 chances to abandon him, but he didn't flinch once, insisting he couldn't act shamelessly. Yoon admits he grew to like him so much that he nearly confessed it was all a test. He continues that Hwabok went 2 days without food yet still gave his share to a child and an elderly person. What Yoon likes the most, he says, is that when he told Hwabok someone like him should be working in the government to make the world a better place, Hwabok replied that whether the post is high or low ranking, he only wanted a position where he could help more people. Hearing this, Chen Gui comments that Hwabok is an incredible person. He then asks Yoon for his opinion. Yoon says, if he may be bold, that the older brother is like a dragon among people, while the younger is already a flying dragon. He says the Hua family already has a pair of wings. Chen Gui agrees, saying what Yoon says is correct. He adds that if this is true, then there are 2 people who passed the test this time, with Hwabok being second only to Cao Cao of Kaio County. He acknowledges that Physician Hua is amazing, but Hwabok is also a unique talent. Chen Gui says that if Yoon feels so strongly about him, Hwabok must be truly exceptional, and he will take the matter into careful consideration. Just then, a guard announces that, with all due respect, head court physician Sung Hwan is requesting an audience. Chen Gui grants permission for him to be let in. A court physician approaches Physician Hua and informs him that Her Highness, the worthy consort, is pregnant, and both His Highness and Her Highness are waiting for him. Wonhwa begins to leave and tells Hwabok that he will be back shortly. Hwabok replies that he is fine now and tells him not to worry, asking him to take his time. As Wonhwa leaves, Hwabok reflects that the court physicians are treating his brother with such respect, even though he declined the court physician position. He thinks they must hold him in very high regard now and wonders when his brother grew to be such a great man, and compared to him, Hwabok feels that he failed to keep even a small promise. He tells himself that he doesn't even have the right to become a government official. Meanwhile, Wonhwa examines Hyun, and Chen Gui asks him if it is really true that she is pregnant this time. Wonhwa confirms it, offering congratulations, and tells him that a healthy young girl is growing within her. Hyun says that not only did Wonhwa save her life, but he also cared for her so well that she is now able to bear a child. She expresses her deep gratitude. Wonhwa replies that he is only doing what is right and says there is something he would like to speak about. He bows and presents the inspection plaque, explaining that he failed to keep his promise. Since Hwabok did not arrive at the palace within the designated time, he must return the plaque. He says he is ashamed but respectfully asks for their favor. Though his brother failed to keep the promise, he is not a negligent man. He hopes that, if there has been any good in what he himself has done, they would generously consider bestowing at least the lowest position on young Master Hwabok. Chen Gui responds that he has one major complaint: excessive courtesy, in the end, is not courtesy at all, and Physician Hua should not act so humbly. He tells him to raise his head. Since Manhwa has brought such good news to both himself and the worthy consort, he will now return with good news as well. Due to Hwabok's knowledge and virtue, Chen Gui says, he has submitted a recommendation to His Majesty the Emperor under the banner of filial piety for Hwabok to be given an official post. Manhwa wonders to himself about the meaning of a recommendation through filial piety. He recalls that filial piety is a system for recommending county candidates to the Emperor, which means Hwabok can now enter the Imperial Palace. He then asks His Highness why, despite Hwabok failing to return before the end of the Dragon Boat Festival, he still received the recommendation. Chen Gui explains not to worry, Hwabok passed the test. Simply returning before the festival's end was not the test. The person who accompanied Hwabok was Superintendent Yoon, who oversaw the evaluation. He stated that Hwabok was the most exceptional candidate he had ever tested. And with such a talent, Chen Gui says, how can he turn a blind eye? He admits to being greedy for talented individuals and asks Manhwa one last time if he wishes to be appointed to a government post and rise to a higher position. Manhwa respectfully replies that his wish remains unchanged, and his only dream is to deepen his understanding of the world's medical arts, cure difficult illnesses, and save lives. Chen Gui remarks that Manhwa is truly difficult to tie down. He says he was only asking, just in case, and tells him not to worry, Hwabok is a rare talent he would have selected regardless of their relationship. Chen Gui then hands Manhwa a letter, explaining it is a recommendation that acknowledges his medical abilities. His uncle, currently at the Imperial Palace, is gravely ill. With this letter, Manhwa will be able to enter the Imperial Palace to treat him. He instructs him to go to the Imperial City with his brother, heal his uncle, and return. Manhwa accepts the task, saying that he will do his best to cure him. While going, Manhwa mutters that there must already be an abundance of talented physicians in the Imperial Palace, so being told to cure the patient must mean it is an illness difficult to treat. He thinks that many things have happened even in this small pie nation, and he cannot even imagine the situation at the Imperial Palace, hoping it is an illness he can cure. Then Obo says that the master is back. Seeing him, Hwabok thinks that Manhwa's face does not look good and assumes it must be because of him, and reflects that failing to merely arrive at the palace on time has ruined everything, and he should at least apologize to him, no matter what. Manhwa then tells Hwabok that it will be difficult for him to return home after such a long time. Hwabok wonders what that means. Manhwa explains that he must not have heard, yet he is to go to the Imperial Palace, as His Highness has recommended him through filial piety, and congratulates him. Hwabok, filled with gratitude, tears up. Meanwhile, at an inn, people discuss that the worthy consort is pregnant and that physician Manhwa devoted himself to her treatment. They talk about Manhwa's brother, saying they heard he is very talented. One person says it has been a while since the rumor circulated that the Chancellor recommended him through filial piety. They wonder how a family of such amazing brothers ever fell from grace. Another mentions a rumor that he did not pass the official exam because he was too honest and good-natured, and that the Hua family must now be delighted. Someone added that they heard physician Manhwa is heading to the Imperial Palace. They agree that someone like him will shine wherever he goes, and that even His Imperial Highness will surely not leave him alone now. Hearing all this, Yu Bang thinks that physician Hua is going to the Imperial Palace. He regrets not being able to meet him because of the repeated refusal of house visit requests. He worries that if Manhwa leaves for the Imperial Palace now, it will become even more difficult to meet him. And since he does not have much time or many detoxifying elixirs left, it could be the end for him if they run out before Manhwa returns. He determines that he must meet him at all costs before his departure. Just then, Yu Bang notices a suspicious man covered from head to toe and senses a wave of murderous intent. He wonders if it was just his imagination. The man, meanwhile, thinks that Manhwa has been hiding himself carefully all this time, but now that he is finally on the move, it is time to act. He recalls that physician Jongdiak gave him an order to kill physician Hua at all costs. Since the physician died, he cannot return to the taping cult without gaining anything. Now that it has come to this, he decides he will at least take Manhwa's head. 2 days later, at Azure House, Hwabok says he still cannot believe he was recommended through filial piety and adds that their mother will be very happy once she hears about it. Manhwa responds that he understands and suggests they drink all they want today. While pouring the drink, Hwabok asks Manhwa if he is really not going to stop by their house first. Manhwa replies that the Chancellor's uncle is said to be very ill, so they must hurry, and he thinks that although he has been unable to leave the palace because of assassins, he must get moving now. He decides that they will depart right away that night. He is relieved that Her Highness assigned some guards to him, but also knows those guards cannot accompany them all the way to the Imperial Palace. He thinks he cannot put his brother in danger, either. He then asks Hwabok to send his regards to their mother. Hwabok agrees and then confesses that, looking back, many embarrassing things happened. Since the day Manhwa declared he wanted to become a physician when he saved the soldiers on the mountain cured Lieutenant Incho's tetanus, he had not believed in him properly. It wasn't until Hwabun spoke up that he began to see Manhwa differently. He also remembers how Manhwa cured pulmonary wind disease and says that he is grateful for all those things. Had Manhwa not built up such trust one step at a time, Hwabok would never have left their mother in his care. He admits he was deeply embarrassed the moment Manhwa saved their mother, realizing how wrongly he had doubted him. And now, he says, Manhwa even created this kind of opportunity for a lacking brother like him. He thanks him sincerely. Manhwa tells him not to keep embarrassing him, and he thinks to himself how glad he is and that he could not have done it all alone. Then he says aloud, a bit embarrassed, that they have all worked hard all this time. They continue enjoying their delicious meal together. The next morning, Manhwa prepares to leave with his students, who are already waiting outside. They all sit on horseback and begin their journey toward the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, Yu Bang follows from a distance, thinking that since the journey to Luoyang is long, an opportunity should arise if he follows them slowly. He believes Physician Manhwa is his only chance at survival. As he trails behind, he notices some suspicious individuals and feels a strange presence. He suspects that the footwork being used to hide their presence is the technique known as cat steps and begins to think they might be enforcements from the taping cult. Manhwa later stops at a point to have lunch with his group. While they are eating, Yu Bang approaches them. Manhwa, already alert and calculating the speed at which someone would have to ride mountain roads to catch up, grows suspicious. Yu Bang greets them and asks if he is perhaps Physician Manhwa, introducing himself as the owner of the Five-County Inn. Manhwa immediately asks what business he has with him. Yu Bang apologizes, explaining that there's no time. He witnessed several armed individuals taking a shortcut to intercept them. He thinks to himself that he's certain the ones tailing Physician Manhwa are high-level enforcements from the taping cult, at least second-class assassins. He hopes that by warning Manhwa and helping him avoid them, he might earn a chance at being cured. Manhwa responds cautiously, recalling that Yu Bang is the one who recently requested a house visit. He says it's possible Yu Bang followed him due to illness and happened to witness the pursuers in the process. However, he questions why he should trust the word of someone hiding a sword up his sleeve. Yu Bang then disarms himself, laying the knives on the ground, and says that it's understandable to be mistrusted, but that's all he has. He even offers to take off all his clothes if that's what it takes to prove his sincerity. Manhwa calmly replies that it's not necessary. He has already seen that Yu Bang removed all 3 blades he was carrying. Manhwa then sits back on his horse and says that they should change course if the assassins have taken a shortcut. There's no reason to walk into their trap. He also adds that since Yu Bang has come all this way, he needs to hear what kind of illness he is suffering from. As they continue riding, Yu Bang begins to explain honestly that he used to belong to a certain organization but escaped recently. However, before he left, those wicked people placed a curse on him. It is a curse that if he doesn't take a detoxifying pill every 6 months, he suffers from a splitting headache and dies. He says he was lucky to secure a few bottles of the detox, but he only has a few left now, which is why he came looking for help, even if it's shameless of him. Manhwa thinks to himself that, assuming what Yu Bang says is true, he can understand the situation somewhat. It must be some form of addiction. He needs to keep taking the detox in order to live. This means there is something in his body that keeps generating toxicity, and that the detox doesn't remove the root cause. He wonders just what kind of substance this detox really is. Manhwa then asks to examine the detox medicine. Yu Bang carefully hands over the pill, saying to please be cautious with it. Due to the movement of the horses, the pill slips, but Yu Bang catches it in time and mutters that this medicine equals half a year of his life, so it must be handled carefully. Manhwa apologizes, but Yu Bang says it's fine and suggests they wait until they dismount to examine it properly. Manhwa observes his posture and movements and thinks to himself that Yu Bang is clearly a high-level martial arts master. Once they stop at a point, Manhwa starts by checking Yu Bang's pulse. He finds no trace of illness. His pulse is strong and stable. If Yu Bang were addicted, Manhwa expects the pulse would feel abnormal or intense, but it does not. He reflects that addiction needing detoxification usually means the substance causing the toxicity remains inside the body. He doesn't believe the detox is actually removing anything, unless it's something like heavy metals or radiation. Addiction doesn't usually need such precise, repeated detox. Instead, it might be the detox itself that is addictive, possibly a psychotropic drug. He then asks Yu Bang to hand over the detox again so he can analyze it. Yu Bang gives it to him, and Manhwa begins examining the substance, saying he will find out what kind of medicine it really is. Meanwhile, Yu Bang still has a few pill grains left in his hand. As he stares at them, he suddenly licks them off his palm desperately. Obo watches this and wonders aloud what Yu Bang is doing. Yu Bang apologizes, saying he couldn't control himself every time he sees the detox. He becomes like this. Then, all of a sudden, a sharp pain shoots through his chest, and he collapses to the ground. Yu Bang says that he is fine and reassures physician Manhwa, explaining that this always happens whenever he takes the detox. It's normal for his heart to hurt. Manhwa, however, grows increasingly concerned and thinks to himself that this man is not in his right mind. He decides that he must examine Yu Bang's heart using clairvoyance. Activating his vision, Manhwa observes the inside of Yu Bang's body and is shocked to find something that resembles a centipede. He initially questions his own perception, thinking that there's no way such a creature could exist inside someone's body. But upon looking again, he realizes it's real. It's not just a parasite. This creature resembles a helminth, yet it differs drastically in form. It appears more like an insect than a worm. He wonders how something like this could even enter a person's body. It doesn't make logical sense, yet the evidence is there. Manhwa suspects that this might be a poisonous insect used in curse techniques, something far beyond standard medicine. He concludes that Yu Bang is indeed caught in a curse. He will die if he does not keep taking the detox. Whether it's some kind of heavy metal, radioactivity, or this insect itself, something within him is generating continuous toxins. Resolving to help, Manhwa quickly performs acupuncture to temporarily relieve the condition, and Yu Bang faints. After a while, Yu Bang regains consciousness, and Manhwa tells him that he is in so much pain that Manhwa has to put him to sleep for a while using acupuncture. Manhwa says there is something he wants to ask, whether the organization Yu Bang once joined is the taping cult. Yu Bang appears surprised upon hearing this, and Manhwa concludes from his reaction that he must be right. He notes that there are 6 years left until the Yellow Turban Rebellion, and if it is an organization that can force such a master to flee, it must indeed be the taping cult. He thinks that neither the Imperial Palace nor the 10 attendants would interfere in this kind of matter, and that the forces of some counties are still weak, no matter how closely the romance of the 3 kingdoms reflects real life. Zhang Jiao awakened his Taoism through the taping magic book, gathered public sentiment through incantation arts, and formed taping Taoism. Manhwa reasons that if Zhang Jiao truly is proficient in incantation arts and witchcraft, he may be capable of using poisonous effects that usually appear only in martial arts novels. Ever since his former self dies and his consciousness enters Manhwa's body, he admits that he no longer thinks logically about how things work. And if this is truly the taping cult, then things are going to get more complicated. Manhwa says that the taping cult owes him something and questions what he should make of Yu Bang, who comes from that cult. Yu Bang thinks that it will be the end of him if he makes even a single mistake. He begins pleading, admitting that it is true he was in the taping cult, but insists he ran away because he no longer wished to do those kinds of things. When Manhwa asks how he can believe him, Yu Bang continues to plead, saying he doesn't know what kind of wrongdoing the taping cult committed against Manhwa, but he has no idea about it and begs him to believe him. Internally, Yu Bang recalls that he is the one who ordered everything, being told to kill physician Manhwa, provoking Gocho, and creating chaos in Kaio County. He admits to himself that those were all crimes he committed and believes that the one who should actually die is not physician Manhwa but himself. He thinks that would be the right thing to do and that he doesn't have the right to beg for his life from Manhwa. He decides that he should go to a place where no one can find him and spend his life there in loneliness, then questions why he should even continue living like that. He finally bows and says that if Manhwa does not believe him, he will show him the proof. Meanwhile, in a forest, the road is blocked by a fallen tree, and some people are trying to cut through it. Manhwa appears and remarks that it is troublesome since there is no other way to get past. Some among the group recognized him as physician Manhwa and ask if he could help them. Manhwa pulls out his sword and says he likes helping people, but has no plans to help members of the taping cult. From above, the enforcers are standing on the branches, and one of them, likely the leader, Sa Yong, acknowledges that the rumors about Manhwa's cleverness in Yingchuan province must be true. He says he doesn't know how Manhwa noticed them, but now he will have to claim his head. As they land on the ground, Sa-young demands that Manhwa quietly surrender his head, shouting that he is the mortal enemy of the taping emissary and physician Jongdeok, and orders the others to get rid of him. Suddenly, an arrow hits one of the enforcers, who collapses. As they turn around, they see Yu Bang revealing his face. Yu Bang reminds Sa-young, a second-class enforcement, that he should have learned to watch his back in all situations. The enforcers are surprised to see the Governor General alive. Yu Bang slashes one of them and asks Manhwa if that would be enough evidence. Manhwa begins to attack and slash through the enemies as well. After a while, he observes that they are all losing their lives to Yu Bang. Meanwhile, Yu Bang wonders how a physician like Manhwa can be so strong. As they finish clearing out all the taping cult members, the leader, Sa-young, collapses but attempts to reach for a sword lying nearby. Manhwa appears beside him, grabs the sword, and tells him to give up, adding that if he answers, he will be granted a painless death. Yu Bang remarks that the man will not speak. Sa-young then shouts at Yu Bang, accusing him of betraying the cult and declaring that, regardless of how difficult life is now, peace and happiness await in death, but only hell, hot enough to melt iron, awaits a traitor like him. Manhwa reflects that, as expected, they really are from the taping cult and that turbulent days are near, with many lives likely to be lost. Manhwa admits that Sa-young likely won't talk and decides it would be better to drag him to the government office. He notes that nightfall is approaching and says they must move quickly. He tells Yu Bang that he will go fetch a rope to tie Sa-young and asks him to hold the man tightly in the meantime. But before he moves further, Yu Bang slashes Sa-young and kills him. Manhwa sees Yu Bang's sudden act and wonders why he did it so abruptly. He activates his clairvoyant eyes and examines Yu Bang's heart, discovering it is completely controlled by the insect. He calls out to Yu Bang, who responds helplessly. Manhwa realizes that the insect is indeed the cause. That night, he explains everything to Yu Bang, who reacts in shock and asks if there really is a poisonous insect in his heart. Manhwa confirms it, saying he has verified it multiple times, and explains that the so-called detox is actually a medicine meant to suppress the insect from going berserk. Yu Bang asks if that means he will die without the detox. Manhwa tells him there is one solution, opening his chest and removing the poisonous insect directly. Upon hearing this, Yu Bang breaks down crying and asks if he will truly be able to live if he can finally be free from the long, exhausting pain. Falling to his knees, he pleads with Manhwa, saying he is willing to undergo any surgery if it will save his life. Manhwa reflects that while the surgery itself is not too complex and the success rate is relatively high, performing it will delay his plans by a day. However, he cannot simply abandon a patient to die. He then instructs his subordinates to prepare for surgery. Manhwa begins the operation, thinking that a thoracotomy is not feasible, so he decides to go with a local incision. He reassures himself that with his clairvoyant vision, he can operate with far more precision than even a C-arm device. He selects the incision site on the lower left part of the cartilaginous sternum and cuts it wide enough to insert surgical tongs. As he opens the body, he locates the insect coiled around the heart. He tries to grab it with the tongs, but it quickly tightens its grip around the heart. While maneuvering the tongs, he mutters, asking where the creature thinks it's trying to escape. He eventually manages to catch it and, with all his strength, pulls it out and cuts it, killing the insect. After completing the surgery, he announces his success and tells everyone they did a good job. Bayon and Obo watch in shock, wondering how such a thing could even enter a person's body. Removing his mask, Manhwa thinks to himself that although the surgery went well and saving a patient's life should never bring regret, he still can't shake an uneasy feeling. In the Imperial Palace, Grand Commandant Hwang, while in his chamber, asks the head of the court physicians, Pyonwon, why his expression does not look good and whether it is a disease that is difficult to cure. Pyonwon responds that he apologizes for saying it, but he thinks it is cancer. Hwang, shocked, asks in a trembling voice if he is sure it is cancer. Pyonwon replies that he is fairly certain, and Hwang, now frightened, says he has heard that cancer is incurable and pleads not to confirm it. Pyonwon says that even if he does his best, at most, he can only guarantee half a year, and he cannot ensure his life beyond that. Hyun says that the only thing he can do is ease the pain and delay the disease's onset, but he cannot even guarantee that for half a year. Hwang, now hopeless, says that since Master Pyon diagnoses him that way, there must be no mistake. Pyon then says he did not bring this up earlier because he did not want to give false hope, but mentions that his brother may be coming to Loyang. Hwang asks if he means that divine, highly skilled physician. Pyeon confirms, saying he just thinks that with his brother's medical arts, there may be another method of treatment. Hwang asks when he is coming, and Pyeon replies that he only received word from his niece that he is arriving in the near future. The next morning, Yu Bang gains consciousness and wonders where he is. He then shouts, questioning why he acted as he did. Manhwa asks what the matter is. Yu Bang kneels, bows, and begins pleading, asking to be killed. Manhwa, confused, asks what he is doing and warns that he will worsen his wound. Yu Bang continues crying, saying he does not deserve to live because he has tried to kill Manhwa. Manhwa thinks that this explains why he previously felt something was not right. Yu Bang says he was the one who ordered the ambush on Go and even tried to use Manhwa to save his own life. He confesses to committing too many crimes and calls himself a scoundrel who used others to survive. He apologizes and pleads again for death. Manhwa considers that, logically, killing him or handing him over to the government would be the right course of action. What bothers him more is the suspicion that the poisonous insect had stirred up Yu Bang's aggression. The insect acted up when Yu Bang suddenly killed the ambusher in the mountains, and now that it is gone, he seems to have returned to his original temperament. Manhwa reasons that Yu Bang could have simply hidden if he wanted to, but instead chose to confess and plead, which must reflect his sincerity. Manhwa then asks if Yu Bang committed those acts of his own accord. Yu Bang, still crying, says it was all his and that he does not even deserve to beg for forgiveness, only death. Manhwa asks why he is confessing the crimes committed against him. Yu Bang says he had always regretted the heinous acts, but whenever his chest throbbed, he was able to brush them aside. However, now that it no longer works that way, he confesses to end his own pathetic life. Manhwa thinks that, as he suspected, Yu Bang's crimes were committed under the influence of the poisonous insect. This does not absolve the wrongdoing, but it does complicate moral judgment. He decides that a better choice will not come from simply worrying more about it. Manhwa then says he cannot forgive Yu Bang, but also cannot kill him. He asks what kind of physician would kill the patient he has saved. As he prepares to leave, he tells Yu Bang that whether he turns himself in or disappears to a faraway place, he should follow his conscience, but he hopes he makes the right decision. As they are traveling, Manhwa says that even if he is not completely relieved, he is also not uneasy. It should be an adequate decision. He reflects that despite everything Yu Bang has done, he does not seem like someone who would cause harm. Then, Yu Bang appears, kneels, and pleads to be accepted as Manhwa's guard. Manhwa asks what he is doing. Yu Bang says that Manhwa has taught him a valuable lesson, and at the cry of his conscience, he has decided to protect him from this point forward. He explains that since Manhwa gave him a new life, he wants to devote that life to protecting him. More than anything, he believes that Manhwa is too soft, and if someone is skilled yet soft, others will try to take advantage of them. He says this is evident from the way Manhwa treated him. He insists that someone like Manhwa is likely to be hurt due to his kindness. Yu Bang declares that he will become Manhwa's sword, that if he is told to jump into fire or take a sword, he will do so without hesitation. Manhwa, however, walks away, telling him to forget it and to live his own life. He says he doesn't need a guard and tells Yu Bang to go his own way. The next day, Yu Bang appears again, asking once more to be taken as a guard. The day after that, he appears while they are eating at an inn and repeats the request. The following day, he approaches again and pleads the same. Frustrated, Manhwa finally says that he gets it and asks him to stop. He tells him to be whatever he wants, whether a guard, a warrior, or anything else. After that, Yu Bang begins protecting them, leading the way and standing guard at night. Half a month later, in the Hwang family, Hwang asks the divine physician what he thinks and whether it is really cancer. The physician apologizes and confirms that it is indeed cancer. Hwang then asks if treatment is possible. The physician explains that for the past 20 years, he has searched all over the Central Plains for a cure to cancer, but has yet to find one. Hwang responds by looking at his hand and saying that it is hard to believe, considering how healthy he appears outwardly. The divine physician assures him that he will do his best to treat him, but estimates that he will live for more than 1 year. A girl, secretly listening to the conversation, thinks that if even her father says he can only live 1 year, then cancer must be a truly terrifying disease. She reflects that if her father cannot cure it, then it means no one can for now. But she believes that is all the more reason for her and her father to unravel the mystery of cancer, and she thinks that although it is incurable at the moment, a day will come when even cancer will be cured. They arrive at the imperial palace and are surprised to see a large gathering of physicians. A guard approaches Manhwa and asks where he has come from. Manhwa replies that he is from Kaio County and has come by the orders of the Chancellor of the Pei Nation to examine the Grand Commandant. The guard tells him to wait a moment and assures him that he will be escorted shortly. While waiting outside, Baeon comments on the grand size of the house, and Manhwa explains that it belongs to the Grand Commandant. Manhwa then overhears a conversation between two physicians, who are discussing the potential rewards for curing the Grand Commandant. One of them says that those who succeed may receive at least half of the Commandant's wealth, while another adds that he has promised to give away the Palace of Wuhan. They agree that curing him would make them immensely wealthy. The discussion turns to the diagnosis, and one physician mentions that the Divine Physician had diagnosed the Grand Commandant with cancer. The other adds that Master Pyeon also confirmed it, concluding that if both made the same diagnosis, it must be true. Manhwa, hearing this, considers the patient's age over 50 and acknowledges the possibility of cancer, but thinks it is essential to determine the type and stage of the disease. Baeon and Obo appear worried, and Baeon says that cancer is incurable, while Obo adds that one certainly dies from it. Manhwa calmly tells them not to speak recklessly, especially before seeing the patient. The guard then returns and informs that physician Manhwa may now enter. As he prepares to go in, Manhwa reminds his students not to give up on a patient before the end. Inside, the guard announces to Hwang-won that Manhwa from Kaio County has arrived on orders from the Chancellor of the Pei Nation. Hwang-won observes that Manhwa looks quite young and asks if he is the head court physician of Pei Nation. Manhwa greets him respectfully and clarifies that he is an inspector sent to supervise the medical officers. Hwang-won reflects that Chen Gui is not one to hand out an inspector's plaque lightly and tells Manhwa to examine his condition. Nearby, a few physicians whisper that if he is from Pei Nation, he must be the same physician rumored to have cured tetanus, enteric disease, and syphilis. Pyeon-seon, the daughter of the Divine Physician, hears this and wonders with amazement how someone who looks to be around her age could have cured all those incurable diseases. As Manhwa checks Hwang-won's pulse, he thinks the hooked pulse lies just above the full pulse. Given the distinct shape of the pulse, he is certain there is a stomach-related illness. He activates his clairvoyance to inspect further and locates the problem tumors at the gastric antrum, 5 in total. He confirms to himself that it is indeed gastric cancer and notes that at least 2 tumors are evident. He magnifies the area to get a clearer view and feels relieved upon seeing that none of the tumor cells have touched the serosal layer. He continues analyzing, thinking that if the cancer had spread to the lymph nodes, it would be beyond saving due to metastases. Fortunately, all tumors are confined near the gastric antrum. This means he does not need to interfere with the upper or lower parts of the body. He contemplates whether to remove tissue up to the pylorus and considers a subtotal gastrectomy, removing more than half the stomach, and how best to incorporate chemotherapy afterward. Hwang-won then asks him what he thinks. Manhwa explains that there must have been recent vomiting and stomachaches, significant weight loss, and sharp pain in both upper and lower abdominal areas. Hwang confirms that all these symptoms are accurate. Manhwa then says it is certain that the disease is cancer located in the upper part of the body. Hwang reflects on the fact that while many physicians had diagnosed cancer, none had identified his queasiness or described his symptoms correctly. He begins to wonder if the young man before him is truly the highly skilled physician from Pei Nation, as rumored. He then asks if the disease is curable. Manhwa replies that while he cannot say for certain, it is indeed possible. Everyone around begins to murmur in shock, wondering if it's truly possible that Manhwa intends to cure cancer. Hwang-won grabs him, demanding to know if that's really possible and how he plans to do it. Manhwa respectfully explains that his treatment method involves opening the abdomen, surgically removing the cancerous portion of the stomach, and then connecting the remaining stomach to the duodenum. Hwang-won, shocked and outraged, shouts at him asking if he's gone mad. He questions how anyone can survive after having their abdomen cut open. Manhwa calmly apologizes and admits that while his skills may still be lacking, he sees no other way to cure the illness aside from this surgical procedure. After leaving the chamber, Obo asks him if he is alright, mentioning that even they could hear the Grand Commandant shouting from outside. Manhwa replies that the Grand Commandant's reaction is natural if a stranger, especially a young one, suddenly proposes to cut open someone's body. It's understandable that they would be frightened and refuse. He adds that the operation is indeed complicated, but above all else, it requires the patient's consent, and that is what makes medical treatment difficult. Yu Bang then approaches Manhwa to share some information. He has heard that a warehouse keeper named Chu Diok is suffering from an enteric disease. The symptoms include pain in the lower right side of the abdomen, similar to the previous enteric disease patient that Manhwa had cured. Yu Bang suggests that if Manhwa can cure Chu Diak, it might help him convince the Grand Commandant. Manhwa playfully punches Yu Bang and thanks him for the helpful information, but warns him not to suggest negotiating with a patient again. He then tells everyone to follow him, saying there's a patient they need to cure. Yu Bang says he forgets that the young physician gave someone like him a new chance because that is just the kind of person he is. Wang Guan asks the divine physician what he thinks about the young physician's claim. The divine physician replies that he apologizes for saying it, but believes it may be the most certain and intuitive treatment to directly remove the main cause. However, he admits that he has never even heard of such a treatment that involves opening the stomach and treating the abdomen directly. Wang Guan then asks if the divine physician can watch over that physician while he operates. The divine physician responds that it is impossible and insists that even if someone opens the abdomen, no one can be saved. Meanwhile, Manhwa teaches Obo to use a chicken and tells him that there is no reason to hesitate, he should suture it that way, and he will be able to save someone. At the same time, a court physician informs Wang Guan about Manhwa, and Wang Guan reacts in surprise, asking if it is true that Chu Diak got sick with an enteric disease and requested treatment from that physician, Manhwa. He also asks if it is true that the physician said he will open up Chu Diak's abdomen. The court physician confirms it, saying that since the patient is likely to die anyway, he said he would try anything to survive. The divine physician then asks if physician Manhwa is currently treating him. The court physician explains that the treatment will start tomorrow, as Manhwa asked the patient to fast today and the following morning. He also says that, according to Manhwa, there is no other way to cure the illness. Wang Guan then asks where the physician is now, saying that he must meet him immediately. At the Wang family's outbuilding, they meet with Manhwa, who explains the procedure and adds that he is going to at least suture the abdomen and finish the operation. Wang Guan says he can already feel how dangerous it sounds just from hearing about it. Manhwa agrees that it is dangerous. The divine physician thinks to himself that the word dangerous does not even begin to describe the situation. Just opening the abdomen is already horrifying. But this physician is planning to cut internal organs, remove the affected area, treat it, and still manage to seal the abdomen and save a life. Wang then says that he will have to witness the surgery himself, as Diak is like family to him and a very important person, so it is only natural to oversee it. Manhwa replies that he apologizes, but Wang cannot do that. Frustrated, Wang slams his hands on the table, shouting and demanding to know what Manhwa is talking about, asking if he is disobeying him despite knowing who he is. Manhwa thinks that, no matter how simple the surgery may be, he must be extremely careful about infections. He reflects that the reason there have been almost no infections in the patients he has operated on so far is because he has strictly followed at least the minimum sterilization techniques. Even with that, he considers himself lucky, to the point where it feels like a miracle. He knows he cannot even dream of having autoclaves, and that not even basic disinfectants like iodine are available. The best they can do is sterilize clothes using boiling water. Under such poor conditions, he cannot afford to increase the number of variables that might cause infection. He then says again that he sincerely apologizes, but the Grand Commandant cannot observe the procedure for now. Wang shouts again, asking what he means by "for now" and demanding to know the reason. Manhwa explains that it is because the patient could be put in danger. The divine physician asks if that means the presence of the Grand Commandant might endanger the patient. Manhwa affirms that it is not just about the Grand Commandant. Anyone entering the surgical space without preparation could harm the patient. He then respectfully asks for their understanding, saying that to a physician, nothing is more important than the patient. The divine physician then points out that Manhwa himself mentioned preparation, and asks if that means those who are properly prepared can participate. Manhwa affirms that this is correct. The divine physician then gestures toward himself and says he will join. However, Manhwa quickly refuses, explaining that the patient is someone dear to the Grand Commandant. So if the Grand Commandant is prepared, he may join, but the divine physician has no cause or reason to be involved. The divine physician acknowledges this, but insists that he wants to join for the Grand Commandant's sake. Manhwa firmly repeats that he cannot allow it, and states that aside from the Grand Commandant, only his own disciples are permitted to assist in the surgery. The divine physician then desperately begins to plead with Manhwa, saying he understands that physicians may not wish to reveal their secret techniques, but still asks to be allowed to observe, or at least to let his daughter join. Sion, frustrated, interrupts and urges her father to stop, saying that no matter how skilled Manhwa may be, his mindset as a physician does not seem admirable. She explains that from a young age, she was taught a physician should think only of saving lives. That is why her father never withheld his knowledge from anyone who wished to learn. But seeing how physician Hua is so adamant about hiding his methods, she questions how he differs from those who seek only fame. She acknowledges his skills may be excellent, but says she has no desire to witness medical arts performed by such a person. Manhwa reflects that her conviction as a physician is so admirable that he wants to tell her she is right. He notes that the divine physician has clearly raised her well. He recognizes that his words may be misunderstood, but what matters is that when she sees something wrong, she has the courage to say so. Manhwa then explains that it is not about secret techniques. What he is doing is a simple surgery, but that's not the real issue. He asks them to understand that what he is attempting cannot be done just by watching and trying to copy it. He warns that they will naturally attempt to follow it, because they are physicians. But this can lead to accidents, as others who tried to imitate his methods before made fatal mistakes. Without proper understanding, they might end up taking a patient's life. After all, to truly learn medicine, one must train through hands-on practice. Xian admits inwardly that she can't deny the truth of his words. The real skill comes from practice and wonders if his methods are truly beyond imitation. Manhwa then offers a condition. He will allow them to observe the surgery if they both promise one thing, that until their fates align and he personally teaches them, they must not attempt the surgery they are about to witness. The divine physician agrees, stating he will even put it in writing. Xian also agrees and reflects that she was foolish, realizing that physician Hua is indeed a godly physician. An hour earlier, as they all prepare for the surgery, the divine physician confirms that he is already well informed about everything physician Hua has explained. Xian remarks that even breathing gently feels like too much pressure. Manhwa responds by emphasizing that he hopes they follow every instruction without fail, warning that if they don't, he will not hesitate to remove them from the operation, even during surgery. Huang observes quietly, thinking to himself that although this young man may seem arrogant, his confidence is remarkable. He decides to watch carefully for now, but resolves that if it turns out to be empty bravado, he will not remain silent. In his mind, this physician must have the skills to justify such boldness. Then, Manhwa declares that they will begin the procedure. He then begins performing acupuncture. Both the divine physician and Xian wonder on what grounds he is using all those acupoints, and how he manages to insert the needles so quickly and accurately. They question what he is trying to do. Manhwa then asks for a scalpel, which Baeyeon hands over. Manhwa says he is opening the patient up and asks for the temperature of the flat iron to be adjusted. Obo replies that he is preparing the flat iron. Manhwa begins the incision and instructs Baeyeon to help open the patient up, while Obo is told to cauterize the bleeding. Both of them follow his instructions. The divine physician observes that Manhwa is cutting the abdomen at a precise depth, noting that even a slightly deeper incision would have touched the bowels. He wonders how much training it must have taken to achieve such a smooth technique. Meanwhile, Xian is amazed that burning the abdomen with a flat iron during the cut is stopping the bleeding, and reflects on how incredible it is that such a method is even possible. Using his clairvoyance technique, Manhwa sees the inflamed appendix and thinks that it is a relief that the inflammation is confined there, and that the current incision should be enough. The divine physician mutters that the plumply inflated organ clearly shows the main cause of the enteric disease. Xian asks whether Manhwa is tying the bowels with a thread. Huang is astonished by the technique, impressed by how the abdomen is cut without touching the bowels. He notes that even seasoned military torturers would kill people attempting such a thing, and that not even anyone from the military advisory group can match this precision. Manhwa then extracts the defective piece. Obo tells him that he has worked hard, and Manhwa instructs Obo to handle the suture. Obo is initially shocked, then clenches his fists and says he is confident and will do it. Xian, watching, feels desperate seeing such a young disciple being given that kind of opportunity. Manhwa hands the scissors to Baeyeon, telling him to cut the thread himself. Baeyeon wonders aloud, surprised that he is being allowed to do this himself, as Manhwa had always instructed senior brother Ono to do it before. Xian's father understands her feelings, thinking that any physician would want to learn from Manhwa after witnessing such a surgery. Even he, who has long wondered whether there was anything left for him to learn, now wants to be taught by Manhwa. After a while, they declare that the surgery is done. Manhwa appreciates his disciples and tells them to finish up and move the patient. Huang asks if the thing called surgery is over and whether Diak can live. Manhwa replies that they will need to monitor him, but the surgery went very well. He adds that if they observe his progress for 3 to 4 days, he should be able to fully recover. H1 then asks if Manhwa would be able to save him, too. Manhwa responds that it won't be easy, as it is a very taxing and difficult surgery that does not even compare to the enteric disease operation. However, he assures that if H1 doesn't give up, he will never let his hopes go in vain. Hearing this, H1 feels hope and says that in that case, he won't give up. As the days pass, Manhwa prepares some medicines alongside the divine physician, teaches his subordinates diligently, and continues to work hard to learn. While he is instructing them, Sion quietly observes him from a distance. Her father approaches and reminds her that he taught her virtue is the most important quality for a physician, followed by mindset. He then asks her what the third was. Sion replies that he said it was the skills to save patients. The divine physician acknowledges that she remembers well and questions why she is still hesitating despite knowing these principles. He then walks away, telling her that she is allowed to follow the path she believes is right. Meanwhile, in the Grand Commandant's chamber, Manhwa hands H1 a flask and tells him to take it, assuring him that he will fall asleep soon. H1 asks if he will be able to wake up again. Manhwa reassures him, saying he should have a good dream, and that he will make sure H1 ends up resenting him for waking him from such a dream. H1 laughs and says that he will be sure to resent him greatly then. As H1 faints, Manhwa puts on his mask and asks his subordinates if they are prepared for the surgery. They confirm that they are. He begins the operation and makes an incision in the stomach, thinking that the condition matches what he previously observed with clairvoyance. Since he is unable to perform a blood transfusion, he prioritizes stopping the bleeding. Suddenly, he notices that the patient has stopped breathing and becomes troubled, fearing that something tragic is occurring. He starts pressing on the patient's chest, trying to resuscitate him. Both the divine physician and Sion watch with concern, wondering what he is doing. Obo observes that they have recovered a pulse. Manhwa exhales in relief and instructs the team to resume, asking for the flat iron's temperature to be adjusted. He proceeds to make a wide incision, reasoning that simply removing the tissue around the tumor would not be effective if metastases has already occurred. Measuring the area, he concludes that a 2/3 resection will allow him to preserve as much of the organ as possible. After successfully cutting and removing the tumor, he expresses relief that it has been safely extracted. He then turns to the surrounding area, noting that although the cancer has not reached the serous layer, several lymph nodes are inflamed. He determines that it is difficult to confirm metastases but decides to remove all the inflamed nodes, knowing that gastric cancer commonly spreads through the lymphatic system. With caution, he works to preserve the vagus nerve as much as he can. He instructs his subordinates to observe closely, explaining that this is the anastomosis of the internal organs. He notes that the stomach has a thicker wall and strong elasticity compared to other organs, and emphasizes that the needle must be pierced perpendicular to the surface, similar to vascular suturing. Watching the procedure, Sion quietly reflects that physician Hua truly is a godly physician. As night falls, H1 remains unconscious. Manhwa calls out to him, and H1 slowly opens his eyes. Manhwa asks if he slept well. H1 replies that he thought he was seeing black and white impermanence. Manhwa apologizes, and H1 begins to touch his abdomen and asks why it hurts so much. Manhwa quickly grabs his hand and tells him not to touch the wound, explaining that he opened up his abdomen, cut part of his stomach, and put it back together. He advises that absolute bed rest is necessary and warns that, although it will be uncomfortable for a while, H1 must endure it, and adds that H1 will also have to monitor his diet and exercise consistently. H1 says the pain is already unbearable, and questions how much worse it could possibly get. Manhwa thinks to himself that the recurrence rate for stage 2 gastric cancer is around 20 to 30%. Since additional chemotherapy isn't possible, H1's condition must be monitored closely. He then explains that he will take care of H1 over the next few months, conduct full checkups every 3 months for the next 2 years, and every 5 months for 3 years after that. If H1 safely passes the 5-year mark, he will have received the mercy of heaven. H1 laughs heartily at this, but winces in pain. Manhwa asks him to calm down. H1 says that not a single physician had been able to cure him, neither Pyon nor the divine physician, and they had told him he had only 6 months left. But now, after having survived, hearing Manhwa talk about heaven's mercy makes him laugh. He then swears under his name that wealth and glory will follow Manhwa from now on and offers to reward him. Manhwa interrupts, apologizing and stating that no wealth or glory can surpass the value of saving a life given by heaven. He will continue saving patients in the future and asks H1 not to be angry but to accept this small request from a humble man. He ends by urging Hwang to rest and take good care of his health. With that, Manhwa exits the room, leaving Hwang to wonder why he is acting that way. Manhwa returns to his house and greets Wang Sam. Shortly after, Hwabok comes out and also greets him. Manhwa apologizes for being late, to which Hwabok replies that he did well to come all the way and invites him inside so they can talk over tea. As they sit down, Manhwa asks how their mother is doing. Hwabok tells him that she's doing really well and even hosted a banquet for all the relatives. Manhwa feels relieved to hear this, and Hwabok credits it all to him. Hwabok then brings up a topic, asking whether Manhwa treated His Majesty's uncle, who was in critical condition. Manhwa confirmed that it was cancer, but fortunately, the surgery went well. Hwabok, surprised, asks if he really cured cancer. Manhwa says that for now, he still has to observe the patient closely. Hwabok then mentions that he's heard the Grand Commandant is very clear with his rewards and grudges, and likely offered a large reward. Manhwa explains that the Grand Commandant wanted to introduce him to His Majesty the Emperor, but he declined. Hwabok laughs, saying that's exactly the kind of thing he'd expect from him. Manhwa reflects inwardly that with war approaching, he'd be crazy to enter the dangerous royal palace. He then brings up something serious. He tells Hwabok that if he has completed his education, he should get appointed to the farthest post possible from Loyang. He urges him strongly, saying that it will become much harder to change later and that it must be avoided at all costs. Hwabok thinks to himself that Manhwa must know something he cannot reveal, and that's why he's giving such a serious warning. He assures Manhwa that he will do as asked and not to worry. Manhwa feels relieved, thinking that a heavy burden has lifted from his heart. He knows that with the Yellow Turban Rebellion looming, he cannot allow his brother to stay trapped in the royal palace. As Manhwa prepares to leave, he tells them he'll take his leave. While walking away, he reflects again once the Grand Commandant is fully recovered. He plans to stay as far from the royal palace as possible. Staying near it would make him a target. But despite making all these careful decisions, he still can't shake off a feeling of unease. When he returns to the Hwang family, Obo informs him that the divinely skilled physician has asked him to come visit. Manhwa, feeling troubled, says he had a strange dream and couldn't sleep well, so he is tired. He wonders why the physician is looking for him now. While standing outside, he overhears a conversation between the divine physician and Pyeon. As he slightly opens the door, he wonders what they are discussing. When they notice him, Manhwa asks if they were looking for him. The divine physician, excited, says he arrived just in time and explains that after much thought, they have decided that the world will now call him Hwachuo. Manhwa, troubled, wonders if they really intend to call him Hwachuo, the legendary Hwachuo. He reflects that he had suspected it for a while, but didn't think it was truly the case. He knows his birth name is Manhwa, and he assumed any resemblance was a coincidence. He remembers almost being killed by mountain bandits on his way back from studying medical arts overseas and considers how the Hwachuo of this generation was killed by Cao Cao. He realizes that the more people he cures, the more likely it is that others will begin to call him Hwachuo, but he also knows that he cannot stop saving lives. He responds by thanking them but says the title is undeserved, that it is difficult to bear, and politely asks them to take it back. Manhwa comes into his room and says he is feeling out of it and reflects that, given the times, whether or not he truly is Hwachuo, he will be swept up by the turbulence. He questions whether his life will follow the path of the Hwachuo from the Three Kingdoms era. He recalls that the original Hwachuo must have been around 40 years old during the Yellow Turban Rebellion. He admits to himself that he no longer knows what is certain, except for how tangled the situation is. Then, Sion knocks at the door and asks if she may come in. As Manhwa allows her, she enters and asks if they can talk for a bit. He responds by asking if she would like something to drink. She bows and apologizes for having been rude. Manhwa thinks to himself that it must have been bothering her and tells her that such a situation could certainly happen if one is a physician. She then kneels and pleads with him to take her in as his disciple, expressing her desperate desire to learn medical arts from him. Manhwa reflects that her request is natural any physician would want to learn, and tells her not to act that way and to stand up. She replies that she will only stand if he agrees to accept her as a disciple. Manhwa appears confused, and she thinks that, as she feared, it might not work. He tells her that nothing will happen if she continues to act stubbornly and insists that they talk. She stands up and apologizes, explaining that she acted in haste. Manhwa tells her that he is glad she has an ordinary mindset, because being a physician begins with mindset. He then asks if she obtained her father's permission. At that moment, the divine physician enters and confirms that she did. He adds that it would be much better for Xian to learn from Manhwa than from himself. He grabs Manhwa's hand and urges him to take her as his disciple, calling her a smart girl and asking this favor of him. Manhwa suggests they sit down and talk. Once seated, he tells her there is something she must know before becoming his disciple. First, there is no tuition fee. He does not take money from Obo or Bayon either, so the same rules will apply to her. In return, she will be assigned various tasks such as making decoctions and cleaning and disinfecting medical tools. She will have to perform all sorts of chores, down to the smallest details, regardless of her status. Additionally, she will learn martial arts alongside medical arts, because one cannot heal patients without stamina. Most importantly, he warns her that he will be very strict in his teachings. He will scold her harshly whenever she makes mistakes, to the point that she might wish she were dead. Manhwa further says that he cannot teach a student who lacks strong resolve. Xian responds that she will do it, stating that as long as she can learn medical arts, she is prepared for anything. She adds that no matter how hard it is, she will endure it and follow him. Manhwa then stands and says they will begin training the next day. At that moment, Obo informs Manhwa that the Grand Commandant is looking for him. When Manhwa enters Huangguan's room, he asks if he was called due to the Grand Commandant feeling unwell. Huang replies that it is not about his health and tells him to come closer. He mentions that he has heard an interesting story people are calling Manhwa Huachuo these days. Manhwa, troubled, realizes that the rumors have spread everywhere and replies that it is an undeserved nickname for his lack of skills. Huang then asks how old he is, and he replies that he is 16. Huang asks if he is engaged, as Manhwa says he is not. Huang then offers him a proposal. He has many beautiful granddaughters and asks if Manhwa is interested in forming ties with his family. Manhwa replies that he does not dare to be so greedy and explains that he plans to roam the world for at least 10 more years to learn more about medical arts. Huang questions him again, asking if he will decline even if this opportunity never comes again, and adds that if Manhwa already has someone he likes, he need not worry after taking in Huang's granddaughter as his first wife. He may take others. Manhwa respectfully responds that the offer is more than he can handle, and asks how a wandering physician like him could dare to make ties with the Grand Commandant's family. Huang remarks that perhaps the rumors of him being a eunuch are true. He notes that Chen Gui had put in so much effort to recommend him, and even after offering another opportunity, it seems Manhwa finds both the Pei Nation and Royal Palace too narrow. Manhwa replies that he only seeks to make ties with medical arts. Huang observes that Manhwa is counteracting his words, but says he will respect his wish to see more of the world. He then hands him a letter, saying that before going out into the world, he must solve this first. His Majesty is looking for him. The 12th Emperor Xiaoling of the late Han, Liu Hong, was a man who went crazy because of money due to his poor upbringing before becoming the emperor. The emperor, who took the lead in promoting traffic in government positions, moderating the number of eunuchs and imposing a heavy labor on people, together with the 11th Emperor Huan and the Dark Monarch. They gave birth to a nickname that later describes the Han dynasty. Manhwa wonders why the emperor is looking for him. He thinks that if he were still in Kaio County, he could have made an excuse about the distance and refused. But now that the emperor knows he is in Loyang, he realizes he has no way to decline. Huangguan tells him that the emperor asked him to bring Manhwa once he recovered to some extent, but reassures him not to worry. It is not because the emperor is unwell. Manhwa thinks that he understands, and that is exactly what troubles him the most. A few days later, in Hengcheng, Manhwa arrives with Huangguan, thinking that perhaps he put too much effort into treating him, as he did not expect Huang to recover so quickly. Huang tells him that someone called Eunuch Yung will come to escort them, and since it is not an official meeting, he should not be too nervous. Manhwa finds it even more burdensome that it is a private meeting. In the Imperial Palace, Manhwa respectfully greets Liu Hong, who says that he must be the physician from the rumors and asks him to come closer. Liu Hong observes that he is even younger than expected, but it seems true that there are many unnaturally talented people in the world. He mentions that he has heard about Manhwa curing tetanus and cancer by cutting open the patient's abdomen, and notes that court physicians are already calling him Huachuo. Manhwa replies that it is an undeserved title for someone like him. Liu Hong says that calling him that makes sense since he cured cancer. He adds that only when a price is paid according to one's ability is justice served. He expresses gratitude for curing the Grand Commandant, who also earnestly requested that Manhwa be rewarded. Therefore, he says that he would like to appoint him as the attending imperial consort. Manhwa feels troubled upon hearing this. Liu Hong states that he hereby bestows upon the attending imperial consortate, Manhwa, the authority to supervise all courts in the country except for the royal palace. They offer him the plaque, and Manhwa thinks to himself that he will die if he rejects it, but also realizes that as the attending imperial consortate, he will not be tied down to the palace. He then accepts the plaque and expresses his gratitude. Liu Hong tells him that how he uses the plaque is up to him, and hopes that he acts wisely. Manhwa bows and says that he shall be at His Majesty's command. As Manhwa leaves, Zhang Yang, the leader of the 10 attendants, tells Liu Hong that he apologizes but does not understand the decision. He says that putting aside the fact that Manhwa cured the Grand Commandant, granting him the position of attending imperial consort seems excessive. Liu Hong responds by asking if Zhang thinks that way, too. Zhang affirms and adds that Manhwa showed no sincerity toward His Majesty. Liu Hong agrees, stating that there was no response at all. He explains that the position of attending imperial consort usually requires an offering of at least 2 million won. However, he asks Zhang to think of it this way: no wealthy person would hold back all their money when it comes to saving their own life, and the most important medicinal herbs are stored in clinics throughout each province. He says that disgraceful behavior should not be allowed in such places, and that a just and upright person like Manhwa, who accepts no stipend, is the right person to supervise and correct such matters. He adds that Manhwa brings the guilty to kneel before the emperor for the sake of benefiting the world, and questions who could be more suitable for that duty. He admits that there will always be unjust men among them, but states that he will punish the sinners with a fair sense of justice. He concludes that the military and the clinics are the places where the sounds of coins are heard the most. Zhang then expresses his admiration for His Majesty's surprising insight. A few days later, at H. Wang's family residence, Manhwa sits in his room thinking that, as the attending imperial censorate, he has essentially become a secret royal inspector. He reflects that, with this position, he should be able to borrow occupational forces, a powerful authority that can enforce judgment on corrupt officials. He considers that he can now use this power against the taping cult members. Yu Bang then knocks at the door, and Manhwa allows him to come in. Yu Bang asks if he enjoyed the trip and informs him that he has prepared the acupuncture box mentioned previously. Upon seeing the box, Manhwa remarks with satisfaction that it has finally been made and notes that it will be useful in urgent situations. Yu Bang tells him that the remaining boxes will be completed soon and also informs him that young Master H. Wabok would like to meet him for dinner. Manhwa wonders what the reason might be since they met recently. Yu Bang then asks when Manhwa plans to leave for Loyang. Manhwa responds that he should be leaving now, as he has stayed for too long. Yu Bang suggests taking a bit more time to rest and prepare before departing and mentions that there is also a branch of the taping cult in Loyang. Later that night, while wandering the streets, Manhwa reflects on the widespread presence of the taping cult and thinks that he must become far stronger than he is now. Even though he holds the plaque of the attending imperial censorate, he knows that he is not the only one at risk. He concludes that he must quickly master body cultivation and other techniques and pass them on to his disciples. Standing outside an inn, Manhwa wonders if this is the place where his brother wants to meet him. As he enters, a lady greets him, saying that she has been instructed to escort him, and asks him to follow her. While following her, Manhwa wonders why his brother wanted to meet in such a place. Then, standing outside a room, Manhwa introduces himself, and H. Wabok invites him to come in. As he enters, H. Wabok warmly welcomes him and tells him to pay his respects first to the man inside, who is the newly appointed governor of Dongyu County, Senior Cao Cao. Manhwa feels troubled upon seeing him but greets him and introduces himself. Manhwa sits nervously, thinking that he is already overwhelmed by being called Huachuo, but now he is meeting Cao Cao, he competent god of rain and a cunning hero of turbulent times. He never expected to encounter Cao Cao here. Cao Cao then remarks to H. Wabok that both of them are tall and handsome. Manhwa wonders what is going on, and when they grew so close, even addressing each other as brothers. Cao Cao then asks Manhwa if he is the one who cured Incho's tetanus. H. Wabok responds that that's not all. Manhwa has cured skin disease, enteric disease, and even someone with a stomach rupture. He adds that even their mother is alive, thanks to him. Internally, Cao Cao curses Manhwa, thinking this fool is the one who cured Incho. Outwardly, he respectfully says that thanks to Manhwa, Incho is alive, and there is no way he could stay still. Manhwa replies that he only did what he had to do. Cao Cao then says that today is a happy day. He has met a junior from his hometown, and even Incho's savior. More than anything, he feels good that he has gained two reliable little brothers. They all share a laugh together. Then Cao Cao says that he is taking his leave for the day and will pay for everything so they can enjoy themselves before sleeping. After he leaves, Manhwa asks Hwabok if he likes Cao Cao that much. Hwabok replies that meeting someone from their hometown in a foreign land naturally makes him glad, and since Cao Cao is a righteous man, of course, he likes him. Hwabok adds that just last year, Cao Cao punished those who violated the Northern Gate entry regulations using 5 colored wooden clubs, even though the offender was Jian Shuo's own uncle, who used to act as if he could take down even a flying bird. Manhwa thinks that the incident Hwabok mentions happened when Cao Cao was 20 years old, but Hwabok says it occurred last year. He wonders if Cao Cao should be 25 right now. Hwabok further explains that not many people would have the courage to stand for His Majesty in such a corrupted royal court, and that must be why the Marquis of Fei Village, Elder Cao Teng, appointed him as governor of Dongqiu County. Manhwa is surprised to hear Cao Teng mentioned, wondering if that legendary eunuch is still alive. The presence of Cao Cao and now Cao Teng makes everything feel different from the orthodox history, or even the romance of the Three Kingdoms. He questions what exactly is going on. 10 days later, at the Hwang family estate, as they prepare to leave, Manhwa asks his subordinates if everything has been packed. They confirm, saying they have also brought the gifts given by the Grand Commandant. Manhwa recalls Hwang telling him to just accept the gifts, questioning whether he thinks money for treating people grows from the ground. He told him that if he wants to achieve great things, he must establish power, and there is nothing better than money for that. Manhwa admits to himself that Hwang is not entirely wrong. Xian announces that she is ready, too. Manhwa thinks about how he has gained another disciple, and gives the signal to depart. As they begin their journey, Manhwa notices Divine Physician behind and asks why the Divine Physician is following them, and reminds him that he said he was going to Yangzhou. The Divine Physician responds that the small lake in the southern direction of the Pei Nation is known to be very beautiful, and he would like to see it at least once. He says he just wanted to visit Pei Nation. Manhwa, irritated by his presence, mutters that the man is a fool and so is his daughter. As they continue traveling, Yu Bang promises to take charge of the external arts training, declaring that he will train the others as if they're rolling on pine cones. Meanwhile, someone watches them from a distance, sends off a messenger pigeon with a letter, and releases it into the sky. Manhwa notices the pigeon flying overhead. In the Taping cult's Yuzhu branch, the Yuzhu main bishop, Myungil, states that he will finally be able to take revenge for their cult member. His subordinate reminds him that it hasn't been long since that physician became the attending imperial censorate. Myungil responds that even though the physician has that title, he would still die if stabbed with a sword. He insists they must kill him before he has the chance to use his censor plaque or raise the government army. He mentions that although the physician rarely uses swords, if he brings the army, he becomes more dangerous. He blames the crumbling of the Kaio County branch and the weakening of the Yuzhu branch on Incho, saying this disaster occurred because the physicians acted behind their backs. Therefore, he declares that they must kill the physician for the great cause of the Taping cult. The subordinate expresses concern about the potential consequences if they fail and are traced. Myungil replies that any trail left behind can be cut off, and even if they are exposed, it won't matter if the trail belongs to someone else. Since Kaio County is located in Yuzhu, he orders the recruitment of 30 cult leaders from neighboring branches who can take responsibility in his place. When the subordinate asks if he means from Qingzhou, Yuzhu, and Jizhu, Myungil confirms, saying the farther from Kaio County, the better. He insists they must eliminate only those who are not from Yuzhu, stating that even tigers cannot guarantee their safety once they leave their mountain. Meanwhile, at night, as Manhwa sits alone practicing his Kai skills, he notices that his senses are becoming sharper. He becomes aware of the sound of flowing water, the chirping of grasshoppers, and even the breathing of people around him. Though it's noisy, it feels calming. Until now, he has only focused on inner energy and has not paid attention to these details. Not only his hearing, but his sense of smell and touch also became clearer, as if he had entered another world. Yu Bang, sensing the unusual energy, wonders what he is feeling and suspects it to be internal energy. He rushes toward Manhwa, questioning if something has happened to him. But when he sees Manhwa practicing, he recognizes it as Kai training an immense amount of it. He wonders if Manhwa has overcome a significant barrier. As Manhwa opens his eyes and sees the sun rising, he wonders how so much time has passed. He feels lighter and refreshed, but cannot remember exactly what happened the previous night. Forming an energy ball in his hand, he observes that this energy is entirely different from Lieutenant Incho's body cultivation purer, with all 5 elemental energies blended into it, and ferocious like a beast. He decides to name it confidently, the 5 birds Kai Meridian. He also realizes that since it is different from body cultivation, he will now be able to teach it to his disciples. In the entertainment house, Mam Hyung informs Chosol that Wonhwa is back in Kaio County. Chosol, surprised, asks if that is true and thinks to herself that it has been months since he was last there. She recalls hearing that he performed admirably in the royal palace as well. Just then, a maid rushes in and tells Chosol that Hee-won is hurt and it is an emergency. Wonhwa comes back to his home and announces his arrival to his mother. She rushes toward him and asks if he finished his work well. He replies that it went well, fortunately. The divine physician observes them and thinks how harmonious their family is. His mother then asks who the people with him are. Wonhwa introduces them, saying that one is the divine physician and the other is his daughter. She is surprised and asks if he means the most famous physician in the Central Plains. The divine physician humbly responds that she praises him too much and that, compared to her son, his talent is nothing. He even jokes that at this rate, he is thinking of taking off his divine physician title. He adds that her son is truly outstanding, being recommended as the royal head physician is no small feat, and even more remarkable is that he rejected it. So, His Majesty appointed her son as the attending imperial consortate. Wonhwa thinks that while everything said is true, it's still very embarrassing. His mother, overwhelmed with pride, grabs his hand and says she never imagined a day like this would come in her life. Just then, Chosol suddenly rushes in, shouting and asking if Physician Hee-won is inside. Wonhwa sees her and a guard carrying an injured Hee-won and immediately wonders if she is hurt. Acting quickly, he instructs Obo to prepare the brazier and clothes and tells Baeon to get the distilled liquor and surgical instruments ready. They rush inside, and Wonhwa tells the guard to lay Hee-won down there. He then asks Chosol what happened. Chosol explains that she heard Hee-won cut her finger while playing with a sword. Wonhwa inspects the wound and thinks that it's far more serious than a simple cut. Even her bone is severed, and it's only barely attached at the base. Obo anxiously asks what they should do. Wonhwa replies sharply, asking what they think they're going to stick it back. Sion observes in disbelief, thinking that there's no way to reattach it if it's cut that badly. On the contrary, the surrounding flesh could become necrotic, requiring even more of the finger to be removed. Her father once said that in cases like this, the best option is to amputate the remaining part. She wonders how Master plans to reattach it. Wonhwa, deep in thought, knows he needs a loop for this kind of work, but with none available, he must find an alternative. He activates his magnifying eyes and examines the injury closely, noting that the bone is finely and completely severed, not crushed. He thinks back to how he developed this magnifying ability while treating the Grand Commandant. Now he can control it, combining clairvoyance, magnification, and 2 other abilities at once, with up to 3x zoom. Seeing that the bone was cleanly cut and not shattered, he feels a sense of relief. With that, he begins the delicate process of treating her finger. Sion observes his treatment and notes internally that that is the tendon, and that is the blood vessel. She sees that he is connecting them just like that. She thinks that if the blood vessels are connected, the blood can flow again, so the flesh won't rot. She reflects that, come to think of it, it is an obvious treatment, but it is impossible with her current ability. She acknowledges that it is even impossible for her father. She also notes that it has already been 6 hours, and Master has not made a single mistake in that time. She wonders how he could do that. Growing curious, she clenches her fist and thinks that she wants to know everything that Master knows. At night, as the treatment goes well, Hee-won asks if she will really be able to use her hand like she used to. Wonhwa assures her that she will, saying that if the stitches are removed and she exercises regularly, she will regain full movement, but in return, she must exercise hard. Chosol expresses her gratitude to Wonhwa, saying that if it had not been for him, they would have had to cut off Hee-won's finger. Wonhwa thinks it is ridiculous for a 10-year-old to be using a sword, but understands she must have had no choice due to the times. He then says that it is a relief everything is over and suggests that it would be better for her to wield a sword at a later age. Chosol agrees and says she will keep it in mind. She mutters to herself that Hee-won was lucky that the physician happened to be back and was able to treat her, and adds that she feels lucky too for getting to meet him again like this. Chosol then asks Wonhwa if he returned well from the royal palace. Sion, observing them, thinks that it seems like Chosol is close to Master, but wonders who she is. At that moment, Baeon asks Obo about Chosol, saying she is the woman who got them sick with syphilis. Sion hears this and wonders about it. Obo tells Baeon that he should not carelessly talk about a patient like that, asking what would happen if Master heard. Baeon responds that he is just curious, especially since she is a beauty. Xian then asks Obo how he cured her, whether by surgery or decoction. At that moment, Manhwa angrily tells them that he had already said they should not talk carelessly about a patient's information. They apologize to him. Baeon tells Obo that he is sorry and that he should not have said that. Obo then says they should wrap it up, adding that Master said he had something he wanted to teach them. Xian thinks that if she continues staying by Master's side, she will gradually pick things up. She tells herself not to lose patience and to take things slowly, believing that one day, she too will be able to cure syphilis. Then she glances at Chosol and Manhwa and thinks that, still, she cannot shake off this uneasy feeling. At the taping cult's Yuju branch, the subordinate of the bishop reports that members from each region have arrived and are awaiting orders. Myungil tells him to have them wait for now and, in the meantime, instructs them to sharpen their blades. The next day, at Manhwa's residence, while Manhwa is teaching his subordinates, his mother sits with the divine physician. The divine physician comments that she has raised her son well. She replies humbly that he flatters her and adds that his child has also grown into a wonderful person. Meanwhile, Manhwa shouts at his subordinates, warning that if they continue like that, the patient will die on the table. He urges them to focus and relax their hands, warning that pulling too quickly will rip the skin. Watching this, his mother notes that he is a little strict when teaching. The divine physician responds that he must be strict, as only then will the lessons leave lasting impressions in their hearts. She then reflects on Xian, thinking that she seems like a good child and that there is nothing to complain about regarding the Pion family. She brings up that Xian is already engaged, to which the divine physician replies that Xian probably answered out of habit, as she has been asked that question many times. She agrees that it makes sense, assuming Xian has received many proposals. The divine physician says Xian is not very flexible and can be quite troublesome. Manhwa's mother agrees, saying her son is also uninterested in marriage talk and wonders if they could become a good couple. But as she watches them focused only on medical arts, she says she might have spoken too soon. They seem to see nothing but medicine. Yu Bang then arrives and tells Manhwa that the remaining items have been completed. Manhwa thanks him and hands acupuncture needles to Obo and Baeon, telling them to keep them on hand and that he will teach them how to use them later. When Xian asks what about her, Manhwa says it's still too early for the youngest. He thinks it would be best if they never have to use them. But since no one can predict the future, Obo and Baeon are ready, but Xian still lacks training. Manhwa then informs Xian that starting today, she will also join the physical training. Her regimen includes 2 hours of horse stance and 1 hour of duck walking daily to build stamina. As the disciples huff through the training, Manhwa scolds them, saying if they're shaking after only 15 minutes, and tells them to keep their backs straight, and warns that once training is done, he will be testing their knowledge on local anesthetics. Later, after successfully anesthetizing a pig, Manhwa's subordinates breathe heavily and say it is over. Sitting near the pig, Manhwa says they can finally perform anesthesia safely. He notes that it would be burdensome to conduct surgery and general anesthesia every time, so this is a relief. He quietly adds that sacrificing one life to save 10 others is meaningful and hopes the pig's sacrifice will shine, bidding it to rest in peace. During dinner, Xian asks Manhwa whether the words he spoke to the dead pig were a kind of appeasement to its spirit. Obo confirms, saying Manhwa always held such rituals, even when experimenting on rats. Manhwa explains that although they had no choice but to experiment on living things, they still sacrificed them just like cows and pigs are honored before slaughter. He says they bless them, hoping they are reborn into a better life. He admits it may seem hypocritical, but it's not about weeping over the pig's death. Rather, he holds on to the belief that there might be another life. Still, he doesn't expect his disciples to do the same. Since everyone is different, he only asks that they neither become numb nor let emotions consume them. Listening to him, Manhwa's mother reflects on how much her son has grown. Obo then asks if they'll be heading to Yingchuan once Heewon recovers. Manhwa replies that they probably will, as they've been resting for quite some time now. His mother asks if he truly has to go to Yingchuan again. He answers yes, explaining that the Chancellor has summoned him to discuss how he treated the Grand Commandant, and the worthy consort is also about to give birth. Hearing this, his mother feels a little sad, realizing that her son will be leaving again soon. She gently asks if they could go boating together, just once. She says he will be even busier from now on and won't come home often, so she wishes to share one outing with him. Manhwa, realizing he may have been too distant lately, agrees and says they should go. She suggests Waishan Lake, saying it's beautiful. Obo and Baeon, excited, ask when they will go. Manhwa answers that once Heewon's condition improves a bit, they will head out right away. A taping cult member is spying from the rooftop and, upon hearing their plans, says that Waishan Lake is the perfect place to kill him. Later, at Waishan Lake, Wonhwa's mother says that coming here with her son feels really nice. Wonhwa thinks that if he had known she would enjoy it this much, he would have brought her sooner, realizing that he has been using his busy schedule as an excuse to neglect her. He then asks if they shall depart, and they all get on the boat and begin their journey. His mother says that while working is fulfilling, spending a relaxed and enjoyable day like this is also wonderful. Wonhwa agrees and thinks that since there is still time before the worthy consort gives birth, he can afford to spend time with his family. Then, he notices something strange and wonders about the ominous feeling he senses. Yu Bang informs him that 2 boats with around 10 men are nearby. Although they have set up a drinking table, no one is touching the drinks, and more importantly, they are carrying suspicious-looking items. Yu Bang then tells the boat driver to head toward the opposite side of the lake. Meanwhile, Wonhwa says to his mother that the weather and scenery are beautiful today, but above all, seeing her healthy brings him the greatest happiness. He asks if he may use a few needles at specific points to help her feel more at ease. She replies that she would never refuse the help of such a great physician. Wonhwa then applies the needles to her wrist and assures her that she will feel comfortable very soon. The divine physician watches and observes that he is targeting her acupoints. She then says that her son is truly a good physician, as both her body and mind feel so much more comfortable with just a few needle pokes. She adds that she wishes this day could last forever and then begins to faint. Wonhwa tells the divine physician to take care of his mother and instructs Obo and Baeon that they now have enemies to deal with, so they should proceed as planned. The divine physician asks Sion to assist him, explaining that he cannot lay hands on Madame himself. Sion moves to support her, thinking that she still cannot be of much help yet and might only get in the way if she tries to assist the others now. The taping cult members notice that Wonhwa's boat is slowing down and remark that it seems their target has caught on. Still, they believe it's too late for escape and order everyone to get ready. One of the cult members sees small objects flying toward them needles and initially dismisses them as toys. But the moment he's struck, he flinches and yells that it's poison, shouting for everyone to get down. Obo and Baeon are throwing the needles with precision, targeting their attackers. Wonhwa then signals Yu Bang, telling him it's his turn and to eliminate them all. Yu Bang immediately leaps onto the enemy boat and begins slashing down cult members with swift, brutal strikes. At the same time, Wonhwa also engages the enemy, declaring that they dared to target his mother and his people. With a fierce leap into the air, he strikes with his blade, cutting down his enemies as he thinks to himself that he will make them pay for their crimes. At night, in the taping cult's Yuju branch, Myungil furiously slams his hand on the table and shouts at his subordinate, demanding an explanation for the annihilation. He can't believe that 30 men, including 6 executioners, were wiped out. He grows anxious, knowing that only a few days remain before the upcoming meeting with their leader, and nothing is going according to plan. He realizes that if he fails again, he may have to offer his own head, and even if he takes more subordinates, there's no guarantee they could successfully kill the physician. With that, he decides he needs a different tactic, something beyond brute force. He orders his subordinate to gather 5 believers, stating that he will handle it personally this time. When the subordinate warns that it's too dangerous, Myungil acknowledges it, but explains that using 100 believers would draw too much attention and quickly spiral out of control. Instead, he believes that if they can bring the physician under their control, it might be more valuable. A person with that much medical skill deeply devoted to the art of healing could actually serve the cult's purpose in the long run. He then draws his weapon and declares that he's heard the physician never refuses a patient. With that in mind, he gives the order to head to Choyeon. Meanwhile, Xian sat down at the Hua family's residence and sighed as she thought of his master because he didn't seem like a human. She figured out that Physician Hua had become more intense since they were ambushed and was working them to the brink, where they wouldn't die. However, it doesn't matter how brilliant a strict teacher is in creating students, but this is too difficult for Xian. Her father heard that and asked if she was having that much trouble. She is startled to see her father and tells him honestly that she is having a bit of a hard time. But rather than that, it hurts her pride to death. Since her father taught her so meticulously and righteously, her master is so harsh and intense. Her father clarified that he might be doing that to get her used to being a failed physician. Xian asked her father, with shock, what he meant by being a failed physician. Her father felt relieved as Wonhwa tried to turn her into a proper physician, not one who makes mistakes in serious situations. Xian uttered that anyone can make a mistake, and her father reminded her that a physician's mistake can put a patient into grave danger. Moreover, even when physicians don't make mistakes, they still can't save everyone, and she was reminded about the patient whom even Manhwa couldn't save. Therefore, her father told her to strive to become a physician who wouldn't break down when faced with failure, rather than one who expects to cure every single patient. He clarified that the reason Manhwa is teaching her so scarily and intensely is because her father can't act that way toward her. He gave a gentle pat on his back, telling her that she had met a good teacher, which cheered her up, and she wiped her tears. While Physician Hua saw this from hiding and was relieved, as that should be enough to encourage her, he turned to leave, as he didn't have to worry about Xian. He decided to have some snacks with Obo and Bayon-ah, as they had worked hard that day, which pleased both of them. The following day, the bishop arrived near the village and asked Youngjin if that was the physician's clinic, and his comrade affirmed that the bishop had heard that all 3 sons of that family are thriving, but the clinic is much shabbier than he had thought. Youngjin heard that the household had fallen on hard times not too long ago, but it seems to have improved these days. Bishop supposed that the favor and virtue of their ancestors still remained, but he was certain that it would end soon, so he commanded Youngjin to begin now, and they agreed. He reminded them that Physician Hua is very suspicious, so they should do it boldly rather than sloppily, which is dangerous. Youngjin affirmed that he wanted to keep that in mind, and he was concerned that he didn't want to make it too deep, but enough to cause a wound. He imagined Bishop's muscles as he tried to cut through the muscles along the veins, and he injured his lord's back. Bishop shouted, which concerned him as that sounded weird, and he cursed him. Youngjin worriedly wondered if that was the sound of his sword cutting through his lord's bones. Bishop furiously stared at him, asking if he was trying to kill him, and he gets worried as he is screwed. Abruptly, the warriors rushed toward Bishop, wondering if he was all right, and Youngjin wondered why the flesh was so soft. He carried Bishop on his back, worriedly rushed toward the clinic, and urged him to hold on for a while. He is worried as his lord's flesh was soft like tofu that he had no idea it had turned out this way, and he thought he wouldn't even get to pierce his muscle properly, but he ultimately cut through his bones. He realized there is no choice but to leave His Excellency's life to that physician from the Hua family now. Meanwhile, Physician Bong is surprised to learn that Bayon-ah learned this much, and Bayon-ah affirmed, but he knew he still had a long way to go, so he is practicing hard. Abruptly, Youngjin arrived there with Bishop, asking if there is a physician as someone is hurt. Physician Bong rushed toward them, asking where he was hurt, and Youngjin clarified that he was cut deeply on his back with a sword. Physician Bong led them the way inside, and he obediently followed him, lying down, Bishop worriedly. Physician Bong realized this wouldn't be easy, as the bones were wounded too, so he instructed Bayon-ah to get Manhwa there. Bishop furiously cursed Youngjin because no matter how he told him to be bold, he shouldn't do this, and wanted to teach him a lesson later. He tried to get rid of Manhwa first and chew Youngjin up to his bones later. Abruptly, Physician Hua came out and asked if there was a patient, and as he went close to him, Bishop felt a strange sensation. After looking at Physician Hua, Bishop supposed he might be the so-called godly physician. Manhwa told his comrades to move this patient inside so that they could operate on him, and they agreed. After transferring the patient inside, he is relieved that he missed a dangerous spot, so he told his comrades to prepare for surgery quickly. Meanwhile, Physician Bong is sure it should be an injury close to the heart that Physician Hua considers dangerous. Abruptly, Obo tells Physician Hua that basic disinfection is done, and Manhwa wants to begin immediately since the anesthesia is done too. He told them to look at the back, which has fewer important blood vessels compared to the abdomen, but major arteries pass through there. Physician Bong admitted that he is impressive no matter how he looks at him, and he is already the miracle-working physician of this generation, acknowledged by the Grand Commandant. Therefore, he is confident that the children learning from him will continue his incredible medical arts and usher in a new era. He is old, but since Bayon-ah started assisting Physician Hua in his surgeries, he wanted him to devote himself and give it his all. After some time, Manhwa puts down his forceps and appreciates everyone for their hard work, and Obo and Bayon-ah say that he did great. Manhwa took off his mask and sighed, but it took longer than expected because the patient had a lot of fat. While leaving, he instructed one of them to keep watch until the patient wakes up, and they affirmed. After he came out of the room, Youngjin worriedly asked him if the manor master was fine. Manhwa affirmed, telling him the surgery ended well, which relieved Youngjin. Physician Hua inquired how he got injured, and he discovered that a sword had cut him by inspecting his wound. Youngjin was startled to hear his question, so he tried to cover it up and uttered that he was ambushed, which startled Physician Hua. Yongjin clarified that he wasn't with him when it happened and that his manor master did shady business, so people hold grudges against him. But his subordinates tracked the ambush down. Unfortunately, they could not catch them. Physician Hua wondered why there is so much information in this world. Yongjin doesn't know how to repay his debt because they would have been in big trouble if it hadn't been for Manhwa. Momentarily, Yu Bang told him to stand 3 feet apart when talking with the physician. Yongjin felt chills down his spine, wondering if this man was Yu Bang, who used to be the branch master of Kaio County, and he apologized for his rudeness. Yu Bang told Manhwa that the divine miracle physician is looking for him, as it seems like an enteric disease patient is waiting for him. Manhwa figured out it might be the patient who called this morning, and he decided to take his leave due to an urgent matter. Yongjin doesn't mind it, but while leaving, Yu Bang stared at him, and he wondered why he was keeping him in check. He wondered if Yu Bang recognized him, but it doesn't matter as he isn't there to wield a sword against them anyway. So he hoped to see him next time because the cult leader will be the one wielding it. Later in the evening, Obo told Physician Hua that the patient is about to wake up, but he is a bit strange. Manhwa is surprised to know that the patient isn't unwell but strange, and Obo explained that his consciousness didn't return, but he kept muttering something. Manhwa wondered if that was because he changed the anesthesia ingredients. Bishop laughs strangely and wants them to see that he is very agile. He keeps swimming while telling them it should be done like this and that he is Shi Huang of the Qin dynasty. Obo inquired about something that went wrong with the surgery, and Physician Hua clarified it's just a normal side effect of the anesthesia, and supposed he needed to change the anesthesia ingredients immediately. Manhwa decides to watch over Myung-il, so he tells Obo to check on the enteric disease patient again, and Obo affirms this. He looked at Bishop swimming, so he wondered if it was assumed he increased the dose due to his weight, and that was his first time seeing a patient blabbering nonsense. Suddenly, Bishop stared, mumbling as he tried to remember Physician Hua and cursed him as he would not let him be. Manhwa is surprised to hear that he didn't want to let him be, but thought that wasn't nonsense because of anesthesia, as he said his name very clearly. Furthermore, he sensed the familiar uneasy feeling and wanted to confirm it and examine his body. He found a parasite around Myung-il's heart and got worried on realizing it was the taping cult again. After a while, he came out of the room, grabbed his head as if he were going crazy, thinking that the taping cult had come to his house. He wondered how he should take care of 5 of them, excluding the wounded one, but he could subdue all of them together with Yu Bang. However, the fundamental problem can't be solved by taking care of the small fries. These people will keep popping up as long as they don't cut off the roots. Therefore, he wanted to find the root solution so the taping cult would no longer come after him, but he wondered how to do it. Abruptly, he saw Yongjin entering the room, and he furiously stared at him as he finally understood what he needed to do, and first, he wanted to look at how they would not let him be. Meanwhile, inside the room, Bishop cursed Yongjin, telling him he got it and wanted him to get lost. Yongjin understood his command, so he left the room and was relieved because he was alive, but this would last a long time. Abruptly, Manhwa asked him if his visit went well, and Yongjin affirmed, so he wanted to take his leave. Physician Hua affirmed that he wanted him to have a good night, and annoyingly saw him leaving. After he left, Manhwa entered the room, asking him how he is feeling, and Bishop is startled to see him but told him that he is doing fine thanks to him. Manhwa annoyingly stared at him and uttered that's good to hear, so he sat beside him and wanted to ask what position he holds in the taping cult. Myung-il is dumbfounded to learn that and wonders how he found out, and tries to defy it, so he asks what he meant by the taping cult. Manhwa furiously classified that he has tried to keep his composure to the best of his ability since he is his patient, but he is still thinking about whether to kill him there or not. He opened the drawer and warned him not to tire each other out, and he took out the jar containing the parasite. Myung-il is shocked, telling him that he might have misunderstood something. Physician Hua couldn't believe that he thought he misunderstood him for someone who came with a poisonous insect on their heart. Myung-il realized he is in big trouble, but wondered how he found out and if Yongjin snitched on him, so he tried to make an excuse about that. Manhwa didn't want to hear any excuse, but told him his position in the taping cult because he had to decide what he could give him. Myung-il has no idea how he found out, but it seems he is certain of it, so he clarified that he is the main bishop of the Yuju branch. He explained that he came to this place to turn into a cult servant using the poisonous insect. Therefore, he has a request to ask Manhwa and told him to eat the egg of the poisonous insect and work for their cult. Physician Hua furiously tells him that the only favor he can ask is to save or send him away painlessly, but he asks him to become the dog of the Taepung cult. Ma Young-il cunningly smiled as, judging by the situation, Manhwa would hold him if he wanted to. But he couldn't hold back their pursuit for long. He wanted to be honest that Manhwa might want to live, and he also didn't want to die. So he is telling him to submit to the cult because the cult can kill him if they gather the power to do so. They will shed just as much blood. On top of that, since Manhwa is the attending imperial consort, if he decides to seize the power of the government, the damage will be even higher. Therefore, as Physician Hua said, he didn't want to tire each other out, as he could save himself and come into the Taping family. Manhwa smirked as he wanted him to follow the orders of the Taping cult like a dog, like him. Ma Young-il gets infuriated on learning that he dared to question his loyalty toward the cult and curses him. However, Physician Hua covers his mouth, telling him that he can show him why he called him the dog of the Taping cult, so he tells Yu Bang to come in. Yu Bang came inside and clarified that he brought the item he requested. Yu Bang put the items on the table, and Physician Hua thanked him, and he hit Ma Young-il's pressure point, thus making him wonder what he was doing. After a while, he fell on the bed and was shocked that he couldn't move, so he asked what Manhwa had done. Abruptly, Physician Hua administered local anesthesia, then he incised his thorax. It scared Ma Young-il, so he tightly closed his eyes but was shocked to learn it didn't hurt. Abruptly, he saw Manhwa's eyes shining while using forceps, so he wondered what he was doing now. After a while, Physician Hua finally got that insect stuck to his heart, and Ma Young-il wondered what he was doing. Manhwa firmly grasps the insect and asks if it isn't upsetting that the reward for his loyalty toward his cult is this poisonous insect. He asked the main bishop Ma Young-il what he thinks about his loyalty. Ma Young-il's eyes welled up on seeing the insect, and he wondered what he had been doing all this time. Yu Bang took the tray toward Manhwa for him to put the insect in it and told him that he had worked hard. Manhwa affirmed this, saying he had done the same, and he looked at Ma Young-il. Ma Young-il was dumbfounded but soon told Manhwa he had something for him. The next day, Yongjin told everyone that they had worked hard all this time, and informed the manor master that they had gathered everyone. Ma Young-il cleared his throat and told everyone he was incompetent and pathetic for aiming for a great future while bringing them there. Yongjin clarified that once the major master recovered more, they could proceed, but Ma Young-il called him incompetent, as it wouldn't have been that easy. He wouldn't have come there himself. Yongjin wondered what he meant, and Ma Young-il told Manhwa to come in. After the Praetorian entered the room, he greeted the main bishop and told him that the azure sky is already dead, so the yellow sky will soon rise, and the Taping cult will reign for eternity. After hearing this, all of them were shocked, and Ma Young-il commanded Yongjin to return to their branch and send a letter to the headquarters. Yongjin asked what he should write about, and his master told him to say that Physician Manhwa has become a believer of the Taping cult. Half a month later, Ma Young-il thanked him for his treatment, and Physician Hua urged him to take care. Ma Young-il commanded Yongjin to take the subordinate and be on standby, as he needed to discuss something with the emissary Physician Manhwa, and Yongjin affirmed. After they left, Ma Young-il apologized for being rude, as many ears were listening, and thanked him again for enduring the humiliation. He promised Physician Hua that as long as he is in the cult, the Taping cult wouldn't ever target him again. Physician Hua clarified that it is not a promise but a deal, and he wondered if he had forgotten about it. Ma Young-il knew that he could call it a dream, but it's absurd. Along with saving his life, Manhwa has also given him freedom, but he is only giving him anxious freedom. Therefore, it could only be considered a fair deal if he offered something suitable in exchange for his life, which startled Manhwa. He remembers a while ago, Ma Young-il requested him to act as the poison insect, because if he did that, the cult wouldn't target him anymore. Physician Hua realized this is a good deal just because the Taping cult wouldn't be after him anymore, but he is adding something more. Ma Young-il explained that he could be found anytime if a message was sent to the Idle River Inn in Anchang County, Runan Prefecture of Yizhou. While Ma Young-il is leaving, Manhwa thinks that it is neither good nor bad, as he can't trust him until he shows the same sincerity as Yu Bang. Therefore, he has no choice but to watch over him for now, and he told Yu Bang they should get ready too. Yu Bang wondered what he meant, and Manhwa explained they needed to visit the worthy consort. Later, at Yingchuan Castle, the consort warmly welcomed Manhwa and invited him to come closer. After a long time, Physician Hua sees the Chancellor and affirms, but clarifies that he has worked hard to get there. He remembered that Manhwa was the attending imperial censor, and realized he had no reason to keep Manhwa in Yongchen any longer. He wondered why Physician Hua rejected being a castle physician in Wuhan, and he told him that his uncle regarded him highly and had even given him the authority to raise a small army. Then he asked Manhwa if His Majesty was doing fine, but he didn't mind even if he was sick, and wanted to know if he could cure him. However, he was thrilled, as he had a good eye for people. Manhwa is relieved to see that he has been doing fine all this time. The Chancellor asked the worthy consort if that was right, and she agreed with His Highness. Physician Hua sighed, wondering if he was always this talkative, but such excitement is to be expected because even if he is the Chancellor, as a father, he is still a father. Therefore, Manhwa decides to take a look at the worthy consort's pulse, and he starts taking her pulse. The worthy consort clarified that she is not hurting or uncomfortable anywhere, but the problem is the shape of her stomach. She explained that midwives can tell just by looking at the stomach. Physician Hua congratulates her as she says she will give birth to a healthy baby boy in a few days. The Chancellor and the worthy consort were both pleased on hearing this, and their excitement touched the sky after learning about the baby's health. 10 days later, at Yingchuan Castle Clinic, the physician asked Manhwa if he should give her a new prescription. Manhwa refused, as they would be changing the medications, and told him that 3 dons of giant angelica, 1 don and 1 pun of cenidium, 7 puns of peach seeds, 2 puns of roasted dried ginger, and 2 puns of Chinese licorice. Physician Hua is sure this is enough prescription for prenatal decoctions, so they should also give her proper postpartum prescriptions. Since the childbirth had begun, the real fight would begin too now, and after a while, he peeked out and realized that the worthy consort had gone into labor. But he wondered if it is a relief that men aren't allowed to approach the birthing chamber, and he is sure, as he has no experience with obstetrics and gynecology, that they will go through this well. 10 hours later, Physician Hua is going crazy because even though she is in labor, there is no way she can come out after 10 hours. He checked her pulse and used clairvoyance every day for the past 10 days, and there were no problems. After a while, the woman rushed there, asking Manhwa if he was there, and clarified that the midwife was urgently looking for him. Physician Hua gets worried as there might be an accident, and judging by how they are looking for the physician, it means that the consort isn't dead yet. Then the most plausible situation is breech birth. He instructed Xian Ah to bring the surgical equipment, and she affirmed that they should follow her. She clarified that, according to the midwife, the child's feet are coming out instead of the head. After he arrived, the Chancellor worriedly told him that he had heard it was a difficult delivery. Physician Hua heard about the rough situation, and the Chancellor uttered that if they see the child's feet, 9 out of 10 times the child will most likely die, so he asked Manhwa if he had another way. Manhwa thinks for a while and clarifies that in case of an emergency, he might have to cut open the womb and take out the child. The Chancellor becomes worried upon hearing this and asks if he can save them by doing that. Physician Hua assures him to do his best, and Xian Ah is shocked to hear about cutting open the stomach to take out the child. The Chancellor permits him, Physician Hua, to heed his command, so he heads inside and informs the worthy consort about his presence. He heard her moaning, so he clarified that he was coming in and told the midwives to wash their hands with alcohol immediately. After entering the room, he saw the worthy consort in a lot of pain, and he wanted to determine the baby's position through clairvoyance first. After using clairvoyance, Manhwa saw the baby's position and was worried because it was not just a breech birth, but the umbilical cord was wrapped around his neck. He realized there was no time, so he told the worthy consort that the baby had settled upside down, so he had no choice but to cut open her stomach and take out the child. The worthy consort gets worried on hearing this, but she firmly grasped the bedsheet and told him to open her up to save her baby, as she doesn't mind what happens to her. Physician Hua looked at her and clarified that he was going to save both of them. The worthy consort inquired when this would start, and Physician Hua replied that he would begin in a little while, so he requested that she wait for a moment. He can't wait until she is completely anesthetized, so he wants to begin as soon as the drug effect kicks in because anesthesia might affect the child. The worthy consort sensed something that worried Manhwa as the situation worsened, but she wasn't yet fully anesthetized. The worthy consort told him it doesn't matter, so he wanted him to take out the child. Physician Hua commanded the midwives to hold her so she couldn't move, and they affirmed. Then he held the scalpel and started incising her abdomen, which made her moan with pain. Shortly, the blood oozes out, but Manhwa knew that it was hard for the baby, so he wondered if that was why he was refusing to come out. He asked for the flat iron, which Xian handed him, and he thought that for someone who hadn't even been born yet, it was strange that he wanted to hold on like this and not come out. He requested him to help him a little, and he knew well because he had died before, but he wanted the baby to see that living isn't all good, but it's not all bad either. He remembered all the time he spent in this world with his family and told the baby to hold his hand and come out. After he took out the baby, he told Xian to heat the scissors, and she affirmed. After a while, he cut the umbilical cord with the scissors and thanked the baby for being born safe and healthy. He handed the baby to the worthy consort to hold, as she had worked hard, and she began crying happily after holding her baby. The midwives told the worthy consort that it's a healthy boy, but she gets worried about seeing the worthy consort unconscious. She kept calling to wake her up, capturing Physician Hua's attention, and the midwife requested him to take a look. Physician Hua checked the worthy consort's pulse and clarified that it was fine, as she was just asleep, and supposed the drug had just taken effect. This relieved all of them, and Manhwa is pleased because the worthy consort has worked hard, and the baby has also worked hard to be born healthy. 5 days later, the Chancellor is very delighted to learn that Manhwa saved both the worthy consort and baby, so he told him that his name really suits him. Physician Hua is annoyed after thinking about the Manhwa title again and clarifies it was just a miraculous feat. The Chancellor wanted to reward him greatly, but he was sure that Manhwa would refuse that, yet he wanted him to tell him anything he wanted. Physician Hua is glad to hear about this and thought he should ask this at this stage, and clarified that he wanted something. He mentioned that there is a slum called Zhaokun in Kaio County, where he sees his patients, but he is worried because he hasn't visited them very often. Therefore, he requested the Chancellor to set up a clinic near Zhaokun. The Chancellor is amazed to hear that, as he thought he had finally told him how he wanted, but his wish is to create a clinic for people. Manhwa wondered if that wasn't working, but the Chancellor clarified that he had received it. Manhwa is relieved because, at this rate, the people of Zhaokun would be treated. The Chancellor instructed the guard to order the county of Kaio to build a clinic and assign the palace physicians to care for the patients every other month. He also permits the use of the court clinic's medicinal herbs and provides fertile land that can produce 1,000 siak of grains in Kaio County to the Hua family, so they face no shortage in treating patients. Physician Hua is dumbfounded to hear that, and the Chancellor wants to grant him the name of the clinic. While Physician Hua refused, as he wanted him to stop, the Chancellor clarified that it would be Manhwa Clinic, and Manhwa realized that he was screwed. The Chancellor saw his facial expression and clarified that it was his fault for giving him an excuse, and since he wanted it, he should give it up and take it. Manhwa knew that he had no other choice, as he couldn't keep rejecting the Chancellor forever. However, he was relieved that the first and second brothers were both in government positions, so he wouldn't dare prey on them. Since he is going to acquire some land, he wanted to ask for the land he has been keeping his eye on, as it is a real estate investment that will never fail, and he thanked him for his kindness. The Chancellor asked if he was planning to look elsewhere, too, since he had looked around the clinic in Yingchuan. Physician Hua affirmed that he is planning to go to the Anchang County of the Runan Prefecture. After arriving at Idle River Inn, he ate his meal when Myung-il arrived. He greeted him and knew he had worked hard coming there. Physician Hua welcomed him, then asked if the person next to him was the one he had talked about. Zhang Gui, the little brother of Zhang Lu and Zhang Wei, paid his greeting to him and introduced himself. Manhwa believed he was the real Zhang Gui, who had only been mentioned in a few historical stories. Therefore, he introduced himself as Hua Bu of Kaio County and clarified that he also held the vain title of Manhwa. He is shocked to learn his name and asks Myung-il if he is the Manhwa who is called the miracle-working physician of Yizhu. Myung-il thinks for a while. Physician Hua tells him to take him, as he will be of great help to him. Since no one will come near the inn, Manhwa can speak to him comfortably, and Physician Hua thanked him. After that, Myung-il decides to take his leave, leaving Zhang Gui behind, and he looked back and clarified that first, he had gained some weight. After some time, he told Zhang Gui to take a seat, and Zhang Gui affirmed, so he took the seat. Manhwa inquired if his brothers, Lu and Wei, were there too, and Zhang Gui concurred but wondered how he knew. Manhwa uttered that he already knew about the grandson of Zhang Ling, who created the way of the 5 pecks of rice. Since his late grandfather preached the oath of new coming righteousness and healing of illnesses by making people repent for their sins before ascending to the heavens. Zhang Gui told him that it was correct and that he was supposed to have a broad understanding of Taoist matters. Physician Hua slammed his cup of wine on the table and asked if he thought heaven consisted of the 3 gods in charge of heaven, earth, and water, or if the yellow sky was stained with the blood of the ordinary people. Since it says that the azure sky is dead and the yellow sky must rise, but shedding blood on the blue sky will not make the sky yellow. Manhwa uttered that it would become a violet color resembling madness, so he asked Zhang Gui if he would shed his blood, a yellow sky that would never come, or if he was going to escape from this hell. Zhang Gui thought for a while and asked if he could answer him about something. Physician Hua isn't sure about that, but first, he wanted to begin by getting out of that hole. Yu Bang looked back as he had already calculated everything. Physician Hua suggested going together because there are many things he would like to show Master Zhang. Guang Hua 1 year 178, receiving the plaque of the attending Imperial Censorate. Manhwa wanders around the country, focusing more on relief for the poor than on clinic inspections. In the meantime, Emperor Liu Hong formalized the system of selling official posts and titles for money, and tyranny increased. As a result, the world became increasingly chaotic. 5th year of the Guang Hua year 182, January, at Anzhu Taishan Prefecture, Fenggao County. Physician Hua bandages the elder's leg and tells him he won't have much trouble moving around now. The elder's eyes welled up, so he thanked the physician for the treatment, but Manhwa clarified that it was nothing, as he should get better faster. While he was talking to Physician Bong, Obo and Bayon A arrived to inform him that the decoctions had been distributed as prescribed. Bayon A explained that no patient required immediate treatment now, and Physician Hua praised them for doing a great job. Xian explained that there were a lot of patients, as it had been a few days since the Lunar New Year, and Physician Hua knew. She is pleased because everyone takes it easy thanks to Manhwa. This relieved Manhwa, so he wanted them to follow him earnestly as he worked hard to teach them. They were so busy that they wouldn't have time to rest soon, and they concurred. After coming out, he remembered that the Yellow Turban Rebellion was scheduled to occur in 2 years. Soon, countless people will die, and countless heroes will arise, so he needs to increase his power as a physician and save more people before the hardship comes. However, he wondered if he could avoid being caught up in that war era by any means. Since the original Manhwa also lived his entire life in exile, Cao Cao killed him in the end, but he wondered how to avoid it. While pondering, a child came to see a physician, and he heard that Manhwa looked after patients, so he requested that he look at his little brother. Physician Hua held the kid to check him and asked about his symptoms. The boy explained that he has been having diarrhea for the past few days, but he has had a severe fever since the previous day. Physician Hua decided to enter the clinic first, and the boy followed him. He remembered that a lot of kids were coming in these days, and after entering the clinic, he told Obo to prepare a bed and instructed Bayon to boil some clean water. They obediently concurred. The boy has been wandering from clinic to clinic in the village since yesterday, but no one has been able to cure him. One of the village elders mentioned that there was a highly skilled physician in the area, so he came to him. Physician Hua praised him, as he had done well by coming all the way there, and he was proud of him for making such efforts for his sick brother. The boy clarified that because he is his older brother, Manhwa realized he is a mature little kid, regardless of age. He found him cute, so he gently patted his head for properly acting like an older brother and asked for his name. The boy clarified that his name is Liang and his family is the Jegel family, shocking Manhwa as Guang Manhwa meets Jegel Liang in the 5th year. Physician Hua asked if his name was Jegel Liang, and the boy affirmed that he was, so he asked for his little brother's name. Liang uttered that his name is Jegel Jian, which shocked Manhwa, so he asked if it's just the two of them. However, Liang refused, as he had an older brother, Jegel Jun, and Physician Hua wondered why they had been born. While Physician Hua's face had turned pale, Liang wondered why he had asked for his name. Manhwa clarified that there was nothing, so he wanted to check his brother first, and he was sure that the kid was Jegel Liang, as there was no way he could be anyone else, even with his little brother having the same name. Manhwa clarified that Jian had eaten the wrong food and had a slight cold as well, but it wasn't to a dangerous extent, so he didn't want him to worry because he was just a little sick, which relieved Liang. Physician Hua never thought his favorite character in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms would appear like this. Liang inquired if he could get better, and Physician Hua affirmed, so he decided to prescribe a decoction to help him recover quickly if he took good care of himself. Manhwa doesn't understand why Liang would carry Jian on his back and find a physician himself. He could tell that he was neat, but judging by how he wore old clothes, it meant that his family must be poor, and he found it strange, as his family wouldn't have collapsed to that extent. Liang firmly held his dress as he asked for the treatment fee and clarified that he had no money in his hand. Liang started looking for some things in his bag, and he knew it might be rude of him, so he at least wanted to pay with things. He takes out an item and tells Physician Hua to take it, which is called Sima's Method, a military book that might not suit him, but he can find someone who will pay for this generously. Physician Hua is excited to think that anyone could tell this is Jegel Liang because he talks maturely. Furthermore, he heard that the dead Kongman had chased away the living Zhangda, but he came bearing the Sima Method. Liang wanted to pay with something else if that wasn't enough, and Manhwa refused, as he doesn't take money or books and doesn't accept money from patients in difficult situations. Liang found it illogical because he could understand that he might not get paid if I just did acupuncture, but the decoction is extremely expensive. Physician Hua clarified that it was fine because he was stealing money from rich patients, but Liang thought it was still unfair, regardless of how wealthy the patients were. Physician Hua clarified that it's fine as he is ripping them off at a lower price than other physicians and is an expert in samchiak. Liang is shocked, so he asks the physician's true identity by calling him Ajasi, but Manhwa clarifies that he is not an Ajasi, but rather should be called Hyam. While having a meal, Obo and Bayon eat quickly, and Manhwa explains that they are still growing, so they eat a lot. Therefore, he told Liang to eat before it's gone, and he looked at Jayun, so he wanted to enjoy the food and started eating. Physician Hua sees him eating to his fullest and realizes he eats well. He had no idea that he had met Kongming of Jegal, the great strategic planner and the best romantic character of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, this way, but he feels pretty good. 10 days later, when Liang returns, he refuses to take the money with him. Physician Hua reminded him that he had said he was going to Zuzhu and asked if he would have his whole family beg for money while traveling. He supposed Liang might have a hobby of seeing his little brother get ill and asked if he think earning money is easy, or if he can dig the ground to see if money is coming out or not, but giving money is up to the one giving, so he wondered what Liang is going to do about it. Liang felt mortified but commented that the miracle-working physician of Yizhu had a very outspoken way of speaking. Manhwa clarified that he doesn't need to beat around the bush because he is smart, so he wanted to tell him a few more straightforward things. He clarified that a few years ago, the Hua family was a declining noble family, and a family in decline was so impoverished that the annual salary of the servants was even delayed for several months. His two older brothers were pushed out of their cliques, failed their examinations, and to make matters worse, his mother got sick with an enteric disease. He went to Zuzhu to learn medicine arts without even hoping to rise in the world and gain fame. Liang asked him how he succeeded on his own, and Physician Hua clarified that he held on alone until he overcame all kinds of situations. He knows how hard it is, so he helps him so he doesn't have to endure it alone. Physician Hua told him to endure it, even if it upsets him, and he feels like he is becoming an object of charity, even though he thinks he can stand on his own without having to accept this money. That is because the most essential thing to him is the support that helps him get through it, and he wants him to act while thinking only about his family, more than anything, because the family is the only one that remains in the end. After hearing this, Liang's eyes welled up, and he wanted to repay him for his kindness. Manhwa wanted him to shut up, as he hated soap operas, and told him to quickly go to his family, who must be waiting for him. Liang wanted him to stay, but he decided to leave, and Physician Hua told him to pay it back later, tens of thousands of times if it bothered him. Physician Hua decided to return to his clinic, so Liang waved at him and clarified that he won't have to pay it back to him. Liang made a vow that he would never forget this. At Yanzhou Dunqui County, Cao Cao was appointed as a consultant by the governor of Dunqui County and was moving to Luoyang. He realized everything had been handed over at this rate and asked him if he had any more questions. Hua Bak, appointed as the governor of Yanzhou, didn't want him to repeat it a few times, as he was now very well informed. Cao Cao inquired if he was waiting for Manhwa now and asked who would attend the inauguration ceremony. Cao is getting nervous about meeting the attending imperial censorate, so he wants to run away before he smells the corruption. Hua Bak wanted him to stop pretending that he couldn't find a fair and just governor like him. Cao welcomed him as the new governor, and Hua Bak congratulated him on his promotion to advisor. But he wanted to be honest and admit that he was a bit worried about returning to the imperial palace. Hua Bak remembers that he was demoted to a county because he developed a bad relationship with Gensiak, but he doesn't think he will sit by knowing that he is now returning to the imperial palace. Cao puts down the cup of tea and clarifies that his grandfather is fine and healthy, so Gensiak wouldn't be able to do anything, which means he can't do anything about him becoming an advisor. Hua Bak is relieved to hear this, and Cao clarifies that he isn't afraid of Gensiak, but rather his mouth, which startled him. Cao uttered that as an advisor, he had to speak directly to the emperor, and he was unsure if he could remain still at the imperial conference when this world was rotten to its core. Hua Bak thought his majesty was brilliant, so he would listen carefully to what he had to say. Cao smirked on hearing him answer his question with a question, and he liked him because he was always loyal. However, in the end, he remains unsure whether he will stay loyal, and Hua Bak attempts to clarify. But he was told to forget about it, as he could give them a good blow and retire to the country afterward. He gulped the tea down, which amazed Hua Bok, as he drank it like alcohol. Hua Bok thought that since Cao's grandfather is Cao Teng, who raised the 10 attendants on his back, they would never betray him. Cao wanted to give him one piece of ridiculous advice: he would rather betray than be betrayed, even if it meant betraying the world. After a while, Manhwa arrives there, but apologizes for being late, and Hua Bok tells him it's fine, so he warmly welcomes him along with Cao. Manhwa congratulated his brother on being appointed governor, and Hua Bok said this is all thanks to him and Cao. Cao told them to finish the pleasantries there and quickly take a seat. He is sure that Manhwa might have gone through a lot coming all the way there, so he wanted to talk while drinking. After getting drunk, Cao clarified that he is aware what his grandfather is doing is screwed up, but he can't do anything even though he is his step-grandfather. But he is still his grandson, so he wondered if he should hit him with a stick. Hua Bok tried to quiet him, as he was scared someone might hear him, but Cao didn't care if anyone heard and wanted to order them to cover their ears. He cursed those guards to cover their ears and get lost before he cut off their heads, but Hua Bok tried to calm him down. Physician Hua is amazed to see Cao's temper coming out now that he is drunk. Cao is annoyed because everyone is jealous of him for meeting his grandfather and riding on a fast track, but they don't know how frustrated he is. Hua Bok realized he was very drunk, and Cao was certain he didn't know how happy he had been while governor of this Dongqiu County. While governor, he punished corrupt people, confiscated the property of the rotten, comforted those falsely accused, and reduced taxes. After living for 3 years like that, even though the nobles cried, the commoners danced out of joy, to the point that it would be fine even if he had to lie that way forever. However, his grandfather recommended him as an advisor, and he had no choice but to leave for the imperial palace, noting that nothing was going as he had wanted. Physician Hua realizes that the story about Cao ruling Dongqiu County with integrity and uprightness is true. Cao thanked Manhwa as he heard that he had also been curing the people in his family these days, since Incho and his aunt said that they were living healthily thanks to him. Physician Hua clarified that In Hyung is almost like a sworn brother to him, so he should do that. Cao is amazed to hear about his sworn brother, so he puts his cup on the table and clarifies that he should be his sworn brother, since he is already Bok's sworn brother. Manhwa is surprised to hear that out of nowhere, and Cao gets infuriated as he doesn't seem to like it and asks if In can be his brother, but he can't. Manhwa refused to tell him he would love to be sworn brothers with Cao. Cao was pleased to hear that, so he told him there was nothing else to say and instructed him to raise his hand, and he then unsheathed his dagger. Physician Hua becomes worried, wondering what is wrong with his energy, and asks him if he is alright, calling this insignificant physician his sworn brother. Cao wondered what he was talking about by calling himself insignificant, when he is even more famous than the best physician of the Central Plain, and being called the Divine Miracle Physician. Manhwa worriedly clarified that he is still just a physician, and Cao uttered that he deserves to be respected, as not many people abandon their greed while saving that many people, which is why he wants him as his sworn brother. He cut his finger, poured the blood into his wine, and Physician Hua gets worried to think of becoming his sworn brother, so he can't help but worry. However, Bok and he have a good relationship with Cao, and if he refuses, their things might get even more complicated. He decided to be his sworn brother to watch over Cao in a closer position, poured the blood in his wine, and decided to be in his care from that moment onward, and both looked at each other happily. Later, Physician Hua ascends the mountain with his comrades at Yanzhou Shanyang, Changyi County, and Bok suggests taking a short break. Manhwa agreed to do that as he also wanted to wait for his guards. While resting, Xian asked if they were done looking through Shanyang Commandery. They would have been done with all of Yanzhou counties, and Manhwa guessed so. Xian supposed those two people should be catching up soon, and Manhwa saw them coming, so he clarified that they are there. After arriving there, Yu Bang clarified that they might have to return to Dongqiu County immediately. Physician Hua inquired if it was the taping cult again, but Yu Bang refused and clarified that it seemed like an epidemic had broken out. Manhwa gets concerned on learning that an unknown epidemic has been circulating and dozens of people are dying every day, to the point that there isn't a single survivor in several villages. After learning this, Manhwa covered his face and instructed others to wear their masks along with Yu Bang and Zhang Gui, and they affirmed that they wore the masks. He told everyone to follow his words from this point on, and they shouldn't touch anything until he says otherwise. After returning, they saw the smoke at several houses in the village, and the majority of the villagers were severely ill, and many died. The villagers were burning the corpses of the dead, so Obo gets worried, and seeing this, Xian realizes it is bad. Physician Hua saw them incinerating the bodies and is sure they would bury them in the ground if it were a normal epidemic, which means the situation is grave. After looking around for a while, he saw a man sitting on the bench, worriedly, and asked if he was a court physician. The physician inquired who he was, and Manhwa clarified that he was physician Manhwa of Yiju. The physician is surprised to learn that he is the famous physician and thanked him for coming, as he was already overwhelmed with treating the patients alone. Physician Hua gives him the mask and tells him to wear it because he must protect his body first if he wants to fight against an infectious disease. The physician wore the mask and thanked him, so Physician Hua decided to take a look at the corpses for a bit. He is sure that if it were an infectious disease that caused such widespread deaths, then it must be as bad as the Black Death, typhoid, smallpox, and cholera. He uncovered the face of the corpse and was aware that there was no way to do anything about the Black Death or smallpox, so he hoped that it was another disease. After inspecting the body, he discovered it wasn't smallpox, as there were no blisters, but he was so skinny, which made him wonder if his nutritional condition had been poor originally. After that, he asked about the patients, and the physician told him they are all inside this camp. Manhwa entered the camp to take a quick look and inspected one of the patients, whose tongue was very white and thin, indicating a lack of fluid. He asked the patient when he last defecated, and the man clarified that he did it yesterday, but he kept on having diarrhea. Physician Hua is sure that the color of the feces must have been pale, and he might have also thrown up, but he might not have had a fever or severe stomachache, so he asked if he was right. The patient affirmed that it was the case, and Xian wondered if he knew what disease it was. While Physician Hua considers the symptoms, the patient experiences diarrhea more than 10 times a day, with stool color ranging from light brown to rice water-like. The patient also has symptoms of excessive dehydration that do not recover even after drinking water. But if there are no symptoms of severe abdominal pains, chills, or high fever, then there is only one possible answer. He instructed everyone not to take off their mask at any cost and gather as much strong alcohol as they can. He instructed them to start triaging patients based on their symptoms, keep patients as far apart as possible, and avoid coming into contact with a patient's stool. He commanded Yu Bang and Zhang Gui to gather as much lime as possible, and they affirmed. Out of curiosity, Xian asked him what kind of disease this was, and Manhwa clarified that cholera was the worst disease transmitted through contaminated water. Vibrio cholerae is a waterborne infectious disease that causes rapid loss of water and electrolytes in the body due to infection and leads to death from dehydration, malnutrition, and shock. Due to the toxins, electrolytes are also lost, making it impossible to replenish bodily fluids by drinking water alone. But since they neither have antibiotics nor saline solution, they have no choice but to prescribe ORS, in which salt is precious, and he will use honey since they have no sugar. He instructed everyone to remember that for every 1.8 liters of boiled water, they should add 7.5 grams of salt and 37.5 grams of honey, and based on this, they must prepare several servings of this solution. He explained that in the case of severely ill patients, they usually excrete around 1 ml of fluid a day. Therefore, they had to drink at least as much as they put out, so he wanted them to be prepared to make over a few hundred siams of ORS fluid. Physician Hua wanted his comrades to keep this in mind and quarantine the patients, feeding them only properly cooked food with boiled water. However, anything that appears contaminated must be disinfected at all costs, and all of them become worried after learning of the seriousness of the situation. After informing them about everything, the physician asked Physician Hua if feeding the patient water was enough. Manhwa clarified that acupuncture or decoctions are meaningless, so this is the best they can do for now. After that, several patients came to the clinic with diarrhea and drank the ORS to compensate for the lost electrolytes. Some of the patients' conditions were worse, so Physician Hua carried them to the clinic and took care of them. On the third day of treatment, he hardly had any time to catch his breath, and he was concerned because there were too many patients. Abruptly, Obo told him that the governor had sent reinforcements, and they had gathered a lot of salt and honey as well. Physician Hua affirmed, so he told him that he had done a great job. Physician Huan came forward, telling Manhwa that they had also come, along with all the available physicians. Physician Hua is delighted to see this. They can take in more patients. He requested that the head court physician, Huan, be briefed on the treatment method and instructed everyone to wear masks. He commanded Yu Bang and Zhang Gui to lead the military officers and requested the physicians to focus on transporting the patients. Xian is relieved to see them arrive on time because everyone was about to reach their limits. While Manhwa instructed the physician to gather as much water as possible, he suddenly felt nauseous, so he vomited. All his comrades get concerned about seeing this, wondering if he is alright, and Physician Hua doubts that he might also be infected. Xian worriedly accosted him, but Physician Hua told her not to come closer, and told her to divide the physician on the transport of his patients and the ORS distribution. While they stared at him worriedly, trembling and looking in their worst condition. Manhwa is concerned, as this is an early symptom, but he has been careful, so he doesn't know why this happened, and he told them to do what he told them. He told them not to touch the patients directly and always disinfect before taking a look at the patients, as it's enough that only he gets infected among them. He clarified that he would inspect them later to see if they did as he had taught them. Obo understood and thought they should move because one of them was out, so they just tried even harder. He told the military officer to get clean water and bury the dead bodies, and told the physician to wear their mask before gathering there so that they could begin their work. While working, Obo instructed Bayon-A to move this and make more oral rehydration solution, and Bayon-A confirmed with his senior command. Abruptly, Xian-A arrived there, so she called Obo and clarified that the physicians had all gone back, which worried him. She explained that the physicians asked what they could do about the disease that even Manhwa couldn't resist against, and the majority of the military officials left as well. Obo gets worried because they left in just half a day and asked how many people they have left. Abruptly, he heard Manhwa vomiting and rushed toward him, worried. Physician Hua told them not to come closer, as he was fine, and instructed them to leave so that they could cure at least one more person. He is sure many people might have run away because he collapsed, so even if it's hard, he wants them to move a bit more because they must save as many as they can. Obo understood what he meant, so he told Bayon-A and affirmed. Then he told Xian to take care of the master and let them know if he collapses, and she affirmed that he knew that most of the patients who vomited had all lost their consciousness, and half of them died. But they can't do anything about their master's stubbornness, but they can care for him once he loses consciousness, so he wanted to leave it to her, and she agreed. After coming out, Obo decided to get some water first, and shortly after, a kid came by who wanted to help the physicians. Obo told the kid to return because it's dangerous, but the child refused to return, as his parents died because of the plague, so there is nothing left to eat. The child stubbornly requested that he let him earn his keep, as even miscellaneous work would. After hearing the child's story, Obo recalled his family and told him not to get too close to a patient. The child wondered what he meant, and Obo wanted him to promise him that one thing. Later, the child helped him prepare ORS, and later, he helped Bayon-A with his work. The next day, he saw them treating the patient, and suddenly Bayon-A rushed there, telling them that there was a patient, so they should prepare a bed for her. While taking the patient inside, Bayon-A told Yu Bang to take her to that side. The child is shocked to see that there are a lot of patients, and he wonders if his parents would have been alive if they had received treatment. However, he knew this wasn't the time to think about that, as he had to focus on what he was doing now. After examining, Obo realized this was a case of cholera, so he instructed them to isolate her and give her a lot of fluid. Suddenly, the physician informed Obo about a major problem and explained that the entire village had contracted the plague. He heard there are more than 30 patients, so they must set up a new tent. Obo becomes worried upon learning this and tells Bayon they need to go, and Bayon agrees, so they rush out. While the kid saw them rushing out, he then looked at the patient behind and realized that everyone was so busy that they didn't have the time to take a good look at every patient. Since he can't care for the patient's illnesses, he has no choice but to do his best, so he decides to make the fluids. Later at night, Obo praised the child for doing great work and told them to go back and rest. The kid said he also worked hard and decided to take his leave. While returning, he passed through countless tents and heard the noise of the patient vomiting. He entered the tent, wondering if it was indeed this tent, and looked at the patients. He then realized that she was the one who had been admitted the previous day. He approached the patient, asked if she was all right, and the patient requested some water, trying to reach out to get it. The child realized that she wanted some water, but remembered that the physician had told her not to touch the patients. However, she thought giving them water should be fine. He grabbed the pot of water, requested the patient take it, and helped her drink it. The patient thanked him, and the child happily told her to get better soon. The next day, Obo woke up after resting and stretched his body, which was exhausted. Abruptly, a man rushed to him while carrying that kid and told him that Hyan is sick. Obo becomes worried upon hearing this and tells the man to bring Hyan into one of the tents, and he agrees. After going inside, he told the man to lay Hyan down, and he looked at Hyan, whose condition was worsening. Hyan apologized to him, but Obo told him not to talk, to save his energy. and not to worry because he would make sure he got better, and Hyun affirmed that he would become unconscious. After some time, Physician Hua opened his eyes and was amazed to see that he was alive, which relieved him, and seeing that he had a strong urge to defecate meant that he had overcome the biggest hurdle. He stood to leave, knew that he had left too heavy a burden on his disciples, and wondered how many days had passed. He came out of the camp, hoped everyone was fine, and saw everyone working. Sion and Baeon noticed him coming out of the tent, so they rushed toward him worriedly and requested him to lie down for a while longer. Manhwa clarified that he was fine and knew they had always been very worried. Sion told him to rest more as he lost consciousness for 3 days, and Baeon agreed with her. Physician Hua assures them that he is fine and feels better moving around right now rather than not, but he wonders where Obo is, as he can't see him around. Sion and Baeon get worried and tell him about their senior Obo, who is building a tomb. Meanwhile, Obo is preparing a grave in the torrential weather, and Physician Hua arrives and accosts him. Obo realized that his master was awake, apologized as he should have visited, and greeted him first. He is burying Hyun's corpse in the grave and clarified that a lot of things happened so that he couldn't visit. Manhwa inquired about whose tomb this was, and Obo explained that it was the tomb of a child named Min Hyun, who had lost his parents to the plague and had nowhere else to go. He came to them asking to be allowed to earn money for his food, so they pitied his circumstances and took him in to do the miscellaneous work, but the plague took him away. Obo blamed himself, thinking it was his fault because he should have sent him away after giving him some food, as there was nothing significant about protecting a kid's pride. Since Hyun died because of him, he will repay his debt to him, learn more from his master, and save at least one more person affected by this plague. He is sure that when he meets Hyun later, he could at least bring himself to say sorry to him, but right now, he will bury Hyun deep in his heart. Physician Hua told him to do as he wants, but having plenty of space to bury would be a good idea. He explained that as long as they live as a physician, they will have to send away countless patients, but he didn't want Obo to bury all those patients in his heart. Since everyone has a limit to their heart, Obo will collapse when he goes beyond that limit. Manhwa is sure that the kid named Hyun wouldn't want that either and reminded him that it is the path that a physician must walk. With his teary eyes, Obo thinks for a while, and he thanks his master for his teaching as always and cries out to his heart. Thanks to Manhwa's prescription and treatment, more than 90% of the population in Changi County survived. After that, court physician Hwan Yang instructed the other court physicians of Shanyang Commandery on how to make an ORS. Nevertheless, the plague that had started upstream of the Yangtze River spread rapidly, and a few tens of thousands of people lost their lives. Meanwhile, at Luoyang's official residence, Cao Cao's abode, he is certain that if Manhwa and his disciples had not saved those people, the casualties would have been in the hundreds of thousands. Physician Hua wondered how he would have known that so many people would die when he was not the Jade Emperor. Cao clarified that it is nonsense because more than 60% of people died in the villages he didn't visit, and the casualties didn't even reach 10% in the villages that Manhwa treated. That is why he is certain that Manhwa saved hundreds of thousands of people, but Physician Hua found it mortifying that they couldn't visit more places. A is expecting this from the miracle-working physician acknowledged by the world, as he still doesn't feel content even after wandering plague-ridden places for 2 years. Cao, remember this would be the 6th year since Manhwa started saving people, since the year of Wu-Wu, and his reputation spread throughout the world in the meantime. Physician Hua clarified that it was all false rumors, and Cao uttered that the new year of Jiazi would come in just a few days. Physician Hua is startled to hear this, so he retreats for a bit and is certain that next year will undoubtedly be harsh. Cao wondered if that is because of that song, which says that the azure sky is already dead, the yellow sky will soon rise in the year of Jiazi, and there will be prosperity under heaven. He thought this was just a children's song, and Physician Hua elucidated that he had wandered many places in the last 6 years, so he could feel the public sentiment as keenly as if it were on his skin. He wondered if Cao didn't know the saying that the public sentiment is the heaven's will. Cao had no idea he had heard his words to His Majesty repeated back to him, and as one was said, the following year would surely be a harsh one, so he wanted him to take his people to Kaio County if anything happened. Cao turns to leave as he wishes to make the preparations, and Manhwa is aware that it will not take long. Physician Hua is aware that it is less than a month before the sandstorm caused by the yellow turbans. Meanwhile, the governor of Dunqui County, Hua Bok, received the emperor's decree from His Majesty. A rebellion broke out in Julu Prefecture, Jiazhou, and spread throughout the nation. Therefore, he was commanded to suppress it immediately, and Hua Bok received His Majesty's command. After a while, he meets Physician Hua and tells him about Cao's letter. Physician Hua is surprised to hear this and starts reading it to discover that Cao has sent Ha Hudon and Cao Hong to Kaio County. Cao has gathered military forces to strengthen security and prevent bandit raids, so he wanted Manhwa to take his people with him and seek refuge in Kaio County. Hua Bok doesn't want them to worry about him and quickly gets moving because the situation isn't looking good, and he left their mother in his care. Manhwa is worried because a full-scale war is currently underway, and he recalls that the Yellow Turban Rebellion lasted for less than a year. Still, the remaining forces will torment the Central Plains for decades, so they must reduce the rally as much as possible. Therefore, he requested his brother to be careful during this rebellion. At Yizhu Runan Prefecture and Cheng County, Idle River Inn, Myung-il welcomed Manhwa and asked what had brought him there when the world was already in a state of chaos. Physician Hua clarified that he wanted to confirm whether he would raise the Yellow Turban Army in Yizhu. Myung-il supposed he still had to obtain complete trust and assure him that Yizhu wouldn't raise the Yellow Turban Army, nor would Yanzhou. Physician Hua learns that Yanzhou is also the same, as it might be the case for Yizhu, since Myung-il is the bishop there. However, he wonders about the change in Yanzhou. Myung-il is still unaware of his significant contributions since he has saved both Yizhu and Yanzhou. If it were not for Manhwa, then countless civilians would have died from the plague, and so both have lost the conviction to raise the Yellow Turban Army. Myung-il knew it was very fortunate for them, and he was sure that someone from Yanzhou could help him, so he wanted to bring that person before him, which startled Manhwa. It has been a month since the Yellow Turban Rebellion occurred in Jiazhou, Zhulu Prefecture, and half of them have fallen to the Taping cult. Since the uprising coincided with the arrival of Yuzhu, Bingzhu, and Qingzhou at Jiazhou, where they captured the county and county office, the Yellow Turban Army gathered and assembled there. However, the Yellow Turban Rebellion didn't take place in Yizhu and Yanzhou. One of the men is infuriated as they dare to go against heaven, and they dare to do this to him, and thought they should have provided military provisions if they weren't in a situation to uprise a rebellion. He is annoyed, as if they let these people be, and the other bishops might follow them. He wanted to cut their heads off, but he couldn't leave the seat empty. He commanded his man to send a messenger to the bishop of Jiazhou, and his man obediently affirmed. Meanwhile, Hua Bok meets Physician Hua in his dream and asks him about the matter. Physician Hua is relieved to see that he is all right, and he hears the news about how strong the army of the Yellow Turbans is. Hua Bok is surprised that he is still worrying over nothing and could have lain low on their mother's side for a while. Hua Bok coughed up blood while telling Manhwa that he was fine and had to take care of himself because he didn't think he could return, which worried Physician Hua. Abruptly, Physician Hua wakes up in sweats, worries about his brother, and wonders how many days he has had the same dream. His mother came into his room after hearing the noise and asked if something was wrong, and she supposed he might have had a nightmare. Manhwa refused to tell his mother he was fine, which relieved her as she had been feeling very restless lately due to her dreams. His mother has been having a dream about Bok dying for several consecutive days, which startled Physician Hua. Manhwa clarified that she might have had that kind of dream because the world has been in chaos recently. His mother preferred it if that were the case, but not too long ago, Bok appeared in his dream and asked him to save his brother. Manhwa is shocked, and his mother supposes it might be nothing, but she might be overly worried as she ages. Manhwa accosted his mother and told her he was going to Dunqui County, where his brother was. Yanzhou Dongping State, Shuzheng County, Taping Cult, Yanzhou District. His underling told the main bishop Yijai that the sentry had sent a message, and he said it was an urgent report. Yijai opened the scroll, read the message, and realized that the bishop leader had finally taken action. His subordinates wondered what the matter was, and Yijai clarified that it was a message stating that King Zhu's main bishop, Tango, was leading the Yellow Turban Army to the Taishan Commandery. He became sure that they might be trying to advance towards the Shanyang Commandery. Since the Yanzhou local government base is in Shanyang Commandery, they might be trying to eliminate the heads, and that is after eliminating them in Dongping State. His subordinates suggested that they should take refuge then, but Yijai clarified that they couldn't do that because countless commoners would die. He commanded his man to gather the available cult members from the branches of Yanzhou to Dongping. This startled his man, and Yijai uttered that since they had something to protect, they should adequately defend it. Yijai instructed him to convey this message to all the cult members, as they would stand against the Yellow Turban Army. Meanwhile, Physician Hua meets Hua Bok, who asks what brought him there. Manhwa told him that he had been appearing in his dreams and tormenting him, so he had no choice but to come. Hua Bok is surprised to learn that he is coming in his dream, and physician Hua decides to stay by his side for the time being, which leaves his brother speechless. Later, while having tea, Manhwa clarified that the mother has the same dreams and is very worried. Hua Bok reminded him that they were still dreams, but physician Hua thought it was natural for anyone to believe that it was weird if the dream appeared for more than 10 days, and his brother agreed, as that was true. Manhwa looked at the place and wondered why it was so deserted, and if something had happened to it. Hua Bok stated that Governor Liu Dai had requested soldiers, so he sent reinforcements. After delegating even the lower-ranking management to external parties and strengthening inspections, this is the result. Physician Hua recalls that Liu Dai should have become the Yanzhou governor around the time the Yellow Turban Army disbanded and the anti-Dongzhou coalition was formed. He wondered if things had become tangled because he had become the attending imperial censorate, and he realized that he was anxious due to the uproar. But he never thought that Liu Dai would request soldiers when the Yellow Turban Rebellion didn't even occur in Yanzhou, and he wondered if his brother would send away all of his troops. Manhwa inquired about the reserve force of Dunqui County. Hua Bok stated that they had counted the men who could be conscripted the previous day, and the number was over 1,000. Physician Hua becomes concerned as his brother has sent away all the regular troops, which is akin to an empty house. He is sure there might be a problem maintaining public order, given the limited number of military personnel. Hua Bok knew he might be lying if he said so, but they couldn't spare their troops when a group of traitors tried to deceive the world. Since the outbreak of the Yellow Turban Army was unusual, he made the decision. Manhwa knew his brother's upright personality was his strength, but he was too stubborn. Hua Bok clarified that the rebellion didn't occur in Xilai, Yizhou, and Yanzhou. Furthermore, Dongjin is far from Jiazhou and Qingzhou, where the rebellion is happening, so he dispatched the troops, thinking they wouldn't immediately fall into danger. Shanyang's commandery, which is the local government base, is close to Dongjun, so Hua Bok doesn't doubt that they would be the larger force in case of an emergency. Manhwa knew that his brother wasn't wrong, but this was only possible when Yanzhou wasn't attacked. He remembered that in actual history or the novel of the Three Kingdoms, Yanzhou wasn't attacked by the Yellow Turban Army. However, the history has become so twisted now, still they can be sure that Yanzhou wouldn't be attacked. On the contrary, the rebel army was led by their leader, who commanded his men not to lose sight of the people in front of them and follow suit, because if they just got over this mountain, they would be at the entrance of Taishan Commandery. Soon they arrived at the edge, and Yijai looked at them, then instructed his troop to begin, and everyone obediently affirmed on his command. The man launched an arrow in the air, which concerned the rebellion leader, as it was a whistling arrow. The arrow was soon struck by the tree, which set it on fire, and while the leader was staring at it, many of his comrades were killed with other arrows. He looked ahead and saw several enemies on the tree aiming their arrows at them, and he realized it was an ambush, so he told everyone to retreat. While they were trying to retreat, Yijai's man launched a fire arrow at them, and the leader instructed the survivor to retreat in the same direction they had come from. Yijai saw them rushing away, so he wondered if that was because they were the advance party, but they were trained to some extent, since they were faithfully following the basic principles of retreating the way they came from, but they didn't know how dangerous it was to have the enemy on a higher ground. Yijai commanded his men to charge, and they all rushed toward their opponents, surrounded them, and were prepared to attack. This concerned the rebellion, but before they could fight back, many of them were killed, and the vigorous fight continued. The leader is shocked to see this, wondering what is going on there, and he wasn't expecting an ambush on top of a fire attack. He commanded his comrade to return to where they came from, and they should fight while sticking together, their shoulders touching, and not wanting to lose their battle formation. While he was commanding his man Yijai, he threw his spear at him, knowing that it was he who had led the poor common people to their death, and furiously gritted his teeth. The rebellion leader grabbed the spear, wondering what kind of nonsense he was talking about, as they just wanted to spread great luck to this rotten world. He charges at Yijai, thinking that a person like him, who knows nothing, is trying to interrupt their great cause. Yijai firmly grasped the spear, telling him that it was not the case, then launched a thrust to strike his opponent, injuring him, and clarified that he knew it very well. The rebellion froze in its place upon seeing their general injured. Yijai told them to run back to where they came from, because there was no reason for them to die in such a lowly place. The following day, at the Taiping cult's Yizhou branch, a man informed Bishop Myung-il that a significant problem had occurred. Myung-il wondered what the problem was so early in the morning, and his man informed him that Vice Bishop Bo Kai of the Sili military office had raised his army. Myung-il became worried upon learning about Bo Kai, and thought that even if he had gained the trust of the cult leader, he should have had the power to raise an army in Sili. His man clarified it's not in Sili, but he has raised an army in Changsha County of Yingchuan. Myung-il gets worried, as even if he cracked down that much, he never expected them to come from Changsha County, so it's a failure. He knew that the location wasn't good, but Manhwa is in Dinkui County, so if Yingchuan collapses, it's obvious as day that they will rush toward Yanju, which is like a thorn in their side. His subordinate elucidated that Bo Kai is an excellent man, so once he is done subduing Yingchuan, it's apparent that he will come to this place, Runan. Myung-il knew that he was right, and it was also likely that he would come there to cut his head. He knew that if Yingchuan fell, everything would be over, and they would gain no benefit, regardless of the outcome. Myung-il decided to write a letter so that his man would form a party and go to Luoyang immediately. His subordinate asked if he should hand it over to their spy, but he refused as he wanted his man to hand it to the Imperial Army. On the other hand, in Yanju Dunkyu County, Physician Hua arrived and was certain that Yanju had never been attacked at that point in time, but he was unsure if it had not been recorded in history. He is still uncertain how the situation will turn out, so he wanted to look into it bit by bit. Whether it be in recorded history or in the novel, the wars that occurred during the Yellow Turban Rebellion were the Battle of Yuzhou Province, where Liu Bei and his brother fought first, while the Battle of Qingzhou Province and the Battle of Yingchuan, in which his brother Cao participated, also took place. However, Manhwa is unsure why he forgot about Yingchuan of Yizhou, and he remembers that it was due to brother Cao's performance in the battle that he became the chancellor. While he is pondering, the soldier comes out, accosts him, and clarifies that there is someone who wants to meet him. The man received a recommendation from a man named Myung-il, who suggested a reputable physician. Physician Hua is surprised to hear Myung-il's name, so he looks around and shows the man the way to come inside. The man affirmed this, so he started following him and supposed it might be true that he was a godly physician, as he felt he had gotten better just from looking at his face. The man handed him a message, and Manhwa was relieved to hear that he was fine now, so he wondered what it said. He started reading the letter, which informed him that Bo Kai has raised the Yellow Turban Army in Changsha County, Yingchuan Commandery, so Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang are also expected to join. So a message has been sent to a contact in the Imperial Palace, and their soldier will be dispatched soon. Manhwa wondered if this would be like history at all costs, and was concerned that he could get swept up in it if he let his guard down. But that would be if it went to the extent of history to come. He told the man to ensure that he said Myung-il, and the man inquired about what he needed to deliver. Physician Hua knew that the Yellow Turban Army of Yingchuan would lose, and he instructed the man to deliver the message, assuring him not to worry about this matter. 10 days later, taping cult Yizhou branch Yongjin informed Myung-il that Bo Kai was utterly defeated in Yingchuan, and Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang had retreated together as well. Myung-il is shocked to learn that it's just as one was said, and he supposed this was what he meant when he told them not to worry. He would have nothing to say even if they had asked him if he had betrayed them, so he wondered how many steps ahead Manhwa had looked. Yongjin clarified that the situation doesn't look that good in Yanju, even though everything went well in Yingchuan somehow. Myung-il already knows that, because if it weren't for Bishop Yizhai, that place would have collapsed several times. Yongjin inquired about what she planned to do, as the cult members of Yizhou had been sufficiently persuaded by his words, but the danger of the rebellion still remained. Furthermore, there are cult members who would falter depending on how Myung-il acts. But Myung-il can't do anything about what happens after this, because the world has oppressed them for far too long. He wondered if Yongjin had forgotten how they persuaded the cult members of Yizhou. Yongjin uttered that it is because many people were saved by a man who wishes for nothing in return. Meanwhile, at the Dunkui County Prefectural Office, Manhwa is treating the man, and after a while, the treatment comes to an end. Hua Bok wondered why he never rested even for a moment, and Physician Hua clarified that he was about to rest. After coming out, Manhwa realized that spring is in full swing now, and his brother knows it as well. Hua Bok thanked him as governor because the public security in the county has improved thanks to him. Physician Hua told him to stop because that was disgusting, but Bok appreciated him for doing a great job, and Manhwa requested him to take care. Abruptly, Obo accosted him, telling him that someone was there looking for him. Physician Hua inquired if he was a patient, and Obo affirmed, but the patient said he had something that he must tell him. Manhwa wondered if that was the case, and he was startled as Obo told him that the patient said he would understand it if he claimed to have come from Yanju on Myung-il's recommendation. Manhwa understood the matter, so he instructed the patient to be sent to the annex next to the clinic, and Obo concurred. After some time, he arrived at the annex, opened the door, and, according to Bishop Myung-il's recommendation, it was undoubtedly the taping cult's Yanju bishop. Yijai was already waiting for him in the room and was pleased to meet him. He introduced himself, knelt before Physician Hua, and was delighted to finally meet the savior of Yanju. Yijai apologized for being so late, explaining that the world was in chaos. Manhwa tried to stop him, but he clarified that it was his humble request to save the commoners caught up in the war. Since many people were caught in the war, Yijai requested him to take pity on them. Most of the Yellow Turban followers are commoners who came forward because they couldn't die, so that they wouldn't die a fleeting death after getting caught up in the war. Yijai urged that if he didn't help, then Yanju would collapse, starting from Taishan Commandery. Physician Hua remembers that his brother told him that rebellion didn't occur in Sili, Yizhu, and Yanju. Physician Hua asked if Yanju's collapse meant that the Yellow Turban army would infiltrate it. Yijai explained that the Yellow Turban army from King Zhu had been crossing over to Taishan for half a month, so they were still blocking them for now. However, they heard the news that 50,000 of them are coming, so he is concerned that Yanju would fall into the hands of Zhang Jiao at this rate. He begged Manhwa to help them so that they could end this war at least a day early. Manhwa knew he was not requesting him to go into the battlefield, but he must be asking him to care for the injured. He steered away from the battlefield due to his family, but as a doctor, it is only fair for him to look after his patients. Furthermore, if Taishan Commandery falls and the Yellow Turban army rushes in, as he says, then Yanju and his brother will be in danger as well. Yijai requested him to help so that the commoners could return to their normal lives again. While he is bowing before him, Physician Hua is surprised to see the bright light above his head, and he remembers that it happened in the past as well, so he supposes this is why he came to him. He decided to go together with Yijai to save at least one more person, which pleased Yijai. Meanwhile, Jaizhu and Ping Commandery, Guangzhong County, the main garrison of the Yellow Turban army. The leader wondered what they were doing, as it was not enough that they had been humiliated in Changsha and returned. They couldn't even capture Yanzhu. He commanded them to relay to the King Zhu bishop that their heads would fly if they couldn't take over Yanhu. On the other side at Yanzhu Taishan Commandery Juping County capital, Lui Dai worriedly asked what happened to the reinforcement and inquired what does they plan to do as the Yellow Turban army keep marching in. His man explained that General He-jin will mobilize the army soon, but until then it's best to defend and hold out as best as they could. Lui Dai asked when that was happening and thought moving the base now would be better. Yu Jin clarified that Juping County is a heavenly place for defensive formations to hold out patiently until reinforcements arrive. But if they pushed the army to the rear now, it would be like giving up a significant base to the enemy for free. Lui Dai wondered what they should do, and Yu Jin suggested it was best to focus on holding out as best they could right now. Lui Dai agreed, so he instructed him to prepare for defense, and Yu Jin decided to comply. After emerging from the meeting room, Yu Jin looked up at the sky, confident that he could save them from the Yellow Turban army, but he was not an incompetent commander. On the contrary, at Taishan Commandery, Juping County, on a hill somewhere, Physician Hua arrived and supposed this might be the place where Bishop Yijai's post was. After looking around, he is relieved to see that there aren't any seriously injured soldiers. His subordinate is pleased to see that he has arrived, and Yijai inquires about the situation. His man explained that the Yanju army is defending with the Ministry of War, Yu Jin as the vanguard. The Yellow Turban army forces are almost 8 times in size, but Yu Jin is such an excellent general that they somehow manage to block them. Manhwa is surprised to see that Yu Jin is in Yanju, and the man utters that the Yellow Turban army is too much to handle. Therefore, he is sure that if the reinforcement fails to arrive quickly, it will be difficult for them to hold on for any longer. Moreover, the Yanju army's biggest weakness is Liu Dai, their prefectural governor. As a civil servant, he is weak and indecisive in leading the military, which makes him unhelpful. Yijai knew it was a big problem, and while he was pondering, a man rushed over to tell him there was a significant issue. He explained that King Zhu's bishop, Tang Zhu, is leading his entire army and is heading toward the capital, and they might arrive there within 4 hours, which worried them. Yijai inquired about the strength of their army, and his man explained that they are a corps with over 30,000 people. Physician Hua knew that it would be dangerous if 30,000 people got dispatched, but he couldn't know how a battle that wasn't in history would end either. Yijai apologized to Manhwa, but he wanted to be honest that the entire situation looked bleak if it were true that 30,000 troops from Tangzhou were joining in. and the situation couldn't be turned around even if his soldiers attacked them from behind. Therefore, there is a high possibility that Yanju will fall into the Yellow Turban Army's hands for now. Manhwa worriedly clenched his fist, because if Yanju collapsed, the power of the Yellow Turban Army would increase astronomically. Then the chaos will be prolonged, and Dunqui County will also be swept in, and even his brother Bok will be in danger. Yijai had no words to say when he came all the way there, but if Manhwa stayed there, he would be in danger as well, so he wanted to get him a guard to move him to a safe place. While they were conversing, Zhang Gui rushed there as he had to report an urgent matter, and Physician Hua wondered what the matter was. Zhang Gui handed him a message from Yu Bang, and Manhwa took it, wondering what was happening. Yijai wondered if by Yu Bang, he meant the branch manager Yu Bang, and Physician Hua affirmed, telling him that he had gone to Jai Bay State to scout. While Physician Hua is reading the message from Yu Bang, his eyes widen as he receives some good news, and he utters that heaven has not yet abandoned Yanju. Yijai wondered what he meant, and Manhwa clarified that it says the cavalry commandant Pao Shen is marching toward Yanju with 80,000 troops of the Imperial Army. Zhang Gui clarified that he had witnessed the Imperial flag himself, and it seemed that they had arrived at the capital in 8 hours. Yijai turned back after hearing this and wanted everyone to listen up, stating that the reinforcement to drive away the Yellow Turban Army would arrive soon, so they would finally stab them in the back, and the miracle-working physician of Yiju would be with them. The soldiers were surprised to hear about the miracle-working physician, and Yijai accosted Manhwa. Physician Hua accosted the soldier and requested that they return alive, as he would never let them go in vain, no matter what kind of injury they returned with, so he wanted them to ensure they came back alive. Yijai lifted his spear, wanting everyone not to fear. Just as Manhwa had saved countless lives, he would save them too, so they should save Yanzhao for now. 7 hours later, 80,000 soldiers of the cavalry commandant raided the Yellow Turban Army from the rear, and this abrupt attack greatly shook them. At that time, Yu Jin led the cavalry he had on standby and rushed out of the castle gate. The Yellow Turban Army's front line, which was disorganized as they had hastily changed their outpost, was helplessly overwhelmed by Yu Jin's attack. The incoming Bao Xin army pushed back the 70,000 Yellow Turban forces and gradually collapsed on the front line, supported by Yu Jin's highly mobile cavalry. The flustered Yellow Turban Army tried to reorganize their battle formation by leaving the southern plains and moving to the northern forest. But Yijai's troops, who were waiting in ambush from the north, broke through to the south, tearing the Yellow Turban enemy force to the left and right. The ferocious war kept going, and Physician Hua watched this all from the cliff with Yu Bang. Yu Bang is certain that the Yellow Turban Army outpost has completely collapsed, so cult leader Zhang Gak can't reverse this, even if he were to come there himself. Physician Hua wondered if that was the case, and he wanted to head down to assess the situation more closely. Yu Bang affirmed before going down. Manhwa is startled to see the mounted soldiers coming into the battle area and wonders why the additional mounted soldiers arrived at that time. Yu Bang inquired if there is a problem, and Physician Hua clarified it's nothing, but he wanted to start by checking in on the people on clinic beds. Physician Hua thought it shouldn't mean anything, but he wondered why he felt so uneasy. While at Yijai Army Post, Physician Hua is treating the injured. He is pleased as there were fewer injured people than he thought, and there were no severe injuries. The reality is unfolding differently from history because the Qingju Yellow Turban Army has disintegrated. Therefore, the Yellow Turban Army must have lost its momentum, and it might end faster than he expected. Manhwa supposed that he might not be able to predict the future outcome either. While he is pondering, Bayon Ah came there as they had finished all the miscellaneous treatment, and Manhwa thanked them for their great work. Physician Hua knew that he had no choice but to be more careful, and he wanted to do what he had to do first. He told his disciple to bring the materials, as they would be moving in an hour. So Xian inquired where they were going. He replied that they are going to the capital of Taishan Commandery because they must now treat the Imperial Army. After some time, Physician Hua arrived at Taishan Commandery, Juping County capital, and saw several people injured along the way. He realized there are fewer patients than he thought, and he is relieved as there don't seem to be critically ill patients either. He started looking after the patient, so he told his disciple to start preparing the tents first, and they agreed. Physician Hua requested the soldier to hold on for a little longer, as he would treat him soon. While he is treating the soldier, Yu Jin told him to wait and asked if he was Manhwa. Manhwa is pleased to see Yu Jin, as he had no idea he was there, and asks if he has been well. Yu Jin knew it had been a long while, so he grabbed Physician Hua and requested him to save Prefectural Governor Liu Dai. Later, Physician Hua followed him to the Liu Dai room and asked what had happened. Yu Jin explained that he had led the cavalcade himself the previous night and had been hit by an arrow. Manhwa remembered the mounted soldier and supposed that the troop was Liu Dai. He remembered that Liu Dai died in the hands of the Yellow Turban Army after acting as he pleased in recorded history. After entering the room, Yu Jin explained that this was the physician who would treat the governor, so he commanded the other physician to follow whatever orders he gave. Physician Hua knew it would be troublesome if Liu Dai died now, since the Yellow Turban Army had lost momentum, but if the Yanju prefectural government fell, their morale would turn around. Physician Hua decides to take a look at him, and Yu Jin decides to leave it to him. After taking a look, Manhwa is concerned because the location where the arrow pierced into him isn't good, and he is done for if it's touching his pancreas. After inspecting it, Physician Hua is pleased as he is lucky because his pancreas was pushed to the side due to splenomegaly, so his spleen got damaged instead of his pancreas. Furthermore, no major blood vessels are ruptured, so if he removes the spleen, there would be no significant problems. Physician Hua clarified that he must begin the surgery immediately, and Yu Jin asked if he could save him. Manhwa explained it's a complicated procedure, but it's not hopeless. Later, he started the surgery and instructed Obo to remove the blood, and Obo affirmed that he would remove the blood, so he started removing it. Since the arrow shaft wasn't removed in advance, the bleeding is insignificant, which is a relief that there is no damage to any other organs. After a while, Manhwa removed the spleen, accosted Bayon-ah, and told him to close him up. Bayon-ah is startled to hear that because he was finally given the chance, so he agreed to suture him carefully, and Sion saw him suturing the wound. While returning, Bayon-ah stretched his arm, wondering how many more patients there were, and Obo found it exhausting. Sion is gloomy because her senior brother O has already performed his surgery, and her senior brother Bayon has also closed an open surgery, so she doesn't know when she will perform proper surgery. When Physician Hua looked back and saw her indulging in her thoughts, he accosted her and clarified that she shouldn't compare herself with others. He explained that if she thinks she is inferior to others, she will become dishonorable. If she thinks she is superior, she will become arrogant, as that is human nature. Therefore, he told her that if she wanted to compare herself to herself yesterday, she should compare herself to herself yesterday. Manhwa wanted them to judge how much better they have become today than their previous self. He is sure they might also look forward to seeing how much better a physician they will all become compared to now, which startled all of them. Obo explained that he only tried leading a surgery after 7 years, and Bayon uttered that he also closed up his first patient after 7 years. Sion clarified that it is not the matter, but Obo laughed, telling her that considering how he led the surgery after 7 years, she still has a few years left, which shocked her. After some time, they arrive at the Yijai army post, and Physician Hua is concerned about seeing several injured warriors. Obo also worriedly called his master, and Physician Hua wondered what had happened there, as it had only been 2 days since they had left and returned from the capital. But the number of patients had increased so much all of a sudden. He rushed to one of the patients to examine his wound and clarified that he was a physician. After inspecting the wound, Manhwa realizes that it is a few days old and figures out that he got hurt before he went to the capital, but there is no way he wouldn't have treated it. Abruptly, Yijai was injured and wanted to move quickly. Physician Hua is startled to see him carrying the man and notices a yellow cloth in his shirt, so he figures out that he is part of the Yellow Turban Army. Yijai approached Physician Hua, explaining the situation to him, but Manhwa instructed his disciple to transfer the attendants to the triage tent and also to attend to the simple procedures, which they did. Manhwa supported the patient as he wanted to care for him and requested Yijai's help in transferring the other patients. Yijai is shocked to hear that, so he embarrassingly accosts Physician Hua, and Manhwa tells him not to get caught by the Imperial Army at any cost. In June, year 184, Jaizhu and Ping Commandery, Guangzhong County General of the left Huangfu Song Army Camp, rushed inside the tent and informed the cavalry commandant that the military order had arrived, that General Lu Jai had been dismissed and sent to Luoyang. He asked his cavalry commandant what they should do, as General Lu Jai was their commander-in-chief. Cao explained that the royal court isn't full of idiots, so they should decide on a successor, and suppose they might have already decided on a successor who paid a bribe. His man heard that Dong Zhuo was appointed as the general of the Central East Army. Cao is annoyed because that is not what he expected, as Master Lu Jai, who led less than a handful of imperial troops to drive back the Yellow Turban Army, was ejected for not paying bribes. But he never thought they would bring Yanju thugs and supposed that this nation's doom would be rightfully deserved. In August 184, at the Yellow Turban Army camp, Zhang Jiao sighed as he could finally breathe more easily now, and felt like a nightmare after being treated like this by Cao. His man clarified that it was all thanks to appointing Dong Zhu as the general of the Central East, and Zhang Jiao affirmed that they were winning consecutively thanks to him. He is certain that Cao cannot do anything due to his position, regardless of his abilities, and they can join forces with the people's general to stop the imperial army and secure their rear. His subordinate explained that the general of the people will also be arriving shortly. Zhang Jiao told them to prepare a grand feast, as they can't face the general of triumph empty-handed, and the world is finally within their grasp. While conversing, he suddenly felt excruciating pain at his neck, which worried all of them, and they rushed toward him to find out what the matter was. Abruptly, General Zhang Liang entered the camp after hearing the commotion and asked what was going on and why it was so noisy. The man explained to the general that the General of Heaven had suddenly become unconscious, and they began calling for the physician. The physician entered the camp and started inspecting him, and Zhang Liang inquired about the nature of the disease, but he wanted him to save him at once. The physician apologized as he didn't know what this disease was. Zhang Liang becomes infuriated upon hearing this, wondering what kind of nonsense that is, and cannot believe that he doesn't know what disease it is, even though he is a physician. The physician can't treat an incurable disease. Liang is aware that he is the best physician in the army. The physician clarified that it is true, but he can't figure it out with his limited medical knowledge. However, someone like a divine medical physician or Manhwa might be able to diagnose him, but their abilities are lacking. On hearing about Manhwa, Liang is shocked and remembers that they had him, who was converted into a believer. He threw the physician away and commanded his man to deploy some of the cult members and bring Manhwa there quickly by all means. He also wanted them to inform all the cult members about how wretched the words of a useless person are. Zhang Liang lifted his sword to kill the physician, who was concerned about the physician, so he requested him to stop, but it was already too late, and he was killed on the spot. Zhang Liang commanded his men to keep moving as they must save the General of Heaven at all costs. The next day, at King He Commandery, Physician Hua prepares the decoctions when Obo approaches him and informs him that there are no more wounded people around them. Manhwa affirmed that he appreciated him for his great work and was relieved as he could finally breathe now. He is unsure why, but there have been a large number of wounded Imperial Army soldiers every day for the last month. However, he is relieved that his disciples' skills have improved as a result, but he is aware that Zhang Jia will soon die from a disease. He remembered that Zhang Jia had died after being driven out from Guangzhong to Zhejiang County, so he wondered if this would follow historical precedent. While he is lost in thought, Yizhai arrives and is pleased to see that he is back. Physician Hua appreciated him for his hard work and inquired about the situation. Yizhai uttered that just as he had said, there were rumors that General of the Central East Dong Zhuo, who had been on a losing streak, would be dismissed. As Physician Hua thought it was turning that way, but there were many injuries due to the successive defeats, and this situation would keep going on unless Dong Zhu was dismissed. Physician Hua wondered if they should be doing something else, so he accosted his disciple and told them to pack up, as they would be moving in 4 hours. Bayon understood, but Xian inquired where they were going, and Physician Hua clarified they were heading to the Guangzhong County Imperial Army camp, which startled Yizhai. Manhwa is sure that patients will be pouring in soon, and he wants to speak with Yu Bang in a bit with Yizhai. Yizhai inquired if by Yu Bang he was referring to the person he was thinking of, and Physician Hua affirmed, clarifying that this was because there was something they needed to prepare for, which shocked him. Later, at Jiazhu and Ping Commandery, the soldiers were discussing the plan, and Cao Cao was growing increasingly frustrated because they had pushed back the Yellow Turban Army up to this point. But due to Dong Zhu, they were stuck and unable to move even an inch. Cao commanded his subordinate to stop there for that day, and his subordinate wanted to report one more thing to him. He explained that there is a rumor that a clinic has been treating the remnants of the Yellow Turban Army. Cao becomes infuriated upon learning about this, wondering how that man can be so reckless, and asks him if he is sure about the information. His subordinate clarified that they had received such intel, and Cao was infuriated because the Imperial Army had been losing. Yet, if the physicians were helping the Yellow Turban Army escape, it was obvious that their spirits would revive. He commanded aid to prepare soldiers immediately as he wanted to see for himself, and aid affirmed. Nearby, Guangzhong County's Cao arrived, and aid informed him that it was the place where the Yellow Turban was being treated. Aide explained that the report stated they were repressing those who wore the yellow turban, even yesterday. Cao got down from his horse to go confirm it himself, and his subordinates commanded the injured to stand back, as they were the cavalry commander's party. Cao entered the examination room, told them to stop what they were doing, and instructed them to call the physician immediately. Manhwa becomes infuriated, wondering how he dared to come inside recklessly, which startles Cao, and Aide curses him for daring to insult his commander. Physician Hua looked back, telling them to wait for their turn, if they were there because someone was injured, but he was shocked to see Cao there. Cao asked him if he was the one treating the Yellow Turban army, and remembered that he had told him to stay in Kaio County, so he wondered why he was causing such a ruckus there. Manhwa clarified that it is given for a physician to remain by his patient's side, and Cao is shocked to learn that he sees them as only patients. Physician Hua agreed that one thing is different. He met the Imperial Army on his way to open a treatment center the previous day. It was near the small village, but the Imperial Army soldiers began slashing the necks of innocent villagers after forcing them to wear yellow turbans. Cao is shocked to hear this, thinking it is ridiculous because the Imperial Army cannot do this. Physician Hua clarified that it was the truth and that they were the subordinates of Dong Zhu, general of the Central East Army. Manhwa kept elucidating that they tried to impose them as the yellow turbans as well, and it is sure that they would have been in a big problem if he weren't the attending Imperial Censorate, and he ran away after he showed him his plaque. He clarified that most of the patients in this place were people wearing yellow turbans in that village, and he thought using the term impose would be correct. Therefore, he clarified to Cao that they all looked like patients to him, leaving Cao speechless. He looked back at the treated patient and wondered if Manhwa was looking at the world while considering everyone just a patient. He accosted Aide to forbid him from reporting groundless rumors from that moment onward. Aide understood, so Cao decided to leave with everyone, but they were startled to hear someone telling the guards to step back. The guard told him that he couldn't go in, but Yuan Rang told him to step aside again, as there was something he had to investigate. After entering the tent without permission, he ordered them to bring the physician forward at once, as they dared to treat the rebellion. Yuan Rang is shocked to see Cavalry Commander Cao there, wondering what he is doing there. Manhwa wondered who that man was, but he seemed to know Cao and was sure things would have gotten annoying if it hadn't been for Cao. Cao clarified that they were all just groundless rumors, and Physician Hua was shocked to learn that the man is Yuan Rang, whose actual name is Zia Hudan. Yuan Rang asked if that was the case, and Physician Hua was still in shock to learn that the guy was Zia Hu. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Yuan Rang asked if he was Manhwa, and Manhwa confirmed. Yuan Rang is surprised to learn that he is Manhwa, as he had considered he would be at least 50 years old, but he never thought he would be this young and is pleased to meet him. Cao clarified that he was the attending Imperial Censor who had mortified Yuan Rang, so he worriedly greeted him, and Physician Hua was pleased to meet him as well. Cao is glad that Yuan Rang finally met the great Hua Chuo, so he suggested examining him. Yuan Rang was reluctant to be examined by the attending Imperial Censorate. Cao thought that getting an examination was nothing compared to how he disrespected the attending Imperial Censorate, which mortified Yuan Rang. While conversing, one of the soldiers started vomiting, which startled them, and Yuan Rang supposed he might not be feeling well again. Cao inquired if that man was his subordinate, and Yuan Rang affirmed that he was one of the seniors in horseback riding, but he had fallen off his horse yesterday. He has been receiving treatment since he wasn't injured, but he hit his head hard when he fell. Physician Hua is concerned about learning this because the head is the most fragile part of the body, so it shouldn't be neglected, and he stood to examine it. Cao inquired if he showed that soldier to the physician, and Yuan Rang clarified that the physician said there wouldn't be any major problem, but he keeps vomiting like that. He saw Manhwa going out, so he tried to stop him, but Physician Hua wanted to take a look for a bit. After examining the soldier, he found out that he had a subdural hemorrhage, and he told Obo to prepare an empty bed. Then he commanded Bayon Ah to get the furnace running for surgery. Yuan Rang gets worried when hearing this commotion, wondering what disease his man has that is so urgent. Physician Hua explained that the blood is pooling inside his brain, so if they want to treat him, they must open up his head. Since the blood pooling inside his head is pressing the brain, and if it keeps pressing like this, he will feel dizzy, vomit, and soon lose consciousness. Physician Hua clarified that he would lose his life within a few days if they left him like this, which startled Cao. Yuan Rang wondered if, by opening his subordinate, he could have meant what he was thinking. Manhwa affirmed that they must drill into the skull with an instrument to drain out the blood. Cao wondered how someone could survive after having his head cracked open, even if he were Manhwa. Physician Hua can't say he can save him, but if they don't do the surgery, he will certainly not survive. Therefore, he requested Yuan Rang to allow him to operate on him. After the preparation was completed, Physician Hua instructed them to put on the gown, but Cao wondered why he needed to observe. Manhwa clarified that he must watch the entire process, which left him speechless. Soon, the procedure starts, and Physician Hua commands Xian to disinfect the area. Cao is still confused because he can't understand why he is observing and couldn't understand Yuan Rang, as the patient is his subordinate. He wondered if this surgery was of any importance to him as well. Shortly, Physician Hua decides to start the surgery and asks for the scalpel that Bayon handed him, and he decides to begin. He started incising the skull, which shocked Yuan Rang, wondering if he was trying to break open the skull using that small knife. Cao isn't sure, but he thought it would be difficult and supposed there might be another way, so he saw him using the drill. Xian is also shocked to learn about the drill, and Cao wonders if he is opening the skull like that, but he can't believe what he is witnessing right now. He is dumbfounded as Physician Hua is piercing through his head like piercing a hole into a tree, and wonders if that is Manhwa's surgery. While Manhwa could see the location where the blood was pooling, he wanted to pierce as little as possible to avoid putting a strain on the patient and kept drilling. After a while, Physician Hua could finally see the meninges and was pleased because the bleeding was being controlled well, too. Since the view was secured, Physician Hua took the bone powder in the spoon. Obo supposes that is what he meant by clearing away the bone dust, and he is shocked because this is his first time seeing such a procedure. Manhwa asked for a flat iron from Obo, and his disciple brought it to him, and he gave it to him, and Physician Hua used it to cut the meninges. Yuan Rang can't believe he opened his head like that, but he wondered what he was doing with a hot iron nail. After opening the meninges, Physician Hua has to remove the hematoma now, and soon the blood oozes out of his skull. Yuan Rang and Cao were shocked to see this, and Cao worriedly asked what was happening. Manhwa clarified that he drained the blood accumulated in his head so that the patient would live. Manhwa told Xian to seal him up this time after all the hematoma had been removed, which delighted her, and Physician Hua told her to finish it quickly. After the surgery ended, Physician Hua came out, and Yuan Rang thanked Manhwa for saving their subordinates. Manhwa is relieved to discover it early on, and the surgery went smoothly thanks to that. Before that, he wanted to ask Cao how he feels after seeing the surgery. Cao thought he was crazy because, for someone who does such medical art, he couldn't believe what he kept calling himself, an ordinary physician. He furiously told him humility has limits, too, so he wanted to twist Physician Hua's legs if he addressed him with that false title. Physician Hua smiled cunningly, telling him that he would watch his words and wanted to be honest, and that he had a favor to ask, so he requested Cao's observation. Manhwa wants him to trust him completely, should he ever need to treat him in the future. Cao also wanted to ask for a favor, which was to save him at all costs, and Physician Hua affirmed. Cao wanted to clink their glasses the same evening, and Yuan Rang affirmed. After clinking their glasses, they drank the wine, and after being drunk, Yuan Rang furiously stomped the wine on the table, saying, "That doesn't make sense." He doesn't remember how many times they have been defeated since that scoundrel Dongzhu was appointed, and he requested Cao to try talking to his esteemed grandfather because the damage suffered by the Imperial Army will be increasing each day. Cao told him to watch his words because there were a lot of ears listening, and he was certain that even if he proposed anything, nothing would change. He wondered if Yuan Rang had forgotten that eunuch Zuo Feng was the one who appointed Dongzhu as the general of the Central East Army. Yuan Rang gets infuriated because even if the Marquis of Fei Village is Cao's grandfather, he can't tell His Majesty that an eunuch associated with him had made a false report, but he should be able to make Dongzhu step down. Cao saw him indulging in his thoughts and supposed he might have ridiculous thoughts. He wondered if he could tell after seeing General Lu Jai being framed because he didn't give a bribe. Cao uttered that unless someone gives the eunuch enough money to oust Dongzhu, he will keep his position, and it is safe to assume that all eunuchs, including the 10 attendants, are in the same cahoots. He's confident that it's obvious that his grandfather, who raised the 10 attendants, would also side with the eunuch, which shocks both Manhwa and Yuan Rang. Cao found it amusing that his grandfather was ruining the nation with his eunuch, but the grandson was struggling to save the failing nation. However, he found it fortunate that the spirit of the Yellow Turban Army had weakened significantly, even after the Central East Army suffered a huge defeat. Yuan Rang already knew that, but he thought he would give up one of his counties due to losing his spirit. Cao clarified that there is one fortunate thing: many heroic figures in this world. Manhwa knew they couldn't help it, as the world was in chaos, and in the end, they would enter the era of warlords. Yuan Rang remembered a few medical soldiers who had also risen up, and Cao met a few physicians in Yingchuan, so he tried to recall their names. Soon, he remembered that his name was Liu Bei, which astounded Manhwa. Physician Hua sometimes forgot that he was in the midst of a romance of the Three Kingdoms, as this had become his reality now. Yuan Rang inquired if he was referring to the medical soldier who arrived later, and Cao affirmed, as he remembered that General Lu Jai had sent him. Manhwa remembered that the battle at the Yingchuan Palace had occurred a few months ago, so they could have even met one another. But judging by how he doesn't remember properly, his first impression must have been that strong, since he came with a commander with a slushy face and a well-groomed bear, and remember that guy is Guan Yu, but wondered if that's where he started to get obsessed with him. While Cao supposed he should have asked for his name for confirmation. Manhwa wanted to meet the three brothers Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. Cao wanted to quickly subjugate the Yellow Turban army so that they could rest, and he had nothing else to say, but then he felt sorry. Physician Hua clarified it wouldn't take much longer, so it's fine, which makes Cao wonder what he meant that it wouldn't take much longer. Manhwa explained that the embers of the Yellow Turban would be extinguished within this year. They were shocked to hear this, and Cao supposed he might be telling them to fight properly. Yuan Rang wanted to ensure that it would be over by this year, as the attending Imperial Censorate had stated. Physician Hua is annoyed because he believes the Yellow Turban Army's first wave will end this year. Even the era name was changed in the 12th lunar calendar month to commemorate the eradication of the Yellow Turban Red Army. But more importantly, Zhang Jia will soon die from an illness. Later, Yu Bang saw them leaving, and Zhang Gui was certain they were heading towards Ping Yuan Commandery. Yu Bang understood, so he wore his hat, which made Zhang Gui wonder what he planned to do. Yu Bang is unsure this time and suggested they should make them go to Jiaozhu. Zhang Gui likes the idea. Yu Bang and Zhang Gui spread rumors that Manhwa is heading south to join the Yellow Turban Army. A few days later, at the Yellow Turban Army base, Zhang Liang kept crying near his Jia corpse, wondering how he could leave them so vainly when the world of taping was right before their eyes. He kept moaning on his corpse when the warriors started the preparation for the funeral of the General of Heaven, and started making their move quickly. In September of the year 184, Zhang Jia died of an unknown disease. Under the orders of Huang Fu, Song Cao drove the Yellow Turbans all the way to Zhejiang County, Julu Prefecture, Jiazhu, and he killed Zhang Liang. In November, Zheng Bao, the last remaining brother of the three Zhang brothers, was betrayed by his subordinates and died due to the plot of Zhu Jun, general of the right, and Liu Bei in Yang province. On the 29th of December 184, Emperor Liu Hong declared that the Yellow Turban Rebellion had been suppressed and established the era as the Yongpyong era. In January of the year 185, in the snowy season, Yizhai is relieved because the big fire has been put out, and he supposes the big-scale rebellion wouldn't happen because the three Zhang brothers died. However, not all the embers will go out, and he wanted to be satisfied that the world is at least a little bit more stable now. Manhwa saw him standing alone, so he went to him and clarified that he had decided where to move his clinic just a while ago, so he planned to depart the next morning. Yizhai is shocked because they have already made the decision, and it is assumed that Manhwa might be planning to return to Yizhu, as the big rebellion has been taken care of for now, and most of the Imperial Army has also returned. Physician Hua is going to the Wan province, which startled Yizhai because there are many remnants of the Yellow Turban Army in that province. He thought that the place was dangerous, even though Zhu Jun might have reclaimed Wan province. Manhwa clarified that this was the reason he had to go and reminded Yizhai that he had asked him to save at least one more person. Yizhai is shocked to realize that he remembers that, so he wants to follow him anywhere, no matter what. After some time in the snowy season, an old man was rushing away while being chased, and the Yellow Turban Army finally found him, and he wanted his comrade to get him. They kept chasing him because they were certain that he wouldn't be able to go far, because he was critically injured. They rushed ahead to capture him, but they went ahead, which relieved He-Man. However, he is worried as they dared to betray him when he repaid the debt for saving them from the royal army. Since there is a saying that nothing good will come from milking those farmers, yet they care about their hunger. He thought it would be better to part ways like this, but he is surprised to see Physician Hua coming there with his comrades. Yu Bang informs Manhwa that they will see Wan province after they pass over that mountain. Physician Hua is glad to arrive there finally, and he remembers Sun Jian, the tiger of the Zhongdong, who scaled the walls of Wan and killed Zhao Hong after hearing about the province of Wan. Physician Hua reveals that Cao would be appointed as the Chancellor of Jinan State, and Sun Jian became an independent war minister. He is sure that Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei might be unemployed at this point in time. Manhwa doesn't remember what happened in the year 185, so he doesn't know what is happening. He-Man looked at them from his hiding place and was certain that the person was Manhwa, but wondered why he would be there, and if he were going to Wan province, it would be dangerous. Meanwhile, the man chasing him came nearby, wondering where he was hiding, and tried to go to the other side to search for him. He-Man gets worried as he thinks he got rid of them and wonders if that isn't the case. One of the men accosted his underboss to look at that party, and it seemed like they had some money inside that bundle. They all laughed viciously after seeing that the party also had a beautiful girl with them, and they struck gold while digging for copper. He-Man gets infuriated upon seeing this, as they are even stealing right now, and he can't understand what he is doing when he is unable to move correctly due to his wound. He knew he was meddling and trying to save someone else when he couldn't even care for himself. Therefore, he decided to leave because he was sure he could not do anything. But he heard the underboss telling them to eliminate the one carrying the sword. His man affirmed, then aimed his arrow at the man with the red dress, but before he could succeed, he was attacked by a rock to the face. So the arrow was launched at the tree, which alerted Physician Hua party, and Zhang Gui told Manhwa it was dangerous. He-Man asked them how low they intended to stoop, as he had already told them not to be thieves. The Yellow Turban army was annoyed to see a loser babbling about and wanted to kill him. Zhang Gui asked Physician Hua if they should care for them and realized He-Man was trying to help them. Manhwa also thinks the same way, so he removes his sword, as they cannot leave him to fight alone. The Yellow Turban army charges toward him with their spear to kill that incompetent old man. He-Man gets worried thinking he might have gone insane because he is doing crazy things with the state of his body, and he wants to stop them at all costs. While he is still thinking of handling them, Zhang Gui, Manhwa, and Yu Bang step in and start killing them. He-Man is dumbfounded to see this, wondering how Manhwa is so good with a sword as if he is a general on the battlefield, and can't understand how a physician is doing that. After a while, Manhwa's party killed all the attackers. Then he looked at the arm of one of the corpses and was surprised to see a modern suturing method to close the wound, and he supposed he had treated this patient. Physician Hua is desperate to save at least one more person, but they end up with such a wretched connection. He wanted to shake these thoughts off because they were no longer a patient as soon as they left the sick bay, and he tried to forget about them. He put his sword back in his shield and quickly went to He-Man to look at his injuries. After inspecting He-Man, he is surprised to see the suture scar he also left after his surgery. He supposed this old man was also one of the Yellow Turbans who had received surgery at Bishop Yijai's camp. Manhwa treats both of them, but one tries to kill him, and the other tries to save him. He inquired if his previous injuries were doing well now, and He-Man was shocked to learn that he remembered him. Physician Hua thanked He-Man because they avoided getting ambushed, and thanked him. He-Man didn't want him to mention it because he wouldn't have been in danger if he hadn't tried to flee there. Physician Hua bandaged his wound, and he wanted him to say something that made sense, as he couldn't know that, and He-Man requested him to be gentle. After inspecting for a while, Zhang Gui informed him that there were no more of them, and Yu Bang had also finished his side. Manhwa praised them for working hard, so he asked if anyone was hurt. At the same time, He-Man whispered in Physician Hua's ear, requesting that he keep the fact that he was the Yellow Turban a secret. Physician Hua realized he was worried that he had gotten caught for being a Yellow Turban. Manhwa accosted both of his comrades, telling them to introduce themselves to the Yellow Turban, which worried He-Man. Zhang Gui introduced himself, telling him that he used to be a cavalry member of the Taping cult, and was thankful to him for preventing an ambush. Yu Bang also introduced himself, telling him he used to be the Taping cult Kaio County branch governor. He-Man was shocked to learn that both of them were from the Taping cult, and Physician Hua told him there was also Bishop Yijai. He-Man is speechless on learning that even the bishop is on his side. Manhwa clarified that he knows what he has worked on, but whatever kind of person he was in the past isn't of considerable importance now, since he saved them from danger. After hearing this, He-Man finally understood why Manhwa is called the miracle working physician. While he is trying to move Physician Hua, tell him not to move yet. But the man refused as he wanted to introduce himself and officially, and uttered that he is He-Man of Kaio Tong County King Zhao. Manhwa is astounded to learn that he is the He-Man of heaven shooting the devil, but he tells him this isn't the time for this, making him wonder what the matter is. Manhwa left Zhang Gui and Yu Bang to lead the evacuation for him, as he needed to recuperate from his wounds. He-Man is startled as he doesn't think he is that gravely injured. Physician Hua looked at him and clarified that this kind of injury is dangerous, as they don't know when it will develop into blood poisoning. Thus, he might be unable to use his hands, and he has even seen a lot of cases where people bid farewell to this world. He clarified that this wasn't his first time seeing this kind of patient, so he said this because it was dangerous, and he wanted him to follow his instructions without any complaints. He-Man understood, and Physician Hua thought it was nice because he is taking one of the few named figures among the yellow turbans with him before others do. Later in the spring of 185, Manhwa watched He-Man sparring with Yu Bang and Zhang Gui. After a while, he came back exhausted, and Manhwa inquired if he was done sparring, but he inquired why he was sighing. He-Man clarified that there is nothing much, but he thought his guards were way too strong and remarked that they should be reasonably strong, even if they are robust. He clarified that it doesn't make sense that he has never won even once until now, when it's not like they are doing any special training. Physician Hua chuckled on seeing that it might be troubling him. He-Man uttered that to convince him that, since he has undergone a lot of training to catch up with them, he should scout the area this time. Physician Hua smiled, realizing that is where he is leading this conversation, and he decided to leave this scouting to He-Man. He-Man became thrilled on hearing this, so he abruptly stood as he wanted to depart immediately and left. Manhwa realized that he might think he hadn't been doing much all this time, and was sure that doing this occasionally should be alright. He put the sack on his shoulder, but its string tore away, thus making all of his things disappear. Xian saw this and accosted her master, but Manhwa told her it was fine. However, he found it strange that the string broke, and he felt something was ominous. Meanwhile, He-Man kept walking away, wanting to ensure he achieved some merits this time. He doesn't know how Zhang Gui and Yu Bang can easily find suspicious things, but today will be different. He decided to take a look and explain the result thoroughly, and suddenly he saw two men approaching, making him wonder if they were generals. He passed by them and realized they were part of the royal army, well armed, so he wanted to report this, but he tried to gather some information from the village below. Abruptly, the soldier accosted him as he was the person with the blade scar on his face, and realized that the Iron Club was certainly familiar. The soldier cursed He-Man, as he supposed he might be a remnant of the Yellow Turban army. He-Man gets startled on seeing the wavy-bladed spear, and he remembers that he is the ignorant monster from the battlefield. He-Man scratches his head, asking how that is possible, because if he had fought with him, then he wouldn't have come out alive. He went to the general to greet him, as this was his first meeting. However, Zhang Fei shouted that it was nonsense and immediately tried to attack him. He-Man blocked his attack, which made the general laugh as he said he didn't know how he could easily block his attack like this, but he was sure he had met him before. Zhang Fei gets down off his horse, which concerns He-Man because he is as strong as ever, so he wonders why he had to come across him. Zhang Fei lifted his weapon to compete properly this time and rushed to attack him. He-Man lifted his weapon to block it, and is concerned because if things go wrong, he will be killed as he is monstrous. Zhang Fei realized he was thinking deeply instead of focusing on the battle and the strike. He-Man hardly evaded it, and is concerned because the possibility of him coming out of this alive might go down the drain, but he didn't want to die this easily. Therefore, he blocked his attack, moved away the general's weapon, and hit his shoulder, which worried his comrade. Zhang Fei informed his center that he was fine, so he didn't want him to think of interfering in this battle because this was finally getting interesting. Guan Yu supposed that Zhang Fei's competitive spirit had been reignited after encountering a worthy opponent after such a long time, because he never thought he would dismount from his horse and try to fight on equal footing. He could tell the opponent was losing at a glance, but he possessed sharp skills, just like the ones he showed just now, so he wanted to be careful. While pondering, a spear was launched at him, which startled him, but he quickly grabbed it. Zhang Fei felt worried on seeing that Guan Yu had been attacked. Guan Yu realized it wasn't aimed at Zhang Fei and wondered what energy was imbued in this spear. Abruptly, Physician Hua came in, wanted them to stop, and asked who they were persecuting, his chief guard. Guan Yu broke the weapon, introduced himself from Zai County of Hedong Commandery, and asked Physician Hua who he was. As Manhwa expected that person to be Guan Yu, and became certain that the person in the bear might be Zhang Fei. He doesn't know what happened there, but it doesn't look like they had let this slide easily, and he wanted to calm them down first. Thereafter, he showed them the plaque of the attending imperial censors and stated that, under the command of His Majesty, the Emperor, he was inspecting the area, which startled both of them. Guan Yu stepped down from the horse and greeted Physician Hua, and Manhwa reminded him that he had yet to answer his question about why they were persecuting his chief guard. Zhang Fei becomes infuriated upon learning that He-Man wasn't one of the Yellow Turbans, but rather the attending Imperial Censorate Chief Guard. Guan Yu explained that they are chasing the remnants of the Yellow Turban Army as medical soldiers from Zhu County. Physician Hua is astounded to hear about chasing the remnants of the Yellow Turban Army and wonders if it could be that he thinks his chief guard was one of the Yellow Turbans. Zhang Fei becomes worried upon hearing this, so he clarifies that it is not the case and explains that He-Man is holding the same weapon as the Yellow Turban Army he fought against. Moreover, he is powerful, which still confuses him, so he wondered if he is the chief guard of the attending Imperial Censorate. Manhwa chuckled as he found Zhang Fei cute to act like this in his big build, and he couldn't believe he was blatantly asking him that. Physician Hua agreed that He-Man was one of the Yellow Turbans, but not now, so he clarified that the chief guard was his person, which shocked both of them. He-Man approached Physician Hua as he had no excuses, because a misunderstanding had occurred while he was out scouting. Manhwa looked at the injury on his leg and became worried, as he was bleeding profusely. He asked how badly he had been hurt, but He-Man was unaware of the extent of his injury. Manhwa gets concerned about inspecting the wound as it's deep and his muscles are severely damaged, so he wondered if his ligaments had been torn. He told He-Man to take his horse and regroup at the main base, but He-Man refused. He couldn't dare to take the attending Imperial Censorate horse. Physician Hua furiously told him to get on the horse before he knocked him out and took him for the ride, and He-Man understood. Before leaving, Physician Hua tells General Guan and Zhang to follow him, which prompts Zhang Fei to wonder if he is referring to him. Manhwa furiously told them to stop dawdling and follow him, so they obediently followed him. After returning to the camp, he instructed Obo to clear the bed, and he affirmed. Then, he commanded Bayon-Ah to prepare the brazier and told Xian to prepare bandages and liquor. Zhang Fei whispered in his senior's ear, asking if it was true that Manhwa was the attending Imperial Censor and wondering if they had been duped. Guan Yu is surprised that Manhwa is the attending Imperial Censorate, but what's truly surprising is that he possesses such incredible energy. Zhang Fei wanted to know why the Imperial Censorate asked them to follow him. Guan Yu uttered that it was obvious that he would be held accountable for his mistakes because he had hurt their chief guard. Zhang Fei furiously grabbed his injured shoulder, as Manhwa guards aren't the only ones hurt. Even touching the wound hurt him a lot, which is concerning because he is gravely injured. While Manhwa wore his mask, he asked Zhang Fei what he was doing there, which confused him, and he was instructed to come inside, as he had suffered a grave injury. Zhang Fei is shocked to hear this, wondering if he is being referred to and if he is genuinely going to treat him. Guan Yu is dumbfounded to realize he might have brought them there to treat Zhang Fei. Physician Hua told him to come inside quickly because he is the next in line after the chief guard, and the surgery is done. Zhang Fei clarified that he was coming in, and he was shocked when Manhwa said he couldn't stop the Chang Ban action using his left hand. While Physician Hua asks for more light, they tell them to clean the tray, and Obo is startled to see this, wondering what this absurd surgery is. He thought of following his master techniques, even just a little, but that was ridiculous because he never thought connecting all those tiny blood vessels would be possible. At the same time, Manhwa is concerned because the wound is unexpectedly deeper than he thought, as he didn't expect it to be cut apart from the vastus lateralis. He is sure that He-Man would be disabled for the rest of his life if he hadn't had the surgery, but he will have to undergo rehabilitation for a long time even if he recovers. He cursed Zhang Fei for doing this, but decided to dismiss the trivial thoughts because the sole fact that they could operate on him was a stroke of luck. He decided to treat him so well that he will wonder if he was ever injured, and he will put him through some rigorous rehabilitation. While Physician Hua was performing the surgery quickly, his disciples were shocked as this was progressing too fast. After the surgery ends, Physician Hua is relieved because if he goes all out with the rehabilitation, there will be no lasting after effects. After he informed his disciple that the surgery was complete, his disciple told him that he had worked hard. Manhwa told them to wash their hands, then come to the neighboring tent to begin the subsequent surgery immediately, and told Obo to finish up the rest, which shocked them. After arriving at the next tent, he approached Zhang Fei to see how badly this reckless friend was injured, which sent chills down his spine. After examining the shoulder, he realized none of Zhang Fei's bones and ligaments were wounded, but he had only torn his muscle tissue. Therefore, they don't need surgery and only need to treat his trauma, and he is sure that he will gain even stronger muscles once he recovers, even though his muscles are poorly torn. Zhang Fei worriedly apologized for getting hurt unnecessarily and troubling the attending Imperial Censorate. Manhwa looks at him and realizes he has a strong face. He is sure no one will believe him, even if he claims to be a teenager. He didn't want to worry because it was not a serious injury, so he decided to treat his trauma and needed to put a splint on. He looked back and was sure that Guan Yu should be the one receiving treatment on his shoulder. Abruptly, Liu Bei worriedly rushed toward the camp and asked Zhang Fei if he was all right. Physician Hua looked at him with astonishment and knew who he was without a doubt after seeing how large his earlobes were and realizing that the three were finally there. Liu Bei furiously cursed him as he told him often not to act rashly, and Zhang Fei had no excuses. Liu Bei apologized and expressed his gratitude, and Guan Yu said to him that Manhwa is attending Imperial Censorate, which startled him, so he apologized for his arrogance. Physician Hua clarified that it was fine, and Liu Bei wondered how he had treated the patient, so Guan Yu clarified that he was also Manhwa. Liu Bei gets annoyed to learn that Zhang Fei dared to inconvenience such an important figure. Manhwa is pleased to see such lively people and explained that the treatment ended well, but he needs to recuperate enough. However, he requested that he not take off the splint for 1 month. Abruptly, Bayon entered the tent to inform his master that the chief guard was awake, which pleased Physician Hua. Physician Hua goes to the tent and tells He-Man that the surgery ended well, so if he diligently focuses on rehabilitation, everything might return to normal, so he doesn't want him to worry. He-Man clarified that he feels at ease now, even though he feels angry because that so-called medical soldier injured his leg. But he also feels like something heavy has been lifted off his chest. He knew it might be dramatic to say that he had paid for his sins, but it seems like the wrongdoing he committed while wearing the yellow turban has lingered in his conscience. He supposed that might be because the renowned miracle-working physician had treated him, that he was finally at ease. Manhwa realized that his flattery had increased a lot. He-Man started to see a path even though it is not clear, so he is sure that if he follows Manhwa and accumulates virtue, then he might be able to shed the burdens of his heart one day. Manhwa furiously told him that he would be angry if he came back hurt every time. He-Man worriedly told him that he would bear it in mind, and Physician Hua is relieved to know that he thinks that way, because if someone is determined to change, then they should change. Zhang Fei heard all of their conversation from outside the tent. He thought for a while, and then silently decided to return. A few days later, Liu Bei requested that they try this drink, and Physician Hua supposed they might be trying to lighten the mood with alcohol and meat, and was sure that Liu Bei was the one who had thought of this. Manhwa realizes that Liu Bei has great social skills, which makes Yu Bang, who hates hanging out with people, unarm himself. He is suddenly reminded of Liang after seeing Liu Bei, wondering if he is doing well. While pondering, he noticed Zhang Fei leaving, so he wondered what the matter was. After coming out, Zhang Fei sits next to He-Man, asking why he is outside and acting miserable. He-Man doesn't think it's his place to be, and dislikes noisy places. Zhang Fei is surprised to hear that he thinks he is trying to read the heavenly secrets, and He-Man wonders if he doesn't know that he might be reading the weather. He-Man gets worried as Zhang Fei uttered that if he were a member of the taping cult, then he would think he was reading the heavenly secrets, but that is not the case. He apologized or attacking him out of nowhere and clarified it is because he is not good at speaking and remember the idiom of turning over a new leaf or seeing things in a new light. He-Man gets worried, thinking he might have discovered that he was a member of the Yellow Turban Army. Zhang Fei is sure that he will live kindly from now on, and He-Man thanked him for putting it that way. Zhang Fei clarified that this is his opinion and explained that his senior did not know about it, so he wanted him to keep it that way. After he looked at the people who claimed to be members of the Yellow Turban Army, he found that they were all farmers, but He-Man was an official. Zhang Fei supposed he didn't have the money to bribe people and threw all his money into raising an army, but now he is a beggar. He offered him the drink, and He-Man affirmed. But suddenly Manhwa put his hand on their shoulder and asked if they were trying to drink alcohol when they were hurt, which scared them, so they wanted him to spare their lives. A month later, Liu Bei informed them that the attending Imperial Censorate was not an ordinary man. Zhang Fei asked if he thought that, too, and told him to take a look as his shoulder was all cured. Liu Bei isn't talking about medical art, but he has captured the people's hearts and has the power to attract others around him without putting himself forward. Since he is already referred to as the God Physician on top of Manhwa, he doesn't even begin to imagine how great a man he will become with time. Zhang Fei wondered what was about it, and Liu Bei said they might be of humble status, but they hadn't resolved to pursue a grand cause. He thinks the world will fall into deeper chaos, so the more that happens, the more people will yearn for an unwavering figure, but Manhwa is already captivating people's hearts, which is what he's worried about. Zhang Fei wondered why he was worried about something like that, considering he was a skilled physician. Guan Yu wants to think about it as Liu Bei is right, because if the Yellow Turban Army had used Manhwa, the rebellion wouldn't have calmed down easily. He told Zhang Fei to imagine if those seeking to challenge the imperial family had recruited Manhwa, and if that had happened, they would have been even harder to face than the Yellow Turban Army. Liu Bei doesn't think Manhwa would do anything against the imperial family, but someone wants to take advantage of him. He is worried about that, but he hopes nothing happens. Zhang Fei furiously slammed the table, saying that it was clear that all he had to do was become a high-ranking official and make this country a peaceful one. He is certain that they will be able to protect the physicians, as well as all the influential people in the world. Liu Bei started laughing, thinking this was a wise answer to a stupid question, and realized he was worrying needlessly. However, he needs to secure a permanent position first, as that is how it typically begins, but there are more factors at play. Physician Hua heard their conversation and supposed they might think that even if things became chaotic, they could at least protect the royal palace. It was hard to imagine that the world could be torn apart, and they did not want to think about it. However, Manhwa knew that the real turbulent days hadn't even begun, and Liu Bei would be standing in the middle of the chaotic war as one of the three pillars of the world. Since Liu Bei wanted to become a gathering place for talented people, and Cao is passionate about talented individuals, he can't tell if things will get out of hand when they meet. But he knew that wouldn't matter because Sun Quan isn't blessed with helpful people, and he plans to flee to Goguryeo if things go awry. On the contrary, at Luoyang Cao family residence, eunuch Cao Teng handed a paper to Cao Cao's father, Zhu Gao, to take a look. Zhu Gao wondered what that was, and eunuch Cao Teng clarified that it was a deal Huang Wan proposed to him. Zhu Gao thought he had given up the Grand Commandant position, but he had been hiding such ambitions all along and wondered if he wanted to sit his people in this governmental post. Eunuch Cao Teng supposed he might be asking to save him some face in return for resigning from the Grand Commandant position, because there is no significant official position. He told Zhu Gao to think he wouldn't be breathing if he had any ambition left. He told Zhu Gao to choose an official position that can be discarded without any worries, and give him roughly half of it to help him save face, and his son decided to do that. Zhu Gao told Cao to come there and take a look at it together, and Cao affirmed. Zhu Gao explained that the Grand Commandant position is the lowest position even among the three ducal ministries, so he should choose the official position that is useless to him. Cao was wondering what the fuss was about when they spent 100 million rounds of coin for a Grand Commandant position. He supposed this was a plan to help Ammon grow up step by step and elevate the Cao family to the ranks of prestigious families. He decided to work harder to meet their expectations, as their family would surely ascend higher. While reading the document, he is surprised to see Physician Hua Senserate's position, which makes his father wonder if he knows him. Cao Cao affirmed, telling him that it is his sword brother, and Teng Cao found it interesting to learn that the physician who fixed Huang Wan's abdomen is his sworn brother. 1 month later, at the Loyang Huang family, Manhwa is shocked to learn that he is the assistant imperial censorate and finds it absurd. The Grand Commandant told him it is already settled, so he wants him to accept it. Physician Hua clarified that he would not become a high-ranking official and be tied to the imperial palace. The Grand Commandant is annoyed to hear him say blatantly that he doesn't want to be tied down. He explained that the one tied to the palace is the palace assistant imperial secretary, not the assistant imperial censorate, as he does carry out his duties in the palace sometimes, but not as much as the palace assistant imperial secretary. However, Physician Hua is reluctant because he hasn't done any attending imperial censorate work until now. The Grand Commander agreed, as he hadn't before, because it was his first time seeing an attending imperial censorate without any reports, which made him wonder if His Majesty had given up. He clarified that Cao Song had secured the Grand Commandant position, and Manhwa couldn't believe that Physician Bong had finally secured 100 million won for an honorary position. The Grand Commandant explained that the problem lies with Cao Teng, who has little time left, so he may be scheming to ensure that future generations remember the Cao family name, which also means he once wanted the future generation to hear their family name called a eunuch family or nouveau rich. The Yuan family is a prestigious one that has produced 3 high-ranking officials over 4 generations. Physician Hua agreed because the Yuan Shao family is famous for that. The Grand Commandant went to some trouble because if anything went wrong, Manhwa could have died an untimely death. All the eunuchs who participated in the war spoke highly of him as a great miracle-working physician. So no one knows his name, and he told him that capturing the attention of the eunuchs means they have found someone to extort money from. In a world where even government positions are sold for money, selling out a physician is as easy as twisting a child's wrist. But with Manhwa's temper, he might be handing over the money to them on a silver platter. The Grand Commandant is certain that after that, Manhwa would end up on the street, having fallen out of favor and become someone no one wanted. Since Hua Tu's brother also became a governor without bribing a single person, they will find every excuse to expel both of them without even needing to apply the guilt by association law. Cao Song has Cao Teng behind him, so there is no way he has recommended him for nothing, which is why, in exchange for willingly handing over the position of the Grand Commandant, he requested that Manhwa be appointed to the position of Assistant Imperial Censorate. Therefore, the fact that Cao Song recommended him is equivalent to Cao Teng recommending him, so the eunuch will not dare to mess with him. Furthermore, this position is neither one that can be easily overlooked nor one that requires him to stay in the palace, so it should be useful for him. After understanding everything, Manhwa is unsure how to repay him, and the Grand Commandant tells him to forget about it and stop embarrassing him. The Grand Commandant told him to hustle and do his best to save other people, but he got the wrong idea, thinking he might be an eunuch. But Physician Hua clarified that he is healthy. The Regent Commandant wanted him to consider his youngest granddaughter, as she is still single, but Manhwa firmly refused. While at the Cao family, Cao Teng wonders if the Assistant Imperial Censorate position will be sufficient. Cao affirmed because he knew if Manhwa got tied down to an even higher position, he would leave like a wind, so the position of Assistant Imperial Censorate had special privileges fitting for him. Cao Teng felt ascetic the more he heard about Manhwa, so he inquired if he was a vassal worth keeping by his side. Cao explained that Manhwa liked him as much as he wanted him, so he believed he was someone who could fit nicely into his circle. Since he is saying this as someone with a lot of ambition, Cao Teng wanted to keep his expectations high. But if the fit isn't right, then breaking him swiftly is also an option. Cao assured him he would bear that in mind, and Cao Teng told him to enjoy his dinner with his father first. He wondered if his grandfather was going somewhere, and Cao Teng uttered that he needed to go somewhere. After he left, Cao sat on the chair, sighing as he couldn't get used to this overwhelming pressure. However, he is still relieved because neither will mess with Manhwa at this rate. Those whom the Grand Commandant Huang suggested will receive their post for now, but most of them will die if they don't decide to work under his father. He is sure that Manhwa wouldn't work obediently under his father, so he is apologetic to him as that is all he can do, and he hopes he wouldn't get swept into this filthy war. At Huang family, Luoyang, Manhwa, is pleased to feel refreshed after such a long time and wants to do this often. While he is lost in thought, Cao Teng asks if he is the person who cured Huang Wan's gastric disorder. Physician Hua wondered who he was, but was certain that he might be in a higher position, as he had spoken to the Grand Commandant and realized that the guard behind him looked formidable. Manhwa greeted him and clarified that he was the one who treated the Grand Commandant. Cao Teng realized that he looked quite young, but he decided to believe him since he claimed to have treated the Grand Commandant. He had heard that Manhwa's medical skills were extraordinary, so he came seeking him. Physician Hua realized that he was the patient, so he told him to go inside. After entering the tent, he requested Cao Teng to take a seat so that he could examine him and decide to take his pulse. After checking his pulse, Manhwa realizes that his yang energy is extremely weak, but his yin energy is exceptionally high, so he finds his yin energy unusual, considering his age. He found it strange that the stone vessel is lying low and figured out that he is an elderly patient with a pulse pattern indicating that he has a lesion in his kidney or bladder. Since that is the case, he decided to examine him and realized that Cao Teng has a urethral stone. Manhwa realizes that it's a bigger problem, but it's even more significant because it's not much, so he can't do much for him. Physician Hua remembers that in the past his comrade thought that the patient would die at this rate, and Manhwa clarified that it is the scary part to have a urinary stone because the patient wouldn't die when it hurts to death. He explained that stones can form in the kidney, ureter, bladder, and urethra, but urethral stones are the most excruciating. Physician Hua never thought to see this again, but fortunately, it had just formed, and the pain hadn't gotten severe yet. He told Cao Teng to lie on his side for a moment, and he was sure that his patient should be rolling on the ground if he sought him with pain, and supposed he might have taken good care of his health. After lying him prone, Manhwa tapped on his back, which caused excruciating pain to his patient, and he supposed he might have a lot of pain. Cao Teng grabbed his hand to ask why it was so painful again, when the court physician had told him it was cured just 10 days ago. Manhwa is dumbfounded to hear it because it's not the type of pain that can be reduced with a painkiller, and he is sure he might have felt the residual pain in his urine. So, he inquired if he didn't have the blood with urinate and couldn't defecate even when he felt bloated. He is sure it might cause sharp pain after being stabbed with the knife or the feeling of being stabbed with heated skewers. Cao Teng realized that Physician Hua is truly the miracle-working physician. Manhwa is certain that he may experience pain for 8 minutes, which then stops for 15 minutes, and then recurs for the next 8 minutes, repeating the same pattern. Cao Teng affirmed, telling him that everything he said was right. Manhwa is relieved to hear that because it's an ordinary urinary stone, and explains that it's a disease where the path from the kidney to the bladder is blocked by sharp stones, which block the flow of urine. This disease is common in people who drink little water, drink more alcohol, eat greasy and salty food, and it forms more quickly if the level of their activity and exercise is low. Cao Teng is dumbfounded to hear this, wondering if he is a fortune teller, and Physician Hua is relieved because the stones aren't huge, so that he can be treated without surgery. Cao Teng is stunned to hear that it can be cured, and Manhwa wants to start with a simple treatment, so he tells the guard to come inside to help him. After a while, Cao Teng came out, and Manhwa asked if he was alright now, but his patient was too uncomfortable. Cao Teng understands why he is called Manhwa because he accurately identified all the symptoms, and the court physician was unable to guess his diagnosis. Physician Hua is flattered by his comment, and his patient inquires about his treatment plan. Manhwa clarified that it was simple, then asked if he could see the mountain out there, and explained that he should reach the summit of it and then return. However, it doesn't matter how long it will take, he must walk there on his own. Cao Teng is dumbfounded to learn that climbing up and down the mountain is the treatment and furiously asks how he dared to get him into trouble. Manhwa couldn't understand why he would trouble him when he was a physician who didn't mess with his patients. Cao Teng finally realized why Cao Cao had tried to defend him, as he was that kind of person. He clarified that his grandson had said he was a sworn brother to him. However, he had to admit that he had good eyes for people. Physician Hua is speechless on hearing about his grandson and supposes he might be eunuch Cao Teng. He greeted his sword brother, grandfather, then introduced himself, but Cao Teng already knew him. He is apologizing for something which makes Cao Teng wonder if he is trying to get him in trouble, but doesn't want to forgive him if that is the case. Contrary to his expectation, Manhwa apologized to him and clarified that he still needed to climb up and down the mountain, so he wanted him to hurry before the sun set. He asked if he should join him, and Cao Teng wondered if his grandson could handle this kid. After a while, Cao Teng and his guard began climbing the mountain and had been hiking for 4 hours. After being exhausted, he asked his guard for the medicine, and he is sure he would have collapsed and would have died if it weren't for the medicine. He wondered if it was the miracle drug created by the man duped as the miracle-working physician, but he didn't think it was just an ordinary saline solution. Cao Teng can't help but curse. If he wants a miracle-working physician, he wouldn't have agreed to such an insane treatment. However, if he doesn't improve after doing this, then he will die, even if he is his grandson's sworn brother. After completing the task, he is pleased because the stones have passed, and he happily rushes towards Physician Hua, which makes Manhwa wonder what the matter is. Cao Teng explained that just as he had said, the stone had passed through his urine, and he realized that even the spiky appearance was no different from what he had said. Manhwa congratulated him, and Cao Teng admitted that he is undoubtedly a miracle-working physician, as he wouldn't be in pain anymore. However, Manhwa clarified that there is a 50% chance of relapse, and the stone can be formed again with a very high probability. Furthermore, for someone who often drinks alcohol and eats fatty foods, eats salty foods while not drinking much water, and doesn't move much like him, it will certainly recur. He picked the scalpel, telling him this time the stone was small enough so it was expelled naturally, but if it had been a bit bigger, then he would have had to open his belly to take it out. And the important thing is to drink a little more than 1 dui of water a day. He suggested that he avoid alcohol, eat fatty and salty foods as much as possible, and it's beneficial to frequently consume fruits such as finger limes, tangerines, oranges, and plums. Furthermore, he must certainly walk up and down the hill for at least 1 hour every day, which worried Cao Teng. Physician Hua instructed him to do light exercises for 2 hours a day, increasing the duration by 15 minutes every 10 days. Cao Teng wondered if 1 hour would be enough, and Manhwa is in awe to learn that he doesn't experience pain while urinating due to the urinary stones. He asked him if he had received any prescriptions from another physician, and Cao Teng clarified that he had received some useless decoction. No matter how much decoction he took, it was in vain, but it wasn't so bad that he had died, so he held on. Cao Teng recalls that Physician Hua told himself it was not a deadly disease. Manhwa is impressed to see that he withstands that, and so he supposes he might have tremendous willpower. He instructed him to report any pain immediately, and Cao Teng decided to do the same. A few days later, Cao Cao told physician Hua that he should have visited him right away if he had come to the imperial capital, because he should at least have seen his sworn brother, which disappointed him. Manhwa apologized to him, and Cao knew that he was busy attending to his grandfather, wondering what he had done to him. Physician Hua wondered what he was talking about, and Cao explained that his grandfather had been talking about him for half a day, discussing what he had said, what he had done, and the expressions he had made. His grandfather explained it in such detail that he could even see his face, and it was his first time seeing his grandfather talk about someone who excited him in his life. Manhwa wondered if that was the case and asked if his grandfather was exercising 1 hour a day every day. Cao Cao is startled to hear this, as he is worried about that first and thought he was a physician to the bone. Manhwa clarified that it is the most important thing because the patients trust him with their bodies. His disciples are improving well, and there is even enough money for charity. Therefore, both of his older brothers are fulfilling their duties in their official positions, so they have issues with family matters. Furthermore, he has no reason to be tied down anywhere, so he couldn't wish for anything else. Cao Cao supposed that he might be doubling it down, telling him not to hold on to him, and thought if he knew, he wouldn't have given him the assistant imperial censorate position. Physician Hua happily told him to give it to someone else, and to someone who would work hard in the position, someone who was much better than him, so he requested that he put in a good word for his father. Cao Cao realized that is the first one who had requested not to accept an official position. Manhwa clarified that this was all for the betterment of the nation, and Cao Teng heard this, so he started laughing, telling him that it was not a request because there was no gold involved, but he couldn't grant this request. Both of them stood, so Cao requested his grandfather to take a seat, and physician Hua was shocked as he didn't expect the Marquis of Fei village to be coming. Cao Teng said that the great Hua Chuo was his grandson's sworn brother, so he wanted to pour him a glass of wine. Physician Hua thanked him, but reminded him that he shouldn't be drinking for the time being. Cao Teng becomes worried upon hearing this and thinks a vengeful spirit of a deceased physician might possess him. He explained that he originally wanted to make him the family's exclusive physician, but it would be impossible to confine him to a specific location. He tried to get rid of everything he couldn't get his hands on, but his grandson would be sad, so in return, if he became Manhwa's sworn grandfather, he would have to treat him first and foremost at all times. Manhwa becomes worried, wondering why he is being talked about in such a manner. Cao Teng explained that he is not saying this solely due to his medical arts, but to give him strength and to become strong with his sworn brother in the future. Therefore, if he acknowledges him as his son's grandson, it will broaden the freedom of his movement, so the assistant imperial censorate position is nothing compared to that. Manhwa knew that 10 attendants controlled the emperor, so having someone like Cao Teng, who is revered like a father and is associated with such influential figures as the 10 attendants, would indeed be an immense strength. However, the power of that eunuch will be so shattered that it could turn into poison, coming back to harm him. However, if he refuses to be his sworn grandson, he can't avoid Cao Teng's wrath, so he has no choice but to take care of his gains carefully. After giving it a thought for a while, he bowed before Cao Teng and uttered that he was overjoyed to have gained a grandfather. After some time, he arrived at the royal palace, as Cao Teng had instructed him to come there after 5 days so that he could be introduced to someone. Manhwa never thought he had crawled his way back to this place again. Since this is 185 years, and the 10 attendants rebellion will happen in the year 189, so no troublesome incidents will take place in the royal palace for now. While accompanying him, Cao Teng didn't want him to be nervous, as he had to tell a few people that he was his sworn grandson, but that made him more anxious. Cao Teng told him not to participate in the inauguration of the assistant imperial censorate. While he is talking, a man worriedly tells him that there has been a big problem and clarifies that the emperor has collapsed. He further added that the emperor collapsed without warning and was rushed to the royal hall, so he urged the marquis to go quickly. Manhwa gets worried to hear that, as he shouldn't be dead yet. Cao Teng confidently instructed his man to inform the 100 officials that the miracle-working physician Manhwa would be examining the emperor. After a while, he arrived at His Majesty's room, telling him about his arrival and clarifying that he had brought his sworn grandfather with him, so he urged him to rest assured now. Physician Hua realized that he is impressive as he promotes himself even in this kind of situation, and is sure he has to become this good to be someone with this kind of power. Head of court physician Pion Wen welcomed Manhwa and was pleased to meet him after a long while. Physician Hua recognizes the head of the court, Physician Pion, and Cao Teng asks him about the emperor's condition before everything else. Pion clarified that many people were listening, so he wanted Manhwa to examine His Majesty himself. Cao Teng thought it was a good idea, so he wanted everyone to listen up, as his sworn grandson, Manhwa, would now examine His Majesty, which startled everyone. However, Manhwa is going insane after facing all of this. Abruptly, he went to His Majesty, greeted him, and asked for permission to take his pulse. He is startled to take a look at the emperor because he has lost so much weight, and after taking his pulse, he discovered that he does have a slight indigestion, but his condition isn't so bad that he has collapsed. After examining him, he is concerned that his radial artery pulse is relatively healthy, but his carotid artery pulse is very weak, which is not a sign of illness, but rather an indication of significant depletion of his yang energy. After a while, he realized this was excessive intercourse, and shortly, the emperor woke up, so everyone requested him to stay lying down. The emperor clarified that he was suddenly feeling dizzy, so he wondered what was happening there. Physician Hua looked at Cao Teng and understood what he wanted to say, so he commanded everyone to return to their own affairs and leave the rest to the physician. After they left, Pion supposed that a sudden bout of indigestion led to temporary fainting due to ischemia. The emperor asked if he had collapsed due to indigestion, and thought it meant that it was nothing, so Pion worriedly looked at Physician Hua. Cao Teng requested the emperor to listen to the diagnosis of Manhwa, who cured the Grand Commandant Huang Wan's gastric disorder and received numerous royal troops during the last rebellion. The emperor asked if he was referring to the miracle-working Manhwa too, and he never expected to find such a young man. Physician Hua pays his respect to the emperor, and the emperor asks if he also thinks indigestion is the cause of his collapse. Physician Hua clarified that if he permitted him to say it, then the cause of his collapse is extreme and excessive intercourse, which mortified the emperor. The emperor asked if he was saying that it was because he was too close to a woman, and Manhwa affirmed. Pion gets worried as he was being too direct, and the emperor supposed he might or might not deserve a whiplash, and his physician agreed. Cao Teng advised His Majesty to stay away from women for the time being, as the diagnosis of two well-known physicians is in agreement. He further added that until that time, his sworn grandson will make him a decoction that will boost his energy. Physician Hua gets worried, so he tells His Majesty that he believes head of court Physician Pion is the right person to do it, but is shocked to see that he has already fled. The emperor thought that it was a good idea, and Cao Teng added that Manhwa would set a favorable date for copulation at the appropriate time for His Majesty, and the king agreed. Cao Teng wanted to have a child who would be their family's strength, especially when they didn't know who would become the next Empress Dowager. The emperor is very pleased, and Physician Hua uttered that his grace is immeasurable, and he guesses he has to do it. After that, he started preparing the decoction, and 2 months later, it was the 3rd year of Young Pyong, 186, in January. Manhwa was infuriated at wasting 2 months making an aphrodisiac. However, thanks to that, the emperor's health improved, and he is sure he will be done in a few days. After a while, he heard some noise from the inn where Zhang Fei was inquiring how many months it had been, and he wondered if he was making fun of him. He inquired about what he should do now, as he was also out of money. Liu Bei told him it was alright, as they could always sell their weapons, and Zhang Fei told him to make some sense, as they couldn't do anything after selling them. Manhwa agreed, so he wanted Liu Bei to make it make sense because no general sells weapons, and they were surprised to see him. He sat in the chair, called the waiter to instruct him to serve the dishes they were most confident in, and served them sequentially, considering their eating speed so that they could eat without interruption. He also provided them with wine in whole jars. After the food is served, Physician Hua supposed it might be the right bribe and asked what the matter was. Liu Bei is sure that he is aware of the rewards given based on the merits earned during the last rebellion, and General Zhu Jun said he had certainly informed His Majesty of their contribution, but it is not working out well. He has no reason to stay in the city any longer, so he supposed he must return to his hometown. He finds it extremely difficult to say this to those who believe in and look up to him. However, he is still feeling relieved to meet the Assistant Imperial Censorate. Manhwa accosted the boss and told him to charge all the money they had spent so far to the army colonel, Cao Cao. The three of them get worried on hearing this and clarify that they cannot inconvenience the colonel. Manhwa told them to forget it, as Cao was his sworn brother, and since the bill had been taken care of, he wanted to take care of their living costs as well. Physician Hua told them to delay their return for a while because he is going to bring some good news soon. 10 days later, at the royal palace, the emperor is pleased to see him and clarifies that he is delighted. Manhwa realized that the drugs might have worked well on him, and the emperor asked him what he wanted because he deserved a reward for taking such good care of him. Manhwa is a bit reluctant but utters that if he is permitted to say it, thanks to its benevolence, he could treat the ordinary people with ease. He is also deeply moved by his royal majesty, who has skillfully managed the recent rebellion. However, among the people he knows, there is a man who is yet to be rewarded despite his merits. The emperor is surprised to learn that there is someone like that, and the emperor's attendant is stunned on hearing Liu Bei's name. Manhwa explained that Liu Bei helped the general of the right, Zhu Jun, from Yang province and defeated Zhang Bao. He is aware that the minister of the left army, Sun Jian, who fought alongside him, received the position of independent war minister, and after saying that, he told his sworn grandfather this is the time. Abruptly, Cao Teng came forward and uttered that he heard Liu Bei had formed his grandson, and he heard he was helpful, so he didn't know if it was missed in the report, as it was the period of chaos. The emperor's attendant was worried, hearing this, and wondered why the Marquis of Fei Village had said that. The attendant apologized to the emperor, as he believed there had been a minor oversight, given that many people had contributed to resolving the rebellion. While the emperor is annoyed to learn that Manhwa is as uninterested as ever, he wants to make his wish come true and tells him to leave. Physician Hua bowed before him, telling him that the emperor is immeasurable. The emperor asked what position would be suitable for Liu Bei, and his attendant replied that the commandant post of Anxi County in Jiazhou, Zhongshan State, was vacant. Manhwa is shocked to hear this, as he had thought Liu Bei would be given the title of county magistrate, but instead, he receives only a county officer position. Initially, Liu Bei was appointed to Anxi County, and wondered if this was a historical correcting action being done by fate. A few days later, Liu Bei thanked Physician Hua, but Manhwa thought that a position higher than a commandant would have been nice. Liu Bei explained that countless people didn't get any government post, and as a subject, he couldn't care about the status of his post. Physician Hua is glad to know that he thinks of it that way, and he wants to lift him one more thing. Liu Bei wondered what else he could give him, and Manhwa replied that if someone came to him and picked a fight, then he should sell out his name, which startled him. Manhwa instructed Liu Bei to tell Guan Yu to hold on to Zhang Fei tightly, which confused Liu Bei. In the summer of 186, Liu Bei is appointed as the commandant of Anxi County, and Physician Hua is pleased because things would be quiet for the time being. In the year 187, the rebellion of Zhang Ji and Zhang Shun occurred. Liu Bei and the other two brothers joined the punitive force at the emperor's order, and things continued in a similar manner. The same year, in July at Jiazhou Ping Yuan Commandery, Physician Hua gets injured by him as he told him not to get hurt recklessly. Liu Bei has just hurt his back, but he still apologized, and he wondered what brought him there. Manhwa clarified that a physician should treat his patients on the battlefield, so he has no other choice. Liu Bei is aware that he is fulfilling his task as an assistant imperial censor. Manhwa became infuriated and suggested that he needed a needle at the filtrum point, or he recommended the Guxing spring point as well, which scared Liu Bei. Manhwa doesn't have time to inspect the area, as rebellion is erupting everywhere, and there are many injured in his clinic as well. Liu Bei uttered that thanks to him, his disciples can breathe a sigh of relief. Manhwa clarified that this is given because he is a physician. He suggested going and finding another place where the rebellions occur once they finish taking care of this place. Liu Bei wondered if he was leaving for Jingzhou, but he heard traitors like Zhu Kao and Gu Shi were gaining power in Jinghu. Physician Hua is shocked as he remembers that the tiger of Jiangdong, Sun Jian, must have been appointed as the governor of Changsha. Since the rebellion had occurred, he would go there somehow, but there was also the possibility that he would come across Sun Jian. He is sure that he could form a connection with Sun Kaian if things go well, so his next destination is decided. A few months later, the commander of the Yongzhou Changsha, the Lingxiang County Local Government Office, and Governor Zhang decided to leave the rest to them. The man accosted him, then asked if he was returning to his hometown like this, when even Governor Sun Jian is holding on to him like that. Zhang Jai said that an outstanding talent had been appointed to an important position, and it was only right for him to step down. He truly felt relieved, so he could finally do whatever he wanted. The man knew that he couldn't curb the stubbornness that even Governor Sun couldn't, and Zhang Jai had to bend over several times. The man wanted to make sure to visit him when he came to Luoyang and inquired if he would be coming later. Zhang Jai is considering not returning to Luoyang immediately, but he is going to Guiyang because he has heard that there is a miracle-working physician. Meanwhile, at Jingju Gyeong Commandery, Gyeong County, Zhang Jai looked at the clinic and wondered if that might be it. He looked around for something because he couldn't return like that, so he grabbed the tree and smashed his head with it. Then he went to the clinic and asked Obo if he could ask him something, and Obo affirmed. Zhang Jai is severely injured on his head, yet he asked Obo if he could take a look at him. Obo told him to come inside immediately, but Zhang Jai didn't want Jim to worry, as he was not gravely injured. Later, inside the tent, he told Zhang Jai to take a seat and say to him if he felt strange or dizzy. After receiving first aid, Zhang Jai looked around and supposed this might be the clinic of the miracle-working physician, which was unlike any ordinary clinic. Abruptly, Physician Hua announced that he would take a quick look, and Zhang Jai wondered if that young man was the one he was looking for. Manhwa examined the patient and realized he had a gastric perforation. The patient clarified that he thought his stomach was on fire, so he requested Physician Hua to save him. Zhang Jai supposed it might be an enteric disease, and Physician Hua told the patient that there was a small hole in his stomach, so he asked when the pain had started. Zhang Jai is shocked, so he asked how he is sure that there is a hole in his stomach, and there is no way to know unless he opens up his stomach. He is certain that Manhwa should ask if he is experiencing any symptoms, such as burning chest pain or stomach stiffness, as he cannot be sure that there is a hole in his stomach based on that alone. Physician Hua wondered what the matter was with him and asked who he was. Zhang Jai realized he hadn't introduced himself, so he introduced himself, told him that he has a courtesy name of Zhang Jing, and requested him to forgive him for his rudeness. Manhwa is shocked to discover that he is Zhang Jing, a renowned sage of Chinese medicine, alongside Manhwa and Dongfeng. He was also called one of the 3 physicians of Jinan in ancient China. The person who wrote the book, a treatise on cold damage disease and essential prescriptions from the Golden Cabinet, compiled traditional Chinese medicine. In the Chinese medical community, he is referred to as the sage of Chinese medicine and the originator of medicinal studies. Zhang Zhongjing, the originator of traditional Chinese medicine, even in his previous life, when he had no interest in traditional Chinese medicine, he had head of his name. After remembering how Zhang Jai told him the symptoms become sure he is the one because unless he is someone who has treated a patient with gastric perforation before, there is no way he had know about those symptoms, but he wondered what bring him there. However, he is Physician Hua who wanted to take care of his patient first and told him that he is examining the patient right now. Zhang Jai clarified that he wasn't trying to intervene and apologized for disturbing him, then decided to stay still in the corner if he didn't mind. Physician Hua agreed and stated that he would continue examining his patient. Zhang Jai quietly sat in his place and wondered how he had figured out the disease just by inspection, and whether he had mastered the arts of the 4 methods of diagnosis. While the patient is worried about learning about the hole in his stomach, he asked what he should do. Manhwa needed his consent to start his surgery immediately so that he could open his abdomen and stitch up that hole. Zhang Jai is shocked, so he utters again that it's impossible to treat an enteric disease where there's a hole in the stomach wall. He saw Physician Hua staring at him furiously, so he covered his mouth as he mustn't interfere, then told him not to mind him. Physician Hua wondered what he was doing and informed his patient that his abdomen is as stiff as a wooden board, which is so painful that he can't even touch it. He explained that it is because the air has escaped from the stomach or intestines and then accumulated in the abdomen, thus causing him severe pain in the stomach and a burning pain in the chest. A gastric perforation is more likely than an intestinal perforation, so he has to conduct surgery on him till he can save him. After some time, Zhang Jai thanked Manhwa for the permission to quietly observe from the corner as if he were a dead rat. Physician Hua told him that he can come closer, but not more than 1.5 meters, and he affirmed. After preparing the area for the light, Physician Hua began the procedure with an incision through the peritoneum. He instructed Obo to lift the peritoneum so that it crosses toward him once it's opened, and soon he grabbed hold of the peritoneum. Zhang Jai is shocked to see him cut open his stomach and told his student to take a good look as he will be separating the organs from the peritoneum as he makes the incision, and they affirm. After a while, he instructed them to gently move the greater omentum little by little to locate the perforation, applying only enough force to clear it away smoothly. After a while, he found it, so commanded his disciples to give him saline solution and told them not to overdo it with the perforation of this size. He explained that they will use the greater omentum to seal the hole, ligate it completely, and then request the flat iron. His student handed him the flat iron, and Manhwa told him that after sealing the perforation, they would pull the greater omentum over to cover the stitch and stitch it all up again. They did it well, so Physician Hua told them to cover the abdominal cavity in reverse order, and Obo affirmed. Physician Hua told them to place the drainage tube, and after it was done, he praised them for doing great work. Zhang Jai is shocked to learn that Manhwa truly opened up someone's abdomen and stitched the hole in the stomach back together, wondering if that is the treatment of a human. He remarked that he had seen a bigger world that day, but wondered why he had shown him such a secret technique, because he didn't think he was trying to show off his skills. Manhwa heard that his medical skills were unparalleled, and he was called the miracle-working physician of Jingzhou, especially his method of using decoctions, which was unrivaled by anyone in the world. Zhang Jai requested that he not call him that because it's a false reputation. Manhwa knew that he had a certain talent with his hands, but he was still inexperienced in caring for patients after surgery, so he would like to ask what kind of decoction he must prescribe to him so that he has a speedy recovery. Zhang Jai wondered what he meant, but he didn't think he was handing over the patient to him either. Physician Hua wanted to ask him, as a physician, what he thought about collaborating to treat patients, which made Zhang Jai wonder if he had heard him right. Later, while having tea, Zhang Jai found it hard to believe that someone like him, who seemed to be practicing medicine as a gift from God, would say that he was less versed in decoctions than he was. Physician Hua knew that no matter how well he made decoctions, he couldn't compare to Zhang Zhongjing, who developed numerous decoction preparation methods in traditional Korean medicine. Therefore, even if he is skilled in surgery, it would be dangerous with his sloppy post-surgery care. It's ideal for the surgical department and internal medicine department to work together in managing patients. The surgery and internal medicine work together harmoniously, and it feels like a unicorn in his imagination. Moreover, the internal medicine knowledge he possesses from his previous life can mainly be applied only if a modern diagnostic system is in place, which is why he needs an internist with extensive experience in producing relevant information suitable for the current medical science. Manhwa recalls that the son of Changsha is there to suppress the rebellion in Wuzing, resulting in many people being hurt or dying. Zhang Jai is aware that if it were the son of Changsha, he would be able to handle things quickly. He has wandered around the battlefield for the last 8 years, so he has quite a good sense of where a rebellion might occur and is sure it will happen in Jingzhou. The Yellow Turban Rebellion might be over, but people's lives are still devastated, and that is also why Wuxing raised an army. He clarified that if Zhang Jai helped him, they could save more people during the tragedy. Zhang Jai accepts it only if he grants one request, and Manhwa wondered if he is going to ask him to teach him surgical methods. Zhang Jai is willing to take responsibility, so he requested that he cure anyone who is injured, regardless of who they are. Physician Hua thinks for a while, then wonders why he asked such an obvious thing, and clarifies that he could take responsibility as well. Zhang Jai finds it disappointing to see that he answered so easily when he had spoken after giving it so much thought and concern. Physician Hua uttered that they both want to save more people, so he knows what he is worried about and why. Since many physicians who treated the Yellow Turbans were labeled as traitors and killed by the government forces. Zhang Jai agreed, as many of them had died, but he didn't want Manhwa to worry, because he might have stepped down from his position as the governor, but he would protect the great Huachuo from the government army. Manhwa showed Zhang Jai the Assistant Imperial Censorate plaque, which shocked him, and he greeted him. Manhwa told him to call him just Physician Hua, and he is glad to be the chief of the internal medicine department. Later, Physician Hua was treating the patient, and Zhang Jai accompanied him to take the notes. After a while, he explained the anatomy that he had learned and followed Manhwa to the mountain. 3 months after the rebellion of Wuzing began, Sun Jian suppressed all the rebellions. Zhang Jai realized that he was quick and acknowledged that Manhwa's prediction was right, as the rebellion broke out 3 times consecutively. If it weren't for Manhwa, there would have been numerous casualties. While he was pondering, the official Moon arrived and accosted him, startling Zhang Jai, as he wasn't expecting him. Official Moon couldn't believe that he was using honorifics when it had been a few months since he retired, and requested that he take the document. Zhang Jai wondered what that was as he was using such quality paper. Official Moon clarified that it was the formal invitation sent to him by the governor, and Zhang Jai supposed it might be from the son of Changsha. The official Moon explained that it was a banquet to celebrate the swift subjugation of the rebellions, and the second young master's birthday also fell on that day. On the 11th lunar calendar month, Physician Hua arrived there with Zhang Jai and realized they were having a grand celebration after suppressing the rebellions. Zhang Jai can't help it because only a banquet could help them forget it. Sun Jian welcomed Zhang Jai and supposed the person beside him might be Manhwa since he had seen him a few times before at the camp. He came to express his gratitude because the number of casualties was small, thanks to the efforts of the two of them, and he especially wanted to express his gratitude toward Assistant Imperial Censorate Hua. Physician Hua realized that he had a background check on him, and he clarified that he only did what he had to do. Sun Jian wanted everyone to listen as he was delighted to announce that they had eradicated entirely those who sought to defile the royal family. He told them to raise their glass and wished for the long life of the king, and everyone cheered. While Physician Hua is about to drink the tea, a little boy, Sun Quan, approaches him and asks if he is Manhwa. Sun Jian is surprised to see that Quan is already making connections. After Sun Quan called him father, Manhwa realized he was his son, Quan. Sun Jian lifted him up, wanting her to give them some privacy because he had some business with Manhwa. Quan agreed to do that, and Physician Hua is amused to know that he was cute at that age, but he cannot expect to be so when he reaches the age of 7. Sun Jian heard rumors that Physician Hua had become the sworn grandson of the Marquis of Fei Village. Manhwa understood that those baseless rumors had spread everywhere. Sun Jian clarified that is why he wanted to ask the assistant censor a question, and he is about to ask the question. Physician Hua stopped him in the midst and clarified that he supports the imperial family and believes that imperial authority belongs solely to the emperor, and he truly despises the sight of those lowly eunuchs behaving arrogantly around him. Sun Jian is shocked to hear that because he is Eunuch Cao's 10th sworn grandson. Physician Hua sighed as he remembered the Yellow Turban rebellion breaking out because of those eunuchs. Sun Jian becomes worried because he is saying that openly, even though everyone might secretly feel the same way. Manhwa clarified that he had gone through so much treating the patients that he didn't have anything good to say. Sun Jian supposed that he can assume that he wouldn't be clinging to the power of the eunuch. Manhwa doesn't care about that, but he wanted to ask Governor Sun what he would do if he were given a power that he couldn't refuse. Sun Jian laughed as he couldn't tell since he had never even imagined getting a power like that. Physician Hua realized it would be interesting to see him when he gets the royal seal. Sun Jian hoped that he would enjoy the banquet and wanted him not to return until the birthday night of his second son. Physician Hua affirmed, then decided to leave, and Quan inquired if he was done talking. Sun Jian affirmed, so he instructed his son to learn more from Manhwa, as he was a good man, and his son agreed to do so. Manhwa said, thinking it would be nice to get a little break, and supposed it would be rude of him to return first when he had been invited to be there, and suddenly, Quan started coughing up. 4 days after the 11th lunar calendar month, Quan is still sick, coughing continuously, and has a fever. Zhang Jai supposed it might be a severe cold, so he asked Physician Hua what he thought. Physician Hua found it hard to diagnose pneumonia based solely on the symptoms because to confirm it, he needs to observe lung infiltrates with an X-ray, and he can't distinguish infiltrates even with his exceptional vision. The symptoms of Quan include cough, high fever, fatigue, pharyngitis, and sputum, which are typical symptoms of pneumonia and also similar to those of a common cold. However, he cannot rule out pneumonia. One thing is clear, pneumonia in children in this era is a serious concern. Since blood tests are not possible, and identifying the causative bacteria through sputum culture is also not feasible. Furthermore, if it's pneumonia, the only prescription he can offer is penicillin at an appropriate concentration, which can only treat bacterial pneumonia caused explicitly by gram-positive bacteria, such as Streptococcus pneumoniae, which is highly sensitive to penicillin. But in the end, he can only prescribe penicillin and watch him over. But he can't guarantee he will make a full recovery. Manhwa has no choice but to treat him, even if it's not pneumonia, or even if there is only one way to cure it. Physician Hua clarified that he also thinks it's a severe cold and told Zhang Jai that he needs to go to the clinic urgently. Zhang Jai decides to ask for some medicinal herbs at the medicine hall. While returning to his clinic, Physician Hua wishes he could just cut and sew him up. But if he can't do anything in the face of any infectious disease, then there is no use in the title of Great Miracle Working Physician. However, he still has this medicine, so he cannot sit back and despair. He can also ask a physician for help. After receiving the medicine from his clinic, he hurriedly went back to Sun Mansion. He wanted to do everything possible to cure him and tried his best. He injected the medicine into Sun Quan because he didn't want to regret as a physician. He is confident that one more life might be saved if he gives his all in this manner. Early in the morning, Manhwa and Zhang Jai stretched their arms to relax their bodies. Zhang Jai found his treatment mysterious and reminded him that he said he doesn't know medicine well, but he still injects it directly into the blood vessel like that. Physician Hua clarified that if Zhang Jai hadn't prepared the medicine on time, it would have been difficult for him to recover in that manner. Zhang Jai doesn't know what he is talking about, as he has seen many patients with severe cold all this time. He is aware that the likelihood of survival is 5% if children or the elderly catch it, and he has never seen a case where the patient improved immediately after taking the medicine. But they have a lot of patience thanks to that. Manhwa already knows that, and Zhang Jai doesn't know how to distinguish those patients by their blood type. Physician Hua clarified that there was no need for that, and Zhang Jai found the experiment to be fun, as he had never known that someone's blood could clot with someone else's blood before. Manhwa dragged him into it because he needed a blood sample, but he had no idea he had been so hooked, since Physician Zhang is a B-type. Xian and Manhwa is O-type, but he don't know which one between Obo and Bayon A is a type, but it was either A or B. Since a lot of people died because of lack of blood and they can't stock blood pack, but he wanted to separate blood types now. When he suggests a blood transfusion, everyone treats it like sorcery, but it is a relief that they at least pretend to listen when Zhang Jai persuades them. While he was indulging in his thoughts, Xian arrived and told him that she had finished preparing for the home visit, so she asked when they were leaving. Physician Hua is amused to see her excited, but he cannot take Obo and Bayon with him because he is going to the No Man's Widow village. Therefore, Xian is the best when it comes to dealing with sensitive women, so he has no other choice. Manhwa told him to bring the snowshoes because it was snowing hard, so if nothing went wrong, it could be dangerous. Xian affirmed because she brought a few and wanted to leave quickly, as she is looking forward to treating people. Manhwa is sure it might be exciting for her because she is taking the lead in treating the patients this time. Since they were ready, he wanted to depart, and she agreed. An hour later, Physician Hua is told that he's not allowed to proceed along this path because it's blocked due to an avalanche. Manhwa wondered if they should come next time, and Xian confirmed that they would have to wait until spring, but she still wanted to go, even if it meant enduring a little discomfort. The man clarified that there is a slightly roundabout path that goes up the mountain if he wanted to go to the No Man's Widow village. After some time on their way, Physician Hua is relieved to see that the hill isn't as high and tells her to carefully follow him by placing her steps on his. Xian affirmed, telling her master that she would be careful, but shortly she lost her balance and rolled down the cliff. Manhwa's face turned pale after seeing that, and he called out to her worriedly. Xian fell down from the cliff and landed on the pointed tree branches, which injured her, and blood oozed out of her body. Manhwa worriedly rushed down toward her, and Xian saw him, so clearly that she couldn't feel any strength in her body. She wondered what was wrong with her. He covered her eyes, telling her this was fine, but she fell. Physician Hua is worried to realize that she has a small intestine perforation and knew that she would die right away if she didn't perform surgery on her immediately. However, the bleeding is too severe, so he decided to calm down first and covered her wound with the cloth. He knew he had 1 hour until they reached the clinic, so if he ran as fast as he could, they could be there within the golden hour. While rushing toward the clinic, he kept counting the time, and he wanted her to hold on for 20 more minutes. After arriving at the clinic, he commanded Obo and Bayon to prepare for emergency surgery and empty the bed, and they were worried to see her. Zhang Jai is also concerned to see this and wondered if this is an accident. Physician Hua requested that he help them, as they didn't have enough hands, and he turned up the lights, commanding his disciples to bring all the distilled liquor. Xian is already unconscious, and Manhwa found out that the bleeding is more severe than he thought, so he grasped the anesthesia solution from Obo and wanted to do it quickly to begin the surgery. Manhwa drank the anesthesia, then fed it to her, and wondered if it was because he ran without taking any breaks that he felt dizzy. However, he can't rest because he must quickly feed her the solution and begin the surgery right away. He told Zhang Jai to keep checking Xian's pulse, and if he feels the pressure dropping below 70% of what it is now, then he should let him know, and he understood. Manhwa couldn't explain it to them separately, so he told them to follow him closely behind, and they agreed. After he started incising the intestine, Zhang Jai was surprised to see that her small intestine didn't burst, but it had been torn apart. He wondered if Manhwa was going to save her like that, and he noticed that he was not in good condition, so this surgery wouldn't be easy. Still, Zhang Jai found it strange, as it felt like Manhwa was going to overcome it somehow, so he wanted him to succeed. After some time, Zhang Jai explained that her pressure is at about 90%, but this is slowly decreasing. Physician Hua understood, but thought it was terrific because the pace isn't too slow, and the torn part isn't too messy. However, the main issue is the bleeding. Shortly, Zhang Jai clarified that it's 80% and the speed of blood pressure dropping is increasing. Manhwa kept suturing the intestine and wanted Sion to hold on a little longer, because there was a mountain of things to teach and many of those to tell her. He was sure it wouldn't be long before she led a surgery, so he wanted her to hang in there just a bit longer. He told Obo to take out the blood, and Obo affirmed that he would do so, and Physician Hua kept begging her to hang on. After cleaning the blood, Physician Hua is pleased that the small intestine has been sealed, so Obo decides to continue removing the blood. He asked for her pulse, and Zhang Jai explained that it hadn't dropped to 70% and told him about the rate at which it was dropping. However, he becomes worried after checking her pulse, as it is quickening, which worries Manhwa, who wonders if it is a case of tachycardia. That is concerning because she doesn't have enough blood, and it's dangerous if she doesn't get a blood transfusion. Manhwa is the only one with a compatible blood type, but the surgery is still a long way from being completed. He told Obo to take the lead from this point on, and instructed him to follow his instructions without worrying. Obo understood, and Physician Hua told him not to be nervous, and he then commanded Bayon to take his blood, but to do so with the utmost care. After that, he requested Zhang Jai to keep checking her pulse, as he was going to give his blood to Sion. He told them not to take out the syringe until his blood pressure drops to 60% even if he passes out, and he leaves himself in their care. He instructed Obo to locate the small intestine fragments and not to close the abdomen with any remnants, even if it took time, so he wanted him to be thorough. After Obo agreed, Manhwa thought that it was good, as he had been living well all this time. Then he instructed Bayon to take it a bit slowly when removing the blood and calmly catch up, and Bayon affirmed. He again told them that it's alright to be slow, but they must be meticulous at all costs so that nothing is left behind in the abdomen. He thought about the system, which was either an angel or a demon, as he wanted to ask for a favor, that it treat him instantly when it revived him. So, he requested the system to help this child, even if it wasn't to that extent. Before becoming unconscious, he told Obo to feel with his hands under the small intestine gently. Physician Hua recalls how the system took advantage of him with the money he brought, overlooking the fact that the system had actually scammed him. He promised to work harder to save people and accumulate more good karma, so he requested the system to save her because he asked it earnestly. While he is praying, he senses a strange energy in his body which passes through his blood into Sion's body to help her recover. After some time, Sion opened her eyes and found herself in the tent. She tried to recall what had happened, remembering that she had fallen down a cliff because it was slippery. She tried to sit but shouted with pain as it hurt so much, and it was her first time feeling so much pain. She noticed a syringe in her artery, so she got worried on seeing this. Then she looked around and saw Physician Hua transferring his blood to her. She gets scared, wondering what he is doing right now because of the blood, and tries to call him. Zhang Jai told her to stay still because if her blood vessel burst, they would have to patch it again. However, she wanted to stop because her master is in that state, and Zhang Jai realized that both of them are stubborn. He told her to keep lying down because if Manhwa woke up, he would scold both of them, and he wanted to let Manhwa rest too. While taking the chair away, he wondered why Manhwa's sleeping habits were so poor, but he was relieved nonetheless, as it had stopped, and told her that she had only been awake for 5 days. He wanted to be honest that he didn't think she could get through the first day, since she not only spilled so much blood, but also lost a lot of blood after the surgery. Manhwa is the only one who can give her blood. He transfused his blood to her twice a day, and says he is fine. But Zhang Jai is a physician who knows how much blood one should lose to die. Manhwa puts his life on the line to save her, which fills Sion's eyes with tears. However, Zhang Jai is relieved because both of them are alive, so finding matching blood is indeed significant, and Sion blushed on hearing this. After some time, he is given the bitter decoctions to drink, and she feels dizzy after drinking them. Then, she hands the bowl back to Zhang Jai, and Physician Hua is pleased to see that she is doing fine. A month later, Manhwa asked for permission to look at her scar, and she agreed. She knew it was natural for a patient to show their wounds to a physician, but it was so embarrassing, and she wondered if other patients also felt shy when they showed themselves to the physician. She looked at Manhwa and realized he was looking at her with the gaze of a physician, but she was having strange thoughts. While Physician Hua is worried because it doesn't make sense, her abdomen is torn apart, but it's almost completely healed in just a month. Therefore, he wondered if it is even possible that the only scar left is this. Physician Hua is aware that this is how far this is going, no matter how good the prescriptions of Physician Zhang are, because even with the best modern medicine, it's impossible to heal this much, so he wondered what the reason could be. He checked her fever and realized that she had improved significantly, as her fever had also decreased. Xian thanked him for rushing over there with her on his back on that snowy road, and performed the surgery on her and even transfused his blood. Manhwa thought it was all thanks to Xian holding on well, because he had done nothing but treat her, and he was the one thankful to her. Physician Hua checked her pulse, which is stable as well, and he is relieved, but he knew that she only survived because she was fortunate, but she almost died. He thought that they should have returned when they found out the road was blocked, which was his fault, and because of his misjudgment, Xian was in danger, so if he had lost Xian, he couldn't forgive himself. While he is pondering, Xian accosts him, wanting to know if he is alright, and Physician Hua doesn't want him to worry about it, as it's more important to do better next time. He clarified that he is fine, and Xian worriedly called him, so his master clarified that he is fine. So he doesn't want her to worry because he is just apologetic for putting him in danger. He is grateful that she held up so well, and he wants to be more mindful so that this doesn't happen again in the future. He wanted to take responsibility for himself. Xian thanked him, but he reminded him about his hand, and Manhwa wondered what was wrong with his hand, only to notice that he had grabbed her hand accidentally. He immediately released her hand, so she wanted to leave now, and she understood. Manhwa told him to rest for a while more and focus on his recovery for the time being, and he is worried that they would have been misunderstood if someone else had seen them, as this is an era with strict separation between men and women. After coming out of the tent, he wondered what was wrong with his heart as it was beating so irregularly, and he wondered if it was an arrhythmia, so he hoped he would be alright. After some time, it was the 5th year of Yongpyong, year 188, March. Cao family Luoyang. Cao told him that he was on fire in the Ju. Physician Hua inquired if he had been well, and Cao figured he had seen him soon since it's the new year, and he didn't expect him to come visit so quickly. Manhwa clarified that he wanted to visit quickly since the things are settled, and he is going to check the elder's health first, while he is there. However, given his age, it wouldn't be surprising if he collapsed at any moment. He went to Cao Teng's room, greeted him, and was pleased to see him after a while. Cao Teng heard that he had been swamped, which mortified Manhwa, who thought he should have visited him more often. Cao Teng said it's nonsense because he has already visited him during the holidays. Physician Hua looked at him, startled to see him gain weight, but he knew if he was following the diet therapy and exercising, so there was no way he should be gaining weight like that. Manhwa decides to take a look at his pulse and realizes his stone vessel is excessively stiff, but his yin energy is too thick. He noticed his edema is also severe, and his skin doesn't return to normal quickly, and he is swollen all over his body. Physician Hua asked Cao Teng if his body had started to swell, and Cao Teng was unsure, as it had been around 3 months since he had noticed any change, and he hadn't given it much thought, so he had only been diligently taking the decoctions. Manhwa is worried because these symptoms are all related to a kidney problem, and it doesn't seem like an infectious disease since there is no fever. However, he can't be sure what illness it is without a blood test and a urine test. Still, he wants to find the cause to treat it. After inspecting the kidney, he realized that Cao Teng's kidney was shrinking and had irregularities on its surface, which were obvious. He became certain of his chronic kidney failure. His kidney has a visible deformity, and considering his advanced age, high blood pressure, and diabetes, he can't be cured in this era. Physician Hua told his sworn grandfather that he could not cure this disease, which shocked Cao Teng. Later, Zhu Gao asked Physician Hua what he meant since he is Manhwa, then he should be able to do something about it. He wondered if Manhwa had made a mistake in his diagnosis because the other physician said that a few days of rest would lead to recovery. Cao Teng told him not to make a fuss because Manhwa noted there is no cure for this, and is sure it might be true if the miracle-working physician who saved dying people says that. Cao Teng appreciated him for working hard and coming all the way over, and he wanted him to take a rest. Zhu Gao refused to tell his father that they would have other physicians examine his body and find a way to cure his disease. Cao Teng furiously slammed on the table because he couldn't expect anything from the fools who failed to notice that he was sick. Cao Teng uttered that if it weren't for Manhwa, he would have died without even knowing the reason while stuffing his face with the decoctions brewed by fools, and he told them to leave at once, and Zhu Gao affirmed when he left. That night, while trying to fall asleep, he found out that he had a deadly disease, and he was annoyed as he kept craving water when he couldn't even pee. Suddenly, Physician Hua arrived with the water, scaring Cao Teng, who cursed him and told him to leave. Manhwa apologized, as he should have recognized it a bit sooner. As his sworn grandson, he had been negligent in his care for his health, and he apologized accordingly. Cao Teng clarified that it was his choice to set him free, but he guessed this was the price he had to pay for it. However, Cao Teng acknowledged that it is an undeniable fact that he greatly benefited his family because they helped so many people. Rather than extending his life by a few more years, the Cao family name should be remembered in history, so he doesn't want to worry about it, and everything flows along its natural course. Physician Hua asked if that was all there was, and Cao Teng affirmed, as that was indeed the case. Cao Teng was the master of the Muddy Stream faction and a legendary eunuch, who died in the 5th year of Yongpyong, April 188. The numerous feudal lords, civil and military officials, attended Cao Teng's funeral rites. A month later, Cao clarified that his grandfather told him to stay for just 10 more days, but he ended up staying the whole month. Physician Hua doesn't listen to him, which makes Cao realize that he is planning to go around providing relief again. One would explain that his second brother was holding a wedding, and Cao had also heard about it, so he knew he was the only one left out of the 3 brothers now. Physician Hua is angry because he wants to take care of himself, so he requests that they let him be, but he wants to say something before leaving. Cao wondered what the matter was, and Manhwa told him to be careful, as the imperial palace would be even more chaotic now that the grandfather had passed away. Manhwa is confident that it will unleash the pent-up emotions of the eunuchs whom the Marquis of Fei's village oppressed. Cao cursed those eunuchs, so he supposed there was still one good thing coming out of it, that he didn't need to be wary of his grandfather anymore. As Manhwa thought he was walking on eggshells with him, because he hates eunuchs so much, he wondered how he had held back all this time. He decided to take his leave, and Cao told him to be careful and send his regards to Yuan Rang as well. He found it odd, wondering what would happen because if the emperor died, his grandfather was still alive. But in this case, the 10 Attendants rebellion will definitely break out, which is not his stage to step in, nor a flow should interfere with it, because everything will change if he meddles clumsily. He decided to leave it for a while and wanted to continue living as a physician, just as he had up until now. However, that was all there was to it, just as his grandfather had said, and he remembered Cao Teng's last words as he left. During the 5th year of Yongpyong, in July 188, Governor Hua Bun of Kaio County held his wedding ceremony with Ban He, and Physician Hua congratulated them. Hua Bun never thought the great Hua Chuo would commend him, and he felt shy, but Physician Hua requested him to stop calling him that. Hua Bun inquired what he would do now, as he could no longer excuse himself by saying he must marry before he does, and he is the only one left now, which infuriated Physician Hua. Meanwhile, Xian is in awe that she has attended a wedding ceremony after a long time, and can tell that the groom and bride are happy. She has so much trouble when she went around saying that she already had an arranged partner, but now there is no one proposing to her anymore. But that is fine for her because during that time, she learned medical skills unknown to the world. Abruptly, Manhwa's mother arrived and was surprised to see Lady Xian there, uttering that they had someone well past the prime age for marriage. Xian is mortified after hearing this, so she wants to explain, but her auntie tells her that it's all right because her youngest son hasn't gotten married, even though he has to do it soon. Xian wondered what she meant by to get it done. Physician Hua's mother clarified that she is still not worried because her youngest son has such a wonderful young lady by his side, so she wanted her to hang in there. Xian's heart skipped a beat, wondering if she just approved of her, and she started blushing. Hua Bun saw this, so he grabbed Manhwa and supposed they would soon hear some good news. Physician Hua wondered what he meant, and Hua Bun supposed he should call Xian's sister-in-law now. Manhwa wondered what he meant, and his brother told him to reflect on himself because their mother was acting so swiftly. Manhwa wanted to take care of it himself, and he found it troublesome. In November, Luo Yang met Cao, and Cao asked if he was all right. Luo Yang also inquired about his health. Manhwa is annoyed because he has been pestered for almost 3 months about when he would hold his wedding. Cao clarified that is why he should have gone through it earlier, and he supposed someone around him could be a good match. Manhwa turned pale and requested his sworn brother not to say the same. He has been roasted to a crisp at home already, and now, because Cao is doing it so well, he is concerned to become even more conscious of it. Physician Hua decided to forget about it and asked how he had been doing these days. Cao clarified that it's almost the same, as he's still the colonel in charge of the army's arrangement. Manhwa revealed that he had been the colonel of the army's arrangement for 3 years, a position that differed from his previous role, and he was expected to return to Luo Yang around this time. He recalled that there were no records indicating Cao had taken part in the 10 Attendants rebellion, but he had no plan to get involved. Cao wanted to introduce him to someone that day, and Manhwa wondered who it was that he even needed his opinion. Abruptly, the door opens, and Cao sighs as Benchu is never on time. Physician Hua is shocked, wondering if by Benchu, he meant Yuan Shao. Benchu wanted them to be grateful as he came to this shabby inn and told them of the saying that leisure is a virtue of a wise man. Cao clarified that there is no such thing as leisure in the 5 constant virtues, which comes from someone who denies the virtue of calm and composed, yet not arrogant. Yuan Shao is pleased to meet him and introduces himself. Physician Hua thought it was insane, but he introduced himself, and Yuan Shao remarked that meeting the assistant imperial censorate would be shocking. But he was also Manhwa, a sworn brother of Cao. He knew that people called him Manhwa, but he knew how to handle the demon of the heart well. If he catered to his mood, he would probably end up suffering from a fit of anger himself. Cao told him to shut up, and Yuan Shao wanted him to take a look at his pulse one day. Manhwa clarified that he is a simple countryman with neither the skill nor the capability for such a thing. Cao told him never to examine him, even if he came to him complaining of being sick, and Yuan Shao realized he had a knack for saying harsh things. Physician Hua is a bit irritated, so he wants him to stop it as it sounds strange coming from someone who died from a headache or someone who vomited and died. He knew these 2 people before him were going to be engaged in the greatest battle of the 3 kingdoms, the Battle of Guandu. He didn't want to see far ahead because Yuan Shao would subdue the rebellion of the 10 attendants that was expected to happen next year, but the result was complete failure. After a while, Yuan Shao told Cao to start speaking now, because no matter how reputable a physician Manhwa was, there was no way he could summon him there to introduce a physician. Cao explained that it is because his father stepped down from the commandant position. Manhwa realized that Zhugao was fired as soon as his grandfather passed away. Yuan Shao supposed he might be a very important person to him and clarified that he would help Lord Hua twice in the future. Cao found him petty because he thought Yuan Shao would help him 3 times, but 3 times is so much for him. While Manhwa pondered what he was on about and wanted to know why he wanted to help him. He supposed that he might be saying it because he had been dismissed from his position as the assistant imperial censorate. Since the Yuan Shao family is the head of the Muddy Stream faction, even the eunuchs wouldn't dare to act recklessly, which is why he is trying to place Yuan Shao as his backer. Cao decided to give up, clarifying that he would be indebted to him, and Yuan Shao agreed, which Cao found annoying. Physician Hua found it touching because the great Cao is taking such good care of him. He didn't want to be on the receiving end, so he told Cao that in the near future, when his life is at risk and he can no longer trust anyone, he should never draw his sword first. Manhwa sought to erase the first Black History incident, and was aware of the Liu Bosch family incident, the Zhuzhou massacre, and the complete defeat in the Battle of Wan Province, collectively known as Cao's top 3 Black History incidents. The murder of Liu Bosch's entire family ultimately happened when Dong Zhuo seized power, and the best thing would be to prevent Dong Zhuo from entering Luoyang, but that is something he can't do anything about. Since everything will be solved if only this guy there doesn't summon Dong Zhuo, but there is no way to stop him. Since he is a suspicious person, just mentioning Dong Zhuo would make him think something is off, and this isn't a situation where he can say anything either. Cao wondered what he meant by saying he should never draw his sword first when his life was at risk. Manhwa advised him to think it over when he found himself in a similar situation. He wondered when Cao had started changing his mind, given that he was more loyal than anyone. But he supposed it began when Cao killed Liu Bosch's family. Yuan Shao knew that Cao acted without thinking things through, so he admitted that he was insightful, as he heard, and Cao told him to shut up. Yuan Shao urged Manhwa to give him a piece of advice as well, and Manhwa wouldn't think of any advice for him when he is a mere common man. But he knew he wouldn't listen to him even if he gave advice. Yuan Shao realized that he was humbler than the rumors said, so he never thought such a person would be under Cao and wondered if he was too good to be under him. Manhwa wondered if he was that direct a person like him, and Cao didn't even feel like responding now. He wondered if Yuan Shao was checking on his brother Cao, or if he was trying to mock him. Cao explains that Manhwa is his sworn brother, but before that, he was a physician who saved the lives of people around the world. Therefore, he is not someone under him, but he is under the sky, which impressed Yuan Shao and Manhwa, who also found it touching. Cao furiously asked if he had gotten it, and Yuan Shao replied that his heart hurt. Physician Hua didn't want them to say it, and Yuan Shao wished to take his leave, so he wanted to leave now and hoped to see him again. Yuan Shao hoped that when they met again, it would not be on the battlefield. In the 6th year of Yongpyong, April of the lunar calendar, at the Hua family, Yu Bang followed him, and Manhwa wondered if something was wrong. Yu Bang explained that the emperor has passed away, so he was trying to let him know as soon as possible. But the surveillance by the 10 eunuchs is so strict. Physician Hua is relieved to know that he returned safe and sound. Yu Bang is mortified as he couldn't prepare the things he asked, and Manhwa told him to get it ready by the end of this year. Yu Bang asked Manhwa if he thinks the world would be in chaos. Manhwa affirmed, telling him that it's incomparably worse than the Yellow Turban Rebellion, and the chaos that's coming will engulf the entire world. Yu Bang supposed they should be preparing to evacuate themselves, but wondered why they weren't leaving. Manhwa explained that everywhere will be a battlefield, so there wouldn't be any safe place, and they can work hard and save at least one more person. In the year 189, Emperor Liu Hong passed away, and he asked Jian Shuo, one of the 10 attendants, to take care of Prince Liu Zai if Chen Liu. However, Jian Shuo, who held a grudge against General He Jin, the maternal uncle of the crown Prince Liu Bian, plotted to kill He Jin and support the Prince of Chen, Liu. However, the Minister of War, Pan Yin, reported this plan to He Jin, and Jian Shuo was subsequently killed by him. When General He Jin supported Liu Bian as emperor, the hardliners, including Yuan Shao, persuaded He Jin to kill the eunuchs in response. Yuan Shao devised a plan for He Jin. First, he had the soldiers disguise themselves as Black Mountain bandits and set fire to the coalition base, making it appear like they were responsible. Second, the general under He Jin conscripted soldiers and enlisted external warlords to instill fear among the Black Mountain bandits. Third, he criticized and condemned the policy of appeasing the Black Mountain bandits, which Emperor Ling and the 10 attendants were pushing, so he used this as a pretext to eliminate the 10 attendants. The fourth, along with the warlord, launched a campaign to suppress the Black Mountain bandits and cover up the true turn of events that had happened. But the warlords who were heading to Luoyang joined hands with Dong Zhuo, and they found it fascinating. In August, General He Jin was murdered by the 10 attendants, which greatly angered Wu Kuang, Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, and the others. They led their forces and massacred the 10 attendants and the eunuch. More than 2,000 eunuchs were slaughtered altogether, and Zhang Rang, one of the 10 attendants, threatened Emperor Liu Bian and Prince Liu Zai, forcing them to flee the palace. However, as Yuan Shao's pursuit reached a critical point, they jumped into a nearby river. However, Dongzhu secured Liu Bian and Liu Zai, and he entered Luoyang. On the Dongzhuo lunar calendar, the 1st of September, he deposed Liu Bian and installed Liu Zai as the emperor. Afterwards, he implemented a brutal reign, wielding absolute power. Yuan Sha, in opposition to Dongzhu, moved south to the Bohai Commandery, and Jaizhu built his forces. Dongzhu appointed Cao Cao as the colonel of the armed cavalry in an attempt to win him over to his side. But Cao Cao rejected the appointment and refused to take office. Instead, he returned to his hometown. After arriving at his hometown, he went to Liu Bosch's house to prevent Dongzhu's pursuit, and he apologized for coming to his brother out of the blue. Liu Bosch didn't want him to be apologetic because he made the right choice, wondering what he had been through to turn out like this. After taking him inside, he wanted to bring a drink to warm him up, as it was extremely cold. Cao Cao kept crying and regretting that he should have gotten rid of Dongzhu during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, and couldn't believe that beast had a hold over the emperor now, so he wanted to kill him at all costs. Suddenly, he heard a noise, and he wondered what it was, realizing it was the sound of a sword being drawn. He heard someone saying to quickly close the room door, as they would be in trouble if he ran away. He heard the lady asking him if he had brought the rope for restraining him, and she was sure that this should be fine. Cao Cao wondered what he was talking about, running away and tying down, and pondered if they were talking about him. He grabbed his sword while going close to the door and heard the lady trying to quieten the man, as he didn't think this would end easily. He finally understood everything, and he had known from the moment he left the imperial palace that everywhere he stepped became a battlefield, so he didn't want to be defeated in this battlefield. After coming out, he saw the lady sharpening the knife, and he immediately attacked her. Abruptly, some other people saw this, wondering what was happening, but he killed them all after it, and is relieved. He didn't hear their screams because of the rain, but suddenly he heard a pig moaning, so he looked back and realized they were talking about him. Physician Hua's words came into his mind all of a sudden as he warned him never to draw his sword out first when his life is at risk. Shortly, Liu Bosch came there. He was shocked to see all of his family members dead, so he dropped the drinks in shock, and then went to them and thought there was no way they would be dead. Cao Cao apologized to him, as he had ended up betraying his hospitality due to his suspicions. He clarified that he would rather betray others than have them betray him, and he raised his sword to kill him. 2 months later, in the first year of Chu Ping year 190, January, many warlords, including Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, Han Fu, and Gong Zhu, raised a coalition army to overthrow Dongzhou. Sun Jian, as the vanguard of the coalition army, attacked Si Shui Pass, and 4 days later, at the military camp of the anti-Dongzhou coalition army, Manhwa ordered his disciples to take them inside. He told Obo to segregate the patients and realized that chaos still prevailed, even after they had gathered the troops. However, the good thing is that he started preparing last year. Otherwise, they would have run short on medical supplies. He cursed his fortune as he thought things would follow the history since Gong Sun Zan wasn't part of the coalition army. But the battles ended up unfolding like the Three Kingdom novel instead. Physician Hua is struggling with the jumbled up history, and this is what ultimately happens. Sun Jian is infuriated with himself for not sending the military provisions, and he has a favor to ask Manhwa. Manhwa felt uneasy, so he wondered what it was now, and Sun Jian requested him to give a stern scolding to those feudal lords. He's begging Physician Hua to at least pretend to listen to the words of Manhwa if it's him. Manhwa wondered if they thought he would be listened to when they gathered for their greed. Sun Jian is sure there aren't many who aren't indebted to him gathered there. Manhwa could know about 8 of them, but he had been wandering the world for over 10 years helping people and providing relief even before the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Sun Jian thought they would be nothing more than a disorganized mob that would scatter if they couldn't behead Huakshan. Manhwa doesn't think so, as the famous saying goes, after beheading him, Guan Yu will return before the wine cools, if everything goes as in the novel. Physician Hua understood, so he had no other choice when he put it that way, but he didn't want him to expect anything. At the coalition command post, General Han is infuriated by Yuan Shu's boasting, but he wants to look at this as he said he would, taking care of everything. Yuan Shu wanted him not to be too harsh and clarified that Lord Yuan could even predict this. The general wondered what he would do now that Huakshan had come this close, but Yuan Shu wanted him to stay still because there was nothing he could do now. General Han uttered that the same goes for him, but Yuan Shu wondered if he was done blabbering, but he still didn't admit that he said something wrong. Outside the camp, Manhwa heard their thought it's a mess, and shortly Liu Bei came there as pleased to see Manhwa after a long time. Manhwa wondered why he was still outside and asked about it. Cao Cao heard his voice, so he wondered if that was Manhwa's voice, and was sure there was no way he wouldn't be at a place where patients are. He remembered how he had killed Lu Bosch's family and wondered what he should do. Cao Cao came out, telling his comrade that they didn't have time for this and left. General Han is startled to see this, so he follows Cao to stop him. But Cao Cao is apologetic to Manhwa and is too embarrassed to face him. On the other side, Physician Hua asked Liu Bei how he had been doing recently. Liu Bei clarified that thanks to him, they are doing well, and he has been the governor of Gaotang County of Ping Yuan Commandery. Manhwa asked Zhang Fei if he had beaten the man up, and Zhang Fei apologized to him. Manhwa recalls that Liu Bai was stationed in Pei State, while Colonel Cao wondered why he was at Gaotang County. Liu Bei clarified that he raised an army from Gaotang and came, which shocked Physician Hua because it went neither according to the history nor the novel. Physician Hua told them to wait a moment and remember that Cao will coolly introduce them in their debut. But he wondered why he isn't coming out as he should be the one to teach them. He kept hearing them argue that what Yuan Shu is going to do now, and Yuan Shu found it frustrating that he come out instead. It has been an hour, so Manhwa is annoyed, as they will be standing there until tomorrow at this rate, so they have no choice. He told General Yuan that he was there and explained that he had cured all the injured soldiers, so he inquired if there were more injured. Yuan Sha gets infuriated to see that the physician dares to barge in, and Liu Dai is pleased to see Manhwa there. He wondered how long it had been and explained that he is the prefectural governor of Yanzhou, Liu Dai. Physician Hua recalls that he was the one who was hit with an arrow on the side during the Yellow Turban Rebellion and remembers that Yu Jin asked for a favor. Bao Xin introduced himself and then asked Manhwa if he had been doing well. Kong Rong was embarrassed that they were only meeting now, but pleased to finally meet his subordinate savior. Tao Qian wondered how that was possible and wondered why they weren't made aware that the great Hua Chuo was there with them. Yuan Shao supposed these were indeed troubled times, after seeing that everyone was talking too much. He mentioned that they had an unexpected noble person, but he wondered what had brought him to the command post. He claimed that not kicking him out was his first favor, and Physician Hua was infuriated to know that he was going to make an opportunity out of letting him slide. Manhwa clarified that it's natural to report the situation as the one responsible for the rear guard of the army. He knows this is rude of him, but his acquaintances were panicking outside the tent. so he brought them in, and they are the people who have decided to join in the effort to fight Dongzhu. Liu Bei, along with his comrades, was shocked, and Yuan Shao sighed after seeing them. Liu Dai was sure they might be extraordinary commanders if they were acquaintances of Manhwa, and he asked where they were from. Manhwa explained that they were descendants of the Han imperial family, which pleased all of them. However, as soon as Liu Bei clarified that he was the magistrate of Gaotang County, they were dumbfounded. Yuan Shao realized that Physician Hua had brought distinguished people, as he said they were descendants of the imperial family. But the situation wasn't looking so good, as they could see. Abruptly, General Huaxing, the military commander of Dongzhu's army, shouted from the entrance that they were traitors and demanded that they open the gate and surrender if they wanted to live. Otherwise, Huaxing will skew their heads to this spear and present it to the Grand Commandant, asking if they are listening, cowards. Liu Dai wondered who was going against him, and his comrade had already set out their generals, so it was now time for others to step forward. Physician Hua found it a mess and thought that his brother Cao should step up and say something at a time like this, but he wondered where he was. Yuan Shao wanted to hear Wanhua's opinion, as he had come to their command post and asked if he had a strategy to resolve the situation. He wondered if he could persuade Huaxing, since they share the same Hua family name. Wanhua is annoyed as he doesn't feel right stepping in there, but he has no other choice since Yuan Shao has laid out the board for him. Physician Hua pointed towards Liu Bei, thinking the better option was over there. Liu Bei is shocked but supposes Wanhua is trying to give them a chance. However, the atmosphere is too bad, as it feels like they will be shredded into pieces with a single mistake. Wanhua puts his hand on his shoulder, telling him to believe his little brother, as it's all right. Liu Bei thought he was right because he believed in his little brother, and they had come all the way there thanks to him. He looked at Guan Yu, so he stepped forward and introduced himself, which made them wonder what kind of life that was now, and they were annoyed to see all sorts of people around them. Guan Yu told them to send him because if they did, he would ensure that he would slash Huaxing's head and present it before everyone there. They thought it was nonsense because even the renowned generals couldn't do anything about him, so a mere officer under a county magistrate can't do much as well, and they requested General Yuan to kick out this arrogant man. Physician Hua is agitated on hearing them, and Liu Bei agrees that they are all correct because Guan Yu is just a general of the cavalry, and that is precisely why they have nothing to lose. Yuan Shao smiled cunningly as nothing much would change, as they would only have a nameless general die, and the army morale wouldn't go down as such. However, if they fail, they will take responsibility as well, and Liu Bei is gladly willing to offer his head to him in that case. Yuan Shao thought it was a good spirit, so he allowed it, but uttered that it was not just for him but Wanhua as well. He looked at Wanhua in the corner, wondering what he was doing, and he clarified that he was pouring wine. Guan Yu clarified there is no need for a farewell drink, and Wanhua corrected him, as it's not the farewell drink, but a congratulatory drink, so he needed to have this drink when he returned. Guan Yu understood, so he grabbed his weapon and wanted to return before the wine cools down. Yuan Shao looked at Wanhua furiously, finding him quite arrogant. He wonders if Physician Hua doesn't know he will be subjected to even greater scrutiny than Liu Bei if he fails, or if he thinks no one can mess with him because of his position as a medical officer. Furthermore, Cao is not there, so if he fails, this pack of wolves wouldn't let him go, so at that time, it will be quite a show to watch. After a while, they were startled to hear a strange sound, so they wondered if he was already dead. They rushed out, knowing this would happen and that it would raise the enemy's morale. They then asked Liu Bei what they should do next. However, Wanhua's and Zhang Fei smiled confidently after seeing Guan Yu return with Huaxing's head. All of the generals were dumbfounded on seeing this, and Liu Bei smiled happily. Physician Hua tapped on his shoulder, wondering what he was doing, when his little brother returned from a victorious battle. Liu Bei looked at the wine bowl and thought Wanhua should take the drink for him, but Physician Hua reminded him that he is his little brother. Liu Bei wanted all the lords to rest assured because General Guan had returned with the head of the enemy commander Huaxing and wished for glory for the imperial palace. Several lords began to believe Liu, and they never expected him to conceal such a general on his side, which they had expected from the descendant of the imperial family. They needed him to ride the momentum and drive out the traitors because this is their only chance. Liu Bei looked at Wanhua as he left and thanked him for his help. While Wanhua is worried that he ended up getting involved because Cao was there, he is still relieved that it worked out well, but he wonders where Cao went. Meanwhile, Cao is watching him from hiding, and after everything is resolved, he leaves but is apologetic to Physician Hua. After that, Lu Bu faced the allied forces at Hu Lao Pass and defeated several generals. In response, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei united to launch a combined attack and drive him out. Once Lu Bu was defeated, Lai Su quickly turned his army around, and Yuan Shao's forces pursued the Dongzhou army and attacked them. Manhwa followed the troops and marched toward Luoyang, treating the wounded along the way. But a few days later, Dongzhou burned down Luoyang. Physician Hua felt even more devastated after seeing it in person and cursed Dongzhou for killing countless people, and he wondered where Cao Cao was. After a while, he accosted General Liu and asked about General Cao's whereabouts. General Liu explained that Cao Cao is going west to kill Dongzhou. Manhwa is worried to hear that he has already been defeated, as Zhu Rong would have thoroughly defeated the current forces. He was supposed to suggest bringing more troops, but he wondered how it was that Cao hadn't shown his nose bridge until now. Physician Hua is confident that he would survive if things went according to history, but he doesn't feel good about this at all. He worriedly accosted Obo, instructing him to gather as many physicians as possible and attend to the wounded first, and Obo affirmed. He instructed Yu Bang to gather all people available, which made him wonder what he planned to do. Physician Hua explained that they are going to the Bayan River because he is sure that his sworn brother is in danger. The next day, at Silihenan Commandery near Xingyang County, Cao Cao commanded the troops to retreat. He told Zai Zio that they must open up an escape route, and his comrade affirmed, so he left and hoped to meet him at Hene Commandery. Cao Cao cursed his fortune as he never thought Lu Bu would step in himself. Shortly, he turned to leave, but countless arrows attacked him and his horse, and he fell to the ground, which worried him. The attackers rushed toward him to capture him, but before they could do that, they were attacked by Zillion. Cao Cao's sixth cousin and the greatest financier of his army, Cao Hong, with the courtesy name Zillion, wanted to stop lying there looking pathetic and get up, as he should pay back all the money he owed him before dying. Cao Cao clarified that it will take 100 years to pay all of it back, and Cao Hong told him that he can't die in a place like this, so he wanted him to get out of this place quickly. After putting Cao Cao on his horse, he patted it, and it ran away. Meanwhile, the enemy army finally caught up with him, and Cao Hong looked back, wanting him to live long because the world could do without someone like him. But a hero like Cao Cao was essential. Around 1 hour later, Dongzhou soldiers were cornering him, as he was the only one left. Cao Hong is having a hard time handling them because there are too many of them, and he is reaching his limits in holding on. Momentarily, one of the soldiers injured his leg, so he knelt, and he guessed he wouldn't be getting his money back as he saw a sword at his head. Abruptly, his enemy's sword was knocked down, which shocked Hong, so he wondered if that was the rescue force. He cannot tell how they are, but this is his chance to leave because if everything goes well, he will be able to reunite with Cao Cao. Before he could leave, he was told to wait for a moment as they would take care of it shortly. Cao Hong smirked, telling him that he has pride too, so he can't sit back and accept help, as it would be disrespectful to the benefactor who came all the way to this deadly place. He asked for his benefactor's name, and He-Man took off his hood, introduced himself, and in this way, the heaven-shooting devil He-Man saved him. After arriving at the Alliance Army base camp, Cao Hong is glad to know that little brother Hua was the one who sent the rescue force, and he feels greatly indebted to him. Manhwa becomes infuriated and asks who said he could fight until the injuries worsen, and wonders what he meant by little brother when they met today. Hong felt his soul leave his body due to the tight bandage, and he clarified that he meant Manhwa knew his brother, Cao. Physician Hua told him to forget about it and have a rest on the bed, but Hong wanted to know if his brother would be all right. Manhwa clarified that thanks to Hong's effort, he was able to receive timely treatment, so with a bit of rest and recuperation, Cao would recover quickly. However, that is the way of the past, so Cao should be awake, and he might be pretending to be asleep. Cao Cao was startled, so he opened his eyes and asked how he knew. Manhwa clarified that his breathing is different and requested that they give them some space, so they left. He dragged the stool, asked what would have happened if something bad had happened to him, but he was still relieved to see it didn't turn out worse. Cao Cao remembered Lu Boche's family slaughter and started trembling, telling him that he couldn't fulfill his request and apologizing. Physician Hua is worried because, in the end, Cao Cao drew his sword, which is why he has been avoiding him all this time. Cao Cao is scared, but what scares him more than killing a close friend or not being able to remember his words is that, in that moment, he felt at peace. Physician Hua worriedly told him to stop and clarified that it wouldn't be enough, even if he apologized on his knees for what he had done. He didn't want him to repeat such things, as he shouldn't feel at peace, and he preferred that he had no other choice. so he wanted him to get himself together. His loud shout snapped Cao Cao out of his wild imagination, and Manhwa inquired if he wanted to be remembered as a madman in history. Cao Cao fell into deep thought after hearing that he would be called a madman, and assured him that he would never let that happen, as he couldn't be a madman. Manhwa gets concerned, so he tells him not to move because his wound isn't healed. Cao Cao clarified that the one he needs forgiveness from is already dead, so he doesn't know what he should do now. Manhwa considered suggesting that he find any blood relative and apologize if it were up to him, but he had neither the right nor the authority to demand such an apology, since it doesn't matter whether Cao Cao becomes the cunning hero of the era or a wise ruler, because it's an age of chaos. However, whatever happens, he wanted to stop the Zuzhu massacre from happening because tens of thousands would also lose their lives, including innocent civilians caught in the chaos. So, whether it's political or personal, it doesn't matter, but it must be stopped. And that's also why he's trying to prevent the Lu Bosch incident from happening. However, the information he could give Cao Cao was too lacking, and he tried to let things take their course, but he didn't want his sworn brother to fall into ruin there. Therefore, he told Cao there is no point in blaming himself for what has already happened, because the important thing now is how they clean up the spilled water. He told Cao Cao never to forget the wrong he committed that day, and what consequences followed as a result, because those sins are ones he must carry for the rest of his life. Cao Cao clarified that it was a given, so until the day he died, he would carry this burden. Manhwa said it was not enough, so he asked if the 10 attendants told him to live the rest of his life in repentance, he would accept it. Physician Hua wanted him to find a way because he believed he would devise a method that anyone in the world would regard as genuine repentance. Manhwa told his sworn brother that he must not be remembered as a criminal in history. 4 months later, as the Allied forces didn't engage in battle, Manhwa headed toward Kaio County. Manhwa didn't expect everyone to stop moving when Cao Cao suffered a crushing defeat and returned. This explains why there are so few records of battles against Dongzhu in the historical records. He supposed Cao Cao might be most disappointed as he had gathered the forces to fight Dongzhu, but in reality, it was a group gathered because of each individual's desire. The Allied forces will dissolve without a clear conclusion, and the rivalry between warlords will begin, and the real battle will start from then on. Furthermore, Physician Hua knew that as they fought each other on all sides, it became impossible to keep up with them. Even though Sun Jian might have found the Imperial Seal, it will eventually fall into Yuan Shu's hands, so that he can do nothing about it. However, what Manhwa must do now is something he is going to do, and he arrived at the Hua family's Kaio County residence. Bishop Myung-il welcomed him at the entrance, which shocked Physician Hua, and he apologized for not having notified him beforehand. Manhwa clarified that it is not a problem, but he wanted to know what brought him all the way there. Myung-il explained that they had taken the Hao sect, and Physician Hua remembers Lady Cho saying something about this. Lady Cho noted that information from some courtesan houses is being reported with omissions in the Hao sect and asked Myung-il if he should start preparing for this, as it is a sign of the approach to the Taiping era. Myung-il affirmed that, as a disciple of the Xianhyang house, named Choseol, she was of great help when she heard it was related to Manhwa. She actively cooperated. Physician Hua told Myung-il, informed him that the information from the entire Central Plains would be given to him. Myung-il is confident that he can filter out rumors, and since it has been years since he left the cult, he wonders how long Manhwa will continue to call him bishop. Manhwa asked for forgiveness because it was hard to change, as he was now accustomed to it. Myung-il requested him to call him the troop leader from now on, as he has taken control of the historian's merchant troop. Physician Hua is surprised to learn that he has established a merchant troop, and Myung-il expected that Manhwa wouldn't know what kind of organization that is. He explained that it is the best troop in Luoyang that received the wholehearted support of the 10 attendants. It was an enormous merchant guild that grew by handling half of the goods supplied to the imperial palace. Physician Hua supposed its power had waned after the fall of the 10 attendants and Dongzhu taking control of the court, and Luoyang had turned into a pile of ashes. Myung-il explained that, on the contrary, it's a relief that Dongzhu didn't get his hands on them, due to which they could absorb the historian's merchant troop network and transportation capabilities. With that, Myung-il's virtuous flower merchant troop has risen to become one of the top 3 merchant groups in the Central Plains. Manhwa realized he was already managing another merchant group. Myung-il reminded Physician Hua that he had told him to gather information and raise funds, so everything was carried out according to his foresight. Therefore, he requested that he accept the Hao sect and the merchant troop. Physician Hua is shocked because this is too much for him to handle, as he can't even manage them. Myung-il realized that he was worrying for nothing, as they would run the management, so he didn't need to worry about that, and they would follow him as long as they were alive. Manhwa agreed that money and information are truly valuable in these impending chaotic times, and he can also gather people around him. But that's why it's making him anxious, as it feels like he's being sucked into this war chaos. Still, Physician Hua wants to survive, so he needs power. So he told the troop leader, Myung-il, that they should do it together. The following day, Physician Hua woke up, stretched his body, and was annoyed because he couldn't sleep. Myung-il had told him that Yijai would stop by to give him some more gifts, and he wondered if Yijai was preparing something as well. Abruptly, Yijai accosted Manhwa to greet him, and Manhwa came out. Yijai commanded all soldiers of the Yanju commander to entrust their lives to Manhwa. Since all the soldiers knelt before Physician Hua, he felt angry after realizing that was the gift Myung-il meant. Not long after Sun Jian took the emperor's imperial seal and left, Luo Yang and Yuan Shao ordered the governor of Jingzhou, Liu Bao, to attack Sun Jian. As the warlord's food supplies dwindled, they began to fight each other for resources. Amid the chaos, Liu Dai, the governor of Yanzhou, attacked and killed Kaio Mao, the administrator of Dongjun, and Manhwa was aware of all this in advance. In the first year of the Chu Ping era, year 191, Physician Hua encountered an unexpected obstacle when a child paid her respects to him and requested that he take her in as his disciple. Manhwa wondered who she was, and the child replied that she was Sarah, the youngest person in the historian merchant troupe, and she requested that he take her in as his disciple, as she wanted to be in his care. Physician Hua finally understands why he couldn't reach troop leader Myung-il these days and wonders if that is what he meant by saying someone from the historian's merchant troupe would find him. Sarah also wanted to become a physician, but Physician Hua was already having a hard time teaching those 3 kids, so he apologized, explaining that he had no plan to take on any more disciples. Sarah realized she had made a mistake, so she put down her luggage and said she had forgotten to ask again after fixing his posture. Manhwa wondered what she was doing, as she should only kneel before her parents and the emperor. Sarah clarified that it is also for her master, and Manhwa agreed, as that is true, but he is not her master yet. Sarah begs him to take her in, but Manhwa can't afford to take in any more disciples. Sarah is annoyed, as this is different from what Myung-il said, and he had said he would take her in, so Physician Hua wondered what he was saying. Sarah explained that he said that if Manhwa accepts her as his disciple, then her father would consider passing on the merchant troupe to him positively. Manhwa wondered if it's a deal, and Sarah clarified it's alright, even though it took her half a year to convince her father, so she supposed she could kneel to him for about 1 year. She is delighted to show her resolution, but Physician Hua finds it bad, as rebellions will start breaking out throughout the entire nation, so he has no time to teach a disciple. He wanted to hold back until those children were able to take in their disciples, but he realized this kid wasn't going to give up easily. Manhwa told her to stop acting like this there and come, but Sarah refused as that would make her look bad. Manhwa told her that the scorching sun would be tough on her, but Sarah supposed it would deliver her resolve properly. Physician Hua told her to take a chair, but Sarah said that when the body is comfortable, the mind becomes relaxed, so that is not good. Meanwhile, Physician Hua's disciples were looking at them, and Obo realized that Xian was finally escaping from the youngest position. Bayon wondered if their master would accept her when it was so burdensome, but Xian thought that it would happen soon. At the same time, Manhwa wanted Sarah to listen to him that he would never take her in as his disciple. Sarah can't let this happen, so she decides to get out and kneel down when he doesn't see her. Manhwa thought it should be the other way, and Sarah wanted to be in his care. 3 days later, she came out to kneel again, and soon it was the 10th day when Sarah knelt outside in the torrential weather. After the 15th day, Manhwa becomes infuriated, as he had certainly told her not to go outside. But Sarah, who was sick, laughs cunningly. Physician Hua inquired why she was going to such great lengths to try to learn the medical arts. Sarah clarified that she isn't just starting to learn it now, but she has been studying medical arts under a physician named Jin Chong for 10 years. However, when Luo Yang was burned down, Physician Jin passed away, but that doesn't mean she has to quit medicine. Physician Hua is surprised to hear that she has been learning the medical arts for 10 years, and Sarah affirms that she has worked hard. She wanted to become a court physician, but they said she couldn't because she was a woman. However, there were female physicians before, and Hua realized that she was ambitious. Sarah uttered that after accepting the fact that she couldn't hold an official position, she found herself growing even more passionate about the medical arts. But then Myung-il told her that he knew the famous miracle-working physician. Since the merchant guild was already on the verge of bankruptcy, she pressured her father to consider letting her become a physician if she could become Manhwa's disciple. Since she is talking about the miracle-working doctor there, she is sure she wouldn't get many chances in her life when she gets an opportunity like this. Physician Hua is surprised to hear this, and Sarah sincerely requests that Manhwa take her in as his disciple. Manhwa doesn't know if it would be fair to accept only this girl, considering he has turned down everyone who wanted to become his disciple until now, even though she has shown her determination for over 15 days. He told her that if she wants it so badly, he has no other choice, so he wanted her to begin with probation. Later, at the Kaio County Iron Forge, Physician Hua inquired if the head blacksmith was present. The blacksmith is glad to see him there, as he has been waiting for him. Physician Hua knew he should have come sooner and asked if the item he had requested was ready. The blacksmith affirmed that a total of 50 sets are ready, and he feels like he is showing off, but he went through quite a lot to make this. Manhwa thanked him, but the blacksmith wondered if there would be anyone who would use all of this. Manhwa clarified that they are in troubled times, so he is going to try his hand at nurturing someone. The blacksmith laughed upon hearing this and figured he might have taken on a new disciple. He clarified that the armor he requested is in large quantities so that it will take another half a month. That isn't the problem, but now that he has Yijai on his side, he should support him at least this much. So once it's finished, it will be an armor just as formidable as a regular army. The blacksmith explained that the time he requested separately was completed not long ago. Physician Hua told his chief guard, okay, and Zhang to take these weapons. They wondered what that was, and Manhwa clarified that they are especially made with high-quality iron so that they will be quite valuable. Both of them were willing to sacrifice their lives for him and thanked him for this precious gift. Manhwa realized they don't know how precious life is and wondered why they would give up their lives to a physician who saves lives, and clarified that he is giving them these so they could survive. Later, Physician Hua clarified that from now on, it was time to assess their abilities and told his disciple that Sarah would be joining them as an apprentice, starting that day. He told her to begin with the most basic things, and Sarah affirmed, but she also wanted to be honest that she had started that morning. Manhwa was shocked, and Sarah explained that she had fetched water at dawn, filled the jars completely, and also prepared all the firewood in the kitchen, so she wondered if she should sew until before dinner. Both Physician Hua and Obo wondered why she would do that, and he looked at Obo, who clarified that he didn't tell her to do it. Manhwa clarified that he took in an apprentice, but he doesn't think he ever took in a servant. Sarah is shocked because she believes that is how everyone starts, and explained that she began with fetching water when she learned from her previous master. Manhwa clarified that it was her old master, so Sarah asked what she should start with, which shocked the other disciples. Physician Hua took out a scroll and clarified that she should start with the theory along with the others, and he would check in the evening, which shocked all of them. 1 month later, Sarah laughed crazily, wondering how many medical texts he had read, and supposed it might have been at least hundreds. Furthermore, Manhwa tests what they have studied every night, so she wondered what was going on there. She remembers that Physician Zhang thought he was scary because he wanted them to know that people could die if the wrong medicine were given. So he told them to memorize it as if their life was on the line if they didn't want to die from giving the wrong medicine. Even though this is hard for her, Sarah finds it fun, and she is thrilled. She carried some material on her back, knowing that next was making linen, and she wanted to do this. Physician Hua smiled upon seeing this, because at first she had persevered. Obo agreed, and they asked Xian what she thought. Xian decided as well, which startled Manhwa, and she wanted to take her leave first. Bayon wondered what was wrong with her and if something upset her, and Obo supposed that might be because of their master. Later, Sarah studied with them happily. Then she observed Xian suturing on a rat and learned from Manhwa. Xian was annoyed to see this, but she knew it was nothing special, and her heart felt heavy as he took in one more disciple. While she was pondering, Manhwa came out and told Sarah to learn about the heart meridian in the remaining time, and she agreed. Manhwa is startled to see Xian there, and Xian affirms, but Sarah finds it strange, wondering what's with this peculiar atmosphere. She noticed that both of them were blushing, so she smiled cunningly after she understood it. That evening, while they were studying, Xian wanted to stop there for the day. Sarah told her that she worked hard for that, but she has a question. Xian told her to ask away immediately, so Sarah inquired if she is in love with the master. Xian was dumbfounded, wondering what she was talking about, and Sarah clarified it's not a crime, but it's a bit concerning because they are teacher and student. However, that doesn't matter since so many men have died recently, so that kind of perception has faded a lot. She knew that she and the master were 2 years apart, but that didn't pose a problem for being in love. Sion wondered why Sarah is so concerned about that, as she is going to take care of it herself. Sarah wondered if she would do it and asked how many years it had been. Obo replied that it had been 5 years, which annoyed Sion. Sarah thought they would have 2 children if they had any idea how. This mortified Sion, so she asked about her, as she knew she was also in love with the master. Sarah is shocked to hear that because Manhwa is an old man, as she heard he would be 30 next year, and her father is 4 years older than her master. Both Obo and Bayon were worried about their master, but Sarah told her to go for it before they get any older, which made Sion think about her age. Sarah noticed that the master had feelings for her as well, so she wondered why she was hesitating. Later, while going to her room, Sion thought that she also noticed that her master had feelings for her, but she wondered why he wasn't expressing it. She wondered if it would be okay for her to make the first move and what she should do now. She saw her master mother outside his room and asked him if he was inside. After Manhwa affirmed, his mother asked for a moment as she wanted to speak with him, and Manhwa told her to come in. Sion is surprised to see her and wonders if she has something to say to her master. She was curious about it, so she went near his room and heard that Manhwa wanted to brew her a cup of tea, as he thought she might be thirsty. His mother thanked him, and Manhwa asked what brought her there. His mother classified that it is not much, but she wanted to know when he would get married, which froze Sion at her place. His mother understands his intentions to save the world, but she wants him to serve the Jongmyo with his upper body and also carry the duty of having his descendants, as it is the will of the heavens. She explained that all the matchmakers had some to see her over the year, but she turned them all down. Since marriage is something that the elders of both families decide, she wanted to know what he feels now. She wondered if the reason he took in that girl named Sarah was that Manhwa refused, clarifying that he had someone in his heart. His mother is pleased to learn this, so she wants to proceed with a marriage proposal, and Manhwa clarifies that he is very anxious. He thought if he could make her happy in these troubled times, he wondered if he could make her suffer. His mother is startled to learn that he's saying such strange things for a wealthy man, and a wife should follow her husband. Manhwa doesn't want that to be so obvious because the most important thing for both of them is to be happy. He didn't want his mother to worry because he would make up his mind in a few days. Therefore, he wanted her to send the marriage proposal then, and his mother trusted he would do that and wanted to leave now. Manhwa affirmed and told her to head back safely. After a while, he saw his mother out and was heading back to his room when he saw Sion there. Sion accosted her master and requested that he marry her, as she had been courted many times and received numerous marriage proposals. Each of them came intending to benefit both families, but Manhwa is the first one to say they should be happy. Physician Hua is pleased to hear that, so she told him that she had beaten him on it and grabbed his hand as he earnestly asked her to spend the rest of her life with him. Sion agreed to spend the rest of her life with him, which pleased both of them, and they thanked each other. A month later, Sion's father wondered why he had only sent this now, after making him wait for 7 years. The divine miracle physician was overjoyed to receive the marriage proposal, but he thought Manhwa should have sent it earlier, which made Sion wonder what, so he clarified that it was nothing. Manhwa presented a portion of his medical text along with a dowry part of the wedding gifts exchange ceremony, in which the divine miracle physician found a precious gift. In November of the year 191, at the Hua family house, Manhwa and Sion held their marriage ceremony. Everyone is delighted to see this, and Bayon is also pleased to know that they are finally married, and Obo agrees. Bayon wondered if they should call her master's wife instead of junior sister, and Obo thought that would be the right thing to do, but he was annoyed as the family tree was getting tangled. Bayon supposed it was his senior brother Obo's turn next, but Obo thought that if they went by age, then it was Bayon who should get married first. Bayon clarified that there is an order to everything, so he wanted Obo to go first. Sarah agreed because it's right and makes sense for the most senior one to go first, and Bayon agreed. Sarah thought that then she would have to work hard, so she wanted her senior brother to brace himself, which confused them both. While Cao Ren came along with Cao Hong, Manhwa thought he would back out, but he actually went through the wedding, so he sincerely congratulated him. Cao Hong also congratulated Manhwa on his wedding and thanked them for coming. Cao Hong is glad that they could meet before they leave for Yanzhou and told him that Cao Cao is apologetic for being unable to go to his wedding. Cao Hong is certain that he might be overwhelmed due to the Black Mountain Bandit subjugation. Physician Hua recalls that it might be the Battle of Dong Commandery, and Hong feels like Cao is chasing after something these days. Since the Mid-Autumn Festival, he hasn't seen Cao's face. Even though he is under him as well, he feels uneasy about the way Cao sent off Han Fu like that. Manhwa believes that Cao Cao will handle that part well, and Hong wonders if he has a basis to say that. Manhwa clarified that it is because Chen Gong is by his side, and Hong agreed that Master Gong is an exceptional strategist, but he doesn't know if he is that good. Physician Hua thinks that way and is sure that the Yuan Shao issue will be resolved soon as well. Cao Hong uttered that for some reason, the way he spoke was starting to sound refreshingly different, and he hoped to see him again. While they were leaving, Manhwa told them to take care of themselves on their way back. Abruptly, Xian accosted her and asked if he was going to Dong Commandery. Physician Hua grabbed her hand and told her that he wasn't going yet, as they weren't even done with the wedding. He wanted to visit their in-laws because it had been bothering him that they had only said her family briefly during the marriage proposal, and there was someone he wanted to meet after a long time. In January of the year 192, in Yangdu County, Zhu Zhiliang, who was 17 years old, happily told his brother that they had received the news. His elder brother, Zhu Jin, wanted to discuss it privately because it seemed like this was not good news. Zhu Jun asked if Sun Jian had died, and Liang confirmed that it was indeed correct. Jun knew that Yuan Shu was using him, but this is how it ultimately transpired. Liang supposed that this was the outcome if he went without a counselor around, and Jun was sure that Sun Si would turn against Liu Bio. Abruptly, Manhwa came inside, telling them that he would back out for the time being, and they were shocked to see him there. Liang revealed that it had been so long since they last met, and Manhwa clarified that he had seen him in the year of the dog, so it had already been 10 years, but he wondered when he had grown so big. Liang clarified that he has grown a bit over time, which makes Physician Hua wonder if that is even possible. Zhu Jun greeted him and wanted to express his gratitude for the help he had provided in the past, even though it was late. Manhwa didn't want him to mention it and remembered that he is the great general of the Wu dynasty and Sun Qian's closest confidant, but he is still very young. Liang wondered what he meant when he said Sun Si would take a step back, and Jun also wanted to hear more about it. Physician Hua recalls that both of them are top-class strategists and explains that Sun Si had not yet established his own power, so when Sun Jian had to rely on Yuan Shu, Sun Si was only 18 years old. Therefore, even if he wants to attack Liu Bio right away, he wouldn't be able to make a move. Looking at how he ceded the title of Marquis of Wu Ting to Sun Quang, it's clear that he's planning for the future. Moreover, Zhu Yu would have stopped him, and Liang agreed, as he had a point. Zhu Yu was exceptionally intelligent so that he could keep Sun Si in check. He is more concerned about Yuan Shao because now that he has driven Gong Sun Zan out of Jai Kaiao, there is no one to stop Yuan Shao's ambition, as he will certainly run wild to seize control of Hebei. Liang knew that to Yuan Shao, Dongzhu is of no concern, and he would carefully have his way to devote his entire realm. So if anyone can stop him right now, it is Cao Cao. Physician Hua wondered why he thought so, and Liang explained that Cao knew Yuan Shao the best. But in any case, Cao is a loyal subject who upholds the royal court, and he wouldn't just stand by and let Yuan Shao take over the realm. But they can't say for sure if Cao is without ambition. Manhwa is well aware of the history, but he wondered how Liang saw through this world, and wondered if reality is much better than what was written in history or the novel. Jun is also on the same page with Liang in the big picture, but just as Sun Si has Zhu Yu by his side, Cao Cao has Manhwa by his side as well. Jun believes that Manhwa will set him straight, and Liang thought his brother had a point because they are sworn brothers. Physician Hua found it burdensome, so he wanted to pull himself together as he had to stop this tragedy no matter what, and he told them that he would try his best to do it. Later, while Manhwa is prepared to leave, Liang wondered why he is leaving so early, when it hasn't been long since he came. Manhwa has to go to Kei, so he has to depart early in the morning, and Jun wondered if he would pay respect to Administrator Sun. Physician Hua affirmed that he must do it, and Jun also wanted to join him. Physician Hua wondered if he also wanted to pay his condolences, and Jun affirmed that he did, so he wanted to see the Wu Commandery with his own eyes. Manhwa discovers he is trying to assess the Wu Commandery firsthand, and he might want to see his future workplace in advance, so he decided to come and pick him up at 7 in the morning, and Jun thanked him. Manhwa asked Liang if he wanted to join them as well, but Liang didn't intend to get to know Sun Si. Zhu Jun wondered if there was someone he had in mind, and Liang clarified that he had to serve someone different from him. Jun knew they might oppose him in the future, and Liang suggested quietly aligning their opinions when the time comes. Physician Hua realized that the rumors that Zhu Jun is colluding with Liu Bei didn't spread for no reason. Later, in Yi County, Sun Si, of the Sun family, thanked them for coming all the way there. Manhwa offered his condolences and prayed for the repose of the deceased. Sun Si clarified that his presence there brings great comfort to the assistant Imperial Censorate. Manhwa realized that he didn't feel well, but Sun Si confirmed that it was bearable. However, he was worried about his mother. Zhuge Jun from Lang Estate also greeted him, and he is sure it might be overwhelming for him to have lost his parents. Sun Si can't express the depth of his grief, and Manhwa told him that he is a remarkable talent among those of his age, so he wanted to introduce him. Sun Si supposed he might be genuinely a great man since the assistant Imperial Censorate said so. Abruptly, his man rushed toward him and informed him that the Grand Madam had passed out again. Sun Si accosted the assisting Imperial Censors, so Physician Hua told Jun that he would be back shortly. Zhuge Jun thought he should hurry, as he would look around the area. Physician Hua told them to lead the way so that they could talk on the way. Sun Si thanked him and asked him to show him the way. On his way, he explained that she had fainted 3 or 4 times already from grief, and she hadn't been eating properly either. Manhwa told them to bring him some hot water first, and he decided to examine her. He noticed that she had an exaggerated breathing rate, full body convulsions, hand tremors, and paralysis symptoms, so he supposed it might be hyperventilation syndrome. He decided to proceed with the emergency treatment first and requested that the Grand Madam follow his instructions to breathe. He told her to breathe slowly, then he started counting, and then told her to breathe out again, and then started counting. Sun Si is shocked to see that he is treating her like that and wonders if he doesn't need needles or concoctions. Physician Hua told her that she was doing well and wanted her to follow along slowly, and assured her that it was right. He is relieved to see that her breathing is back to normal and hopes there are no other underlying conditions. The Grand Madam clarified that it had calmed down a bit, which relieved Manhwa and instructed her to reduce her tea consumption for the time being, as drinking warm water would be better. The Grand Madam is mortified to see such a distinguished guest in such an unseemly state, and Manhwa told her not to mention it, as he is just glad to see her even in this state. She supposed her worries are so profound that she ends up in this state. Manhwa knew that no word could comfort her, but he wanted her to stay strong because those who are living must continue with their lives. She agreed, but she wondered who she couldn't worry about when the living are desperately trying to die, which startled Sun Si. She is sure her son saw how his father died, yet seeing how foolishly he is trying to follow this path causes her so much pain as his mother. Sun Si inquired how he could avenge his father's death as his son, but his mother is worried that he would die trying to avenge his father's death. Sun Si clarified that there might be those trying to target Jiangdong so that they could prepare for that. Therefore, they must grow stronger and exact revenge on their enemy. Physician Hua told Sun Si that 10 years isn't too late for a gentleman's revenge, and there is also a saying that revenge is a dish best served cold. Therefore, if he wants to seek revenge, he needs Sun Si to control his emotions first, because in these chaotic times, such a mindset is perfect for being taken advantage of. Manhwa clarified that what he needs most right now is composure, and wants him to assess the situation with a clear mind. Later, the soldiers were practicing, and Zhuge Jun was delighted to see such a posture, unable to believe they were training during the morning period like this, which was intended to show that the Sun family was still going strong. Since it might be an unavoidable choice for Sun Si, but he doesn't know that some feudal lords might take it as mere bravado. He wondered if this should be viewed as a barking dog or a growling tiger. Sun Kaiyan, 11 years old, clarified it isn't important how it's viewed because those who view him as a dog will see him as a dog, and those who regard him as a tiger will regard him as one. Therefore, all they have to do is show them that they are still alive, and Zhuge Jun realized that bringing up a valid point. Sun Kaiyan inquired if he came with Manhwa, and Jun affirmed, then he introduced himself. Sun Kaiyan asked what he saw them as, and Jun replied that he saw them as a tiger. After that, he continued talking with Kaiyan for a while, and Sun Si bid farewell to all the prestigious guests. Then, he met Jun and Manhwa, who were taking care of his mother. A few days later, Sun Si is greatly indebted to the assistant Imperial Censorate, but Manhwa doesn't want him to mention it. Zhuge Jun thought Liang wasn't wrong about Manhwa that patients follow him everywhere, and he said he is the plague. Physician Hua gets infuriated on hearing this and tells him to shut up. Sun Si remarked that aside from assisting the Imperial Censorate, Zhuge Jun's insights are quite impressive, and Kaiyan agreed. Manhwa inquired if that was the case, and Jun clarified that all he had done was show a basic simulation of a mock battle. Abruptly, the Grand Madam wanted them to excuse her for a moment, and they were surprised to see her there. She wanted to greet her benefactor properly, and the lady beside her was also pleased to welcome their benefactor, and she thanked him for saving her elder sister. Manhwa, remember that this is another setting from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The Grand Madam wondered why his sister's speech had suddenly become so awkward, which made her sister wonder if that was the case. Physician Hua is concerned to hear this, so he told her that she has to be examined immediately. After taking her to the room, he inquired when it had become hard for her to speak, and the Grand Madam clarified that she hadn't been like that just a while ago. The concubine doesn't know, but wonders if her speech is strange. Manhwa realized that she had dysarthria, but she supposed she didn't know she had it. But what is truly concerning is that it is the early symptoms of a stroke. Since it hasn't been long since the onset, and there are no facial paralysis or sensory disturbances, her movements are also unaffected. He asked her what day it is today, and she clarified that it is the 3rd day of February. He asked about the names of her sons, and she told him the name of one of her sons. Manhwa realized that she has no problem understanding language, but she is having difficulty expressing it, which means the area where the lesion occurred is localized. Therefore, the spot he most suspected is in the cerebrum, so he inspected her brain and realized it's a cerebral infarction, which relieved him because if it's a brain hemorrhage, he wouldn't have been able to do anything at all. But he wondered how he should treat her because it's located too deep inside, so he can't do surgery on it. Moreover, even if he were to approach it, thrombolysis is impossible, and a stent is out of the question. The saving grace is that it was discovered early, and the clot isn't large, so for now, there is no alternative but to focus on lowering brain pressure and preventing the formation of more clots. He told her that it was better for her to stay seated for now and advised her not to move her head as much as possible. The concubine asked what disease it was, and Physician Hua told her it was just a disease that made her head slightly dizzy. The next day, he wanted to talk with the Grand Madam and told Sun Si to come inside as well. The Grand Madam asked him what disease her little sister had, and Manhwa explained that the young madam had caught a mild wind disorder, which startled them. She remembered that her father had also died from the wind disorder, and Sun Si inquired what they should do now. Manhwa explained there is still hope as they found it early and the lesion isn't that big yet, and fortunately enough, it is the budding season of ginkgo trees. After some time, Manhwa is preparing the medicine from ginkgo seeds, but it contains a toxin that doesn't disappear even when heated, so the dosage must be carefully controlled. After it was prepared, he gave it to the young madam to drink, and then he went to the stream to capture a leech. He explained the method for extracting leech saliva, and a month later, the young lady asked how she was doing now. Physician Hua told her that she had become much better, which pleased her, and he counseled the family that if she controlled her diet and consistently took the medication, there should be no significant problems. However, since there is a family history, he didn't want her to be careless and should eat lightly regularly, but excessive drinking is forbidden. She should also stop eating the greasy food, and he recommended that she walk about 5 li every day as well, and he kept going with his explosive nagging. Later, Sun Si cherished the kindness of the assistant imperial censorate for curing both his mothers, deep in his heart, until his death. Manhwa told him not to act recklessly and live calmly, as he needs to rely on him for a lifetime. If he suddenly drops dead, that will be a problem for him. Sun Si laughed upon hearing this, and Manhwa uttered that to do it, he has a strategist by his side. Therefore, he doesn't want to forget that having composure is the most important thing, so he shouldn't be swayed by his emotions when his strategist gives him counsel and listens carefully. He furiously told him not to forget that, if he didn't want to die, he should keep his temper in check and keep checking it all the time. Sun Si understood what he meant and decided to keep his temper in check. The young madam asked if he was returning to Pi State then, and Physician Hua affirmed that he had to because he had left his post empty for 2 months. Sun Si supposed that Juge Jun might also be returning, and Juge Jun said he had left his post empty for a while, so he thought he must do the same. Sun Si doesn't know when they will meet again, but Juge Jun agreed with him. Both of them decided to take their leave then, and Sun Si, along with his mother, bid them farewell, and they departed. On his way, Manhwa asked Juge Jun how he felt after seeing the place for himself. Juge Jun feels like there is a lot that needs fixing, and Manhwa clarified it wouldn't be boring. Jun clarified that his first impression wasn't bad because the crop yield is decent and the weather is nice, so that is the place he would like to visit again sometime. Manhwa hopes everything goes well and asked what he plans to do after returning to Roman 11ju. Juge Jun wanted to move on with his family, and Manhwa sounds like he is planning to seclude himself, but he is merely waiting for the right time. Manhwa wondered what was right, and Jun affirmed, knowing that waiting for the time when someone would need a strategist was the best course of action. He gave the example that when the world falls into chaos, Physician Hua believes this situation is already quite chaotic, but it seems Brother Ziyu thinks otherwise. Jun uttered that they have overcome the hardships like this before, and Manhwa uttered that things would be different if Dongzhu dies because he ran out of luck, so he will soon fall from power. When that happened, many feudal lords would run amok, trying to reach the emperor, and there would be people who stepped in to protect the emperor. However, this reminds him of what Lang said, since everyone has their ambitions and supposes that they can genuinely call it chaos. In the third year of Kaio Ping, year 192, Cao Cao was appointed as the administrator of the Dong Commandery. In February of the lunar calendar, 1 million yellow turbans attacked Yanzhou and captured the Rencheng and Dongping states. During the march of the lunar calendar, Manhwa returned to Kaio County, and his mother told him that his brother was sick. As soon as he arrived, he was faced with another situation that required a house visit. He remembers Lang's words and becomes infuriated because this time, he is not the reason for this patient's condition. He is sure that things might be troublesome because of the Yellow Turban Army, as Cao is the administrator of Dong Commandery, so he thought he had somewhat taken care of it. His mother explained that his brother doesn't even say where it hurts and told him to visit his brother. Manhwa agreed that he should go and thought his brother was nasty, as he should have told them what he was sick with. Obo inquired if they should also make the preparations to leave. Manhwa refused as he is going alone, so he wants them to keep studying with Master Zheng. Since it's a situation of chaos, whether it's the Yellow Turbans or the Black Mountain Bandits, it's dangerous if they all move together, and he thought it would be better for everyone to wait there this time. He noticed that Xian was worried, so he reassured her not to worry, as he would return safe and healthy, which relieved her. Manhwa clarified that if anything happened, he would run away first at all costs, and Xian affirmed. He told her that he would be back soon, and his wife wanted him to return safely. Sarah saw them like loving birds, and she became anxious upon seeing this, and she ought to have. Obo gets worried on hearing this, and Bayon wonders what is wrong with him. Early April of the lunar calendar, Dong Commandery Yanzhou, Physician Hua, arrived at Dunqiu County Prefectural Government Office and asked his brother if he was all right. His brother is glad to see that he is there, and Physician Hua wondered if he is that sick that he can't even get up. He helped his brother sit down and asked if it hurt so badly that he couldn't get up. Hua Bok explained that a boil has appeared on his back, but it's not going away as easily as before. Manhwa asked what kind of boil it was, and after seeing it, he wondered what he should do to prevent it from reaching this point, which left his brother speechless. Manhwa realized it is around 2 Kai, but if it has become any longer, then it would be a real headache. But boils aren't a small illness, even in the Joseon dynasty, when a king died from it, but his brother's boil had surpassed the stage where it could heal naturally. However, upon examining the lump, it appears that the inflammation has progressed significantly, and he inquired if Hua Bok could recall when this condition began. Hua Bok remembered it had been around half a month since it started growing and explained that he had tried using all kinds of medicine, but it was not getting better, so he wondered what they should do. Physician Hua didn't want him to worry, as he would ripen it well and then cut it open. If they cut it open, remove it, and scrape it out while fully conscious, his brother might die. But he doesn't want him to worry since they have anesthetics and antibiotics available. Even though Hua Bok is concerned, he agrees, and Physician Hua takes his pulse to check if there is a problem elsewhere. He is startled to take his pulse, wondering how much he drank that the taut pulse is this troubled, and inquires if he is sleeping well these days. Hua Bok explained that he had no other choice with 1 million rebellious yellow turbans. There was no way things could go smoothly at the prefecture. It is hard to sleep like before. With the conscription for rain and weapons, the lives of the common people have become harder. Abruptly, Cao Cao entered the room and told him to hang in there because he is doing his best. He cannot believe Hua Bok's condition that worsened even when he sent the royal physician to take care of him, and he supposes he might consider boils a mild disease. Hua Bok has no excuse, and Cao Cao saw a material, so he asked if this was the paste supposed to be good for boils, but it looked different from the paste that he knew. Manhwa explained that he improved it a bit, and Cao Cao wanted to, but he can make it in bulk. Manhwa told him to stop eyeing it, as he would make him some. Cao Cao apologized to Hua Bok, as he was his sworn brother and a magistrate of the Dunqiu County, so he had taken extra care in this matter. Yet, he still ended up in this state. Hua Bok considered it his fault since he didn't manage the county properly, but Cao Cao told him to stop making excuses and focus on taking care of himself. Physician Hua could sense his intentions for his brother's care. Cao Cao uttered that when he rose to a higher position later, Hua Bak would be the one taking the position of the administrator of Dong Commandery. Even he can't remain as the administrator forever. So among the county magistrates in the Dong Commandery, everyone knows that there is no one as capable as he is. Hua Bak requested that he not say it because he was trying to give him the position due to Manhwa. Cao Cao clarified that he would have given the position to Manhwa first if that were the case, but he knew that he would refuse the position of chancellor. Manhwa doesn't want to bother with something like that, and he knew that the timing was perfect, so Cao would soon be appointed as the governor of Yanzhou. He agreed that it would be great if his brother could become an administrator. Cao clarified that he doesn't like to joke around with the sick, so he is saying it and wants Hua Bak to think about it. Hua Bak is gloomy because even handling Dun Kui County is overwhelming, so he is unsure if he can take on the role of an administrator. Cao Cao told him that he needed to set the right direction and take responsibility, because the higher the position, the more people are responsible for the work. Furthermore, he recalls a saying that, "Position makes a man." Physician Hua wondered if he was saying that after seeing the late emperor, and he doesn't agree that position makes a man, since the position will only reveal the man's true color, which silenced both of them. Cao Cao smiled upon hearing this and supposed that he thought an unfit man would remain unfit, regardless of the position he held. Manhwa didn't want to take it that pessimistically, and Cao asked for his opinion on what he would do if he were to gain power. Physician Hua considers how he would enthrone the emperor as a puppet, ultimately laying the groundwork for the establishment of the Y state. However, he would die without ever achieving his lifelong dream of unifying the realm, so he is a man with an outstanding ability, yet not chosen by heaven. Manhwa can't tell him because he doesn't know what the future holds, but he thinks he wouldn't do anything to disgrace his position. If he is given the chance, he will stop Cao Cao with all his might when he tries to go astray, and Cao looks forward to it. After that, Physician Hua treated his brother's wound and prepared some decoction for him. A fortnight later, in May of the lunar calendar, Hua Bak inquired about any progress. Physician Hua affirmed, telling him enthusiastically that it had ripened well, which made his brother wonder if he would treat it right away. Manhwa explained that it was bad to leave it be, but he looked at Cao Cao, wondering why he was there. Cao Cao thought it would be beneficial to observe, as there were quite a few people in his family with boils on the paternal side, and to assure himself that he would remain quiet on the matter. Manhwa requested that he stay one jang away, and Cao Cao affirmed. Hua Bak finally understood how his brother felt, and he remembered how he had worried that his brother would become a physician. But he thought it would be great if his brother were dedicated to studying, then their family would greatly prosper. Hua Bak remembers how much doubt he expressed about his brother's medical skills, and he repeatedly scolded him for not achieving success and fame, so he thought his mother would have felt the same way. Abruptly, Physician Hua slapped his back and told him to shut up and stop whining. He inserted the syringe near the boil to anesthetize him, and Hua Bak supposed that thing might be called anesthesia as he started feeling sleepy. Physician Hua injected more anesthesia and told him he didn't need general anesthesia for a simple boil. After the anesthesia, he began incising the boil, relieved that it was perfectly ripe and showed no signs of tissue invasion or inflammation spread. Physician Hua is pleased, as it has been a long time since he had such a satisfying operation. Cao Cao shook as he noticed that Manhwa was a bit different from usual. At the same time, Physician Hua started suctioning, which caused excruciating pain to Hua Bak as he felt like pulling out a bad tooth. Physician Hua is sure that after he removes the core of the boil, it will be settled. After taking it out, he took off his mask, feeling amazing. Hua Bak also felt relieved, and Manhwa explained that this was all done. They now needed to suture, disinfect, and wait for the new tissue to grow. He also wanted to examine his sworn brother, but Cao Cao said he would do it next time. Manhwa grabbed his shirt and told him that putting it off because of the scar or a hassle would make them postpone their checkup until it's too late to do anything. Physician Hua inspected his pulse, and Cao Cao told him that he would become a physician ghost even after he is dead. Manhwa discovered that his sworn brother is sleep-deprived due to stress, but nothing looks out of place, and he doesn't have any symptoms either. He inquired if he felt unwell anywhere, and his sworn brother explained that he sometimes got a headache, which made Manhwa wonder why it hurt his head of all things. Cao Cao explained that it doesn't happen often, but when it does, he feels dizzy, as if the world is spinning, and he felt dizzy even at that time. Physician Hua suspects that the most suspicious part is the otoliths and figures out that it is benign paroxysmal positional vertigo. Cao Cao clarified that he didn't have any other significant issues except for this, and Manhwa furiously uttered that he should have told him immediately if there was even the slightest problem with his head. Cao Cao inquired about the disease he had, and Manhwa knew that otoliths, tiny calcium carbonate crystals, are attached to the inner ear's vestibular system and help maintain balance, and can become dislodged due to shock, infection, or other causes. But when they fall out of place, they disrupt the sensory signals, leading to balance problems. He clarified that it's a disease that causes dizziness due to a slight issue in the ear, and it mostly occurs when he lies down or gets up, especially in the morning. After thinking for a while, Cao Cao realized that it was the case and asked how he would treat it. Physician Hua proceeds with the Epley maneuver, so he first lies Cao Cao down and then turns his head 45 degrees to one side, holding for 30 seconds. Then he rotated his head to the opposite side again and held for 30 seconds. He has to maintain that position for 30 seconds and then change to position 3, repeating the process on the opposite side, after which Cao Cao will feel better. After the procedure, Cao Cao felt much better, but Manhwa told him not to do this alone. Then he approached his brother, knowing they hadn't been doing anything for around 15 minutes, so it should have calmed down a bit, but his brother thought it was already over. Manhwa exposed that Boyles has burst and left an opening, so they can't end it like this, as he needs to take injections and herbal decoctions for 5 days. Hua Bok realized that he is the one suffering because he hasn't taken good care of his body, so Manhwa told him to make sure to exercise and walk a little every day. Cao Cao inquired about what he should do about himself, but Manhwa clarified that there's no answer for him, as it's just a disease that he gets if he's unlucky. Hua Bok is pleased because having a miracle-working physician as his little brother truly helps him, and he thanked him. Physician Hua mocked him because the brother who once told him to quit medicine has changed so much. Hua Bok thought it was time for them to forget about it. Cao Cao realized that his brothers had a strong bond and remembered a time when they were like that as well. He decided to see side after the Yellow Turban Rebellion was dealt with. Cao Cao wanted Hua Bok to take good care of his health, and Hua Bok also wanted the same for him. He told Physician Hua to follow him because he had something important to share with him. Physician Hua wondered if they needed to go somewhere else, so Cao Cao clarified that it was a deep conversation, so he wanted to have that between the two of them. After entering the room, Physician Hua wondered if he should be scared since his sworn brother was making it sound so grand. Cao Cao clarified that it is not much, but Dongju had died as he was killed on the 23rd of April of the lunar calendar by Lu Bu. They inserted a fuse into his belly and set it on fire. The oil leaked out, and his body burned for several days. Physician Hua can't believe that he's speaking of it as if it were just a neighbor's chicken that had died. Cao Cao asked if he thought that a beast died at the hands of another beast, and Manhwa couldn't believe that it happened ultimately. Cao Cao is sure that another beast will take its place after one leave, which doesn't make any difference for the royal court. Manhwa isn't sure as he doesn't think Lu Bu is suitable to be by the emperor's side. Cao Cao wondered if Lu Bu would be chased out, and Manhwa explained that he had killed 2 of his foster fathers and was a capable swordsman, but without virtue, he was not fit to be a ruler. He is concerned that the beast will wander looking for a place to settle if that happens. Cao imagined that things happened that way, but he wondered if they should be concerned about Lu Bu. Physician Hua remembered that he was the one who stabbed Lu Bu in the back, so it was his fault. Cao Cao inquired if he was truly here for his brother. Manhwa wonders if he is worried that he came there to treat the Yellow Turbans or the Black Mountain Bandits. Cao Cao didn't deny it because he also treated people without discriminating during the last Yellow Turban Rebellion. Physician Hua came there in a hurry, so he couldn't afford to do that, but if a situation arose where he needed to treat them, he wouldn't discriminate, as they were just fellow people to him. While a man outside the room heard this and smirked, as the phrase, "people bearing 100 surnames" was mentioned in the announcement to Prince Kang in the Book of Documents. While inside the room, Manhwa told him that everyone is a patient to him, and Cao realized that he hasn't changed a single bit, but he is relieved to hear that. Physician Hua is surprised to hear that he is relieved, and Cao Cao welcomes Wen Ruo. Wen Ruo remarked that since he referred to the common folk as the people, he might surely be a person of great virtue. Physician Hua remembers that he is the lunchbox man, who embarrassed advisor Wen Ruo. Manhwa furiously stared at Cao Cao and asked if he was testing him, but Cao wanted him to think of him as having followed his strategist's advice. Wen Ruo apologized for his rudeness, but the administrator praised him so highly that he couldn't help but want to meet him in person. He introduced himself as Zun Yu, a humble war minister serving under the administrator in every way. Manhwa is pleased to meet him, and he wants to ensure that he repays this debt as he looks at Cao Cao. Cao Cao looked away and told him he didn't have to go this far, so he assumed that the administrator of Dong Commandery had formally requested his support, along with complete support that allows him to treat whomever he wishes to without consequences. When Ruo affirmed, so Physician Hua requested him to arrange the supplies there, as they should be able to handle around 100,000 people. He wanted the medical facility to be set up near the command center, and they must ensure that no one knows who has been brought in and no one is allowed to approach during the treatment. When Ruo understood, so he agreed to do that immediately, and Cao Cao realized that he had bitten off more than he could chew. Minister Zun was prepared for this, but considering what he had to apologize to the Assistant Imperial Censorate, he guessed this was a small price to pay. Cao Cao thinks it's excellent, as they have to get it out of the way and want to have a meal together. Abruptly, a man rushed into his room, telling him there had been a big problem and explaining that Governor Liu Dai had passed away during the attack. Cao Cao wondered why that had happened and if he had gone to King Zhu, and the man explained that General Bao had tried to stop him, but it was of no use. Before leaving, he apologized to Physician Hua as they needed to take a rain check. Manhwa accosted Minister Zun and told him to consult this with Master Chen, as he should have an answer. Minister Zun thanked him for sharing his thoughts, and they left. Manhwa saw them leaving, but he couldn't help it, as he had prepared everything to treat the patient as he wished. However, he couldn't stand by and watch people die, so he wanted to send a message to Kaio County. He remembered Zun Yu's words, which bothered him somewhat, but medical support was urgent at the moment. By the time his disciple arrived, he would need to start a full-scale rescue operation. Cao Cao takes control of Yanzhou, utilizing Chen Gong's strategic plan to counterattack. On the other side, Manhwa told his disciples to brace themselves because more than 1 million people will be fighting. So ignoring even the slightest rise or an infection might cost over 1,000 lives, and they affirmed. Cao Cao, along with the Chancellor of Jai Bei, Bao Xin, confronts the Yellow Turban Army. While Manhwa and his disciples treat their patients regardless of whether them being are friends or foes. The Chancellor of Jai Bei, Bao Xin, died in the battle, so Cao Cao mourned deeply and carved a wooden figure to give them a proper funeral in the manner of the later Han after being unable to find the corpse. Physician Hua didn't want to stir up trouble unnecessarily, even if Cao Cao had permitted it, and he became even more cautious to avoid any potential controversies. At night, as they burned the yellow turban dress, they saw Minister Zun entering the tent. After entering the tent, he saw Manhwa's disciples treating the injured, so he cleared his throat to gather everyone's attention and told them to listen up. Physician Hua finally realized that is why Minister Zun is apologetic to him, and Zun Yu uttered that he knew they were the Yellow Turbans. Everyone is concerned, but Zun Yu uttered that it is the right to punish them with the harshest penalty for the grave crime of daring to defy the imperial family. All of them get annoyed upon hearing this and tell him they should have let them die, as they shouldn't have saved him. They found it vicious. It means they saved them only to punish them. Bayonne realized it had become troublesome, and Sarah wanted to stop them. Zun Yu explained that if they intended to punish them, they would have hanged them by a thread and dragged them to Chang'an instead of treating them, but they saved them because there was a reason to keep them alive. They understand their feelings, since the world is so corrupted, so they thought they should take up a spear and fight back. He told them to look around, as there was no strategist or general, but instead farmers who had lost their lands and were wandering. He clarified that it's traders like Dongzhu who are making this country suffer, not ignorant farmers like them. He assured them that Administrator Cao would have them sow seeds and reap crops on this land of Yanzhou and grant them the choice to return to their original position. Even though they have committed the grave crime of treason, he hoped they would understand the reason for sparing their lives. While there is silence inside the tent, Manhwa turned, but Obo thinks that isn't right. Manhwa wonders what is wrong with it as they rebelled with nothing to lose, nowhere else to go, and ready to die if they had to. He heard everyone hailing for Cao Cao, and Physician Hua had no reason to get in the way since he was willing to take them in. However, he felt annoyed to know they were being used all over again. After some time, Minister Zun came out of the tent and was startled to see Manhwa there, so he asked if he had heard that. Manhwa clarified that a voice that loud is bound to be heard even if he doesn't want to listen to it. He realized that both the administrator and advisor had been planning this from the beginning. Minister Zun doesn't want to make any excuses, so he sincerely apologized to the Assistant Imperial Censorate. Physician Hua wanted him to forget about it, as he had a question to ask, and Zun Yu requested that he pose it to him. Manhwa is sure that if Yuan Shou or others hear what he said, then it would be dangerous, and his sworn brother can't say such things freely, so it seemed like he had to say it on his behalf. He wondered if there was a reason for Zun Yu to take the fall for this. And Zun Yu uttered, as the administrator said, that being in front of him felt like being stripped bare. Physician Hua requested that he spare him the pointless talk and get to the point. Zun Yu explained that it was due to Master Chen that he was treated as an honored guest when he left Yingchuan and arrived in Jiazhu Yuan Shao. But he determined that Yuan Shao would never accomplish anything truly great and chose to follow Administrator Cao instead. However, his Master Chen was already present on the administrator's side, and he could see that he was a truly extraordinary person. Even Manhwa has told him to consult Master Chen, so he can imagine how highly regarded he is. When Master Chen handed over the control of Yanzhou to the administrator, Zun Yu felt embarrassed as the war minister. Physician Hua supposed he did it because he thought he had to do something. Zun Yu apologized for showing such an unbecoming side of himself, but Manhwa doesn't feel bad about seeing a humane side of him. He was ready to tear Zun Yu a new one if it was a petty reason. But he had every reason to do it if he couldn't even understand that kind of human greed. He had been the small one then. Furthermore, he saved the people who had nowhere to go, and he had wanted to call it even so. Zun Yu wondered if he would be the one to speak to the people from now on. Manhwa clarified that riling up people isn't the physician's job, but he wanted to drop the formalities as they aren't even part of the same organization, because formal things like Assistant Imperial Censorate make him uncomfortable. Since both of them were born in the same year, the year of the Black Rabbit, year 163, he wanted to keep things casual, and Zun Yu wondered if that was the case. Manhwa told him to leave it at that and handed him the bag, then told him to burn the remaining yellow turban bandanas himself, which shocked him. Cao Cao took in the yellow turban army of King Zhu and made them citizens of Yanzhou, aiming to both strengthen his army and stabilize the region simultaneously. He selected young men from the Yellow Turban Army and formed an army of 3 lakh, which he called the King Zhu soldiers. Yuan Shao appointed Cao Cao as the governor of Yanzhou, and Cao Cao thanked him for improving his status. He told everyone to lift their glasses because, thanks to their efforts, they had stabilized Yanzhou, so they had worked hard, and everyone raised their glasses. Physician Hua wanted to flee since the situation was resolved quickly. Cao Cao had to do it. It was thanks to him that they could easily hand over the prisoners. Physician Hua didn't want him to mention it, but his brother thought it would be a bit much to call it a reward. He wanted him to take the imperial edict from His Majesty, appointing him as the governor of Dong Commandery, which startled Manhwa. Physician Hua received the imperial edict and remarked that His Majesty's grace was immeasurable, but found it strange that he had prepared it amidst all this chaos. Cao Cao realized that it had turned out well for Zun Yu, but not for him, so he wanted to grant him a favor. Physician Hua is pleased to hear this and requests that he leave Master Wenlai be. Cao Cao knew that his relationship with Master Wenlai wasn't that good, but he didn't intend to pick a fight with him either. Manhwa decides to talk with Master Wenlai to smooth things out in case, and he wants to reduce the possibility of Chen Gong bringing Lu Bu into the picture. He tried to resolve this issue before the Zuzhu massacre, and he told Cao Cao that a provincial governor shouldn't be concerned with such trivial matters. Cao Cao agreed, as he was not wrong, and Manhwa reminded him that there was something he should be more concerned about: Chang'an. He elucidated that another beast had latched onto the emperor, but that man had managed to escape unharmed. Cao Cao is infuriated because everything is truly unfolding just as his sworn brother says, and he finds it truly admirable and uncanny that he has never been wrong once. Manhwa noted that it was all luck, so he didn't want to say it, as people might misunderstand him. Physician Hua inquired who she thought Lu Bu would act, and Physician Hua supposed he might go to Yuan Shu since he had Dong Xhu's head. He must believe he would accept him. Yuan Shu lost Sun Jian because of Liu Biao, so he will need a new general, as he is also gathering troops to take over Yanzhou. Lu Bu will probably go for it. Cao Cao becomes concerned upon hearing that this means Yuan Shu will be leading Lu Bu. Manhwa refused because Lu Bu isn't one to stay under someone's command. After some time, everyone is enjoying the banquet. Manhwa wanted to speak to Chen Jing himself to prevent his betrayal, but if he did that, he would certainly raise suspicions. He is relieved that Bayan Ran, a variable, has been eliminated and remembers it is June of the year 192, and Cao Song will be murdered around the beginning of the following year. Physician Hua had an idea to bring him there in advance. Thus, the Zuzhu invasion could have been stopped if Cao Song had been saved. So he wanted to convince Cao first, but wondered where he was and finally found him with Cao Hong. Hong inquired when he planned to bring uncle there, and Cao Cao clarified that it is not that simple. He realized that his father was planning to settle in Langya State, but seeing that he had taken his younger sibling and the family wealth with him, it was apparent, and Hong finally understood why he had visited his uncle's place. Physician Hua wondered if Cao Song had gone to his uncle for refuge, but he knew it was a sensitive matter because it was a family issue. However, he suggested that a family should live together. Cao supposed he thought he wanted to live apart from him, as he would rather have him close by, but his father insisted on not being a burden to his son so that he could do nothing about it. Manhwa asked if he should consider that the enemies might target him, and if Yuan Shu finds the war with Liu Bio tougher than expected, he will likely set his sights on Yanzhu. He is sure that Gong Sun Zan might be preoccupied with fighting Yuan Shao for now, but there is always a chance that he could ally with Tao Kaio. Furthermore, Cao possesses a tempting fortune, but many people will try to target him. Cao already knows about that, but he can't even properly control Yanzhu right now, so he can't bring his father over. Manhwa clarified that this is the right time because she hasn't fully secured his position yet, and clarified that if he were his enemy, then it would be a good time to kidnap him. Cao Hong agreed that he had a point, but they weren't in a position to act rashly, and Physician Hua clarified that they had to act immediately. Since Lu Bosch's failure is enough, he asked Cao if he is going to make the same mistake and regret his life until death. Cao accosted Zai Zio and told him to go to Langya State once the sun rises, and he understood. Cao wanted to heed his sworn brother's advice this time, but he wanted him to take this opportunity to become the head court physician. Physician Hua didn't want to get started and asked if he had forgotten that even the Marquis of Fei Village had given up on that, and wanted him to be satisfied as he would come whenever he was needed. Cao realized that he was always playing hard to get, and Hong told him that he was better than most strategists, which startled Zun Yu. Manhwa clarified that other strategists are better than he is, so he wondered what he was talking about, and Hong is unsure because that is just his opinion. Cao believed that it was because he had a liberal way of thinking, and Hong asked his cousin if he agreed as well. Cao asked about the worst possible outcome that he considered, and Manhwa guessed that the worst would be Yuan Shu joining forces with Gong Sun Zan and taking the elder hostage, as that would be true hell. 10 days later, Hua Bok was appointed administrator of Don Commandery, and Cao Ren invited Cao Song to Yanzhu. Song declined, saying that the time wasn't right. Cao Ren sought Manhwa for advice, but he failed to give him a solution. While Yuan Shao won a great victory over Gong Sun Zan at the Battle of Jai Kaio, they turned the tide by defeating Kui Jui with his elite cavalry, prolonging the war. While Physician Hua sighed, unable to understand what he was doing, he soon went to Wai Commandery, Yi County, where the guards asked who he was. Shortly, he met Yuan Shao and was pleased to speak with him after a while, so he asked if he had been well. Yuan Shao inquired why he was there, and Manhwa clarified that he was there to collect his debt. Yuan Shao is shocked as he recalls making a useless promise due to Cao. While drinking the tea, Manhwa is aware that Gong Sun Zan is causing him a headache. Yuan Shao is confident that it can be wrapped up, so it's not a matter for a mere physician to be concerned about. Manhwa isn't sure, but some others could raise an even more troublesome situation. But Yuan Shao thought he was talking nonsense. Physician Hua gives him an example that even though Gong Sun Zan forced the anti-Dongzhu coalition to retreat, he is now retaking control of Qingzhou with the support of the Ping Yuan Commandery as his stronghold. Yuan Shao still finds it hard to tell whether Cao's suppression of the Yellow Turban in Qingzhou helped him or backfired on him. Manhwa considers Elder Bechu's fighting a bit petty, and his brother Cao is unable to absorb the entirety of the Yellow Turban army and the Black Mountain Bandits. Therefore, he asked Yuan Shao what he thought would happen if Gong Sun Zan joined forces with them. Yuan Shao is dumbfounded to hear because it's what the strategist said, because Gong Sun Zan and the Black Mountain Bandits are both his enemies, so it wouldn't be strange if they joined hands. Physician Hua clarified that his thoughts at this moment will become a reality in the future. Yuan Shao clarified that Yuan Hao and Enjai had the same opinion, but Gong Zi and Zheng Nan held different views. Physician Hua supposed this might be when they started backing the Yingzhuan faction. Yuan Shao recalls that he said he was there to collect his debt, but instead, Manhwa is giving him advice. Manhwa was getting to it now and asked what he thought about Lu Bu. Yuan Shao can't understand why he is bringing up Lu Bu all of a sudden, and Physician Hua supposed he hadn't heard the rumors that Lu Bu brought Dongzhu's head to Gong Lu. Yuan Shao is shocked because that man was obsessed with the family lineage, so Dongzhu's head would make an excellent trophy, and there is a chance he might even accept Lu Bu. Therefore, he asked Manhwa what favor he was trying to ask, and remember, he is Cao's underling. Physician Hua clarified that they are just close, and Yuan Shao is sure that he is just a fool who came to propose something that would benefit Cao and also him. However, knowing that he wouldn't happily accept it, Manhwa said he came to collect his debt instead. Manhwa clarified that it is correct, and Yuan Shao supposed he wanted him to attack Gong Lu. Physician Hua cannot understand why the conversation takes a sudden turn like that. Even if it's not him, others would suggest it. He is certain that Lu Bu will leave again, whether Gong Lu accepts him or not, and he will come to seek him out. Therefore, if he intends to take in Lu Bu, he should keep him for as long as possible. Yuan Shao is dumbfounded to know that he thinks he would take Lu Bu in. Manhwa inquired if he was not going to, but Yuan Shao would see first. He clarified that generals of Lu Bu caliber don't fall from the sky, and it's not like he's going to dig up the ground to fight Gong Sun Zan either. Since there will be a time when he needs him, he should use all means to utilize him for as long as possible. Yuan Shao inquired how long he should do it, and Physician Hua wanted him to tie Lu Bu down for 10 years, which he found crazy. Manhwa requested him to hang in there one more time when he thinks he can't take it any longer. Yuan Shao found it challenging to give him a definitive answer until Manhwa told him what benefits he would gain. Physician Hua decides to say to him that he doesn't want Lu Bu to get involved in his plan. Yuan Shao is pleased with his answer, so he agreed to keep that beast with him. But this applies only if the man comes seeking his refuge. Manhwa affirmed this because it wasn't as if he had to go looking for Lu Bu on his own. Yuan Shao is confident that only a person like him could take someone like Lu Bu in, as any other person is not of the caliber to handle him. Physician Hua agreed, and Yuan Shao clarified that with this, his debt to Cao Cao is gone for good. But he inquired if Manhwa is not Cao's underling. Physician Hua affirmed, so Yuan Shao supposed he could also treat his wounded soldier when they fight Gong Sun Zan. Manhwa clarified that a physician must go wherever the patients are so that he will treat his wounded soldiers, as well as those of Gong Sun Zan. Yuan Shao is shocked to hear this, and Manhwa clarifies that physicians don't favor any one side, but rather treat patients. Yuan Shao inquired if he would fight against Cao Cao. Even then, he would treat the wounded soldiers from both sides fairly. Manhwa affirmed, and Yuan Shao realized it was just as Gong Zi had said, having him around brought neither benefit nor loss. Physician Hua doesn't have to ask that favor of Yuan Shao, as he could stop Cao Cao, but he doesn't like any of the three kingdoms, and he gets attacked by Cao Cao over time, since he has done a lot for him too. Still, he is doing all this because he doesn't want to see Cao Cao get completely crushed by Lu Bu. Later at Kaio County, the Hua family, Physician Hua is glad that the campaign to rescue Inaju went smoothly, but for the battle with Yuan Shu, there is no need for him to get involved. Therefore, now he wanted to give his best to his people so that he wouldn't leave any regrets. As soon as he arrived at his house entrance, he saw Xian waiting for him there, and she happily rushed toward her husband. Xian was glad that he had returned safe and sound, but Manhwa knew it was all because she had worried about him. Xian was concerned a lot about him and clarified that if it were up to her, she wouldn't even let him go anywhere near the battlefield. She would be glad to be near her husband, but she is not allowed near the battlefield, and Manhwa has requested that she consider his position. Xian clarified that this is not only because of him, but she feels like her hands are growing stiff, too. Physician Hua could understand it, so he suggested that she could nurture the next generation of physicians because she was his best disciple. Since Xian learned from him and her father, he is sure she will raise excellent disciples of her own. Sen is sure they would all run away if she taught the way he taught her, and Manhwa told her to whip them into shape, but properly, not clumsily like he did, which startled her. Physician Hua is willing to gather people as soon as tomorrow, provided she agrees, and she wants to take this opportunity to bring her father-in-law along and teach him surgical technique as well. He is apologetic for not taking good care of her, so he wants to put more effort into it from now on, and Xian thanks him for his help. She wanted to do her best, and Manhwa is pleased to hear that. He wanted to grind the troops until their breath's end and only send the deserving to the front line, as he would be the one to sort them out on site as the second round. Which concerns Xian, but she agreed, and Manhwa is sure she is looking forward to this. 10 days later, Physician Hua is dumbfounded to see that there are too many people, and Xian welcomes them all to the Hua family. She clarified there is no limit on the number, so she wanted them to line up and sign their name. Physician Hua is pleased to see how eager Xian is to teach them, and he would have accepted disciples long ago. However, he saw his father-in-law in line, so he inquired why he was lining up, and his father-in-law was mortified to learn that he had been caught. Meanwhile, Physician Zhang looked at him from the line, and Manhwa furiously accosted him, then asked what he was doing. Physician Zhang clarified that he didn't teach him surgical techniques. Sarah realized they would be getting busy, and Obo thought it was better to be busy in this way. Sarah grabbed his hand and asked if it was better to be busy when they didn't have time to date now. 3 Obo clarified that it was not the case, so Sarah wanted to see him after this, and he agreed, which annoyed Bayon. After some time in August of the lunar calendar, the Black Mountain Bandits fought Yuan Shao throughout Jiazhu, and Gong Sun Zan joined hands with them. Yuan Shao repelled the Black Mountain Bandits from his base at Yi, and in September, Jiazhu, Y Commandery, and Lu Bu visited Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao welcomed him, and Lu Bu wanted to thank him as he had once contended with him. Yuan Shao told him that it's enough because it's not he who slaughtered the Yuan clan, but Dongzhu, and yet he brought the head of the enemy. Therefore, he wanted to bury the past flaws and move on, and Lu Bu thought that Dongzhu's head deserved much worse. Yuan Shao clarified that with no body left to dismember, even posthumous execution loses its weight, and asked if he expected to be rewarded for killing his adoptive father. Yuan Shao owed Lu Bu his gratitude as he brought him the severed head of the beast that was a traitorous fiend who defiled the imperial court and brought ruin upon his house. So he hoped that he would rest comfortably in Yi, which infuriated Lu Bu, wondering what he meant by resting comfortably. Yuan Shao clarified that he couldn't ask him to be uncomfortable there, and Lu Bu clarified that he didn't come out to him to save his skin. Yuan Shao wondered what he wanted then, and Lu Bu requested that he be given an army. With the forces under his command, they could drive Gong Sun Zan beyond Yuzhu. Yuan Shao sighed to know that he wanted his army and agreed that with General Lu's strength, they would have no trouble driving off that backwater warlord. So they agreed to send him to lead the vanguard through the perilous battlefield and asked if he was certain he was up to the task. Lu Bu rambled that it was just as he had hoped, and Yuan Shao smiled cunningly. Since Lu Bu insisted on facing danger himself, he had no choice but to let him be. He agreed to grant him a favor in return that Lu Bu Qin will be treated with the most incredible honor and care in Yi. Since it would be a grave problem if he worried about his family, it kept him from giving his full strength. Lu Bu's face turned pale as he realized that Yuan Shao was taking them as hostages. Yuan Shao wondered why he was talking so harshly when he was trying to protect them. General Lu is sure he might be trying to defend himself and not his family, but he sincerely thanked him for his goodwill. Yuan Shao didn't want him to mention it, and General Lu warned him that if anything happened to his family, he would kill everyone, and Yuan Shao agreed to bear that in his mind. In mid-September, at the Dong Commandery, the ruling office of Puyang County, during the handover of the governorship of Dong Commandery to Manhwa Cao Cao, received a reproach from the noted scholar of Yanzhou, Ming Shi. Bayan Rang furiously asked him what he was doing, as he never thought he would drive away the administrator sent by His Majesty, and asked if he was defying the emperor. Cao Cao told him to watch his words because it wasn't Yuan Ziu who saved Yanzhou from the bandits, but himself. Bayan Rang clarified that Yuan Ziu is the one appointed by His Majesty and not him, so he asked if he fears that the royal court will discover he is harboring bandits. Cao Cao's face turned pale on hearing this, and he wondered if he would only get his act together after he killed him. Hua Bak requested that he not take it to heart, because Master Bayan's words stem from his loyalty to the nation. Cao Cao knew His Majesty might have sent it, but it was uncertain whether he truly acted according to his will, which shocked Bayan Rang. Hua Bak supposed he might have come through a recommendation by Lai Ju or Guo Si without an imperial edict from His Majesty. Moreover, there is also Shan Jing, whom Gong Sun Zan appointed as administrator, so it's not impossible, but he is also appointed administrator by the esteemed figures of Yanzhou. Most importantly, since he came to Inazhu, the average person's life has become more stable. It is undeniable that he has also improved the lives of the Qingzhou peasants. Therefore, with a heart as vast and generous as the boundless sea, Hua Bak suggested that he kindly lend an ear to Master Bayan's counsel. Cao Cao burst out laughing after hearing this and said that he and his brother had truly saved him a few times now. He heard Master Bayan, but he couldn't help but admire his loyalty and devotion to the imperial family. However, if Yuan Xiu truly obeyed the imperial edict, then he should have returned to Chang'an and sought refuge with Gong Lu. He should have informed the royal court that he had done something wrong, but instead, he went to that beast. Bayan Rang wondered what kind of nonsense this was, and Cao Cao thought he might also submit an appeal declaring that he is unfit to govern Yanzhou. So if His Majesty accepts his appeal, then he would willingly relinquish his position as the governor. But the men of Qingzhou will certainly become Yellow Turban again at the heart of Yanzhou. So he asked Master Bayan if he could stop them. Bayan Rang gets worried, telling him his intimidation isn't different from that of the 10 attendants, and that he thinks he can't write that trivial appeal. After he left Hua Bak, He took a deep breath, glad that it was over. Cao Cao kept his cool thanks to him, but asked if it was true that Lai Ju or Guo recommended Jin Shang. Hua Bok clarified that he is renowned as one of the three Xiu, so such a thing seems unlikely. He clarified that Manhwa told him to calm Cao Cao down if something happens at all costs, and he supposed this is what he meant. Cao Cao laughed after hearing this and wanted to make physician Hua his advisor. While Bian Rang returns in anger, according to his divination signs, if he lets Cao Cao live, chaos will engulf the realm. He didn't want to let this slide and instructed his man to prepare to leave immediately, as he must go to Yizhu, and his man affirmed. Meanwhile, at the Hua family in Kaio County, Xian is teaching all the disciples anatomy, while physician Hua is instructing them on different types of sutures. At the same time, physician Zhang is teaching them about decoction and the proper way to make it. All of them were playing their part in teaching the disciples, while also instructing them in surgery and various herbs. In the 4th year of the Kuping era, year 193, January of the lunar calendar, all the disciples were exhausted. 6 months of basic medical training were completed, resulting in 30 survivors. Manhwa praised them for doing well and clarified that if they continue training for another 5 years, they will be prepared to begin apprenticeships, which shocked them all. Sarah realized that becoming an apprentice right away was unusually fast. Obo told her that she has been receiving training for a while already. At the same time, physician Hua stared at them and asked when both of them had gotten so far ahead. Obo was planning to hold their wedding next month, which pleased physician Hua, so he congratulated them. Abruptly, Bayon told him that he had a guest, which stunned him as he wasn't expecting anyone. After coming to the room, Cao Cao furiously inquired how busy he was to make him wait for 2 hours. Manhwa is surprised to see his sworn brother there, as he might be busy right now, and wonders what brings him there. Cao Cao received a letter from Bogui, which let him breathe a little easier, and he decided to get straight to the point, as he didn't have much time. Manhwa wondered what was causing him to act like this, and Cao Cao requested that he bring his father over. Physician Hua spilled out the tea and told him that his grammar was fine, but the way he said it was so wrong. Cao Cao knew that it was a ridiculous thing to say, but he told him he had sent officers to escort him, but he wouldn't even pretend to listen to him. Physician Hua goes crazy upon hearing this, but wonders why it has to be him. Cao Cao doesn't know, but his father said he wouldn't move a single inch if it weren't for him, so he can't do anything about it. He says his son's sworn brother is the most trustworthy, so Cao Cao was extremely perplexed as well. Manhwa wonders why at this time, because the elder will ultimately be killed by Tao Qian or one of his subordinates. Cao Cao begged him, as there is no one else but he who can bring his father. Physician Hua is surprised, wondering why he is bowing his head, and wonders if this is the price for having meddled with Cao too much all this time. However, he agreed to his request to escort his esteemed father, which pleased Cao Cao personally. After some time, Physician Hua recalls that, aside from the exact time of death, the location of the ambush is only described as either within Ta Qian territory or somewhere on the route to Taishan from Lanjia. However, according to historical records, the most likely spot is between Lanya and Pengcheng. Manhwa found it a headache, considering that the Cao family's stronghold is in Kaio County. It is possible they stopped by Kaio County on the way, so the most likely spot is near Pengcheng. He thought that if Tao Qian was the culprit, he could have acted alone, since the administrator's office of Dong High Commandery is located in Tan County. If there were a predetermined location for the attack, it would have been better to choose it himself. Manhwa is fortunate to have the geography of Kaio County and Pengcheng all in his head, so he wants to make a plan to minimize the damage, even if they get ambushed. While making the plan, he didn't notice a butterfly outside the window, and soon it faded away, unnoticed. Abruptly, a light fell, startling Physician Hua, and he realized that the weather had suddenly turned worse. However, he was confident that he could handle it. After a while, Yu Bang and Lai Zhai inquired if he had called for them. Manhwa requested that they come in and informed them of the path they would be taking as they departed from Langya State, passed through Taishan and Lu State, and then returned to Kaio County. Lai Zhai supposed they would go through Zuzhu, Yanzhou, and Yizhu along the way. Yu Bang figured out that they need to bring Elder Cao Song to the safe Yanzhou as quickly as possible, so it seems he also intends to stop by Kayan County. Lai Zhai wondered how many soldiers they should take along, and Physician Hua is bringing them all with him. Lai Zhai is shocked to learn that they are bringing all 3,000 soldiers, and Yu Bang is confident that they can hold off a decent army with that many. Manhwa clarified that it might even be insufficient, but breaking through Kaiyang County in Langya State as quickly as possible is crucial. Once they leave the official roads, they will face a large river, so they are bound to experience some delay. Li Jai suggested they should head further north, where the river narrows, and use a ferry to cross. Physician Hua clarified that it is difficult as there will be over 100 caste carrying valuable items, with more than 40 family members and even more servants. Therefore, if they bring all those people upstream, they are bound to encounter trouble, so heading south would mean staying in Zuzhu even longer, which is just as perilous. So it wouldn't be easy, but they have no other choice but to brute force their way through. Li Jai figured they had to guard the rear as tightly as possible and escort them through. Physician Hua thought that it was not a bad idea, but there was one other way. Since they already know they will be attacked, they can choose the location of the attack. After thinking for a while, Yu Bang pointed toward the map and thought it would be the best place, and Li Jai agreed with him. Physician Hua is glad that they all agreed on this place, so he decided on it, and he didn't think he had any say in the matter, but may luck be with them on the battlefield. In January of the lunar calendar, Zuzhu, Lingya State, Kaiyang County, Cao Song welcomed Manhwa and was pleased to see him after a long time. Physician Hua inquired if he had been well all this time and apologized for not visiting often. Cao Song doesn't mind as they have been traveling far and wide, tending to the sick across the realm, so he can't have time for leisure, but he feels at ease now that he is there. Physician Hua remarked that he was too kind, and after looking around, he realized, as he had thought, that there were more than 100 carts, and he was delighted to see him healthy. Cao Song could smell something bad from behind, so he asked what it was, as he didn't think he would have brought trash as a present. Wanhua clarified it's not trash, but he hopes they come in handy, and he wanted to make it up to the servant with a big treat later for all their hard work. After a while, Cao Song is shocked to learn that Yuan Liang is targeting him, but he knows he will die whether he succeeds or fails, and he can't think of any reason for that. Wanhua clarified that if he succeeds, he will be able to obtain all of his wealth. Cao Song is truly grateful that he is worried about this, but this isn't the first time he has faced such a threat. Since he is used to it, he doesn't want Physician Hua to worry too much, as they will go through this safely this time as well. Physician Hua refused, as this time would be different, but if he told him that blatantly, it would only backfire, so he had to prepare for it more thoroughly. Therefore, he clarified that his sworn son was distraught, but he finally felt a bit at ease after seeing his bright and youthful face. 2 days later, Zhang Jai introduced himself as he was assigned to escort the elder along with 500 soldiers. Cao Song is surprised, but he guesses he can accept this much since he refused when Cao Cao offered an escort of 5,000 cavalry. Then he looked at Bayan and asked if he was also an escort, but Wanhua refused, telling him he was his disciple, and they decided to depart now. On their way, Cao Song is annoyed by the unpleasant smell, and the servants are suffering from the smell of rotten fish used as a disguise. Wanhua requested that he understand this little precaution, but he admitted it was a bit too much. Cao Song supposed it wouldn't attract much attention, which is quite a decent disguise technique, but wondered if that should be enough, and Wanhua wanted to proceed as the elder said. On the same day, in the late afternoon, Physician Hua arrived at a ferry point about 60 li west of Kaiyang County with the elder. Elder Song asked if he was thinking of using the ferry, and Wanhua figured it would be better to use the water route, given the heavy load. So, he told him they had rented the boats in advance, so he wanted to board. Cao Song looked to the side, wondering why there was so much dust kicking up over there, and Physician Hua got concerned on seeing this because it meant there were soldiers on the move, so he cursed his fortune as they hurried as much as they could. However, considering how they are approaching from the east, it has to be Tao Kaiyan's troops, but he is relieved that it's the spot they anticipated. He commanded Master Zhang to proceed according to plan, and Zhang Jai affirmed. While Wanhua rode his horse away as he wanted to move to an advantageous position, the elder was startled. While Physician Hua can't see that well, it is certainly cavalry, and he wondered how many there were. He discovered that the area he knew would be too dangerous if they got any closer, and ordered them to stop. Wanhua clarified that he is an assistant imperial censorate currently escorting the former Grand Commandant Cao Song, and he doesn't know which army they belong to, but he emphasized that he will not stand idly by if they come any closer. Lu Bu smirked, knowing it was an assistant imperial censorate who only smelled ink all day, but he was being arrogant. Physician Hua wondered who he was, but was shocked to discover his identity. Lu Bu clarified that he no longer needs to confirm whether it's Cao Song or not, as things have become much easier. While Wanhua is still in awe, Lu Bu introduces himself and smiles cunningly. Wanhua is shocked to know it's Lu Bu instead of Tao Kaiyan, but wonders why that was happening as he remembered Yuan Shao had taken him in. He looked back in worry, wondering if they weren't still ready, and saw the red flag, so he decided to buy as much time as he could. Physician Hua inquired about what had brought him to a place like this, and Lu Bu wondered if he was being curious, so he clarified that he was there to reconquer Yanju, which startled Manhwa. Lu Bu told him to see that his army supplies are laid out there, looking quite tempting. Therefore, if he takes his father as a hostage, that scoundrel Cao Cao wouldn't dare to move recklessly, which is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Physician Hua thinks he is a bit too short-sighted, as that is enough reason for Governor Cao not to attack him, but it seems insufficient to bring Yanju entirely under his control. Lu Bu thought he was not smart enough because Bian Rang would open the gate, so he didn't have to worry about it. Since he is the kind of man who would do anything to drive Cao Cao out of Yanju, no matter what, this concerned Manhwa. General Lu asked if he thought he had tried to take over Yanju without any preparation. Physician Hua can't believe this is how things turn out after he saved Bian Rang from Cao Cao's wrath, and he dragged Lu Bu in, of all people, which is a cursed butterfly effect. Considering how Lu Bu didn't intend to hide it, Physician Hua guessed he wouldn't be sparing anyone. Lu Bu affirmed that he was only going to spare Cao Song out of everyone there. Manhwa worriedly looked back and saw the white flag, so he turned his horse back and clarified that it was the funniest thing he had heard this year. He explained it's a losing fight if he misses a single one of them, and he ran away. Lu Bu thought he was foolish, as he didn't understand why they came from the east, because there was no place to run away to, since the river was behind them. He commanded all the troops to wipe them out and asked Manhwa if he was going to run into the river to save his life. After a while, Lai Zhai commanded all the soldiers to hold their spears, which startled Lu Bu. Since so many of the spears were pointed toward them out of nowhere, many of the soldiers and their horses were injured. However, Lu Bu jumped higher to go ahead and land behind them, then commanded his soldiers to slow down as they were lying in ambush. He commanded the swordsmen to move swiftly to the front line. While Lai Zhai commanded everyone to retreat quickly, they began running away. Lu Bu becomes infuriated upon seeing this and curses them, as they had thought he would let them escape, and he then tells his soldiers to chase after them. Shortly, he saw the entire sky covered with countless arrows targeting them. Thus, several of his soldiers were killed on the spot. Lu Bu realized they were prepared as they prepared the battlefield location in advance, so he wondered what his problem was. Physician Hua accosted General Lu, warning him that if he retreated now, they would not pursue him further, but if he intended to continue fighting, he would have to take them on and be prepared to die. Lu Bu looked at them, aiming their arrows at him, and comprehended that their distance is over 10 zhong, but the reeds are thick, so they don't know what he might be hiding in there. Therefore, if they charged through with cavalry, it would be over in a flash, but with just as many casualties? He clarified that it is a thrill to have a fight where they are ready to die. Physician Hua thanked him for his answer and is ready to launch an arrow at him, while Lu Bu charges at them. All of Manhwa's warriors launched countless arrows toward them again, but Lu Bu threw a huge pointed wood at them, getting rid of some of the soldiers. He looked at several arrows in the sky, aiming at his comrades, and also several spears aiming to kill him, but he got rid of those spears. He commanded all of his troops to charge at their opponent. So, 3,500 troops under Manhwa and 5,000 under Lu Bu clashed at the western edge of Kaiyang County. They were caught in an ambush and pelted by archers. Lu Bu's forces entered the battle, already suffering heavy losses. Yet with superhuman might, Lu Bu broke through the defensive line. Manhwa's army sent countless cavalry tumbling to the ground, having tied knots throughout the reed fields, and Lu Bu's cavalry lost its mobility. Yu Bang and Yi Zhai managed to hold Lu Bu in place for 2 hours. After some time, Lu Bu's spear is covered in blood, and he remarked that to hold on for this long against him, he supposed they do know how to fight pretty well. He suggested that they serve under him instead of that nerdy noble because he has much more to offer them. Zhang Jai supposed it might be because Lu Bu had 3 fathers, but he never learned any manners. He clarified that if he wants to win someone over, he should start by asking their name first. Zhang Jai apologized to the escort leader, as he was a bit delayed dealing with the small fry. Lu Bu gets infuriated on realizing that he has many pests to kill that day.